In the land of fire, within the Hidden Leaf Village, resides a modest wooden cabin in the Uchiha clan. Territory, system, Uchiha. After a moment of dazed contemplation, Roy could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Gazing at the translucent azure panel before him, he confirmed a singular realization. He had traversed into the world of Naruto. To his surprise, after merely 2 weeks of relentless overtime, he had unlocked the title of Traveler. Host, Uchiha Roy. Ninjutsu, Fire Release, Fireball Explosion, Lightning Release, Lightning Serpent Frenzy. Taijutsu, Leaf Village Style Fluid Technique, Uchiha Style Fluid Technique. Jinjutsu, Thornbind, Kekkai Genkai, Sharingan 2 Tomo. Items, Novice Gift Pack. Function, Spatial Storage 1000M. Main Quest, Save the Uchiha Quest. Requirement, preserve a sufficient number of Uchiha clan members after the night of the massacre. The more survivors, the higher the level and the more generous the rewards. Random quest, join the Leaf Security Department. Tasks, are they? Roy's expression grew somber as he surveyed the panel before him. Although he had been a mere cog in the corporate machine in his past life, he was also an avid enthusiast of the anime realm. Naturally, he had watched Naruto, a phenomenon in the anime world. While he was not intimately familiar with every detail of the plot, he was well acquainted with its significant events, particularly the explosive incident of the Uchiha Massacre. The source of his heavy heart was his current level of power. Far too feeble. The Uchiha Massacre was not merely a matter of the notorious Itachi Uchiha, it was a far more complex affair. It was certain that Shimura Danzo and Root were involved. Rumors suggested that Uchiha Obito had also joined the fray. As for the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's involvement remained uncertain for now. Regardless of who it was, he found himself woefully inadequate and easy target before such formidable foes. The original host's demise was due to an attack within the Leaf Village, resulting in grievous injuries from which he did not recover. The last memory was merely of a blurred mask, evidently the work of Root. Roy ran his fingers through his hair, feeling a wave of discomfort. Merely contemplating such matters was enough to induce a headache. Right? The system. Activate the Novice Gift Pack. In his prior musings on how to navigate this calamity, he had forgotten that he was equipped with a golden finger upon his arrival. A denizen of Blue Star. He was no stranger to systems. With a single thought, he issued the command. Ding! Novice Gift Pack activated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability of the Mera no Mi system optimized, with a fixed chakra amount of 1000. As a familiar electronic tone resonated, Roy nearly doubted his own hearing. The Mera no Mi ability? Wasn't that the devil fruit power of Port Gas D? Ace from the anime One Piece, optimized Mera no Mi ability. Elementalization, fire attack, unawakened .p.s. The above abilities consume chakra with no side effects. Fixed chakra, additional chakra that slowly regenerates after consumption. Upon reading the information regarding his rewards, a smile crept upon Roy's lips. Let's give it a try. Elementalization. Roy felt the unique energy within his body and immediately activated elemental transformation. An orange-eyed flame erupted from his form, rendering him somewhat peculiar in appearance. However, in this elemental state, the flames did not ignite the furnishings within the room. It seemed that only through aggression would the flames truly manifest their destructive potential. Bang! Before Roy could ponder further, he collapsed to the ground. Chakra depleted. A few minutes later, the sensation of weakness gradually subsided. Roy assessed his physical condition, expressing a hint of resignation. At this moment, he felt exceedingly feeble. Had it not been for the system rewarding him with a solid 1000 units of chakra, he would have been drained entirely in mere seconds due to elemental transformation. It is the year 53 of Konoha, and there are less than 3 years remaining until the Uchiha clan's night of tragedy. I must grow rapidly during this time. With this thought, Roy glanced at the task list. Relying solely on his own efforts for training in just over 2 years was utterly insufficient. Should I join the Konoha Guard? With this notion, Roy rose and departed his room. The Konoha Guard, as the sole force of the Uchiha clan, had stringent selection criteria. One must at least attain the rank of Special Jonin to be eligible for membership. First, I need to fill out an application. Soon, Roy arrived at the Konoha guard. Like the Uchiha clan, following the chaos of the Nine Tails, the guard had also been relocated to the outskirts of the village. Brother Nagasawa, I wish to apply to join the guard. Upon entering the guard, Roy directly approached the application window. Roy, I recall you just passed the Chunin exam. Do you wish to join the guard so soon? Uchiha Nagasawa regarded Roy with a kind expression. The Uchiha clan typically displayed their gentler side only when interacting with their kin. Such benevolence was indeed rare among them, and Nagasawa was one of the few exceptions. As a member of the Uchiha, I naturally aspire to contribute to my clan as swiftly as possible. Roy offered a cheerful justification. Fill this out. The assessment is tomorrow. Whether you gain entry into the guard will depend on your efforts. Uchiha Nagasawa refrained from further small talk and promptly presented a document. Once he completed the application, Roy hurried back to his room. It was no joke. The original body had been severely injured and killed in an ambush. It was evident that old Coot Danzo could hardly restrain himself from making a move, and lingering outside was not a wise choice. Upon returning indoors, Roy reopened his panel. After an hour, his solid chakra had recovered significantly. To succeed in the assessment tomorrow, he needed to familiarize himself with all his abilities today while maintaining peak condition. Fire gun. Roy raised his hand and unleashed a fireball. The 432 units of solid chakra consumed 50 in the process. In other words, under optimal conditions, a typical flame attack can unleash its power 20 times. As for techniques like the fire fist, they likely drain chakra in an instant. Not to mention the other abilities at play. Enhancing his chakra has become an imperative task for Roy. Consequently, Roy settled onto the ground, drawing upon his memories to begin the process of extracting chakra. His night fell. A shadow materialized outside Roy's door. Have you survived? Did those fellows not promise me? The shadow furrowed his brow, filled with doubt about the correctness of his choices. Yet, contemplating the path ahead, he found himself still wavering. The impending dangers could extend far beyond the current plight of a single clansman. With this thought, the shadow executed a swift body technique, vanishing into the embrace of the night. After a night of silence, sunlight gently streamed into the room, and Roy slowly opened his eyes. Remarkably, after a night spent sitting upright, he felt no discomfort in his body. In fact, he sensed a remarkable state of vitality. Today marked the day of his assessment. With no time to reflect on his bodily changes, Roy swiftly attended to his morning routine and donned a fresh outfit before heading towards the Uchiha training grounds. Upon arriving at the training area, Roy was taken aback by the sheer number of Uchiha clan members present before the fateful night of the massacre. Gazing at the youthful, spirited faces surrounding him, a bittersweet feeling welled up within him. They too must have harbored dreams of becoming powerful guardians of their family and village. Yet, tragically, they did not perish on the battlefield, but fell victim to the internecine struggles within the village. Reflecting on this, Roy's gaze grew resolute. Since he had been reborn into this world as a member of the Uchiha clan, he vowed to do everything in his power to alter such a fate. Taking a deep breath, Roy stepped into the training arena. The immediate concern was not to dwell on future uncertainties, but to successfully pass the assessment for the security department. Before long, dozens of individuals gathered in the training area, forming neat lines. A total of 48 clan members had applied to join the security department, with only 6 positions available. Thus, as in previous years, a selection through combat would ensue. As for the written examination, all participants had already passed the Chunin exam, rendering it unnecessary here. Standing at the forefront to address the group was Uchiha Shikome, the captain of the 4th squad, an elite jonin and the proctor for this assessment. As for the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, he was likely preoccupied with pressing matters and had not attended. Soon, Roy drew his number. Number 16. The first group comprised 4 teams, numbered 1 to 8. The 8 participants swiftly took their positions in their respective areas. Fire and lightning techniques predominated, though there were also clashes of taijutsu. As for jinjutsu, unless one possessed exceptionally powerful illusions, employing them in front of Uchiha clan members seemed largely unnecessary, as they all bore the Sharingan, which could easily nullify ordinary jinjutsu. How formidable! Witnessing the battle between ninjas up close was an experience beyond what one could glean from watching an anime. Before long, those who triumphed returned to their ranks beaming with joy, while the defeated remained undeterred, stepping aside to observe the ongoing battles. Eager to learn and prepare for their next opportunity, Roy, number 16, was set to face Uchiha Yutaka, number 15. Upon hearing his name, Roy approached his designated area. To his surprise, it was to be a duel between the two of them. Roy, be careful, Yutaka cautioned with a confident smile as he brandished a kunai. The two were contemporaries, having always found Yutaka to excel over Roy in both academic and practical subjects. Thus, upon recognizing his opponent, Yutaka felt a sense of relief. All right. Roy nodded and raised his hand. Observing Roy's peculiar behavior, Uchiha Ueda felt a twinge of confusion. Fire release, fire gun, Roy exclaimed, and a torrent of flames surged forth, hurtling toward Uchiha Ueda. The sudden onslaught caught Uchiha Ueda off guard, and the powerful impact sent him staggering several steps back. His clothing was singed, and a wound marred his skin. Although it was not a penetrating injury, it nonetheless inflicted genuine harm. Is that a C-rank instant ninjutsu? Roy has certainly improved, Uchiha Ueda mused, feeling the pain radiating through his body. He raised his hand to begin forming seals. Fire release, fire gun, fire release, fire gun. Before Uchiha Ueda could complete his seals, Roy unleashed a barrage of flames. Uchiha Ueda was momentarily stunned. This ninjutsu was capable of instant casting and rapid fire? How was he supposed to counter that? Without the luxury of completing his seals, he activated his Sharingan and swiftly dodged. Although each individual fire gun lacked significant power, the sheer volume of them was overwhelming. Fire release, great fireball technique. At last, as the barrage from Roy ceased, Ueda rapidly formed his seals and unleashed the massive fireball. The colossal sphere of flames surged toward Roy. Hurry, evade. Ueda initially intended to use the great fireball as cover to anticipate Roy's evasive maneuvers, planning to strike decisively. However, he was perplexed to find Roy standing still. What did this mean? Ueda merely sought victory to join the guard unit. He had no intention of killing Roy. Fire release, fire gun. In the next moment, Roy's voice echoed again as a flame shot forth, directly striking Ueda, who was advancing toward him. Bang! You have lost. As Uchiha Ueda fell to the ground, Roy's voice resonated from behind him, accompanied by a finger pressing against his nape. Haraha, I was worried about you. When did you become so strong? Ueda raised his hand in surrender, his expression bright and jovial. Losing was losing, and it was a point of pride for him. What strength? I merely took advantage, Roy chuckled, extending his hand to help Ueda up. Meanwhile, not far away, Uchiha Shemu had also taken note of the unfolding events. Roy had not utilized any substitution or body flicker techniques. The fireball had not struck a clone. How had he withstood the onslaught of ninjutsu? After all, the Roy emerging from the flames bore no injuries, not even a single tear in his clothing. And then there was that instant cast low-level ninjutsu. While its potency was limited, if it could be leveraged to develop other techniques. With this thought, Shemu's gaze ignited with fervor. Within this year's newcomers, there were indeed some promising talents. In no time, the first match concluded. The remaining 24 individuals would commence their battles in the afternoon. After all, the toll of combat varies for each participant. Some faced equally matched opponents, resulting in rather intense skirmishes. Roy, please come here for a moment. Just as Roy was engaged in conversation with Ueda, Uchiha Nakamu made his entrance. Yes, Lord Nakamu, Roy replied, standing at attention. It is essential to note that Nakamu was present as an examiner, and upon Roy's integration into the security division, he would be directly assigned to Nakamu's team. Essentially, this individual would become Roy's immediate superior, making it prudent to foster a good rapport. Before long, the two found themselves in a secluded room. Roy, the ninjutsu you employed earlier, the fire gun, was it a technique you developed yourself? Nakamu inquired candidly. Upon hearing Uchiha Natsume's inquiry, Roy maintained an air of nonchalance. Lord Natsume, this is merely an application of ninjutsu, hardly a new technique. The C-rank ninjutsu, fire release, spark, emits flames that scatter around. By augmenting it with lightning release chakra, one can achieve a simple acceleration. Once familiarized, one can effortlessly unleash such a combination technique. Fire release, fire lance. Having declared this, Roy directed a fire lance towards the side. Observing Roy's ninjutsu, it indeed appeared to be an instantaneous release without hand seals. However, when Roy raised his finger, it indicated an unsealed state. His overly casual demeanor contributed to the illusion of instantaneous casting. Fire release, fire lance. Uchiha Natsume raised his hand to experiment as well. Possessing the prowess of an elite genin, he easily replicated the combination technique. Yet, its power and speed left much to be desired. I understand. You just used this ninjutsu to defeat your opponent. However, do not rely on such underhanded tactics in the subsequent 2 battles, Natsum said softly as he lowered his finger. Understood, Lord Natsum. Is there anything else? Roy inquired with a smile. Go ahead. Natsum waved his hand dismissively, initially anticipating a delightful revelation. He found himself disillusioned as he watched Roy depart. Once outside the room, Roy let out a sigh of relief. Indeed. Upon deciding to utilize the powers of the Mera Mera no Mi, he had foreseen this moment. After all, the ability to execute instantaneous ninjutsu is no trivial matter. Even if its potency is not overwhelming, it would undoubtedly draw attention. Fortunately, replicating the fire lance with simple ninjutsu proved quite manageable. And these justifications had been prepared by Roy the previous day. He certainly did not wish to be subjected to experimentation. After lunch, the remaining 24 participants had nearly fully recovered. In the next draw, Roy's opponent was Uchiha Hai, a clansman a year his senior. I observed your recent battle. An intriguing ninjutsu, but I will not be so careless as to give you an opportunity, Hai stated, drawing out his kunai while activating his Sharingan. Indeed, Roy replied with a slight nod, retrieving his own kunai. He chose not to activate his Sharingan, as doing so also consumes chakra, resources he preferred to conserve at this moment. Not far away, Natsum fixed his gaze upon Roy, a sense of anticipation lingering within him. He felt this young man still held the potential to surprise him. Fire release, great fireball technique. Hai initiated with a technique that posed no lethal threat, followed by a flurry of shuriken. In almost the same breath, he propelled himself towards Roy, still unwilling to evade. Then, fire release, explosive flame. Hai observed Roy standing firm, showing no inclination to evade. He forcefully halted his movement and unleashed a second ninjutsu. This technique belonged to a unique category of fire release, capable of detonating the released flames instantaneously through chakra transformation. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted, centered around Roy, enveloping him in a thick cloud of dust. Panic surged through Hai as he beheld the scene. If he accidentally killed Roy, although he wouldn't face execution, his dreams of joining the guard division would be dashed. Fire release, fire gun. Just as Hai focused on the heart of the dust cloud, a familiar voice rang out. In the next moment, a pillar of fire shot forth. What? This is different from the fire gun I saw in the morning. This was Hai's final awareness before losing consciousness. Upon hearing it was the fire gun, he breathed a sigh of relief. Roy was unharmed. Simultaneously, he remained confident in his defense. A fire release of that caliber could hardly pose a threat, and then he collapsed beneath the fiery fist. Watching the fallen Hai, Natsum conducted a brief examination of his body. Although he had endured significant impact, he had merely lost consciousness. After signaling the medical team to take Hai away, Natsum grew increasingly curious about Roy. Was this a more advanced application of the earlier ninjutsu? This young man had indeed concealed his true abilities. In the final match, Roy undeniably secured victory, successfully earning his place in the guard division. Ding! Congratulations, host. For completing the random task, join the Konoha guard division. You have received a fixed amount of chakra, 1,000, along with a double chakra extraction card. As Roy attained eligibility for the guard division, the familiar electronic mixed sound resonated in his ears, and a smile graced his face. These 2 items were precisely what he needed at this moment. At that moment, Roy sensed a piercing gaze upon him. Turning around, he saw Uchiha Shisui at the entrance of the training ground. Roy felt a twinge of confusion upon seeing the familiar figure. The wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan, possessing near shadow-level strength, was also intrigued by the guard division's assessment? Or perhaps, was he interested in Roy himself? Ding! A random task has been issued. Convince Uchiha Shisui to fully align with the Uchiha clan stance. Just as Roy pondered whether he had misperceived the situation, the task notification chimed in his ear. The current 3 formidable figures of the Uchiha clan are Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, and the prodigious Uchiha Itachi. Fugaku, the clan leader, despite his shortcomings, still considered matters from the perspective of the Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi, known as the god of Itachi among fans of the Hokage, in Roy's view, seemed somewhat foolish. Setting aside the issue of loyalties, his actions regarding the clan massacre rendered him less than intelligent. While Shisui may have appeared somewhat naive, at least he endeavored to secure time for his clan by divulging his secrets to Konoha's higher-ups. Roy, report to the guard department tomorrow. Here is your identity badge. Go collect a set of resources belonging to the guard department, and then take some time to rest. As Roy pondered, Uchiha Shisui handed him a badge. The emblem of the guard department. Understood, Captain. With his new affiliation, Roy's address for Shisui had also changed. After pocketing the badge, Roy approached the training ground. Shisui, do you have a moment? Since the mission had been assigned, it was time to investigate. The original text provided little description of Shisui, and the original Roy had never interacted with him, only knowing him as a prodigy of their clan. Yes, I do have some matters I wish to discuss with you, Shisui said slowly, slightly taken aback. Initially, he had merely been passing by, but was intrigued by Roy's remarkable performance. He couldn't quite dismiss the incident of Roy's earlier attack from his mind. It was this sudden curiosity that compelled him to linger at the entrance. Following Shisui, the two made their way to Konoha Lake, the small body of water where Uchiha Fugaku had taught Itachi and Sasuke the fireball technique. Are you aware? Shisui inquired, gazing at Roy with mild curiosity. I am, Roy replied, understanding that Shisui's attention was likely due to the recent attack. Otherwise, an ordinary talent like him would not attract the interest of a clan genius. Then why? Shisui expressed surprise. Given the typical demeanor of Uchiha clan members, one might expect a more intense reaction upon learning of an assassination attempt, especially one orchestrated by their own village, coupled with Roy's display of prowess at the training ground. Shisui's intrigue deepened. What do you think I should do, Lord Shisui? Should I report it to the clan leader, insist on accountability from Konoha? Or should I expose the incident, letting the entire village know? Roy couldn't help but smile wryly. While Shisui was indeed a genius, it was solely in the realm of cultivation. In other aspects, it was apparent. He felt his own inadequacy. Before Shisui could finish his thought, Roy interrupted him. His expression earnest yet resigned. He felt helpless not only about his own weakness but also about the powerful Uchiha clans in action, despite being two prominent figures with Manjiki Sharingan. Both Shisui and Fugaku had consistently compromised with the village. The newly recognized genius, Uchiha Itachi, was also distancing himself. Is weakness truly the issue? Shisui pondered with a hint of melancholy. He had already attained near shadow-level strength, and upon activating his Manjiki, he possessed power surpassing that of a shadow. His unique ocular techniques were extraordinary, yet, what purpose did they serve? They could neither transform the clan nor alter the village's fate. Observing Shisui's despondence, Roy began to strategize. Convincing someone like him to fully embrace the clan's stance would prove to be a formidable challenge. After all, the current family is indeed quite difficult to rely upon. Master Shisui, you summoned me not just to convey these sentiments, did you? Roy inquired, shifting the conversation with a slow cadence. Have you been approached by the clan leader? Ultimately, Shisui posed the question that had been on his mind. No, Roy replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing Roy's response, Shisui could surmise Uchiha Fugaku's intentions. It was likely that they mirrored his own. Such occurrences had already transpired. With Roy still alive, there was no need to trouble the higher-ups. I understand. Roy, harboring hatred will not lead you far, Shisui remarked, preparing to depart. He had numerous matters to attend to, not merely to navigate the relationship between the Uchiha and the village, but also to fulfill some special missions. He aimed to demonstrate that the Uchiha clan's presence was not a threat to the village, but rather a source of support. This was the most prudent course of action Shisui could conceive. The clan is on the brink of collapse. On which side will Master Shisui stand? Roy whispered softly. His words, though quiet, detonated in Shisui's ears like thunder. What do you mean? Shisui turned, his three-tomo Sharingan activated, scrutinizing Roy with a piercing gaze. He began to suspect that Roy's words might have been entrusted to him by the clan leader, seeking to ascertain his stance. Such probing had not occurred for the first time. It was hardly surprising, given that Roy was a prodigy of the Uchiha, a wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan. It was inconceivable that either the village's upper echelons or Fugaku would remain indifferent. Not to mention, this individual had openly disclosed his Manjiki abilities to the higher-ups and to Fugaku. Master Shisui, though I am but an ordinary ninja within the Uchiha, I understand a fundamental truth. If the family perishes, the village shall follow suit. Roy lifted his gaze, revealing a bright smile. That pristine expression seemed to suggest that the words just spoken were not his own. If the family perishes, the village shall follow suit. Uchiha Shisui murmured, his expression shifting. You are part of Captain Natsum's team, correct? I will attend to my current tasks and return to find you shortly. At that time, do not mind my intrusion. With that, Uchiha Shisui executed a body flicker technique, vanishing from sight. Ding. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in Roy's ears. Task completion rate 50. You may choose to abandon or retain the current task, 30 days. Only 50 completion? This indicated that his earlier words had sown a seed in Shisui's heart. Even without fulfilling the task, this was already a significant achievement. He possessed neither the power of the celestial deities nor their eloquence. After saving the task progress, Roy returned home. Next, he would engage in his daily training and participate in the duties of the Konoha Guard. A week swiftly passed. Roy, you have a day off tomorrow. Be sure to rest well. You've been adapting to the work in the guard these past few days, haven't you? Uchiha Natsum summoned Roy to his office and inquired with a smile. How is it going, Captain? Roy replied, very well. But I am somewhat perplexed as to why our security department always adopts a grim expression when interacting with the villagers. With a curious look, he posed the question. Even though deep down he was not unaware and had likely expressed his grievances numerous times. The pride of the Uchiha clan compelled them to maintain an air of superiority during their interactions with the villagers. Furthermore, as members of the security department, they often returned to mediate disputes and conflicts within the village. Over time, this led to the Uchihas growing weary of such matters, which in turn soured the villagers' disposition towards them. The historical grievances further exacerbated the current situation. Roy's inquiry was an attempt to gauge Uchiha Natsum's stance on the matter. As an elite jonin of the Uchiha clan, Natsum held a certain degree of influence within family meetings. As members of the security department, we cannot afford to show leniency when they err and rebel, Natsum responded with a smile. It was the first time in over 3 years of his captaincy that someone had posed such a question, and Natsum found it rather amusing. I see. Well then, Captain Natsum, I shall take my leave, Roy said before departing from the security department. Although the clan's residence had been relocated to the outskirts of Konoha, the security department remained situated in the heart of the village. As Roy walked through the bustling streets of Konoha, he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the air, followed by a powerful surge of chakra not far from him. Is that a Chiraka ramen? Who would be causing a commotion there? With this thought, Roy hurriedly raced towards the source. Whether driven by his duty as a member of the security department or his curiosity about the famous Ichiraku, he felt compelled to investigate. At that moment, a masked ninja lay on the ground before a man from Sunagakure, wounded and gasping for breath. Masaki Ryo had not anticipated that during his reconnaissance mission, he would be discovered by a Konoha Umbu. Fortunately, it was merely one Umbu, which afforded him the opportunity to eliminate the adversary and make his escape. Just as he prepared to flee, he noticed a Konoha ninja rapidly approaching. The sinister red eyes, coupled with the spinning tomo, instantly identified him as a member of Konoha's most powerful clan, the Uchiha. Damn it, why is a Uchiha here at this moment? He had been lurking in Konoha for 2 years and was well aware of the tensions between the village and the Uchiha. The Uchihas typically refrained from involvement in such matters unless the village was under attack. It was even said that during the tumult of the Nine-Tails incident, the Uchiha, possessing the power of the Sharingan capable of subduing tailed beasts, had chosen not to intervene, opting instead to protect their own kin as they sought refuge. What he did not realize was that the Uchiha of that time were not unwilling to act. It was not merely due to the incident involving the Nine-Tails rampage that the higher-ups of Konoha harbored suspicions, forbidding them from intervening. Had it not been for this, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, might have survived. Returning to the present, the individual approaching was none other than Uchiha Roy. As a member of the Konoha Guard, 4th Squad, Uchiha Roy would arrest you on the grounds of vandalizing public property and assaulting Konoha ninjas. Please refrain from futile resistance, otherwise, you will become a soul claimed by the guard. Roy, with a firm grip on his kunai, declared resolutely. This was not a manifestation of any adolescent bravado, but rather a mission assigned by the system. Random mission: defeat the troublemaking ninjas from Sunagakure and gain a certain degree of recognition from the villagers. To garner recognition, one must reveal their identity. Thus, self-identification became the most effective approach. On Uchiha, those members of the guard only dare to act against the villagers. It seems they are merely putting on a show. Just watch. Soon, it will be the 3rd Hokage Zanbu who resolves the issue. A group of villagers began to murmur among themselves. In such circumstances, they couldn't help but voice their sarcasm. One can only imagine the extent of the conflict between the Uchiha and the village. Ha ha ha, just a mere ch-nin. If you wish to avoid death here, you'd best flee, Masai boasted with a smug expression. Yet, his attention was far from Roy. A ch-nin was easily dispatched in a short time, allowing for a swift exit. However, this was a ninja from the Uchiha clan. Those Sharingan, fetch a high price on the black market. Perhaps we should take him down. With this thought, Masai unexpectedly formed hand seals. Wind release, scythe technique. As the B-rank wind ninjutsu was unleashed, a fearsome blade of wind surged forth. Roy did not attempt to evade. Instead, he charged forward. Ha ha, have you been struck dumb? If you seek death, go die over there. Wind release, scythe technique. Masai unleashed another gust of wind while simultaneously raising his hand, intent on swiftly gouging out Roy's eyes before making a hasty retreat. Otherwise, if other Konoha ninjas arrived and entangled him, it would spell trouble. With a slicing sound, the murmurs of the onlookers ceased. Setting aside the attitude toward the Uchiha, Roy was currently acting as a Konoha ninja, defending the village. Simply for this reason, he huffed. Before he could utter a word, blood gushed forth, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Don't just stand there. Hurry and summon the guards to handle this. I've already clocked out, Roy exclaimed, glancing towards the astonished crowd nearby. Just moments ago, they had believed Roy had been cleaved in two. All right, I'll go at once. A villager swiftly departed to notify the guards. Big brother, my mother is trapped under the collapsed house. Can you help me? At that moment, a tearful little girl appeared before Roy. Though timid, she still harbored hope that Roy could assist her. While others were already attempting to help, Roy's strength as a ninja would enable him to rescue her mother more swiftly. At such a moment, time equated to life. Where? Roy asked urgently. Over there, the girl pointed. Following her direction, Roy dashed forward, lifting heavy beams and slabs of stone aside, until he unearthed an unconscious woman. Sister, I'll take your mother to the hospital first. Can you make it there on your own? Roy inquired earnestly. I can. The little girl nodded, fighting back tears. With that, Roy disappeared, cradling the woman in his arms, while the girl headed towards the hospital. Did I just see that correctly? Was that really someone from the Uchiha clan? One villager mused. Indeed. I believe he mentioned being from the 4th squad of the guard, named Uchiha Roy. Impossible, the Uchiha. Though a villager wished to continue disparaging the Uchiha clan, the events unfolding before them made it difficult to persist. There was no basis for slander. After all, his family had perished during the Nine Tails incident, where the Uchiha were the prime suspects. For years, he harbored a deep-seated hatred towards them. Many others shared similar sentiments. Fortunately, most were relatively fortunate. With Roy's recent display, a number of villagers began to feel favorably towards him. This Uchiha seemed somewhat different. Uchiha Shumi soon arrived, surveying the 2 ninja corpses on the ground and the extent of the surrounding destruction. The man who had come to seek their assistance had already relayed the specifics. But where was Roy? Of course, now was not the time to search for him. Shumi quickly organized the scene. The bodies were promptly dispatched to the Hokage's office. Such matters were beyond the jurisdiction of the Konoha Guard. To avoid any complications and simplify the process, Shumi left the bodies behind and departed the Hokage's office. Lord Third. This individual appears to be a sand ninja from Sunagakure. The deceased is Gen 10, and compensation for his family has already been arranged. The one who eliminated this intruding ninja is the new member of the Konoha Guard, Uchiha Roy. In just a few brief moments, the Umbu had thoroughly investigated the matter at hand. A document was placed before the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Exhaling a heavy cloud of smoke, Hiruzen's expression turned grave. I understand. You may leave, he said slowly after signing the document. The Umbu member nodded and promptly vanished from sight. Once the Umbu had disappeared, a figure emerged from the shadows. The identity was not unfamiliar, as Hiruzen tossed the document to him. What does this mean? Inquired Shimura Danzo, catching the document. There are certain matters you need only to be aware of. Do not overstep, Hiruzen cautioned, exhaling another thick plume of smoke. Danzo refrained from pressing further and disappeared once more into the obscurity. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan leader's residence, Uchiha Fugaku expressed his astonishment upon hearing the name Roy. It was unexpected that a mere clan member could evoke mention of his name twice in such a short span. Leader. This analysis of the battle is derived from the accounts of those present at the time. Masashi, a special jonin, possesses strength and battle experience that far surpasses that of Roy. Yet, curiously, his ninjutsu seemed ineffective against Roy, leading to his sudden demise, reported a subordinate. Uchiha Shikaku, too, exhibited confusion. Though the Uchiha were proud, they were not foolish. It is hard to believe that a newly minted Chunin could eliminate a special jonin solely with the power of his double Tomo Sharingan. Such occurrences sparked suspicion. I see. He is a promising talent that requires careful cultivation. The Uchiha clan is not lacking in geniuses. What we need are those who stand with us, Fugaku concluded, folding the document in his hand. Understood, leader, Shikaku replied before rising to depart. At this moment, Roy had returned to his quarters, unaware that his actions had drawn the attention of influential figures from multiple factions. Nevertheless, even if you were aware, he would remain unperturbed. System panel, Roy summoned his interface. Host, Uchiha Roy Ninjutsu, Fire Release, Fireball Destruction, Fire Release, Blue Flame, Lightning Release, Lightning Serpent Frenzy, Lightning Release, White Insect Taijutsu, Konoha Style Taijutsu, Uchiha Style Taijutsu Jinjutsu, Thorn Entanglement Bloodline Limit, Sharingan, 2 Tomo, Burn Fruit Chakra Reserve, 3,000 items, Enhanced Explosive Tags X100, Enhanced Kanai X50, Excess Task Reward Pack Functionality, Personal Space, 1000 Main Quest, Save the Uchiha, Quest Requirement, Preserve a sufficient number of Uchiha clan members after the night of the massacre. The greater the number of survivors, the higher the level, and the more generous the rewards. Random Task, Persuade Uchiha Shisui. Progress 50. After completing 2 random tasks, along with the rewards from the Novice Gift Pack, Roy's chakra had reached 3,000, and he was also granted 2 ninjutsu. In less than 10 days, Roy's strength had significantly increased. If this continued, he would soon possess sufficient power to confront the current crisis. Subsequently, Roy turned his gaze towards the Excess Task Gift Pack. Indeed, for this random task, Roy had exceeded expectations. Not only had he defeated Makiar, thereby safeguarding the safety of Konoha, but his actions had also shifted the villagers' perceptions of the Uchiha clan. All of these were factored into the task's completion rate. System, open the Excess Task Gift Pack. Without hesitation, Roy chose to proceed. What he needed now was strength. He could not afford to miss any opportunity to enhance his abilities. Ding. The Excess Task Gift Pack has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Kusanagi Sword, Turin, and the special sword technique, Mirage. As the system's notification rang out, a Kusanagi sword materialized in Roy's hand. Kusanagi Sword, Turin, one of the 9 scattered swords of the world, the Soul Sword Turin, capable of directly striking the soul. Mirage, a sword technique exclusive to Turin, capable of manifesting up to 10,000 tangible phantom strikes. As Roy beheld the description of his reward, his breath quickened slightly. He had certainly heard of the Kusanagi sword before. The one wielded by Sasuke and Orochimaru was the most frequently encountered. Additionally, Itachi Uchiha's Totsuka sword, held by his Susanoo, was also among the Kusanagi swords. Its power was not to be underestimated. It seemed that he must exceed expectations in the upcoming tasks. Roy mused to himself. The rewards for random tasks typically consisted of fixed amounts of chakra and various weaponry. The allure of the Excess Gift Pack's rewards was undeniably compelling. Just as Roy was reveling in his fortune, a figure appeared in his courtyard. Lord Shisui, has the task been completed? Upon seeing the newcomer, Roy calmly retracted his interface. Indeed, I didn't expect to hear your name immediately upon my return. Roy, you have done remarkably well. Shisui had initially thought that Roy would be mired in darkness after the previous incident, but he was pleasantly surprised to see that Roy's earlier radiant smile was genuine. Faced with formidable foes, he remained composed. In response to the villagers affected, he provided immediate aid. This was precisely the Uchiha he wished to witness. Lord Shisui, are you preparing to provide me with answers? The thought of the bountiful rewards ignited Roy's eagerness to persuade Shisui. Do not call me Lord. I am merely a few years your senior. If you don't mind, you may refer to me as brother. Uchiha Shisui stated candidly, his straightforward nature leaving little room for pretense. Then I shall comply, brother Shisui, Roy replied with a smile as he rose to his feet. The saying goes, if the home is lost, the village shall also perish. I have pondered this for a long time. Is there something you wish to share with me? Or perhaps, do you possess certain knowledge? Shisui said, then seated himself directly on the ground, gazing intently at Roy with a serious expression. He was convinced that if Roy were not privy to certain truths, he would never utter such statements. Even Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, currently found the village's stance somewhat opaque, let alone a mere clansman who had just recently attained the rank of Chunin. Upon hearing the words of Shizumi, a smile graced Roy's face. Finally, Shizumi had demonstrated a modicum of intelligence by recognizing this issue. Brother Shizumi, given your demeanor, I shall refrain from being overly sentimental. Before I address your inquiry, I wish to ascertain one matter. Have you, Dear brother, activated your kaleidoscope? Roy posed his question directly. Although he was already aware, it was imperative to confirm. After all, his arrival could potentially alter the trajectory of the world. The information available to him was scant, and Shizumi constituted an exceptional source of intelligence. Shizumi nodded thoughtfully, and the three tomo manifested, beginning to spin. A unique kaleidoscope materialized before Roy. Roy, I have never revealed my kaleidoscope to anyone. How did you come to know of it? Shizumi inquired, astonished after activating his ability. Am I the first to know? Roy's heart leaped with joy. This indicated that, at this moment, Shizumi had yet to disclose his Sharingan abilities to the higher-ups of Konoha. Indeed, Shizumi affirmed with a nod. It was merely a guess. Given your exceptional talent and personal experiences, it is unsurprising that you would awaken the kaleidoscope. With the clan leader's kaleidoscope, our clan now possesses 2 pairs. Consequently, the pressure from the village's higher-ups may lessen. Brother Shizumi, please ensure that your activation of the kaleidoscope remains a secret, Roy urged hastily. This is no jest. Your kaleidoscope ability is none other than the divine eye. Both of your eyes. This means Shizumi can alter the will of 2 formidable individuals without their awareness. Such influence is beyond the resistance of even shadow-level powers. It is crucial to note that in the original narrative, even the formidable forbidden technique of Edo Tensei can be effortlessly countered before the divine eye. To put it simply, if Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura were to discover Shizumi's capabilities, they would grow increasingly wary of the Uchiha clan and would act more swiftly against us. Having said all this, Roy, your heart remains steadfastly with the Uchiha, does it not? What then becomes of our clan and the village? Shizumi discerned. Roy's extensive discourse stemmed from a familial perspective, addressing the tensions between the clan and the village, as well as the internal conflicts within the clan, which were on the brink of eruption. Whether it be a clan uprising or outright defection from the village, these were outcomes Shizumi wished to avert. Yet, finding a compromise seemed insurmountable. To transform the village was an impossibility. Those in power would never permit the existence of a clan as potent and uncontrollable as the Uchiha. The persecution of the Uchiha would persist and gradually become more unrestrained. Thus, the path forward must begin with self-transformation. Roy lifted his gaze to meet Shizumi's eyes, confidence radiating from his expression. Transform myself? You mean the clan? Shisui helplessly shook his head. If the Uchiha clan were a group easily swayed, they would not have found themselves in their current predicament. It is indeed a challenge, isn't it? However, the essence of the Uchiha is not reclusiveness, but rather haughtiness. Coupled with the lingering issues from the Warring States period, this has resulted in the Uchiha being ostracized. An arrogant Uchiha would never bow to the villagers. This sets the stage for the inherent conflict. Roy spoke, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Shisui did not counter his assertion, thus making the subsequent discussion more manageable. Even if one recognizes the source of the conflict, resolving it is no simple task. Shisui looked at Roy with expectation. For some reason, he felt that the young man before him had devised a concrete plan. Indeed, his approach to seek out Roy seemed calculated. It is not difficult to ascertain that what the Uchiha currently requires is not overwhelming power, nor the establishment of cordial relations with other families or villagers, but rather, recognition. Roy gradually articulated his perspective. Recognition, you say? Shisui nodded, furrowing his brow. These proud individuals would never concede to such a notion. But, do you believe there are individuals who do not need friends, brother Shisui? Roy inquired with a smile. It is a jest. Even the self-important Naruto cherished his friendship with Naruto in the end. Not to mention others, starting from the security department. By the way, brother Shisui, I wish to make a request of you. Roy's tone shifted. Request me? Yes, I implore you. Regardless of the circumstances, always stand by the Uchiha. Of course, this is contingent upon my survival. Roy said with a grin. Survive? Roy, what exactly do you intend to do? Shisui was somewhat perplexed. Whether it was Roy enduring a brutal assault from fellow villagers, his subsequent performance in the security department, or the words he uttered now, Shisui for the first time found it challenging to discern the intentions of the person before him. I desire to ensure the survival of the clan and to grow stronger. The future of the shinobi world is far from tranquil. Roy's thoughts wandered to the Akatsuki, the fourth great ninja war, the lurking Uchiha clan, Black Zetsu, and Kagaya. Certainly, these matters lay in the future. If this initial main mission were to fail, Roy felt uncertain about his next steps. Nevertheless, being aware of the plot, he had alternate means to survive and grow stronger. Yet, Such a path would undoubtedly be fraught with complications. Very well, I shall grant you this. Pray, share your plan with me. Shisui felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. The current state of the clan and the village seemed irreconcilable to him. In Roy, he glimpsed the future that belonged to the Uchiha. First and foremost, the most frequent interaction with the villagers occurs through the Konoha security department. The head is Lord Fugaku, the clan leader. Therefore, I shall take the initiative to alter the villagers' perception of the security department. However, Brother Shisui, you have more pressing matters to attend to. As Roy spoke, he produced a sheet of paper and began to inscribe a detailed plan upon it. Observing the information, Jisui's expression underwent a transformation, shifting from initial confusion to earnest contemplation, then to certainty, and ultimately culminating in astonishment. It was difficult to fathom that such insights could emanate from a mere chunin within the clan. In fact, Jisui pondered, even the third Hokage and the clan leader lacked the clarity of understanding that Roy possessed regarding the village and the family. Yet why? Jisui pointed to a name on the paper. Because he is exceptionally strong. Roy replied with a smile. Leave these matters to me. I shall return to seek you out when it's time for action. With those words, Jisui transformed into smoke and vanished from the scene. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully persuading. As the system's notification chimed, Roy, still smiling, picked up the paper. A flame erupted, instantly reducing the document to ashes. After Jisui's departure, Roy rose and returned to his room to commence the extraction of chakra. With the power of the flame fruit, his objective was to augment his chakra reserves. It seemed prudent to seek an opportunity to acquire tailed beasts or similar entities. In Uchiha Fugaku's study, he spoke softly. Jisui, come in. Setting aside the documents in his hand, Uchiha Fugaku awaited his visitor. Leader, Jisui appeared before Uchiha Fugaku in a swift instant. Kneeling on one knee, you seldom come to see me. Is there something amiss? He inquired as Jisui rose. Leader, I wish to apply for the task of escorting the Daimyo during this upcoming spring festival. I hope you will submit the application, Jisui stated forthrightly. Escort the Daimyo? Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. It was not that such tasks were particularly arduous, but escort missions were typically undertaken by other clans. Previously, Sarutobi Hiruzen had approached Fugaku regarding the same matter, but his request had been declined. What had prompted this change in Jisui? Yes, escorting the Daimyo. With only a month until the spring festival, if the Uchiha clan wishes to persist within the village and truly become part of it, we must initiate change from within rather than harbor rebellious thoughts. Jisui asserted resolutely. Upon hearing Jisui's words, three figures materialized before them, Uchiha Nagasawa, Uchiha Shikome, and Uchiha Ryuxi. Three elite jonin, staunch proponents of the main faction. Their curiosity was piqued by Jisui's unexpected interest in such matters, as he had never participated in clan discussions regarding strategies before. What could have caused this sudden shift? Surely, something was amiss. Was it possible he harbored ambitions for the position of clan leader, intending to lead the family as mere pawns of the higher-ups? The Uchiha clan would never bow to such indignity. Stand down. Jisui, please continue. Although Fugaku was unaware of the reasons behind Jisui's sudden transformation, he discerned that such a change was not detrimental. At the very least, Jisui was now willing to engage in familial matters. Just then, Itachi arrived. Itachi, you've returned? Please, have a seat and listen with us. Upon seeing Itachi, Fugaku refrained from further inquiries and simply invited him to sit. Itachi had overheard Jisui's previous remarks and now regarded him with a look of confusion in his heart. He had never perceived his elder brother as one inclined to partake in family affairs. The task of escorting the Daimyo will elevate the Uchiha clan's prestige. Furthermore, we can ascertain who is orchestrating our troubles. Once we secure the Daimyo's attention, the Uchiha will wield considerable influence within the village. Additionally, we shall earn the respect and recognition of our fellow villagers. Jisui gradually articulated his thoughts. I understand. This matter shall be entrusted to you, Jisui. Decide who you require for this task. Is there anything else? After a few breaths, Fugaku reached his decision. The three others present exchanged astonished glances at Fugaku's resolution. To them, such a troublesome endeavor, particularly one involving protection, seemed unprecedented for the Uchiha clan. However, witnessing Fugaku's serious demeanor compelled them to suppress their lingering doubts. Itachi, you will be one of the members. I will take Itachi to register and complete the necessary handovers. Jisui glanced at the silently observing Itachi. All right, Fugaku nodded in agreement. With their father's approval, Itachi rose to follow Shisui out. As the two departed, the three remaining members positioned themselves before Fugaku. "Leader, why have you made such a decision?" Uchiha Natsum inquired, a hint of perplexity in his voice. For many years, the Uchiha clan had never acquiesced in such a manner. Even during the Third Great Ninja War, when tasked with confronting the Water Country, they emerged victorious. In this era of peace, why must we continually endure such humiliation? Natsum pressed. Natsum, in your opinion, how does our clan's strength rank within the village? Rather than expressing anger at the question, Fugaku countered with an inquiry of his own. First, Natsum responded without hesitation. The Uchiha boasted 137 CH Nin, 97 J Nin, 21 Special J Nin, 9 Elite J Nin, and Fugaku himself, a potential Kaga-level powerhouse. It was no exaggeration to call them the strongest clan in Konoha. Then, how does the Uchiha clan compare to the entirety of Konoha? Fugaku asked once more. Even if the entire village were to unite against us, the Uchiha would not necessarily falter. Uchiha Nagasawa replied assertively. Natsum and Riki exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of affirmation. Indeed, this is the pride of the Uchiha, that kind of arrogant disdain for everything. Even so, what if the village unites with the entire ninja world? Uchiha Fugaku's expression revealed a sense of helplessness. He had been involved in too many matters. It was precisely for this reason that he found himself wavering between his clan and the village. The Senju clan, the foremost family of Konoha. On the front lines of battle, many had perished, and those who survived were left in ruin. Upon returning to the village, they quickly disbanded and faded away. Once hailed as the foremost clan in the ninja world, even establishing their own nation, the land of whirlpools, the Uzumaki clan. Their sealing techniques were feared throughout the ninja world. Yet now they had all but vanished. The Uchiha clan, in stark contrast, was not shrouded in obscurity like the Hyuga clan. Thus, if this situation persisted, the Uchiha might also become but a footnote in history. This was why, upon hearing that Shisui intended to instigate change, Fugaku made a swift decision without much contemplation. He harbored no trust in the higher-ups of Konoha, nor did he believe that the Uchiha's strength alone could navigate through this predicament. So, you mean, let us first observe Shisui's outcome. If it proves viable, we shall gain another option. Natsum, please contact the remaining 3 captains and have them come to see me. That will suffice. After issuing these instructions, Uchiha Fugaku pulled out a document once more and began his work. Although the 3 wished to voice their thoughts, they realized there was no need to dwell further, given Fugaku's firm stance. After a slight bow, he vanished from their presence. Ding. Main quest completion at 10. Please continue your efforts, host. Stage rewards are being sent. Roy, who had been refining his chakra, suddenly opened his eyes. Shisui brother has already begun to take action. Huh? System, activate the rewards. A smile spread across Roy's face. One cannot deny that Shisui's efficiency was indeed remarkable. The next morning, Roy hurried to the security department. Reporting. Upon arrival, he found all members of the 4th squad gathered there. Uchiha Natsum stood at the forefront, looking somewhat troubled. Assemble the team. Yes. All right, our 4th squad is fully assembled. Roy, you will lead your group for the patrol within the village. The rest will accompany me to the training grounds. After Natsum finished speaking, he led the others away. What's wrong with the captain? Roy brother. I can't shake the feeling that something is off with the captain today. Do you know anything? Indeed. Roy brother. The 3 turned their gazes toward Roy. They were among the 6 who entered the security department with him, thus aware that he had been called away by Uchiha Natsum during a battle. Coupled with Roy's sudden appointment as captain, they speculated there was more to his relationship with Natsum. I'm not sure. However, we are undoubtedly prepared for the task of patrolling Konoha. Let us go, set out. Roy was somewhat at a loss. However, it was highly likely that yesterday's actions of Shisui had provoked Natsum. Unbeknownst to Roy, Natsum had immediately sought out Shisui after leaving Fugaku's study. Subsequently, he was subjected to Shisui's merciless treatment. If the intention was merely to demonstrate the might of the Uchiha clan, I am already aware of it. The victorious Shisui left behind a statement that further incited Natsum, leading to today's additional training. Naibai, please assist that elderly gentleman with his cart over there. Rio, there's an elderly lady. Kindly help her carry her belongings. Sir, these items cannot be left on the street. They need to be moved promptly. Allow me to assist you. Waiichi, you should join us as well. In the afternoon. Did you see that? Those are members of the security department, helping to move things. I recall, they even assisted me in crossing the street today. There was once an adorable Uchiha boy who enjoyed doing such things. I believe the Uchiha clan is quite admirable, not only for their formidable strength, but also for their newfound politeness. Gradually, those who received assistance began to reassess their views on the Uchiha. Simultaneously, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Roy and his companion's actions with a discerning eye. However, his expression was far from pleasant. Here are the profiles of the 4 individuals: Uchiha Roy, Uchiha Ryo, Uchiha Waiichi, Uchiha Naibai. The AMBU members swiftly presented their information to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Roy? Upon hearing this familiar name, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. He had an uneasy feeling that something was about to unfold. Yet, merely a ch-nin. Do they have any other specific actions aside from these? Sarutobi Hiruzen was particularly attentive to the movements of the Uchiha. Of the 4 teams in the security department, all but these 4 had gone for additional training. Among those undergoing extra training, there were at least 7 Jonin-level ninjas and 4 captains of elite Jonin caliber. The Uchiha clan must be preparing for something. The ANBU member reiterated. Preparing? Understood. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. The ANBU member then vanished from sight. He retrieved 2 documents, one concerning Uchiha Itachi and the other regarding Uchiha Shisui. Both Uchiha prodigies had just completed their withdrawal from the ANBU. Uchiha Fugaku, what are you intending to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself uncertain. Previously, he had not regarded the Uchiha with such wariness. But now, of course, Roy remained oblivious to how such matters affected Sarutobi Hiruzen. What he needed to accomplish was already in motion. Uchiha Fugaku was no fool. He would undoubtedly perceive the changes within the village following such actions. Brother Roy, is there a particular reason for what we did today? Within the guard department, Uchiha cast a curious glance towards Roy. The other 2 individuals also shifted their gaze in his direction. Shu, did you enjoy the apples from the old lady? Naibai, did the old gentleman offer you some water? Yangi, the ramen we had together was quite delightful, wasn't it? It's rather interesting to contribute to our village in whatever ways we can, and in return, receive recognition and rewards, wouldn't you agree? Roy remarked with a smile. Brother Roy, upon hearing your words, I truly feel a peculiar sense of achievement today. So, it is indeed recognition we seek? Uchiha scratched his head, grinning foolishly. This is also part of our training. Once we have people to protect and goals to strive for, our strength will swiftly grow, Roy added. After concluding their conversation, the 4 of them returned together to the Uchiha clan grounds. In the deep of night, several figures flitted outside Konoha village. Master, here are the goods from this transaction. Is it possible for us to avoid trading near Konoha in the future? It's still somewhat perilous. A man leaned against several boxes, his face bearing a hint of complaint. Understood. This will be our final transaction. A figure emerged in the moonlight, revealing a ghastly pale visage. Master, what do you mean? Are we to believe that the goods we provided? The man did not finish his sentence as 2 serpentine shadows swiftly struck, extinguishing his life in an instant. He died without comprehending why Orochimaru had suddenly turned against him. Danzo, since you've arrived, why not show yourself? Orochimaru opened the boxes, summoning several large snakes that devoured the corpses whole. Orochimaru, if you cannot provide me with a satisfactory answer in a short time, then I may find myself unable to. It's coming along. I still require one more item, the eyes of the Uchiha. Orochimaru turned to face Danzo, the smile at the corner of his mouth even more pallid. I understand. That individual escaped last time, and now he is quite active in the village. It's time to employ certain methods to obtain what we desire. Orochimaru, you had better not be deceiving me, Danzo stated before vanishing into the darkness. Once Danzo departed, Orochimaru licked his lips. A threat, is it? He murmured darkly as a large snake emerged from the ground, whisking him away. Meanwhile, members of the Root organization swiftly exited the village. The following day, Uchiha Shisui also led a team away from the village. The new year was approaching, and they needed to arrive early at the location of the Fire Country's feudal lord to stand by. 3 days later, within the Konoha Guard Department, Roy, I've heard about your recent endeavors, and I must say, you have performed admirably. The minister is quite pleased. Henceforth, you will assume the role of vice captain of the Konoha patrol team. It is imperative that you also focus on enhancing your strength. Today, I personally accompany you for additional training. On the training ground, Roy gazed at Uchiha Shumi before him, his expression betraying a sense of helplessness. Having an elite jonin as a sparring partner is indeed commendable, yet ding. A random task has been issued. Gain the acknowledgement of Uchiha Shumi, the higher the completion, the better the reward. As Roy wore a look of resignation, The familiar notification echoed in his mind. To his astonishment, it dawned on him that the jovial Uchiha Shumi had never truly recognized him. Initially, Shumi held high hopes for Roy. However, upon hearing about Roy's actions during patrols, he was immediately displeased. A ninja of the Uchiha clan should not engage in such trivialities. Yet, there exists but one way to earn Uchiha's recognition, and that is to defeat him. Observing the overwhelming chakra emanating from Uchiha Shumi, Roy's lips twitched slightly. Roy, it begins now. Utilize your utmost abilities and strive to endure in my grasp for as long as possible, Shumi declared, swiftly activating his Sharingan. The reason for this immediate activation was not to ensnare Roy in Genjutsu, but to better perceive his combat style, thereby analyzing and assessing Roy's true strength. Understood, Captain Shumi. I shall commence, Roy replied, activating his own Sharingan. The dual Tomo emerged, granting him enhanced dynamic vision. Lightning release, rampant serpent. Roy swiftly performed the necessary hand seals and unleashed a torrent of lightning. The speed and paralysis of the lightning could effectively buy him time. A C-rank lightning technique? Lightning release, 1,000 nets. Shumi raised his hand, instantly forming seals to release his jutsu. The speed was nearly instantaneous. It is worth noting that 1,000 nets is a B-rank technique. The erratic lightning was swiftly absorbed by 1,000 nets, which then rapidly enveloped Roy. Boom. With a burst of white mist, a piece of wood appeared on the ground. Body replacement technique. Impressive, but such a maneuver still cannot evade my pursuit. Swish, swish. Swish, a flurry of shuriken was immediately launched. Clang, clang not far off. Roy braced himself as he intercepted Shumi's onslaught with the shuriken. How heavy. The terrifying impact resonated through Roy's wrist, leaving it aching. Indeed, the anime had deceived him. These shuriken are perilous. During battle, one must not be distracted. It's over. Shumi materialized behind Roy, his shuriken poised to strike. Fire gun. Roy raised his hand, instantly unleashing a torrent of formidable flames. As Shumi heard the incantation for fire gun, he did not cease his assault. Yet, the terrifying flames and the surge of chakra instilled within Shumi a sense of impending threat, prompting him to instinctively retreat. The dreadful flames swiftly engulfed the surroundings. An enhanced fire gun, perhaps? Natsum gazed at Roy, who was slightly panting, his expression revealing a sense of admiration. Although Roy's character was somewhat off-putting, in the throes of battle, he exhibited the gallant demeanor of a true Uchiha man. Yet, it was still insufficient. Proceed. Surely your abilities extend beyond this? Natsum, the Uchiha, remarked, his earlier displeasure dissipating as he began to take the matter seriously. He perceived something unique within Roy. Be cautious. Captain, Roy exclaimed, and in an instant, he lunged toward Natsum. Taijutsu? You dare to challenge me in hand-to-hand combat, being the captain of the guard squad? Fire style. Great Fire Dragon Technique. Fire style. Flame drop. Natsum did not grant Roy the opportunity to engage in direct confrontation. Upon closing the distance, he was confident in his ability to defeat Roy swiftly. However, that was not his intention. What's this? As the two fire techniques descended, Natsum suddenly noticed that Roy's figure had vanished. Captain Natsum, I warned you to be cautious. Just as Natsum searched for Roy, an unexpected voice echoed in his ears. Where are you? Instinctively, Natsum glanced backward, raising his kunai in defense. Bang! In the next moment, Roy erupted from the ground, delivering a powerful punch to Natsum's chin. Fire style. Fire fist. Instantly, a torrent of raging flames engulfed Natsum. Lightning style. Little white buck. A flurry of white lightning followed closely behind, merging with the flames. At that moment, Roy swiftly created distance between himself and Uchiha Natsum. As the dust settled, Natsum appeared somewhat disheveled. Despite the ferocity of the previous assault, he had not sustained significant injury, merely a slight singe to his clothing. Haraha. Impressive, very impressive. Your chakra must be exhausted. Yet you managed to make a quick escape from the battlefield. Excellent judgment, Roy. Before Natsum could finish his sentence, a series of lightning bolts began to flicker. Moreover, they emanated from within Natsum's own body. This is lightning style, little white bug. Roy raised his finger, conjuring a bolt of white lightning that crackled softly. Subsequently, Natsum, previously engulfed by the fire fist, was once again enveloped by the ferocious lightning. Ha ha ha. Kid, you've caught me off guard. Natsum erupted into laughter, appearing somewhat dim-witted. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the random task and exceeding expectations. You have received a solid chakra reward of 2,000 and an additional gift package. In the next moment, The system's notification resonated in Roy's mind. Indeed, the insufferable traits of the Uchiha lineage had been evident since Uchiha Obito. Roy, you are quite commendable. However, I must advise you not to squander too much time on trivial matters. Go forth. Uchiha Natsum spoke earnestly, expressing gratitude to the captain for his leniency. Roy, without uttering a word, simply turned and departed. Observing Roy's retreating figure, Natsum's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Although he had indeed shown mercy moments ago, the fact that Roy was able to fully unleash his potential in such a brief skirmish attested to his combat acumen. Natsum, how could you be bested by your own subordinate? Uchiha Nagasawa emerged, a broad grin unhidden on his face. The clan leader was not mistaken. This boy possesses talent. Uchiha Ryu also followed suit. Despite their jests, Uchiha Natsum displayed no sign of anger. Instead, he wore a profound smile and vanished from the scene. Has Natsum been rendered foolish? That shouldn't be the case. Could a Chunin's attack truly pose a threat to him? It feels as though there is something we have yet to comprehend. After contemplating, Uchiha Ryu and Uchiha Nagasawa found no resolution and subsequently exited the training ground. Meanwhile, Roy returned to his residence. He had nearly depleted his chakra during the recent battle, rendering a visit to the security department of little significance. Moreover, during his confrontation with Natsum, he discovered something extraordinary. A progress bar appeared behind his abilities. System. With a mere thought, Roy summoned his panel. Host. Uchiha Roy Ninjutsu. Fire release. Fireball explosion. 1. Fire release. Blue flame. Lightning release. Lightning serpent frenzy. Lightning release. White insect. 1. Taijutsu. Konoha flowing technique. Uchiha flowing technique. Jinjutsu. Thorn entanglement bloodline limit. Sharingan. 2 Tomo. Flame fruit. 2 fixed chakra. 6,000 items. Improved explosive tags 100. Improved Kanai 50. Excessive task gift pack. Kusanagi sword. Turin. Function. Portable space. 1000 M. Main quest. Save the Uchiha. 10. Quest requirement. Preserve a sufficient number of Uchiha clan members after the night of annihilation. The more survivors, the higher the level, and the more substantial the rewards. Not only ninjutsu, but even the flame fruit exhibited such a progress bar. Could it be that he could enhance his abilities through combat or the release of powers ninjutsu? Realizing this, Roy promptly began to refine his chakra. With a buff for double extraction, Roy soon felt an abundance of chakra surging within him. Coupled with the gradual recovery of his fixed chakra, 3 hours later, Roy ventured into the courtyard. Fire release. Fire fist. Elementalization. The following morning, Roy lay in the courtyard, his face alight with astonishment. Although both his body and spirit were nearing their limits, his heart brimmed with excitement. His abilities could indeed be enhanced. Even the Sharingan now displayed a progress bar. Upon reaching 100, the Sharingan would undoubtedly gain an additional Tomo, and there would be no need for a transplant from a Brother S Sharingan to unlock the eternal form. Once the flame fruit attains 100, it is highly likely that the fruit's abilities will awaken. With this in mind, Roy's plans for the future gradually began to shift. Having thought this through, Roy quickly freshened up, changed into a new outfit, and made his way to the security department. Brother Roy, what's wrong? Seeing Roy's fatigued expression, Shio inquired with a hint of concern. This was the first time he had encountered Roy in such a state. It's nothing. Come on. Let us conduct a patrol, Roy replied, donning the security department's uniform before departing with the 3 companions. Today, Konoha remained as peaceful as ever. It must be noted that as long as the gates of Konoha remain intact, the ordinary citizens find themselves in an absolutely safe zone. The security department primarily dealt with incidents reported by citizens, rarely engaging in patrols. Ah, the security department. I see you are all diligently patrolling today. At that moment, a familiar voice reached Roy's ears. Asuma Sarutobi? Roy instinctively called out the man's name upon seeing him. To be fair, if one were to judge solely based on the original work, Roy had a relatively favorable impression of Asuma. His guidance to Shikamaru and others, as well as his commendable performance in battles, left a positive mark. However, given that the original Roy was the same age as Asuma, he was well aware of the latter's true nature. Relying on his status as the 3rd Hokage's son, Asuma had been rather arrogant during his time at the Ninja Academy, looking down upon civilian students and dismissing the Uchiha clan. In his eyes, the so-called strongest clan and the mightiest dojutsu were merely underlings of his father. This outlook naturally put him at odds with the Uchiha's temperament from the very beginning. Roy, I've already passed the Jonin exam. You're still a Chunin, aren't you? Asuma said with an air of smugness. Oh, I see. Congratulations. Here S a kanai as a token of my regards. I want to join you for a meal, if there is nothing else. I'll be on my way to patrol, Roy remarked, handing Asuma a kanai before nonchalantly moving towards the next area. Brother Asuma, that guy is looking down on you. He actually ignored you, a few of the younger followers remarked indignantly. Asuma, too, felt a surge of anger. How dare this fellow treat him with such disdain? Uptang, you and Nakayama go. Asuma's face darkened with a fierce expression. Upon hearing his command, the two quickly vanished from sight. It is worth noting that as Asuma's subordinates, they possessed Chunin-level strength. Uchiha Roy, you will regret ignoring me, Asuma declared before disappearing as well. At this moment, the three individuals accompanying Roy were wearing expressions of sheer delight. Just moments ago, Asuma had emerged to boast about his promotion to Jonin, which had left them feeling quite vexed. However, when they witnessed Roy handing over a kanai and declaring that they would not be dining out, they nearly succumbed to laughter. Only Roy, with his audacity, would dare to speak so casually to the son of the Hokage. Meanwhile, disturbances were afoot at the guards' quarters. Some ruffians had dined without paying and were vandalizing the establishment. Just then, a visibly distressed individual, likely an employee of the restaurant, appeared before Roy and his companions. His face marred by signs of a recent altercation. Troublemaking within the village? Was this individual a fool? Roy pondered, perplexed. Neither outsiders nor villagers would engage in such foolishness. Ninja infiltrators from other villages would not easily reveal themselves, and the ninjas of this village were well aware of the consequences of such actions. Could it be thugs? As they contemplated, the four hastened towards the restaurant. Roy's confusion deepened as they approached the core of the village, where it was expected that members of the Umbu would be present, especially with the Hokage's office nearby. Who would dare to act here? Upon entering the restaurant, Roy was taken aback to find Utake before him. Wasn't he supposed to have left with Asuma? Gazing at Utake, Roy's demeanor turned serious. A ninja attacking a civilian would face penalties far beyond mere detention. They would be liable for multiple compensations and endure severe punishment. Such lessons were imparted by instructors during their first year at the Ninja Academy. Uchiha Roy, I cannot believe that as a member of the guard, you would exploit your authority in such a manner. Utake shouted angrily, pointing a finger at Roy while clutching the kunai. Huh. Roy was taken aback by Utake's words. His gaze shifting to the injured proprietor, his expression growing even more grave. Was he the target of a scheme? How absurd. He had already deduced who was behind this crude tactic. Was it another Uchiha causing trouble? Hey, Roy. I heard that you were doing good deeds in the village not long ago. How is it that just a few days later, you have begun to bully ordinary villagers like those ruffians? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed through the air. The son of the third Hokage. It seemed evident that the Uchiha were not to be trusted, resorting to violence against the common folk, dining without payment, and vandalizing property. Did you see that? The aforementioned ninja spoke thus, and there can be no mistake. Soon, a crowd began to gather around them. Roy, this is your first mistake. If you apologize now, acknowledge your transgressions, and offer compensation, I shall negotiate to prevent the shopkeeper from reporting this incident. What do you say? After all, we are old classmates. Asuma regarded Roy with a playful expression. Though this scheme was somewhat crude, it was sufficiently effective against the Uchiha. There was no need for him to elaborate excessively. In everyone's mind, the Uchiha was simply that kind of person. They would automatically draw conclusions. Moreover, the surrounding Umbu members had already been dispersed by him. No one would intervene. His singular task was to persuade the owner. Upon learning that it was the request of the son of the Hokage, the owner said nothing and immediately acquiesced. His child had perished during the Nine Tails turmoil, and his hatred for the Uchiha had not diminished in the slightest over the years. What nonsense are you spouting? We came here because we received a plea for help. Furthermore, many witnesses saw us arrive just now. Uchiha Naiba retorted indignantly. As a ninja, his hearing and vision were exceptionally acute. The whispers and glances from those around him made Naiba quite uncomfortable. So, is there anyone who can testify on their behalf? Asuma confidently surveyed the crowd. It's you, Ryo. Before Uchiha Ryo could speak, Roy interjected, blocking him. Boss Roy, trust me. Roy interrupted Ryo once more, originally intending to expose Asuma's ruse. Ryo fell silent upon observing Roy's composed demeanor. Asuma, I am curious to know what you hope to gain by this. That fade of arrogance? In terms of talent, you are eclipsed by your elder brother. And in terms of character, it seems you possess none. If you wish to prove your strength, a duel would suffice. Roy regarded Asuma with a bemused expression. Each of Roy's remarks felt like a blade slicing into Asuma's wounds, then rubbing salt into them. The once playful Asuma now frowned deeply. Although they had not been on amicable terms in school, they had never been this antagonistic. A duel? You a mere chunin? Asuma scoffed, his anger barely concealed as he looked down upon Roy. In his eyes, Roy was utterly unqualified to be his rival. What are you so proud of? You know very well how inflated the title of Jonin is, don't you? Roy narrowed his eyes, further inciting Asuma's fury. Let us go to the training ground. Asuma said, his voice low and trembling. Indeed, his identity as the Hokage's son meant that regardless of his accomplishments, there would always be whispers behind his back. However, due to his status, no one would openly confront him about such matters. He was acutely aware that a portion of his success in the Jonin exams was attributed to his lineage, which was precisely why he felt provoked. Soon, the two arrived at the training ground. Roy whispered a few words into Uchiha Naibai's ear before standing at the center of the field. Naibai then turned and vanished from sight to inform Lord Third. I will remain here. This Uchiha is rather peculiar. The Umbu had long been aware of the events unfolding here, yet they refrained from intervening, as it was Asuma who had taken action. After all, Asuma occupied the moral high ground. However, the situation now seemed to have escalated beyond simplicity. Most concerning was Roy's nonchalant demeanor, which fueled their anxiety. Asuma frowned. Roy, if you lose today, not only must you apologize and compensate, but you will also face punishment from the village. Have you thought this through? I've made up my mind. In our practical sparring, I believe you have never won a single match against me, have you? Even with Lord Third's meticulous guidance and continuous medicinal baths. But a waste is a waste. With that, Roy executed a body flicker technique and vanished from the spot. Two shuriken shot out from an unknown direction. Clang. Asuma swiftly drew his chakra blade, deflecting the two projectiles. Fire release. Dance of the Fire Serpent. Though Asuma's abilities were somewhat lacking, he had nonetheless passed the Jonin examination. He unleashed a fire technique while rapidly forming hand seals, locating Roy's precise position. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Soon, Asuma pinpointed Roy's location and unleashed a gust of wind. The terrifying wind pressure forced Roy to emerge from the side. Interesting. Let us put this new ability to the test. As Roy appeared before Asuma, he began to walk slowly. Before long, 2 Roys appeared, then 3. In mere moments, dozens of Roys circled around Asuma. Is this body flicker technique? Asuma was momentarily taken aback. In all of Konoha, only Uchiha Shisui could reach such a level. Yet, Shisui's body flicker technique was typically stationary. Damn it. Fire release. Ash pile burning. Asuma instantly released a cloud of ashes around him and bit down hard. Boom. Roy, shrouded in ashes, vanished into the dense haze. Bang. Before Asuma could react, a tremendous force struck his abdomen, sending him flying. He landed heavily on the ground, the previous blow causing him to cough up blood. Had Roy used shuriken or kunai instead of his fists, he likely would have been gravely injured, if not killed. As the dust settled, Roy stood unscathed. How is this possible? Asuma's pupils constricted as he beheld the reappeared Roy. It is evident that his gray ash burn has enveloped Roy entirely. Under such a degree of ninjutsu assault, how could this individual sustain no damage whatsoever? Not a single wrinkle adorned his attire. The psychological blow was far more intense than any physical injury. Asuma found himself momentarily stunned. Jonin, Roy remarked, striding to the side. His aim was never truly Asuma, that worthless fool. Shopkeeper, I shall inquire once more. Are you certain it was we who assaulted you? Moreover, dining at your establishment without settling the bill? Roy inquired with a grave expression. Initially, the shopkeeper was inclined to support him as a witness for Asuma. However, now that even Asuma had been felled, a sense of anxiety began to creep into his heart. Yet, if he were to retract his statement now, he would undoubtedly face grave consequences. Accusations against the security department leading to Asuma's serious injury. Regardless of the label, it would result in dire repercussions for him. It was you all. I witnessed it with my own eyes. What is this? Are you, the members of the security team, intending to threaten me? If you are compelled to coerce a confession, I would not be surprised. The shopkeeper, contemplating this, directly met Roy's gaze. If he could assert that it was Roy and his companions who had initiated the conflict, he would only offend a single Uchiha. Conversely, should he betray them, Asuma would also be antagonized, leaving no glimmer of hope. You may harbor misconceptions about our security department, or perhaps about us Uchihas. I shall not succumb to coercion. I will present you with evidence. As Roy spoke, he also noticed the returning Uchiha nearby. Evidence. It's utterly amusing. If you possess evidence, why did you not present it just moments ago? The shopkeeper scoffed dismissively. Such matters were beyond his belief. You seek evidence, do you? This serves as evidence. At that moment, Uchiha Natsum stepped forward. Here lies the route of Roy and his companion's actions, with each location meticulously documented. I have gathered testimonies from all the individuals marked here. Uchiha Natsum spoke with an expression of calmness, simultaneously casting a look of approval towards Roy. In the face of such circumstances, Roy remained unflustered, promptly making the most judicious decision. What is your intention in defaming the guard division? Are you then a spy from another village? Uchiha Shumi suddenly darkened his expression and asked gravely. No, I am not a spy. It was Lord Asuma who sought me out and compelled me to slander Roy. The perpetrators were indeed those same individuals. And they were the ones who vandalized the shop as well. I possess witnesses, my own staff from the establishment. The shopkeeper was utterly panicked. He had previously thought that Roy was merely an inexperienced youth, easily deceived. Little did he anticipate that it would attract the attention of Uchiha Shikome, who swiftly branded him as a spy. It is well known that spies are deeply despised in Konoha. Moreover, once apprehended as a spy, there is virtually no chance of survival. Asuma Sarutobi, is it? I understand now. All personnel related to this matter will be taken away for an investigation into Asuma's connections with outsiders. Should we act against the Leaf Village's security forces, our honorable Hokage shall not tolerate it. Upon concluding his statement, Uchiha Shumi immediately dispatched individuals to take action. You intend to capture me? I am the son of the Hokage. Does a mere security division possess the authority to apprehend me? Asuma finally grasped the situation, his face contorted with rage. The security division is responsible for all matters of safety within the village. This power has been bestowed by the Hokage. Do you intend to defy his will? Without giving Asuma a chance to respond, Uchiha Shumi appeared behind him and swiftly incapacitated him with a precise strike, leading him away. At that moment, 3 members of the Umbu emerged. What is this? The Umbu seeks to intervene in our internal affairs? Is the Hokage shielding his own son? A mischievous expression crossed Uchiha Shumi's face. The surrounding villagers began to murmur among themselves. The tides were turning unfavorably for Sarutobi Izashi. We merely wish to ascertain the situation. We shall not interfere with the internal affairs of the security division. Captain Shumi, I implore you to reflect deeply. Some matters are not for intervention, thus, step aside. After stating this, Uchiha Shumi departed with the relevant personnel. As they watched the group leave, the Umbu members vanished in an instant. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Izashi's expression was grim. Has the situation been thoroughly investigated? The recent peculiar actions of the Uchiha had left him perplexed. Initially, he believed the Uchiha's request to escort the feudal lord signaled a potential change, but the transformation came too swiftly. The members of the security division seemed to be idly arranging a team to handle various trivial matters within the village, raising concerns for Hizashi. He feared not the volatile pride of the Uchiha, but rather their cold and calculating nature. As he contemplated probing into the Uchiha's activities, today, as incident unfolded, he was aware of Asuma's actions and chose not to intervene, wishing to observe whether the Uchiha could endure the provocation. Should they manage to contain themselves, the surveillance over them would inevitably intensify. A concealed serpent is far more perilous than an exposed wolf. However, now, Asuma has been taken away. The internal circumstances of the security division remain unclear, but it is evident that this incident stemmed from Asuma's impulsiveness. If not handled appropriately, it could even impact you. The Umbu member remarked helplessly. I understand. You may leave for now, Sarutobi Hizashi replied, maintaining his composure without revealing excessive emotion. Understood. The members of the Umbu nodded slightly before vanishing from the scene. Lord Hokage, shall I take action? One inquired. The Uchiha have already ventured into territories they ought not to. Danzo emerged from the shadows, a mocking smirk evident on his face. This incident was indeed a source of discomfort for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moments later, Danzo left the Hokage's office in dissatisfaction, indicating that his proposal had not been well received. Hey, please seek out Uchiha Fugaku. I shall wait for him here, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, taking a deep breath. An Umbu member then discreetly disappeared. Soon after, Uchiha Fugaku arrived. Lord Hokage, he acknowledged with a slight nod. Fugaku, let us dispense with pleasantries. I hope you can intervene regarding Asuma's situation. He is certainly not a spy planted by other villages, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated calmly. I understand. Asuma is your son. and he would not be a traitor from outside the village. I will handle it, Fugaku replied without dispute. Lord Hokage, the captain of the guard, Uchiha Shikaku, has arrived. He insists on speaking with you directly regarding an important matter, announced a messenger from the communication department, knocking at the Hokage's office door. Let him in, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. A sense of foreboding settling over him. Typically, matters concerning the guard would be reported directly to Uchiha Fugaku, who would then relay the information to him. At such a critical juncture, why was there an escalation in communication? Forgive Shikaku's impulsiveness. He should have reported to me first, Fugaku said, his face reflecting concern. Speak, Shikaku. I am here as well, Fugaku urged, his curiosity piqued. Though he had some knowledge of the situation, he was not fully informed, particularly regarding subsequent actions he had yet to instruct. Shikaku's sudden appearance suggested there was something significant at hand. Sarutobi Asuma has betrayed us. To be precise, he has been led astray, Uchiha Shikaku declared, producing a document. Upon hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly dropped his smoking pipe. Fugaku immediately took the document. Lord Hokage, this is quite inappropriate, Fugaku remarked, handing the document to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As Sarutobi Hiruzen perused the information, his expression grew increasingly grave. Lord Hokage, such matters should be handled internally. Public knowledge would undermine both the village and your authority. Moreover, it could lead to further complications. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could respond, Fugaku interjected. It is absurd that even the Hokage's son has been swayed. In the ensuing events, the infiltration of other villages into Konoha is bound to become increasingly audacious. This is not merely a desire for Faye to assist Sarutobi Hiruzen, but rather a grave concern for the safety of the entire village. Should calamity befall the village, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly be summoned to the battlefield. Such a scenario would result in considerable losses for the Uchiha. I understand. I shall personally address this matter. Please bring the individuals to me. The performance of the Konoha Guard this time has been commendable, with the monthly reserve funds doubling. The remuneration for each guard member has also been increased twofold, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked softly. Understood, Lord Hokage. Natsum, please bring them over. Lord Hokage. I shall take my leave now. With that, Uchiha Faye departed alongside Uchiha Natsum. During a recent mission, Asuma encountered ninjas from other villages. The village of Mizukage, comprised of wandering ninjas from various regions and defectors from other villages, is relatively small and frequently relocates. Upon learning of Asuma's identity, they eagerly sought to ingratiate themselves with him. Young and impetuous, Asuma was ill-equipped to withstand such flattery, quickly becoming enraptured by their praise. Thus began a prolonged association with them, to the extent that he would seek them out during each mission. He freely divulged internal intelligence regarding Konoha, treating it as mere conversational fodder. Not long ago, several of Konoha's industries, mines, the vermilion flame trees, and fertile fields were attacked, all orchestrated by the ninjas of Mizukage. The information, naturally, was obtained from Asuma himself. Indeed, this fellow was betrayed and yet continued to merrily provide intelligence. Before long, Asuma found himself in the Hokage's office. Confronted by the ominous countenance of Sarutobi Hiruzen, a wave of panic washing over him. Despite his outward bravado, he harbored a deep-seated fear of his father. Are you aware of the gravity of the situation? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired with an impassive demeanor. Aye. Confinement. Until the spring festival. You are forbidden from leaving your residence. Return now. Before Asuma could finish his response, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already made his decree. As he beheld the closed eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Asuma ultimately refrained from uttering another word and turned to depart. In this instance, had it been anyone else, they would likely be languishing in Konoha's prison, possibly facing execution. Were it not for Uchiha Faye's concern for the village's welfare, Asuma would have already met his demise. In the Uchiha clan's territory, Faye gazed at Roy and his three companions with surprise. Roy, is this your scheme? This is not my plan. It was merely Asuma seeking trouble, which prompted a swift investigation. I did not anticipate uncovering such matters, Roy replied nonchalantly. To be candid, Roy was also taken aback upon discovering the extent of Asuma's youthful indiscretions. Even the family's own enterprises can be nonchalantly cast aside. Roy, you have performed admirably. Regarding the previous incident, the family did not respond. You should understand the reason behind it, correct? Uchiha Fugaku observed Roy with a hint of concern. After all, that was a matter of considerable gravity for Roy. I comprehend. The current state of the family does not permit me to seek retribution. Moreover, I do not intend to trouble the family over this matter, Roy confidently stated. Very well, I understand. Here are 100,000 Ryo as a reward for you. You may all leave now. Uchiha Fugaku, appearing satisfied, bestowed the reward and dismissed the 4 individuals. Shinomiya, your team member possesses remarkable potential. Ensure he is utilized wisely, while also safeguarding his well-being. For tonight's mission, do not allow him to participate, Uchiha Fugaku remarked to Uchiha Shinomiya after the 4 departed. Understood, clan leader. I will attend to certain matters. This issue must be addressed for the village's sake. As for Asuma's 2 subordinates, consider it their misfortune, Uchiha Shinomiya replied, a fierce expression manifesting on his face. After the banquet, Roy returned to his residence. Upon entering the courtyard, he spotted a raven. Is that Brother Shisui's raven? Roy raised his hand, and the raven alighted upon it. Opening its beak, it released a small bamboo tube. Roy extracted the paper within. Has it reached the Daimyo's estate? Brother Shisui, it is now up to your performance. Roy swiftly took up a pen and penned the intelligence, handing it to the raven, which then transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished from sight. Once inside his room, Roy immediately activated his Sharingan. Confirming that no one was observing, he retrieved a sheet of paper densely filled with his plans written in kanji. Though these characters would be incomprehensible to anyone else, it was prudent to exercise caution. Under his diligent efforts, the perception of the Uchiha clan within the village was gradually shifting. Capturing the rogue ninjas, Asuma's 2 lackeys, would provide the Uchiha with a surge of prestige. Additionally, with Brother Shisui escorting the Daimyo, some reputation would also be accrued. This would ensure a solid foundation for the family at the grassroots level within the village. As for the higher echelons, Roy had no such aspirations for the time being. The likes of Nara Shikaku and Mito Gateyin were the type to remain passive as long as their interests were not threatened. Sarutobi Hiruzen presented a facade of righteousness, yet was deeply cunning, even orchestrating the demise of his own apprentice, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. His mentor's clan, the Senju, was also gradually fading under his influence. As for Danzo, there was no need to elaborate further. His sole ambition was the position of Hokage, and it had escalated to an obsession. Therefore, the upper echelons need not be involved. As for the other clans, Roy has no immediate thoughts. The families of Konoha predominantly embody a mindset of self-preservation. As long as the situation remains ambiguous, they are unlikely to express any stance. Gradually building a foundation, the next step would be to take action against the higher-ups. With this thought in mind, Roy recorded some details, then set aside the paper and began to refine his chakra. A week later, the turmoil caused by the traitor had just subsided. Roy continued to lead his small team of 4 on their patrols. It was indeed reassuring. With the security department on patrol, a sense of safety enveloped me. Indeed, I once thought the Uchiha were aloof, yet just yesterday, they helped me mend the wall. To seek assistance from other ninjas, one must issue a formal task. It feels as though the current Uchiha are entirely different from before. What I hear and see seems to diverge completely. Now, the villagers no longer regard the patrolling teams with hostility as they once did. Instead, they actively engage with the Uchiha. Following the shift, Natsum also initiated the formation of additional patrol teams, mirroring the methods employed by Roy and his team. Although it was somewhat exhausting, the mentality of the clan members began to transform gradually through this process. The individual most acutely aware of this change was Uchiha Fugaku. It is noteworthy that, prior to this, he would be approached by clan members with concerns in no time at all. Even the hawkish factions within the clan have settled considerably. Uchiha Roy, though unaware of your forthcoming intentions, I now find it necessary to hear your thoughts directly. Nagase, please fetch Uchiha Roy. After contemplation, Fugaku resolved to personally listen to Roy's insights. A few minutes later, Roy returned to Uchiha Fugaku's courtyard. Please, take a seat. Upon Roy's arrival, Uchiha Fugaku's satisfaction grew. Roy may not be a prodigy, yet in Fugaku's eyes, he holds greater significance than those deemed geniuses. It is true that Shisui is a genius, yet he has always navigated between the clan and the higher-ups of Konoha. It is also true that Itachi is a genius, but he has consistently remained in Shisui's shadow. Clan leader, may I inquire what you require of me? Roy expressed some confusion. Initially, his intention was to convey his vision for the Uchiha's future development to Uchiha Fugaku. With Fugaku's support and guidance, the clan's transformation would occur more swiftly. However, Roy was hesitant to take that gamble. Should he not receive affirmation, his situation could become perilously precarious. Thus, he had refrained from approaching Fugaku, aside from the previous reward. The current state of the clan has improved somewhat. I would like to hear your perspective. Uchiha Fugaka bypassed pleasantries, heading straight to the point. In his view, Roy, with his intellect, should grasp his intentions, to seize the grassroots and conquer the upper echelons. Clan leader, you are likely aware of the attack I previously endured. Those individuals harbor an unyielding desire to undermine the Uchiha, and we must be prepared. To passively await the mercy of our adversaries is indeed a strategy of folly. Roy, unembellished and forthright, articulated the current state of the Uchiha clan. The higher-ups? If other clans were to act at this juncture, Uchiha Fugaka harbored concerns. If it were merely the upper echelons, the Uchiha clan would not cower. What he feared was the possibility of the higher-ups wielding righteousness as a weapon, uniting the village's strength against the Uchiha. This apprehension was a significant factor in Uchiha Fugaku's indecision. They would not dare. Should the Uchiha gain prominence and establish a robust foundation within the village, other clans would not blindly align themselves. Thus, it is imperative for us, the Uchiha, to adopt a somewhat more ostentatious demeanor moving forward. As Roy spoke, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. He was aware that as long as he persistently advocated for change within the Uchiha, Fugaku would inevitably seek him out. These assertions had been meticulously prepared in advance. Ostentatious? To Uchiha Fugaku, having gained certain advantages, it seemed prudent to remain discreet. Sarutobi Hiruzen was no fool. Acting flamboyantly could invite peril. The village would be vulnerable to assault, and it would transpire in the blink of an eye. We must be prepared. There is also a matter that requires Lady Mikoto's attention, Roy remarked, glancing towards Uchiha Mikoto, who was tending to the flowers in the courtyard. Mikoto? Uchiha Fugaku's confusion deepened. The Jinchuriki. Roy's smile widened. Uzumaki Naruto? Upon hearing this name, Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted to one of perplexity. It is essential to recognize that Naruto held a unique status within the village, much like the Uchiha themselves. If they were to engage, it could lead to. Lady Mikoto and Lady Kushina are friends. It would be entirely reasonable for her to lend her support. If memory serves, the clan leader's second son, Uchiha Sasuke, is of the same age as the Jinchuriki, is he not? A slight interaction would be permissible. Roy narrowed his eyes and spoke calmly. Several hours later, Roy departed from Uchiha Fugaku's study. Clan leader, do you truly believe in the feasibility of what Roy just proposed? Uchiha Nagasawa regarded Uchiha Fugaku with concern. It is crucial to understand that any of the matters Roy mentioned, if discovered, would have significant repercussions. To cultivate grassroots support, to oppose the higher-ups, to engage with the tailed beast Jinchuriki. What do you perceive as the greatest challenge facing our clan at this moment? Uchiha Fugaku did not respond directly, but posed a counter-question. We Uchiha. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Nagasawa still could not provide a satisfactory answer. This encapsulates our deficiency. We are unable to perceive our own shortcomings, lacking the fervor characteristic of youth. Roy, if only his strength were amplified further. How advantageous it would be. Nagasawa, ensure that resources are allocated to Roy. Once Uchiha Fugaku concluded, he resumed his work on the documents. Minutes passed. Roy stood in the courtyard, observing the scattered resources before him. Roy, these are medicinal herbs that can aid in your cultivation. Here are the instructions for their use. The clan leader expressed a hope that he would swiftly enhance his abilities. With those words, Uchiha Nagasawa vanished from sight. Success. A smile crept across Roy's lips. While the resources were indeed impressive, what delighted him more was that Uchiha Fugaku's actions signified an endorsement of his plans. With the clan leader's support behind him, forthcoming endeavors would undoubtedly become more manageable. After meticulously preparing the herbs, Roy immersed himself in a medicinal bath. A wave of soothing sensation enveloped his entire being, and he could distinctly feel his chakra flowing more freely through his meridians. Meanwhile, the members of the Konoha Guard had intensified their patrol duties. From an initial 2 teams, the number had escalated to over a dozen patrolling the village. Initially, some Uchiha members were resistant, but after receiving genuine gratitude, they discovered that assisting ordinary people could indeed yield joy. Outside the Hidden Leaf village, whispers circulated. Has the Uchiha gone mad? Surely, this intelligence is erroneous. Aren't they known for their arrogance, dismissing any involvement in village affairs? A ninja sporting an unusual forehead protector spoke anxiously. The internal situation remained unclear, and they faced constant exposure to danger. If they could not acquire accurate information by the end of the day, they would have no choice but to withdraw. After preparing for over 6 months, would they truly abandon their efforts? Waiting for intelligence? Enough is enough. Do you genuinely believe that Konoha is merely a piece of meat on a chopping block, to be nibbled by any stray cat or dog? Just then, a playful voice echoed from behind the mysterious ninja. Who goes there? That question should be directed at you, Roy responded, stepping out from behind a tree. By your forehead protector, I have no recollection of you. A makeshift village, perhaps, hoping to elevate its name by leveraging Konoha? Are you a ninja from the Leaf? Damn it, could it be? The man began, but was swiftly interrupted by Liu Yu. Without allowing the man to finish, Liu Yu gestured, and several other ninjas appeared beside him. The most formidable among them was Uchiha Nagasawa, who subsequently tossed a few corpses aside. In Shin Village, such audacity to claim that name. One you cannot possibly wield. With that, Uchiha Nagasawa launched an assault, swiftly subduing the man before him. At that moment, several figures landed on a nearby branch. Umbu, you have arrived too late. You can't even spot an enemy at your doorstep. Truly impressive, your Umbu. After Uchiha Nagasawa delivered a sardonic mockery, he vanished from the scene along with several corpses and the last remaining ninja. Similar scenes unfolded in various directions around the village. Even enemies that some scouts had failed to detect were uncovered by the Uchiha clan. Not only were they found, but they were also annihilated without sustaining any injuries. It is no jest. Currently, those who hold positions within the Uchiha clan possess at least Chunin level strength. Most of them are elite survivors from the previous Chunin exams. Of course, Roy and his group of newcomers do not count. As each enemy was confined within the village's prison, certain troublesome elements began to be systematically removed. I must tell you, the Uchihas captured 3 traitors today, one of whom is an acquaintance of mine. How perilous. Do you think the Uchihas might seize this opportunity for personal vendetta? I bear no grudge against the Uchihas, nor have I ever harbored animosity towards them. So I am not afraid. Yet, I still harbor some concerns. In an instant, the village was filled with not only praises for the Uchihas, but also murmurs of apprehension. People began to wonder if the Uchihas would exploit this opportunity to retaliate against those who had previously opposed them. This created a dichotomy in the Uchiha's reputation. Lord Hokage, if the Uchihas continue down this path, our plans may very well be thwarted. Who knows, the next Hokage might very well be one of them. Shimura Danzo approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, his demeanor slightly grave, yet his words remained understated. He understood that the one most anxious was not himself, but the man before him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the awakening of the Uchihas is indeed a fortunate turn for our Leaf Village. As for the position of Hokage, it rightfully belongs to the capable. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not even lift his eyelids, engrossed in his work. Very well. Danzo merely left behind those words before disappearing from the scene. He had no faith that Hiruzen would relinquish his authority. Otherwise, the so-called sage of shinobi, the ninjutsu instructor, would not have stood idly by as the 4th Hokage marched towards his demise. Once Danzo departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen set down the documents in his hands, his expression darkening significantly. If the Uchihas merely continued to manage their affairs quietly as before, he would not feel compelled to intervene. However, now that the Uchihas harbored ambitions to establish their prominence within the village, he could not simply overlook them. The atmosphere within the village grew exceedingly peculiar. On one hand, the Uchiha's transformation brought joy to the majority. On the other, some harbored fears of retaliation once the Uchihas solidified their power. Other clans were particularly curious about what prompted the Uchihas to take such significant actions at this sensitive juncture. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto arrived in front of a large building. Minister Fugaku, Lady Makoto, what brings you here? Before the 2 individuals could step inside, 3 members of the Umbu appeared before Uchiha Fugaku. Kakashi Hitaki, what brings you here as the leader recently? Uchiha Fugaku remarked with an expression of indifference. Gazing at the white-haired Umbu member, it must be noted that although Kakashi possessed his own code name, most people still referred to him as Kakashi. Primarily due to his unmistakable features, his singular Sharingan, formidable lightning release techniques, and exceptional swordsmanship, coupled with his distinctive white hair, made him easily recognizable. Furthermore, Kakashi had little family left, which alleviated any concerns regarding potential retaliation should his identity be revealed. Minister Fugaku, outsiders are prohibited from visiting here. Kakashi began to explain, but Uchiha Fugaku leaned closer to him, whispering a couple of phrases into his ear. The previously resolute Kakashi's pupils dilated in surprise, leaving him momentarily dazed as he stared at Uchiha Fugaku. I would not jest about such matters. By the way, I presume you are already aware of Makoto's identity. There are certain tasks we must undertake. Uchiha Fugaku reiterated. Let us proceed. After speaking, Uchiha Fugaku effortlessly lifted Sasuke into his arms and ascended the stairs. Kakashi remained rooted in place, speechless. The other two Umbu members, witnessing the scene, found themselves at a loss for how to proceed. It was essential to note that Kakashi was their captain. With Kakashi showing no inclination to intervene against Uchiha Fugaku, they too were uncertain of their next steps. Captain, One of them began, but Kakashi interrupted. You should return. I can manage this alone. Understood. The two exchanged glances before vanishing with a body flicker technique. Eager to relay the developments to the fourth Hokage. Knock, knock, knock. Uchiha Fugaku rapped gently on the door before him. This familiar place had been visited several times in the past, yet this was their first occasion at this particular location. It was not that Uchiha Fugaku was unaware of Naruto's identity. Rather, his knowledge compelled him to tread cautiously, given the recent happenings in the village and Roy's plans. Uchiha Fugaku felt emboldened to approach this area. Who is it? A childish voice inquired, followed by the door swinging open. Who are you? Young Naruto asked, eyeing the three unfamiliar figures with curiosity. He had not caused any trouble recently. In fact, to avoid hearing any scornful remarks, he had refrained from venturing outside for several days. Could it be that his prior mischief had finally caught up with him? Indeed. The 5-year-old Naruto had already begun to exhibit a mischievous streak, occasionally disrupting situations when he could not tolerate the insults hurled by others. Finding himself cornered at the door, an inexplicable sense of panic welled up within him. Observing the timid little Naruto before her, Mikoto instinctively covered her mouth. The son of her dear friend. Now living in such solitary trepidation, how could a 5-year-old child confront the myriad challenges this world would present? No, we are friends of your parents. This is my child. Uchiha Sasuke. I hope you both can become friends in the future. After taking a deep breath to compose himself, Uchiha Fugaku spoke with a smile. Friends of my parents? I knew it. I am not a demon fox. I have parents. Uncle. Auntie, could you tell me about my parents? Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Then his face brightened with anticipation. While other children at 5 years old were still engrossed in playing with mud, Naruto had already lost that innocence. Here, I brought you some snacks and toys. Would you like to play with me? Sasuke approached Naruto, carrying 2 bags. For some reason, upon seeing Naruto, he felt an unusual connection, as if the other was someone truly delightful. Sure, thank you. It's a bit messy here. Let me tidy up first, Naruto said, pulling Sasuke inside. As for Uchiha Fugaku and Mikoto, they were completely overlooked. In the presence of delightful food and toys, adults became mere shadows. The two did not harbor any resentment over this, but rather felt a twinge of compassion. Upon entering the house, Mikoto could no longer contain herself. The interior was sparse, only some milk and bread. There were merely 2 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes. Most distressing was the sight of the expired milk, which brought tears to Mikoto's eyes. If Kushina were still alive and knew her son lived in such conditions, as a mother, Mikoto felt deeply emotional at that moment. Let us go check on the 2 children. We can come back to visit when we have the chance. After this endeavor, there will be opportunities. Fugaku inhaled slowly, his voice tinged with melancholy. Even he, a grown man, felt a pang of sorrow upon witnessing this scene. Mikoto wiped away her tears and walked into the living room to observe the 2 little ones playing together. Though it was their first meeting, they seemed to hit it off instantly, soon engrossed in play. Mikoto carried some items into the kitchen and began to prepare a meal. Fugaku watched the 2 children with an expression of amusement. He had always maintained a stern demeanor in front of Sasuke. Yet witnessing the innocence of childhood left him feeling somewhat unmoored, stirring within him an inexplicable emotion. It is as if he owes Sasuke a childhood. Not only Sasuke, but also Itachi's childhood seems to weigh heavily on him. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Uchiha Fugaku swiftly tucked away these emotions. He still believed that his actions were justified. Uchiha represents a powerful legacy. As the clan leader, his children would inevitably inherit this legacy. Thus, there are certain things he must suppress. However, a brief moment of relaxation is not without merit. Soon, the enticing aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Naruto and Sasuke gazed expectantly at the source of the delightful scent. In an instant, the atmosphere became considerably warmer. In stark contrast to this cozy scene, the ambience in the Hokage's office was rather peculiar. Upon learning from 2 Umbu ninjas about Uchiha Fugaku's intention to approach Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but rise from his chair in astonishment. What? Sarutobi was taken aback. Although the Uchiha were aware of Naruto's identity, Due to the peculiar nature of Naruto's status, the Uchiha had refrained from making any contact with him over the years. Why, at this juncture? Would Uchiha make such a decision? Uchiha Fugaku, what exactly are you attempting to achieve? For the first time, Sarutobi felt a sense of urgency. If Naruto's identity were to be revealed, no, it was bound to be uncovered. At that point, all the animosity directed at the Uchiha would inevitably shift towards the fear of young Naruto. Furthermore, given Naruto's youth, those ambitious figures from other villages would surely seize such an opportunity. What are you truly aiming for? And where is Kakashi? At this moment, Sarutobi recalled that it was Hatake Kakashi who was assigned to guard Naruto today. Kakashi is still on a mission, one of the Umbu members replied with difficulty. I see. You may leave now. Sarutobi approached the window, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him, and spoke slowly. The two exchanged a glance, uttering no further words, before vanishing from sight. The Uchiha's identity was already sensitive, and coupled with Naruto's identity, it would instantly evoke memories of the Nine Tails incident. In such a circumstance, if the Uchiha wished to extricate themselves from this predicament, there was only one course of action: to reveal Naruto's identity, likely revealing knowledge of what had transpired back then. Though at that time, under Danza's oppression, the entire Uchiha clan had refrained from engaging in battle, Fugaku's actions unequivocally signaled to Sarutobi that they had grasped the events of that day. They might even know who attacked Konoha and controlled the Nine Tails. Is this a warning to me? Sarutobi exhaled a heavy cloud of smoke, his expression shifting to one of profound strangeness. And it was not only Sarutobi who received this news. Our esteemed Danzo, Shimura Dans. It appears the Uchiha are poised for significant action. Our plans must be expedited. Otherwise, once Uchiha has meticulously orchestrated everything, taking action will become nearly impossible. The Sharingan. It is imperative that I acquire it. A morbid expression crossed Shimura Danzo's face. Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has long stood atop the pinnacle of light, even if he were to lose his power one day, he would still remain the esteemed third Hokage. And what of him? He has always dwelled in the shadows, employing sinister and devious tactics. If he cannot secure a title of sufficient stature, he will likely rot in obscurity until his last breath. This is the root. At this moment, Roy completed his daily training. After exhausting his chakra to the last drop, he reclined in his own courtyard. System panel. With a mere command from Roy, the system panel manifested before him. Host, Uchiha Roy Ninjutsu. Fire release. Fireball exploding, 16. Fire release. Blue flame, 22. Lightning release. Lightning serpent frenzy, 21. Lightning release. White bug, 31. Taijutsu. Konoha style Taijutsu, 10. Uchiha style Taijutsu, 12. Genjutsu. Thorn entanglement bloodline limit. Sharingan, 21. Tutomo. Burn fruit, 12. Fixed chakra, 6,000 items. Improved explosive tags 100. Improved kunai 50. XS task gift pack. Kusanagi sword. Turin. Functions. Spatial storage, 1000 M. Main quest. Save the Uchiha, 20. Quest requirement. After the night of the massacre, preserve a sufficient number of Uchiha clan members. The greater the number of survivors, the higher the level, and the more generous the rewards. During this period, aside from performing patrol duties, Roy devoted himself primarily to specialized training. He would deplete his chakra, then recover and refine it. Even during regular patrols, he kept his Sharingan activated at all times, solely for the sake of improving his proficiency. Indeed, the progress bar associated with ninjutsu likely represents this so-called proficiency. As long as Roy utilizes it, his skills will advance. It appears the system holds numerous undiscovered elements awaiting his exploration. Roy, the clan leader, will not return tonight. What should be our next course of action? At that moment, Uchiha Shumi appeared in the courtyard. Captain Shumi, your presence is somewhat disconcerting. Roy scratched his head, his expression one of embarrassment. It is noteworthy that Uchiha Shumi is indeed his captain. This manner of speaking felt unfamiliar to Roy. Primarily, after hearing Roy's plan, Uchiha Fugaku had covertly elevated Roy's status to that of a special elder. Furthermore, within this plan, he possessed absolute autonomy. Certain actions could be executed without the need for reports, allowing for special handling. At the same time, Uchiha Shumi was instructed to consult Roy whenever guidance was necessary. Thus, this scene unfolded. As long as it serves the greater good of the Uchiha, enabling their strength to flourish, I shall grow accustomed to it. Uchiha Natsum, with an air of nonchalance, spoke with a bright expression. It is hard to believe that he is a member of the former militant faction of the Uchiha clan. Since Captain Natsum has expressed his thoughts, I shall refrain from being overly sentimental. Now, let us silence the ordinary folk. However, there is no need to rush, for we certainly will not be the ones in haste. Is everything prepared? Roy inquired, unable to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Regardless of your cunning minds, toying with power, Roy did not merely come equipped with the system as his sole advantage. He did not waste the countless episodes of Naruto, Shippuden he had watched in the past. Moreover, he often indulged in reading fan fiction related to Naruto, which allowed him to grasp the intricate dynamics within the village with remarkable accuracy. The ones who would inevitably take action next would certainly not be the Uchiha. Everything has been meticulously arranged. The personnel for covert surveillance are all in position. Yet, it has already been 3 days. Will they truly act tonight? Uchiha Natsum felt a flicker of curiosity. He was well aware of the forthcoming operational plans, but remained puzzled as to how Roy could be so certain that those individuals would be unable to restrain themselves this evening. Because they have reached a point where action is imperative, Roy concluded, casting his gaze towards the distant shadows. Under the serene blanket of moonlight, the village appeared tranquil and harmonious. Figures moved stealthily within the village. A few figures halted, gravely observing the individuals before them. They have finally arrived? We have awaited your presence for quite some time. A man, adorned with a leaf village forehead protector and clad in the attire of the security division, stepped forward. Bathed in the moonlight, a pair of crimson, alluring eyes emerged from the shadows. Uchiha Ryusei. The man's face contorted in disbelief upon seeing Uchiha Ryusei before him. At this hour, why were these individuals not resting, but instead waiting here for them? Kamizuki Asa, a former ninja of the grass-hidden village, had been wanted for fratricide and had been in hiding for 2 years and 7 months. A former ninja of the sand-hidden village had been pursued for the illicit sale of vital metal resources, during which he had killed 3 sand ninjas and severely injured 1 J-nin while evading capture for 1 year and 9 months. Tokichiro, a wandering ninja, had committed crimes across 7 villages and nations, including Ling Village, U Country, and Lake Village, while on the run for 9 months. Uchiha Ryusei slowly revealed the identities of the 3 before him. Kamizuki Asa was struck with terror. They had only obtained the opportunity to infiltrate the Leaf Village through that esteemed individual and had always been working for him. In their everyday lives, they blended seamlessly with ordinary villagers. How did Uchiha Ryusei come to know their identities? Hiss, hiss, hiss. In an instant, all 3 drew their kunai. Their expressions wary as they faced Uchiha Ryusei. You must have forgotten one crucial detail. Here, you have lost any capacity for resistance. As Uchiha Yoshi spoke, the surroundings morphed instantaneously. The houses transformed into grotesque stones, the streets became a swamp, and the trees turned into thorny vines. Illusion? Break. The trio from the Uchiha clan swiftly attempted to dispel the genjutsu. Yet, the scene remained unchanged. Countless thorny vines loomed towards the 3, while the swamp continued to engulf them. With such meager strength, do you think you can break my illusion? Dark swamp. Entombment. Uchiha Yoshi clasped his hands together. And in an instant, all surrounding objects converged, enveloping the trio entirely. Soon, they succumbed to unconsciousness. Take these 3 to the guard department's prison. And remember to seal their chakra with the scrolls, Uchiha Yoshi commanded before vanishing with the remaining few. At that moment, Roy and Uchiha Nakamura arrived on the street. Those guys from the Umbu are still watching us. Yet, in the face of turmoil within the village, not a single one intervenes. It's truly, Uchiha Yoshi muttered in a low voice, visibly displeased. If they all took action, Uchiha wouldn't need to send Roy to carry out missions. After all, Roy's individual strength is still too weak. The Umbu's value lies in protecting the Hokage. They will not act in such circumstances. Hence, our presence in the guard department is essential, Roy remarked with a smile. The Umbu, as their name suggests, is an organization unknown to ordinary citizens. In contrast, the guard department serves as the public enforcers of law within the village. Strengthening the trust and reliance of the populace on the guard department is crucial for the Uchiha clan at this time. Boom. At that moment, an explosion echoed from a distance, and the powerful chakra fluctuations immediately captured the attention of the 2. Let us go, Captain Nakamura. It's our turn to make an appearance, Roy declared, swiftly heading towards the source of the explosion. The sound of the blast startled the villagers awake. Is that the guard department? Who are they battling? Thank you, esteemed members of the guard department. If it weren't for you, I might have been killed. Where did these ninjas attacking the village come from? There are so many. The villagers across various areas soon realized that the Uchiha were engaged in combat with unknown ninjas. Their expressions largely one of astonishment. Over 80% of those attacked harbored animosity towards the Uchiha, stemming from losses endured during the Nine Tails incident or fears of retribution from the Uchiha wielding their power. In that moment, their attitudes toward the Uchiha began to shift quietly. Meanwhile, Roy and Nakamura arrived at the battlefield. Nishiki, what is the situation now? Natsum gazed at the supporting Uchiha Nishiki and quickly inquired, Captain Natsum. Jin and the others are engaged in battle with that individual, and his identity has been confirmed. He is Katoru, an A-rank rogue ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village, possessing strength at the level of a jonin. His lightning release is particularly troublesome, exhibiting remarkable speed and formidable attack power, making him difficult to subdue in a short span of time. Upon Natsum's arrival, Nishiki promptly relayed the intelligence regarding the situation. Katoru? I never would have anticipated that this fellow would turn rogue, Uchiha Natsum declared, charging forward. The two had previously battled on the battlefield, but due to the circumstances, neither had fought to the death. To unexpectedly encounter him here was quite the surprise. Ding! A random mission has been issued. Assist Uchiha Natsum in capturing Katoru. Just as Roy was preparing to observe, a notification from the system resonated in his ears. Although Roy felt a tinge of confusion, he rushed toward the fray without hesitation. Roy, return immediately. This individual is rather peculiar. Uchiha Natsum cautioned, concern evident in his voice as he observed Katoru, whose body was enveloped in blue and white lightning, his eyes exhibiting a strange glimmer. Furthermore, he emanated an eerie aura, as though he had acquired some ominous power. Curse seal? Roy mused, noticing the curse seal spreading around Katoru's neck, instantly recalling that individual. Orochimaru? Could it be that at this juncture, Orochimaru has yet to depart from Konoha? Or perhaps, Danzo is behind this. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Roy strode toward Katoru. Roy, trust me. Without allowing Natsum to finish, Roy interrupted him. Observing the resolute expression on Roy's face, Uchiha Natsum chose not to press further. Has Uchiha's clan's combat prowess diminished to the extent that they require a mere youth to partake in such a confrontation? Katoru regarded Roy with disdain. In his estimation, defeating Uchiha Natsum would ensure his escape. This operation had already faltered. The Uchiha were mobilizing their entire clan's might, establishing positions throughout the village. Continuing this endeavor bore little significance. Watching Roy approach leisurely, Katoru felt a surge of exhilaration. The young man before him was at most a chunin or perhaps a special jonin. Coupled with Natsum's demeanor, this individual was undoubtedly significant. Likely a successor groomed by the Uchiha clan. Youth, emboldened by the support of your family, you are blissfully unaware of your own limitations. Today, I shall use you as leverage for my escape. Lightning release, lightning armor. Katoru unleashed his augmenting lightning release, enhancing both his defense and his speed, with a resounding crash. As Roy closed the distance to within 10 meters, Katoru surged forward explosively. With a swift motion, he aimed directly at Roy's chest, delivering a precise strike. As the blade pierced through Roy's torso, Katoru wore a smug expression and promptly embraced Roy. However, before Katoru could finish his sentence, a shuriken embedded itself into his body. In an uncanny manner, Roy extricated himself from Katoru's grasp, delivering a powerful kick to his opponent's head. Katoru, now sprawled on the ground, remained bewildered, utterly perplexed by how Roy had managed to break free from his confinement. A look of astonishment crossed his face. Could it be an illusion? Before he could ponder further, Roy advanced towards him with deliberate steps. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Katoru felt a sense of gravity settle in his heart. This young ninja was decidedly unsettling. Katoru dismissed the notion of using Roy as a hostage, believing that the best way to quell his uncertainties was to eliminate Roy outright. After all, what could a mere novice possibly achieve? Fire style, exploding flame. After forming a series of hand seals, Katoru appeared before Roy in an instant. The next moment, Roy transformed into a terrifying inferno, engulfing Katoru completely. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated through the air. S-rank ninjutsu. Uchiha Shumi stood in bewilderment, sensing the explosive force. Given Roy's chakra capacity, he should not have been able to unleash such an S-rank jutsu. Moreover, this self-centered explosion could potentially harm Roy himself. As the dust settled, Katoru lay unconscious in a large crater, while Roy stood there with an expression of indifference, his clothes impeccably clean. For a moment, Uchiha Shumi felt that his earlier concerns had been unwarranted. Captain Shumi, it has been resolved. Brother Nishiki, please inform the others to create more commotion during battle. We cannot afford to remain ignorant, Roy advised calmly. Understood. Uchiha Nishiki nodded and vanished from sight. Roy, you truly have concealed your abilities well. Was that jutsu truly an S-rank? Uchiha Shumi approached, his face filled with astonishment. It was not an S-rank ninjutsu. What I just executed was a status technique. Utilizing 50 explosive tags, Roy replied with a smile. 50 explosive tags? How did you evade damage from that jutsu? Uchiha Shumi glanced at the spot where Roy had stood, noticing the absence of any protective energy. Katru, who had activated his lightning armor, had been incapacitated by the explosion. What kind of status-type ninjutsu could withstand such a powerful blast unscathed? That should suffice. Let us hurry and assist the others. By the way, if you have any explosive tags, please share some with me. My supply is running low, Roy remarked with a smile as he turned to Natsum. You. Very well. I only have 30 here, who carries a large number of explosive tags casually. Natsum replied. Such jutsu should be used sparingly. A slight misstep could endanger yourself. With that, Natsum handed the explosive tags to Roy and led the remaining two along with him to their next destination. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window. Hokage-sama, are we really not going to intervene? An Umbu member queried, kneeling behind him, a hint of confusion in his voice. Although the Umbu were tasked with protecting the Hokage, they felt compelled to address the unrest within the village. At this point, the security team had mostly mobilized. Yet they remained on standby. The sensation was undeniably peculiar. With the security team in action, there is no cause for concern. You may go, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Turning back to his desk, Danzo, this plan of yours seems destined for failure, he muttered, choosing not to observe the outside chaos any further. This matter was a contest between Danzo and the Uchiha clan and did not concern him. Meanwhile, outside the Uchiha clan's territory, a group of ninjas had assembled. Those fools were easily distracted. They guard the village but cannot protect their own clan. I wonder how they will feel when they behold their devastated family, the leading ninja, donned in a peculiar mask, remarked. All the ninjas wore identical masks to conceal their identities. Attack! With a sweeping gesture. He commanded his comrades to charge towards the Uchiha estate. The devastating ninjutsu and surging chakra swiftly wreaked havoc upon the entire Uchiha territory. Under the might of their formidable techniques, the buildings crumbled effortlessly. In mere minutes, the once proud Uchiha estate was reduced to ruins. My lord, we have not found a single corpse. A subordinate approached the leader, urgency evident in his demeanor, as he reported with a sense of alarm. What? Where are the Uchiha? What of the defenseless women and children? The leader's expression shifted to one of horror. Their purpose here extended beyond mere destruction. They aimed to abduct every Uchiha left within the clan, even taking their bodies. Yet, the current situation was far from what they intended. Such audacity. It seems some have forgotten the reason behind the Uchiha's enmity, he mused. Just then, a commanding voice echoed through the air. The group of ninjas turned, fear creeping into their hearts as they glanced behind them. Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by several formidable members of the Uchiha clan, regarded them with an amused expression. Simultaneously, the piercing crimson of his Sharingan plunged them into a chilling dread. It was over, with Uchiha Fugaku personally leading the charge. The overwhelming aura of intimidation rendered them utterly immobile. In such dire circumstances, escape was not merely improbable. Even the prospect of death seemed a luxury beyond reach. Desperation ignited within the ninja, their expressions hardening as they sprang into action. Massive reserves of chakra began to coalesce rapidly. Wind release, wind slash, wind release, great void sphere. The ninja unleashed two jutsu in swift succession, while their companions hastily formed seals behind them. The ninjutsu erupted as if it were free, released with reckless abandon. Boom, boom, boom. As the terrifying explosions reverberated, a thick cloud of dust enveloped the vicinity where Uchiha Fugaku stood. Let us continue our assault. Even the clan leader of the Uchiha is not invincible. How dare he underestimate us, as if we were mere clay to be molded. The leading ninja was elated at this turn of events. It was not uncommon for the proud and arrogant Uchiha clan to find themselves in such a predicament. This was perhaps their only chance for survival. As for fleeing, that was a fanciful notion. If they could escape so easily within the village, the Uchiha would be sealing their own fate. Their sole recourse was to injure the clan leader, which might grant them a glimmer of hope. Just as they prepared to unleash their second wave of jutsu, a fiery orange arm suddenly emerged from the dust. In an instant, it seized one of the ninjas in its grasp. With a mere squeeze, the ninja's body went limp. Although I would relish the opportunity to interrogate you, your wanton destruction of my clan's territory has rendered you unworthy of survival. An orange-red specter rose abruptly, with a sweeping motion of its hand. A colossal Susanoo materialized before them. Ding! Is this the infernal power they speak of? Susanoo, such strength is beyond our capacity to withstand. What manner of clan are we confronting? In an instant, Kanai fell helplessly to the ground. The eyes of the assembled ninjas reflected a profound sense of helplessness. Boom! With a tremendous shockwave, all the ninjas were obliterated. Subsequently, the Uchiha clan members, in a grim resolution, inflicted wounds upon themselves with their own kunai. Let us proceed to assist our kin in purging the remaining invaders from the village. Uchiha Fugaku retracted his Susanoo and turned, swiftly disappearing with his clan members. Though he felt a twinge of sorrow for the damaged buildings, the thought of not having to bear the financial burden dissipated his regret. As the first rays of morning sunlight cascaded down, the entire Hidden Leaf village began to stir. Lord of the Guard Division, I have prepared breakfast. Please join me. Thank you, Lord of the Guard Division, for rescuing me last night. Here are some tokens of our gratitude. Please accept them and forgive our prior rudeness. Esteemed guardians of the Leaf Village, I have come to realize that the Sharingan is indeed a thing of exquisite beauty. In an instant, the ordinary citizens of our village shifted their sentiments toward the Uchiha clan, expressing heartfelt gratitude by offering food and tokens of appreciation. Naturally, while they graciously accepted the sustenance, they declined any form of reward. Upon learning that the Uchiha had sacrificed their own ancestral grounds to protect the village, the clan's stature in the eyes of the populace soared once more. Within the Hokage's office, the Hokage reported, "Yesterday, we apprehended a total of 121 infiltrators and eliminated 62. The damage to the village's structures is minimal, and most can be repaired in a short span. The Uchiha estate has been destroyed, and we are applying for its reconstruction." Uchiha Fugaku handed over the documents to Sarutobi Hiruzen, presenting his report in a calm manner. Upon reviewing the information regarding the ninjas, he noted that among them were several from the Leaf Village itself. Hiruzen's brow furrowed in concern. The repercussions of this incident extended beyond the mere destruction of the Uchiha estate. It marked the emergence of a distinct reputation for the Uchiha within the village, a development Hiruzen found most disconcerting. After all the efforts previously exerted, it felt as if everything had reverted to square one in a single night. This unsettling realization stirred within Hiruzen a desire to confront Shimura Danzo with vehement reproach. "Fugaku, your efforts have not gone unnoticed. The Leaf Village will remember your contributions. However, the restoration of your estate may require substantial funding, and presently." A look of discomfort crossed Hiruzen's face, revealing his reluctance to allocate financial resources. "Lord Hokage, there is no need for haste regarding the restoration of our estate. We are expediting our interrogations and will soon uncover the orchestrators behind this attack. There are undoubtedly more hidden enemies within the village, and we shall root them all out," Uchiha Fugaku asserted with a serious demeanor. "This matter is best left to us." He continued, "Minister Fugaku, as members of the security department, your duty is to maintain safety and stability. Interrogation is our expertise." Just then, Shimura Danzo entered the Hokage's office, his expression devoid of any overt emotion, as if these matters bore no significance to him. "Lord Danzo, you have far too many responsibilities to address daily. Allow us to handle these issues," Fugaku replied coolly. Upon hearing Fugaku's words, Danzo's expression darkened slightly. Had these individuals been mere members of the Root organization, he would have felt at ease, as they were bound by cursed seals. However, the involvement of other ninja in this operation introduced an element of unpredictability. If they were to uncover even the slightest trace leading back to him, the humiliation of the Uchiha estate's destruction was a burden the clan would not easily endure. In such a scenario, even Danzo himself would find himself in peril. With the formidable combat prowess displayed by Uchiha Fugaku yesterday, the heart of Danzo quaked. The destruction of the Uchiha clan's territory surely indicates that there remain numerous matters for the Uchiha to attend to. Their performance has been evident to us over the years. The turmoil caused by the Nine Tails likely bears little relation to your Uchiha clan. It would be prudent to relocate back to the original clan grounds. This approach would simplify matters, alleviating the village from the financial burden of reconstruction. Danzo swiftly redirected the conversation. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Danzo in astonishment. Had he lost his senses? Consider the immense effort expended to marginalize the Uchiha in the first place. Now, allowing them to return to the central area of the village would lead to unforeseen consequences. Yet, Danzo found himself compelled to accommodate the situation. After all, this matter could not be traced back to him. Not even the slightest hint of risk could be permitted. Otherwise, the higher-ups of Konoha would be thrown into turmoil. Upon hearing Danzo's assurances, Uchiha Fugaku ceased his insistence. It was not yet the time to act against the higher-ups. I shall leave the matter of our clan's relocation in your capable hands, Lord Danzo, he stated, bowing slightly before vanishing from sight. Danzo, you. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Shimura Danzo with evident displeasure. Despite possessing some understanding of the underlying reasons, he still required a credible justification. The Uchiha had indeed changed in ways that were palpable. Lord Hokage, if we cannot maintain constant vigilance over them, would it not leave you feeling somewhat uneasy? Danzo replied with a calm demeanor. Prior to this meeting, he had already formulated his rationale. The Uchiha's sudden transformation would undoubtedly unsettle Hiruzen. Moreover, with the Uchiha's rising reputation, the restoration of their territory would necessitate financial compensation from the village. Insufficient funds would lead the commoners to perceive the Konoha leadership as overly narrow-minded. Providing ample support, however, would result in expenditures that Hiruzen would prefer to avoid. The optimal solution would be to have the Uchiha return to their territory, thereby saving a substantial sum while facilitating the oversight of the Umbu. You should, never mind, Hiruzen finally conceded. You have many pressing matters to attend to. So go ahead. Initially, he had intended to voice his thoughts, but upon reflection, realizing he could not reach the core of Danzo's motivations, he chose to remain silent. As Danzo departed, Hiruzen returned to the window. So much had transpired in this brief month. First, the Uchiha clan underwent a significant transformation, becoming more harmonious with the villagers. Then, his own son found trouble and was subsequently caught. Following that, Danzo stirred the pot, only to be met with a flawless counter from the Uchiha, who even reclaimed their rightful territory. All these signs indicated to Hiruzen that the Uchiha were poised for significant action. Yet, despite his awareness, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Open confrontation, devoid of absolute strength, proved insurmountable. Should he go to meet them? With a sigh, Sarutobi Sasuke returned to his position, his expression heavy with concern. In stark contrast to the somber atmosphere surrounding the higher-ups of Konoha, the Uchiha clan appeared to be celebrating the new year prematurely. With the assistance of the Konoha Guard, all members of the Uchiha clan swiftly made their way back to their ancestral homeland. Most of them returned to their original residences. Uchiha Fugaku also returned to his own courtyard, where the clan leader had ensured everything was properly arranged and all belongings had been relocated. Shall we continue in this manner? Uchiha Nagasawa inquired curiously, appearing behind Uchiha Fugaku. The ease with which Fugaku persuaded the hawkish faction to cooperate with Roy's actions stemmed from a promise that they would be allowed to return to their ancestral grounds in a short time. Under such circumstances, these proud Uchihas were inclined to align with Roy's endeavors. Now that their objective had been achieved, Uchiha Nagasawa was reluctant to pursue actions as before, feeling that such endeavors only diminished the dignity of the Uchiha clan. Nagasawa, do you believe that during this period, we have only secured our homeland? Uchiha Fugaku remarked with a smile, evidently in high spirits. Engaging in battle and seeing the higher-ups humbled was indeed quite gratifying. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Nagasawa slowly responded, the battle last night certainly rekindled a sense of combat among many Uchiha ninjas. You may not have noticed, but the villagers' attitudes towards us have begun to shift. Villagers? What concern is their attitude to us Uchihas? Uchiha Nagasawa questioned, puzzled. In his view, such insignificant beings could offer no assistance to the Uchiha beyond their need for help. The Uchiha clan's decline, which led to their relocation to the village, stemmed not only from the suspicion surrounding the Ninetales incident, but primarily from the pervasive distrust towards them. In a situation where no one trusted them, all their arguments were rendered powerless. This is also why I did not offer any rebuttal and acquiesce to the demands of the higher-ups, Uchiha Fugaku stated calmly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, his earlier expectations had borne fruit. Roy had truly provided him with a third path to pursue. However, to continue down this path, numerous obstacles remained to be overcome, the most significant of which was the unyielding nature of the Konoha higher-ups. Uchiha Nagasawa hesitated, wishing to counter, but found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Very well, everyone has worked hard lately. Please return to rest. You need not worry about me. Uchiha Fugaku discerned the current confusion of Uchiha Nagasawa, understanding that change could not be hastily achieved. Understood, clan leader. Uchiha Nagasawa nodded and departed from the scene. Meanwhile, Roy was swiftly unleashing ninjutsu, harnessing the powers of his Mera Mera no Mi. During this time, with the double chakra refinement and the completion of random tasks, Roy's chakra reserves had undergone a significant transformation. Activating elementalization was no longer limited to a mere few seconds. His mastery over the Mera Mera no Mi had also grown exponentially. Most notably, his Sharingan was on the verge of reaching 100 proficiency. Ding! Sharingan proficiency has increased to 100, automatically upgrading to the 3-tomo Sharingan. As an electronic chime echoed, Roy felt a surge of unique energy flood into his eyes. He retrieved a mirror and activated his Sharingan. 3-tomo appeared around his pupils, enhancing his ocular power considerably, along with the emergence of a new special ocular technique. A look of astonishment graced Roy's face. He had previously believed that the genjutsu utilized by the Uchiha was merely learned through study. To his surprise, these were innate ocular techniques of the Sharingan. It was no wonder that other ninjas found it exceedingly difficult to dispel Uchiha genjutsu through conventional means. Next, the time was ripe for action against the higher-ups of Konoha. Danzo, you must be nearing your limit. Am I correct? Roy gazed up at the luminous moon. Reminiscent of Konoha itself, radiant and resplendent, yet devoid of warmth. 3 days later, the turmoil concluded with the Uchiha clan dealing with the traitors who had infiltrated the village. Not only did the Uchiha reclaim their clan territory, but they also received public commendation from Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with a commendable reward. Feeling somewhat fatigued? In the spacious courtyard of the Uchiha clan's territory, Roy observed his status panel and remarked with a hint of exasperation. Following the breakthrough of his Sharingan, he had been training diligently every day, especially since there had been no pressing matters for the Uchiha in recent days. Yet, after several days of effort, the progress of his Sharingan had only increased by a mere 1, which was rather disheartening. Is it time to consider a different approach? After a moment of contemplation, Roy arrived at this conclusion. Just then, Uchiha Nagasawa appeared in Roy's courtyard. Roy, the clan leader is looking for you. As a special elder of the Uchiha, the respect with which Uchiha Nagasawa addressed him had changed, reflecting Roy's recognition by Uchiha Fugaku. Very well, Brother Nagasawa, let us proceed. Rising to his feet, Roy followed Uchiha Nagasawa as they departed. Inside Fugaku's study, the clan leader awaited. Upon entering the study of Uchiha Fugaku, I immediately perceived a grave expression upon his countenance. It appeared that yet another predicament had arisen. Roy, take a look at this, Uchiha Fugaku remarked, extending a scroll towards Roy. What is this? Roy inquired, unfolding the scroll, his visage darkening with concern. That old rascal, the third Hokage, truly has the audacity to compel the Uchiha clan to allocate a portion of their strength for patrols beyond the village. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, citing the insecurity outside the village, intends to diminish the Uchiha's power. Moreover, should members of the Uchiha be dispatched, the risks would escalate significantly. After all, they would not only need to guard against external threats, but also remain vigilant of dangers lurking within the village. Most critically, such a mission was one that Uchiha Fugaku could not refuse. What are your thoughts? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, noticing Roy's silence. It is not so much an opinion as a proposal. I wish to volunteer for this mission, Roy responded thoughtfully. Furthermore, the patrolling duties within the village should remain under the purview of the guard division. It would be ideal for all 4 captains to participate in the patrols as well. After careful contemplation, Roy articulated his thoughts. What? Uchiha Nagasawa gazed at Roy in astonishment. To send those team members on patrol now would only lead to more discontent. If we were to send Natsum and the others, I fear. Chief, this is how I envision it, Roy whispered, sharing his thoughts with Uchiha Fugaku. Subsequently analyzing the potential challenges of their proposed course of action, Uchiha Nagasawa, initially filled with indignation, was rendered speechless after hearing Roy's words. How does this fellow's mind function? Roy, are you suggesting? Indeed, Roy interjected before Uchiha Fugaku could finish his inquiry. Understood. We shall proceed as you propose. However, irrespective of the circumstances, you must ensure your own safety, Uchiha Fugaku concluded after a moment of contemplation. Should he decline now, all prior efforts would be rendered futile. Understood. I shall prepare immediately. I will leave the registration matters in your capable hands, Chief, Roy declared before departing. Patrolling outside the village, if one were to frame it positively, was for the protection of the village. If negatively, it was akin to being cannon fodder. It is worth noting that the mortality rate for those on external patrols is the highest each year. Before long, Roy arrived at the weapon shop within the village. Are you from the guard division? What weaponry do you require? Our latest stock has just arrived. The shopkeeper greeted him enthusiastically. The last time, his store had been attacked. And had it not been for the timely intervention of the guard division, his very survival would have been in jeopardy. I require explosive tags, whatever quantity you have available. Roy replied with a smile. We have precisely 200 explosive tags. I shall retrieve them for you at once. The shopkeeper responded promptly, procuring the requested items. A single explosive tag costs 1,000 Rio, and here, 200 pieces amount to a total of 2 million Rio. I will offer you a purchasing price of 800,000 Rio, the shopkeeper stated, promptly beginning to package the items for Roy. Upon exiting the weapons shop, Roy realized that his funds were somewhat insufficient. During this period, Uchiha Fugaku had rewarded him with a considerable sum, yet after acquiring the explosive tags, he found himself left with merely a few 100,000 Rio. Dining would not pose an issue, but acquiring additional resources would prove to be rather challenging. Indeed, the expenditures of a ninja are significantly substantial. The thought of Conan's 600 billion explosive tag struck Roy as somewhat excessive. Before long, a group of Uchiha ninjas gathered before the gates of Konoha, totaling 12 individuals: Roy, Ueda, Shu, Naibai, Yuichi, Ryujetsu, Sasuke, Rikusen, Kingo, Shuji, Koban, and Ryuken. Captain Roy, how shall we divide into teams? Shu inquired expectantly, having spent the most time patrolling alongside Roy and naturally wishing to remain in his unit. I will team up with Shuji and Sasuke. Ueda, Yuichi, and Ryujetsu will form another group. Rikusen, Naibai, and Koban will be one team, while Ryuken, Shu, and Kingo will make up the last group. Roy decisively established the teams. Then we, according to the 4 cardinal directions, each of you is to seek suitable locations for deployment. At fixed points, utilize shadow clones to replace yourselves, while the real bodies will occupy the most advantageous positions for surveillance. Furthermore, as an external patrol unit, we possess a unique authority. We are permitted to eliminate any suspect we deem necessary. Upon uttering these words, a fierce expression overtook Roy's face. Shu and the others looked on in astonishment. To them, Roy had always seemed the amiable, good-natured type. This sudden aura of ruthlessness was disconcerting to them. Swiftly, the 12 departed from the village's confines, venturing into the dense forest beyond. When they were a mile from the village, Roy leaped into the branches of a large tree. This will suffice. Brother Sasuke, Brother Shuji, have the shadow clones been arranged? Roy inquired, gazing back at the two. Everything is set. Captain, what is our objective? Sasuke asked, a hint of confusion evident in his expression. He was aware of the mission's content, yet Roy's current actions left him perplexed. Patience, the prey will soon be ensnared. Roy replied before vanishing into the treetop canopy. The two exchanged glances before also disappearing from sight. As night fell, shadows flitted outside Konoha village. Located in the most affluent region of the ninja world, the Land of Fire attracted the attention of numerous nations and ninja villages eyeing Konoha. The Konoha patrol team is utterly incompetent. They have ventured so close yet remain undetected, a ninja boasted arrogantly. As a hired ninja, he perceived Konoha as a formidable entity. Thus, prior to his infiltration, he undertook extensive preparations, even masquerading as a merchant to solicit missions from Konoha, all in an effort to ascertain the locations of every outpost. However, upon commencing his actual endeavor today, he found the task remarkably simplistic. In mere minutes, he would reach the towering walls of Konoha. Once he infiltrated, he was confident that he could procure the intelligence he sought. Yet what was this? Such triviality? Those individuals seemed exceedingly lackadaisical. At that moment, a voice emerged from the shadows. Konoha's ninja? Upon hearing the voice, the man instinctively drew his kunai, bracing himself for confrontation while carefully surveying his surroundings. Prepared to retreat at the first sign of overwhelming force. Stop looking around, it's just me. I am Uchiha Roy of the Konoha patrol team. Roy stepped forward, his blood-red Sharingan glimmering ominously under the moonlight. Uchiha? How is this possible? Why would you be on patrol duty? The man was taken aback. Typically, patrol duties were assigned to those of lesser caliber, often mere civilian ninjas or those of modest strength. After all, prominent clans tended to safeguard their own. Come now. Surrender or flee. It will avail you nothing. Defeat me, Roy declared, raising his finger defiantly. A mere nin, even an Uchiha ninja, was not invincible. Earth style, exploding stones. The man swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground. Shattered rocks erupted forth, creating a vast cloud of dust. Is this all you've got? Unable to evade, the man was stunned. As a spy, his senses were keen. He was certain that his jutsu had struck Roy. Hey, I mentioned we are in combat. Losing focus during a battle is hardly a wise habit. Roy dusted himself off and emerged from the cloud, kunai in hand, charging at his opponent. Seeing Roy advance, the man was struck with terror and raised his kunai to engage. The clash of kunai echoed as he felt a surge of alarm. The ninja who claimed to be a nin possessed extraordinary strength. The mere exchange of blows had left his palms bruised. Damn it, aren't Uchihas renowned for their fire style and genjutsu? When did their taijutsu become so formidable? Fire style, fire fist. Before the man could react, a massive flame engulfed him. Is he dead? When Roy approached to inspect, he found the man devoid of any life signs. Who says fire style can't kill? Was it this organization again? From the man's lifeless body, Roy discovered a peculiar emblem etched with a distinctive symbol, causing his expression to grow serious. Because this organization was unknown to Roy. It was neither the root nor the Akatsuki, nor any shell organization, but rather an emblem that Roy had never encountered before, appearing both ancient and enigmatic. It seemed a significant force had set its sights on Konoha. Contemplating this, a sphere of flame erupted from Roy's hand, engulfing the man on the ground, who swiftly turned to ash. Captain Roy was already part of the third batch. This task of patrolling and guarding was indeed. SHNI appeared before Roy, his expression brimming with excitement. Indeed, it was excitement. Although SHNI had experienced combat, the prolonged duty in the security department had left him somewhat fatigued. Unexpectedly, this patrol duty rekindled a feeling reminiscent of the battlefield. The Uchiha were, after all, born warriors. Have you found such an identification tag? Roy produced a piece crafted from an unknown metal and handed it to SHNI. This is, from those individuals? A look of horror crossed SHNI's face as he promptly retrieved a notebook from his pocket. The Awakening Organization, he exclaimed, presenting the notebook to Roy. The Awakening Organization emerged during the Second Shinobi World War. It did not belong to any village and specialized in the assassination of ninjas from various villages on the battlefield, particularly targeting those possessing unique bloodline limits. Currently, there were no fewer than 10 quasi-Kage level strongholds, with more than 3 at the Kage level. It was a formidable organization. After the Third Shinobi World War, these individuals seemingly evaporated from the ninja world, leaving no trace of their existence. To find them appearing here was unexpected. The Awakening Organization? Roy nodded, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Indeed, in Roy's recollections, such a potent force had never manifested in the realm of shinobi. Either they had remained hidden all along, or they had been eradicated before the main storyline of Naruto began. Roy leaned towards the former. A power of this magnitude would not simply vanish without a trace. Moreover, now that they had taken an interest in Konoha, it was likely that contact would be imminent. SHNI, relay this information to the others and advise them to exercise caution, Roy said after a moment of reflection. Understood, SHNI nodded before vanishing from sight. Roy, concealing the token in his possession, two melded into the shadows. Before long, a group of masked ninjas arrived at the site of Roy's recent confrontation. The intensity of the chakra fluctuations indicated that a high-ranking ninja had indeed battled here, and the duration of the conflict was brief. It seemed that the patrols arranged by the Uchiha this time were not ordinary at all. The leader of the Root Organization members stated gravely, "There is no need for concern, my lord. Our target is that nin. Even with the presence of a jonin from the Uchiha clan, it remains quite simple to stealthily abduct a chunin." Another member of the Root Organization maintained an expression of indifference. In his view, given the prowess of their small team, seizing an Uchiha chunin would be effortless. However, caution was warranted. An unusual sense lingered in the air. Furthermore, Tianzong, your assistance will be required to subdue him. After the leader of the Root Organization concluded his words, he vanished in a flash of body flicker technique. As dawn broke the following day, Roy issued orders for alternating rest periods. With their Sharingan and formidable sensory abilities, the two were more than capable of covering their respective protective zones. System panel. With a mere thought, Roy summoned his interface. Host, Uchiha Roy Ninjutsu. Fire release. Fireball explosion, 42. Fire release. Blue flame, 29. Lightning release. Lightning serpent frenzy, 52. Lightning release. White insect, 42. Taijutsu, Konoha-style body technique, 70. Uchiha-style body technique, 82. Jinjutsu, Thorn Entanglement Bloodline Limit, Sharingan, 11. 3 Tomo, Mera Mera no Mi, 61. Chakra Reserve, 8,500 items. Enhanced Explosive Tags x50. Enhanced Kunai x50, Explosive Tags x1200, Kusanagi Sword. Turin. Buff, Doubled Chakra Extraction Function. Personal Space, 1000 M. Main Quest. Save the Uchiha, 20. Quest Requirements. Preserve a sufficient number of Uchiha clan members post the massacre night. The more survivors, the higher the level and the more substantial the rewards. Side Quest. Investigate the Awakening Organization Random Quest. Eliminate enemies preparing to invade Konoha, 1220. Gazing at the panel before him, a look of astonishment illuminated Roy's face. Indeed, as he had previously surmised, the most effective means to enhance his abilities and ninjutsu proficiency was through combat. Merely training would yield progress far too slow. After a few more skirmishes, Roy believed his Mera Mera no Mi could achieve a 100 mastery level, thereby unlocking additional unique abilities. With this thought, anticipation began to swell within him. Once he collected his thoughts, Roy commenced the refinement of his chakra. Days passed uneventfully, interrupted only by occasional encounters with invading ninjas. Captain Roy, in 3 days, it will be time for the shift change. May we request the clan leader's permission to remain here? Under the moonlight, Shoair, who was patrolling the village perimeter, looked at Roy with hopeful eyes. This request would likely be denied by the clan leader. Not only did they require rest, but a fortnight was nearly the optimal threshold. Additionally, other clan members were eager to step forth and prove themselves. Roy shrugged, expressing his inability to influence the matter. Very well, let us hope those brats come by in greater numbers tonight. Then, before Shoair could finish, the three swiftly drew their kunai, bracing back-to-back in readiness. As the three individuals sensed a substantial amount of chakra, exceeding 30 units, Shoair was engulfed in confusion. Who could possibly gather such a formidable force? Typically, those attempting to infiltrate the Hidden Leaf Village operate solo. Even when in teams, they seldom exceed 3 members. Regardless of their identity, the priority is to eliminate them swiftly. Inform the others to exercise caution. If they encounter no difficulties, they should arrive promptly. Roy's Sharingan spun rapidly within its sockets, meticulously analyzing the current situation. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Technique. Shoair swiftly formed the necessary hand seals, summoning a colossal fire dragon that soared into the sky, illuminating the heavens. Captain Roy, do you think these ninjas could be? Aoshi inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. If they were members of the Root organization, such a large number arriving simultaneously would certainly pose a challenge, even for 3. If not, who could muster such a powerful assembly of ninjas in such a brief span? Before Roy could respond, a flurry of shurikens suddenly descended upon them. With a clink, the projectiles were effortlessly deflected under the gaze of the Sharingan, easily thwarting the initial probing attack. Water Release, 1,000 Water Needles. A voice echoed as dark clouds gathered in the sky, unleashing a barrage of water needles in rapid succession. Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Fire Release, Fireball Jutsu. Fire Release, Fire Fist. The trio promptly retaliated with fire techniques, shattering the onslaught of water. As the flames erupted, the surrounding air became enveloped in mist. Could it be those from the Hidden Mist Village? Such tactics were their forte during the Third Ninja World War. They dared to stir trouble in the Leaf Village despite their own internal chaos. Shoair remarked, his Sharingan whirling as he surveyed the surroundings. Ready to act at the slightest change. Hidden Mist Village? Roy pondered, a spark of white lightning flickering at his fingertips. Soon, tendrils of electricity coalesced in his grasp. It is not the Hidden Mist, merely a test attack, and it seems we are the only targets, Roy stated, whispering a few instructions to Shoair and Aoshi before vanishing from sight. Is it those entities? Exercise caution and cover Roy's movements, Shoair instructed, nodding before summoning shadow clones. 6 figures plunged into the thick fog. Lightning Release, Azure. Lightning Release, Scatter Lightning. As the lightning techniques surged forth, the encompassing mist swiftly dissipated. Once cleared, a multitude of puppets emerged before the two. More than 30. They dare to use such puppets against a member of the Uchiha clan. After Tsangshir finished speaking, the kunai in his hand was instantly enveloped in chakra and hurled towards the distance. Ready, retreat. At that moment, Roy's voice echoed. Go. Upon hearing this, Shinjin leaped away swiftly. Tsangshir also employed the body flicker technique without hesitation. In the next instant, Roy appeared at the center of the encirclement. Interesting. Daring to confront my puppet army alone? Then, I shall begin with you. Uchiha, your eyes are quite valuable. A slightly diminutive figure emerged beneath a nearby tree. He raised both hands, clearly manipulating the puppets. With a flurry of movements, one puppet after another surged towards Roy. The sheer number was overwhelming, making it impossible to eliminate them all in a short span. Lightning release. White insect. Roy raised his finger, and a white lightning insect twisted and spread in all directions. Soon, a multitude of small white insects surrounded Roy, spreading like a virus and enveloping all the chakra threads. "Ha!" Roy uttered a soft command, and all the small white insects detonated. The puppets that were advancing towards him immediately collapsed to the ground, rendered immobile. Observing the fallen puppets, the puppet master took a cautious step back. It was crucial to note that for a puppet master, having their chakra threads detected and destroyed was akin to having their limbs severed. At that moment, he realized that this Uchiha ninja had been scheming from the very beginning. The water techniques released by his puppets using the ninja tool scrolls and the environment they created were designed to ensnare Roy and his companions. However, it seemed that the opponent had sensed his intentions right away and had unleashed a barrage of lightning techniques. Otherwise, how could he have shattered all his chakra threads in an instant? "Are you ready to die?" Before the puppet master could fully comprehend the situation, Roy had already materialized behind him. With the kunai in hand, he struck down decisively. It's best to refrain from excessive chatter when action is at hand. Crack. Huh. Still a puppet? Upon piercing the figure with his kunai, Roy discovered it was merely a puppet. He then unleashed lightning release, rampaging serpent. The ferocious lightning chakra surged into the puppet, shattering the chakra threads. He has fled. At that moment, Shinjin and Sangshur appeared before Roy, both feeling a twinge of guilt. Roy had suspected from the outset that there was a manipulator behind the scenes. Yet, they had not anticipated that it was puppets controlling other puppets. The puppet master, realizing something was amiss, had already retreated. Meanwhile, Shinjin and Sangshur were momentarily stunned by Roy's combat prowess, failing to react in time, allowing the opponent to escape without a trace. It's all right. The fact that you are uninjured is the most important thing. Notify the villagers to collect these items. At the same time, reach out to Sunagakure and inquire if they are aware of the origins of these puppets. Continue the investigation and avoid falling into such simple traps again. After Roy finished speaking, he vanished from the spot. Although he did not capture the chakra that just emanated, he understood that chakra used to manipulate puppets has a range limitation. Regardless of how many puppets he dispatched as secondary operators, they could not stray too far. If only a member of the Hyuga clan were present, then. As he contemplated, Roy swiftly surveyed the surroundings. Soon, the members of 4 teams gathered together. "Captain Roy, we have not discovered any other traces. The marks left behind are solely those of the puppets," Shinjin said with a hint of helplessness. "The puppets in this area have already been retrieved by the Konoha ninjas. Preliminary assessments indicate that these puppets do not originate from Sunagakure. After all, they have had considerable interaction with the Land of Wind. Although Sunagakure possesses a legacy of puppetry, neither the craftsmanship nor the operational methods provided by Roy and his team align with their style. Of course, it is also possible that Konoha's intelligence updates are too sluggish, which is why they have arranged for someone to contact Sunagakure. Let us all be cautious in the coming days. We must not capsize again. Continue to rotate shifts for rest," Roy said without elaborating further, adhering to the previous resting arrangement. On the night of the 15th day, as they prepared to return to the village the following day, a sense of reluctance washed over them. "However, it's about time to return for a bath. I am starting to smell," Shinjin remarked with a smile. It was undeniable that on this final day, Shunyan's previously taut nerves had finally relaxed. Not only him, but the others were also in a similar state. Though they had encountered some minor rogue ninjas in recent days, overall, it had been relatively easy. In half a month, the new year would arrive. It was anticipated that, within a week at most, Brother Shisui and the others would return. "We must also prepare for their arrival," Roy added. "I long to indulge in hot pot and barbecue. Just thinking about those fellows possibly enjoying hot pot while we are here nibbling on soldier pills makes me quite uncomfortable," Sangshur joked. This situation was entirely different from when they first arrived. Soon, as the night deepened, Roy gazed at the distant Konoha, tranquil and serene. It was hard to believe that such a village was rife with internal corruption. The upper echelons wielded power autocratically. "Roy, have we completed our mission this time?" Shinjin suddenly inquired. "Brother Shinjin, some matters cannot be conclusively determined until we return," Roy replied, continuing to gaze into the distance. The rotation of his Sharingan indicated that, while the three appeared to be engaged in conversation, they remained vigilant and alert. Ding! Congratulations, host. The proficiency of the burning fruit has reached 100. You have gained 1 usage of your ability without consumption, which refreshes daily and does not accumulate. Just as Roy pondered his next course of action, a familiar electronic hybrid sound echoed in his ears. It is worth noting that even at such a moment, Roy would utilize elementalization once his fixed chakra had fully restored. He then tested how long he could maintain his fixed chakra. With each use of elementalization, Roy found that he could consume less chakra to sustain the transformation. Although he had anticipated this progression, he was surprised by its swiftness. No. Amidst his delight, a grave expression crept onto Roy's face. Brother Sho, Brother Songshur. Please continue your conversation. Someone is watching us. Be prepared for battle at any moment, and do not respond to my words, Roy murmured, bowing his head. Upon hearing this, the two paused momentarily before resuming their chatter. It must be said that their acting skills were truly commendable. Just then, a short blade struck with lightning speed. The three leapt away to evade the attack. Subsequently, 3 masked ninjas appeared where they had just stood. Root? Roy gazed at the ninjas before him, curiosity evident on his face. As expected, Tuanzo would never let such an opportunity slip away. However, this old dog was even more patient than Roy had imagined, waiting until the very last day to act. Utilizing a false sense of security allowed for more effective task completion, but he did not anticipate encountering someone like Roy, who possessed an advantage. Indeed, Roy had discovered their presence not through the Sharingan or sensory perception, but rather due to the system's alert sound. Solo training yielded slow proficiency gains, but using abilities in the presence of enemies would exponentially accelerate progress. Just moments ago, while maintaining elementalization, the system's alert sound undoubtedly indicated to Roy that there were individuals nearby. Once discovered, the 3 members of the Root organization remained silent. They merely raised their kunai and charged at the trio once more. It was evident that these individuals were members of the Root organization's A-class, their strength surpassing that of many Jounin. Although they lacked the Sharingan as a bloodline limit, their extensive experience in assassination allowed them to disregard the dim surroundings. In an instant, the 3 found themselves under immense pressure. Soon, they were forced to scatter, each confronting a member of the Root organization. Trying to buy time? Observing Roy's refusal to engage him directly, the Root ninja halted his attack and remarked with amusement, "Your comrades must have set up a barrier, right? So, you are not worried about your companions discovering us?" Roy maintained an air of indifference. A clever fellow. However, a mere chunin, even if he is a Uchiha, cannot stir much commotion. Earth escape, flowing Earth River. The ninja swiftly formed hand seals and pressed down. In an instant, the ground became exceedingly pliable, akin to jelly. Immediately, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from the ground, rushing towards Roy. With a stumble, Roy lost his balance. Let us return together. My previous failure has subjected me to considerable punishment. A mask materialized before Roy, accompanied by a familiar voice. A sharp pain surged through Roy's mind, awakening memories of the mask. His last recollection of his former self was this very mask, and it was only due to the timely arrival of other Uchiha clan members that he was not taken away. Thus, the demise of his original self was the doing of the figure before him. As this realization dawned, a wave of hostility surged within Roy. His Sharingan throbbed violently in its sockets. Suddenly, the man extended his hand and seized Roy by the head. Anger? Such a futile emotion, reserved only for the weak. Come along quietly, and you shall endure far less suffering. Moreover, you won't be alone. Your 2 companions have also witnessed us, and will be taken as well. Once the Root organization ninja finished speaking, a series of seals spread from his hands. Although to him, Roy was merely a rat, it was safer to seal him away for transport. At that moment, just as Roy was about to be sealed, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, accompanied by a mocking tone. I initially intended to seek you out slowly. I didn't expect you to reveal yourself so soon. My apologies, but you must perish here today. Roy lifted his head, his body gradually dissolving into a mass of flames, evading the sealing technique. What is this? A bloodline limit? The Root member was taken aback. The ninja world certainly held such unique bloodline limits, like the special techniques of the Hozuki clan or certain unique clones capable of such feats. Yet, Roy penetrated through his body like fire, only to coalesce again. Most importantly, this ability was immune to sealing techniques. It is known that even the Hozuki clan's secret technique, The water transformation technique cannot escape from sealing techniques. Fire release, great fireball. Boom. Before the man could react, a colossal flame erupted before him. The terrifying impact sent him flying. In a single strike, he sustained moderate injuries. Was he truly a ch-nin? Countless j-nin had perished at his hands. Yet he was wounded by a mere ch-nin. Tch. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the root member unleashed a shadow clone and charged at Roy once more. Regardless of Roy's peculiar abilities, they all shared a common flaw. They required substantial chakra. He could not believe that a mere ch-nin possessed a considerable amount of chakra. Water release, water dragon blast, with the shadow clones constraining him. The original body promptly formed hand seals and unleashed a terrifying A-rank water-style ninjutsu. The proximity of numerous rivers and the high humidity surrounding Konoha augmented the potency of this technique. A colossal water dragon surged forth, directly targeting Roy. Upon contact, it erupted in a violent explosion. How could this be? Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, a spectral flame slowly emerged from the torrents of water. Is this your strongest technique? Cough. Before Roy could finish his thought, a flurry of shurikens instantly pierced through his body. Physical attacks were futile. Your ninjutsu is ineffective as well. Unless you possess jinjutsu that surpasses my Sharingan, perhaps you might have a chance. As Roy spoke, his Sharingan spun rapidly. He then raised his finger. Fire gun. In an instant, Roy unleashed a barrage of flames that shot forth like bullets. All hidden shadow clones in the vicinity were struck, dissipating into smoke. Now, only the original remained before him. By the way, do tell me your codename. Roy smiled at the member of the Root organization. The Root has no codenames. Only those who live are worthy of a codename. Before I kill you, I shall reveal mine. The Root member declared, charging at Roy once more. A mere ch-nin. Fire fist. Roy swung his fist, and a ferocious blaze rushed forward to meet his opponent. No seals, instantaneous. The Root member was taken aback, swiftly altering his trajectory. Yet, he was still caught in the onslaught. His entire arm was reduced to nothingness beneath the might of the fire fist. At that moment, the Root member finally comprehended that Roy was no longer an adversary he could contend with. He prepared to flee at once. Want to escape? Although I need not employ this against you, nonetheless. Inferno spiral. Enormous flames erupted from Roy, enveloping the surroundings. This, an S-rank jutsu unleashed instantaneously? At that moment, the Root member felt as though he had encountered a ghost. How could ninjutsu of such magnitude be released by a mere ch-nin? The most bewildering aspect was, instantaneous? Are you in despair? Then, you may face your demise. Swoosh. Upon finishing his statement, Roy's kunai plunged into the opponent's heart. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the random task. Eliminate the original's obsession. You have gained 5,000 chakra points and a lightning release chakra optimization card. As the system's notification echoed, Roy felt an immediate lightness in his body, as if a weight that had burdened him had vanished. Sigh. Roy exhaled deeply, raising his hand to check the panel. Soon after, a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. Not only did the original obsession dissipate, but it also bestowed upon Roy a divine artifact. This item was no stranger to him. It was reminiscent of how he initially acquired the Flame fruit. Lightning Release Chakra Optimization Card. Upon usage, it can enhance lightning release into the capabilities of the Thunder Fruit. Such a simple introduction left Roy gasping for breath. The combination of the Flame fruit and the Thunder Fruit. If fully developed, alongside a sufficient amount of chakra, he would be utterly invincible. It seemed imperative to prepare some means of augmenting his chakra. Roy raised his hand and activated the card, lost in contemplation. At that moment, the voice of Rope 2 reached him, accompanied by the sight of the two carrying a corpse each. All right, it seems unlikely anyone else will arrive. You two can cease your transformations now. Roy remarked with a smile at the duo. Well, after so many days, I've grown accustomed to it. You sly one. Roy, without your prior strategy, I reckon the average clan members might have faced dire consequences against such riffraff. Rope 2 commented, as a cloud of smoke enveloped him, restoring his original appearance. Lord Nagasawa, you flatter me. There's no need to take them back. Let us incinerate them instead. Merely 2 members of the Root organization would not pose a threat to Danzo. I believe Lord Nagasawa is aware of the mutual protection among the upper echelons. Roy replied with a grin. This outing had yielded significant gains, and with the dissipating obsession, Roy's spirits were notably high. Well then, let us check on the others. The barrier surrounding us has vanished. let's gather everyone and prepare for the mission handover. Sanshiro added, simultaneously releasing his transformation technique. Indeed, Rope 2 and Sanshiro were not merely ordinary ninjas of the Uchiha clan, but were transformed by Uchiha Nagasawa and Uchiha Yoshi, respectively. The other three teams also had an elite Uchiha ninja among them. Very well, let us proceed. Roy nodded in agreement. As a blaze enveloped the two corpses, they were reduced to ashes. With the dawn breaking, the Uchiha Sentinels had arrived. After a brief discussion regarding precautions, the group returned to the village. Having gone days without proper sustenance or rest, they indulged in a feast of grilled meat before retreating to their abodes for much-needed rest. Meanwhile, within the root organization, Koei, Jia, and the others had perished. Upon realizing their demise, we returned immediately. The masked members of the root organization reported with a hint of trepidation. The overwhelming chakra surge still haunted their memories. Wait, were the three not targeting the team Roy belongs to? Tenzu? Danzo inquired, casting a glance toward Tenzu following the report. I did not engage in the battle. My task was to seal the three individuals and return with them. However, upon their failure, I simply departed. Tenz spoke in a flat tone, devoid of emotion, as if the fallen were not his comrades. Understood, you may leave now. Danzo gestured dismissively. The others, upon hearing this, swiftly vanished from the scene. It is well known that within the root organization, failure in a mission results in severe punishment. It was unexpected that they were allowed to leave so easily this time. At that moment, Danzo's apparent compassion was not a sudden awakening of conscience, but rather a lack of energy to deal with them. The recent actions of the Uchiha had left him perplexed. The once close members of the Konoha elite, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, were now occupied with escort missions for the Daimyo. What on earth are these individuals up to? Orochimaru, if you have arrived, then show yourself. While Danzo was deep in thought, he sensed a surge of chakra. Lord Danzo, here is the shipment for this month. Orochimaru licked his snake-like lips, his eyes glinting with a hint of desire. Has the time already come? I will arrange for someone to deliver it to you. Do refrain from coming here too often, Danzo replied, somewhat displeased after a moment of hesitation. Orochimaru had begun to exhibit issues of his own lately. Not only had his research progress slowed, but there was also an unsettling sense of overstepping boundaries. This added to the mounting troubles Danzo was already facing. Understood. A colossal serpent suddenly lunged forth, engulfing Orochimaru and vanishing from sight. Xian, go and deliver the prepared items to Orochimaru. Also, investigate what he has been up to lately. Danzo summoned a member of the root organization to convey his orders, then fell into silence. Currently, the burdens of concern were not solely borne by Danzo. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was equally troubled. Lord Hokage, the Uchiha patrols have been rotated. In the past fortnight, they have eliminated 47 ninjas attempting to invade Konoha. Most of them possess identifiable information that could yield a considerable bounty. The remaining corpses belong to wandering ninjas and mercenaries, and with the remuneration provided for their patrol duties. These bodies could also be exchanged for rewards. The total amounts to 1 million ryo. An Umbu ninja presented the summary of the Uchiha's earnings from their patrol duties to Hiruzen Sarutobi. He had the funds, and most of this did not require his personal expenditure. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi was reluctant to allocate any of it to the Uchiha. While the Uchiha were indeed the strongest clan in Konoha, their financial resources were quite limited. Beyond the fixed income from the security division, they had little else. The Uchiha clan, after all, considered themselves above undertaking such menial tasks. This was partly due to Uchiha Fugaku's desire to preserve the clan's strength. After all, if the Uchiha went out on missions, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of several rival factions. Regarding the reason why Uchiha Sasuke from the original work was not targeted during his missions, it is primarily due to the fact that the Uchiha clan had been annihilated by that time, leaving only Sasuke as the last remnant. Furthermore, with the notorious reputation of Itachi Uchiha, no faction would dare to provoke Sasuke. However, the current scenario is markedly different. Should the Uchiha be endowed with sufficient financial resources, their strength would undoubtedly increase, potentially leading them to escape his grasp. Yet, it appears he cannot afford to withhold this funding. I understand now. You may handle these matters. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, his face etched with hesitation. Can Danzo truly be relied upon? At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only hope that Danzo would prove to be competent enough to alleviate his concerns. The following day, at a restaurant, Brother Roy, Although we are enduring discomfort outside, it shouldn't come to this, right? Our health is paramount. We can take our time to eat, especially with 3 days of vacation ahead of us. Indeed, Brother Roy, we could use our bonuses to treat ourselves. Xiao and Ibai and Yang all looked at Roy with expressions of worry. Goodness, after completing their patrol duties, why does he seem possessed by a hunger akin to a starving ghost? They've ordered enough food for 4, and Roy is still eating. I am fine. My body requires energy. We cannot neglect that, Roy chuckled, continuing to devour a plate of meat. More than 2 hours later, the 4 finally exited the restaurant. Not only had Roy's bonus been depleted, but the bonuses of the other 3 were also entirely consumed. Boss, you aren't planning to eat this much at every meal, are you? Naibai questioned with concern. Not for his own wallet, but rather regarding the prospect of dining becoming a daily dilemma for Roy. Not for the time being. Consuming this much at every meal would be detrimental to my health. With 3 days off, what do you all plan to do? Roy shifted the topic. His body was primarily fatigued from utilizing the lightning release enhancement card yesterday, which had granted him an additional devil fruit ability, leading to significant energy depletion. Thus, he was in urgent need of abundant sustenance. I plan to rest at home and spend time with my family. I am inclined to do the same, though I will not neglect my daily training. Brother Roy, do you have any special arrangements? The 3 turned their attention to Roy. To speak frankly, they were all members of the Konoha Guard, and their strengths were ostensibly comparable. However, as fellow Uchiha clan members, they possessed a heightened sense of awareness. Roy was undoubtedly stronger than any of them, perhaps even capable of withstanding their combined efforts. I intend to train and seek out Captain Natsum for practical training. Extracting chakra in place of sleep is a rather monotonous regimen, I assent it? Roy mused, casually voicing his thoughts. After all, at present, Roy does not yet possess any true friends. Natsum and the others can merely be regarded as teammates. His family, on the other hand, had already ascended to the status of heroes during the Third Shinobi World War. Boss, are you really training even while sleeping? I thought they said that refining chakra during sleep would yield diminishing returns. Naihaku remarked, somewhat puzzled. Nevertheless, it is still a form of progress, which is certainly better than not training at all. Furthermore, refining chakra while sleeping greatly enhances both the quality of sleep and awareness of one's surroundings. As the 4 conversed, they proceeded in the direction of their clan's territory. Moments later, a familiar figure emerged within Roy's line of sight. He even raised his hand and waved at Roy. You all head back first. I'll just pick up a few things for home. If you wish to train later, come find me. After exchanging a few words with the 3, Roy veered off to the right and quickly vanished into an alleyway. Looking for me, Roy stood in the shadows, his expression serene. Indeed, there are quite a few prodigies among the Uchiha. Roy Uchiha, a chunin of Konoha and a member of the Konoha Guard. Why do you assume that I am searching for you? At that moment, a sinister figure emerged in Roy's view. The newcomer was none other than Orochimaru. I am uncertain, but your presence here has confirmed it. Lord Orochimaru, may I inquire if you are seeking me for a specific purpose? Roy felt a hint of trepidation towards Orochimaru. His reason for approaching was based on the belief that Orochimaru would not strike at him easily, at least, not at this moment. Naturally, the future posed no cause for concern. Given Roy additional time to enhance his physical resilience and chakra capacity, Orochimaru would not pose a significant threat. It is nothing of great importance. I merely wish to observe what manner of ninja has caused the 3rd Hokage and Danzo such distress. Orochimaru licked his tongue as his cold eyes scrutinized Roy from head to toe. It seems your ambitions have broadened. Are you prepared to abandon Itachi's eyes? Roy leaned against the wall, a hint of amusement in his voice. Upon hearing Roy's words, Orochimaru's expression faltered. The eyes he coveted most were indeed those of Uchiha Itachi. Yet, due to a lack of opportunity, he had suppressed his desires. How could this young Uchiha discern his thoughts? Lord Orochimaru, should you wish to depart, I recommend you do so expeditiously. Otherwise, you may find yourself in peril. The Uchiha possess numerous means to eliminate you. As Roy spoke, he made his way towards the exit. Of course, you may consider this a well-intentioned warning. As he brushed past Orochimaru, Roy spoke once more. Suddenly, a multitude of serpents surged forth, ensnaring Roy with terrifying force that made his bones creak ominously. Confidence is indeed a virtue, yet at times, a hiss. The smoke spiraled upward, and those long serpents were swiftly reduced to charred remnants upon the ground. Lord Orochimaru, I harbor no intentions of confronting you. In fact, should you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I surmise that certain plans have already begun to take shape in your mind. particularly regarding the annihilation of Konoha. Upon finishing his statement, Roy disregarded the look of terror etched upon Orochimaru's face and turned away without a second thought. The reason Roy felt emboldened to express such sentiments was his awareness that Orochimaru would not disseminate this information. In fact, he would likely employ some unique means to transform Roy into his ally. The serpent is undeniably astute. There are matters he cannot overlook. What a formidable young man. It was only after Roy's figure vanished from sight that Orochimaru felt a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Simultaneously, a peculiar gleam flickered within his chilling gaze. Uchiha Roy. Uchiha. It appears that plans must be adjusted slightly. Trust in those individuals cannot be absolute. With that, Orochimaru summoned the earth to open wide, swallowing him whole. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan grounds, Roy made his way to the training field without delay. Brother Nagasawa, Captain Natsum. He was taken aback to find both of them present, as he had only intended to summon Uchiha Natsum. Roy. I came to observe your specialized training, Uchiha Nagasawa remarked with a smile. You're not welcoming? No, Brother Nagasawa. You jest. Let us commence. Roy replied as he stepped into the center of the training arena. Afternoon. Is this truly your method of training? Uchiha Nagasawa sat on the ground, visibly fatigued. At that moment, Roy found himself devoid of the energy to respond, lying flat on the ground, utterly immobilized. Is physical training truly this demanding? Natsum chimed in. Having joined a rigorous regimen, he too was seated, exhibiting signs of exhaustion. Striving now is far superior to losing one's life in battle, is it not? Roy finally regained his composure. After merely half a day's intense training, he had completely lost his capacity for movement, and both Uchiha Nagasawa and Uchiha Natsum were equally drained, essentially stripped of their combat abilities. The thought of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama battling for several days sent a shiver down Roy's spine. Were these individuals' stamina truly boundless? Striving now is certainly preferable to perishing in combat. Well said, Natsum replied with a hearty laugh. However, Roy, while our Uchiha clan excels in physical prowess, we are far more adept in ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Why not invest additional time to enhance those skills? Although Uchiha Nagasawa acknowledged Roy's philosophy, he had reservations about this training method. The potency of ninjutsu is significantly linked to physical strength. If the body cannot withstand an overwhelming amount of chakra, the effectiveness of the ninjutsu diminishes considerably. As for jinjutsu, is this training approach sufficient to enhance mental fortitude? After voicing his thoughts, Roy once again rose to his feet, adding 2 iron weights and resuming his training. I suddenly realized how insightful Roy's words were. I cannot allow myself to be outdone by a junior. Uchiha Shumi also continued training alongside him. Uchiha Nagasawa felt utterly disinclined to move, yet he too began to run. As night fell, Roy removed his weights and, with a weary body, sat down at the side. Now that my body still retains the memory of exertion, it is the opportune moment to refine chakra. I shall commence first. Settling into a cross-legged position, Roy began to refine his chakra. Uchiha Nagasawa raised his hand, intending to speak, but was silenced. Disturbing others during chakra refinement is quite improper. Let us proceed together, and later I shall have a proper discussion with this young fellow. Very well. After exchanging glances, Nagasawa and Naibai also embarked on their chakra refinement. Soon, they discovered that their rate of chakra refinement had significantly increased, as had the conversion efficiency. Following a moment of astonishment, they focused their minds and quickened the pace of their refinement. Brother Nagasawa, Captain Shumi, breakfast is ready. At the sound of this call, Nagasawa and Shumi opened their eyes. Their stomachs grumbled in response to the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Roy, could you please prepare dinner for us? Uchiha Nagasawa felt as if he had just awakened from slumber, but upon seeing the morning sun, he could no longer maintain his composure. Have we really been sitting here all night? Uchiha Nagasawa exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, I have developed a biological clock. To avoid hunger, I naturally awoke. I have already eaten, so you should partake as well. With that, Roy moved aside to engage in aerobic exercises. The early morning is indeed the best time to stretch the body. It serves as a warm-up. Are your legs numb? Do they ache? I feel nothing. This training method possesses merit. Should we inform the clan leader? Perhaps we should experiment further. As they ate, the two conversed. Captain Shumi, Lord Nagasawa, you are also here? The trio had initially intended to seek out Roy, but found no trace of him at his residence. Consequently, they came directly to the training ground, unexpectedly encountering Uchiha Nagasawa and Uchiha Shumi. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense in an instant. Are you here to find Roy? Uchiha Nagasawa nodded with a smile as he addressed the three individuals. Upon hearing his words, a chill ran down their spines. Who is this person? Uchiha Nagasawa, the personal guard of clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, was renowned during the Third Shinobi World War as the Black Death Thunder God. With his mastery of dark lightning, he had claimed countless enemy lives. Within the clan, he was known for his stern demeanor and was one of the staunch representatives of the main battle faction. Known for his irritable temperament, the fact that he smiled at them was utterly bewildering. Understood, Lord Nagasawa. The three nodded, hastily making their way toward Roy. Did I seem frightening just now? Nagasawa curiously glanced at the nearby Natsum, pointing to his own nose. Not particularly frightening. More like you have an aura that suggests you might devour someone. All right, let us go find the clan leader. We can discuss other matters later. Natsum had no time to indulge in idle chatter and promptly vanished from the scene. Although puzzled, Nagasawa also used a body flicker technique to disappear. Brother Roy, who are they? Oh, they are here to train with me. It seems the results were quite promising, so they went to inform the clan leader. Over there are the weighted training tools. Each of you should take 4 pieces and strap them to your calves and arms. Then, let us begin the training. Roy was already prepared for the training, with the weights properly secured. Training, running, punching, squat jumps, push-ups, sit-ups. The three were momentarily taken aback. Could this fundamental training regimen truly be the secret to Roy's strength? Surely, he wasn't deceiving them? Despite their doubts, they complied, even starting off by running faster than Roy. 1 hour later. Brother Roy, how long do we have to run? Until around noon, I suppose. 2 hours later. Shio, if you can't keep going, take a break. I can still persist. Get lost. It seems you're the one who can't hold on. You three are impressive. You still have the energy to bicker. 3 hours later. Bang. The weakest among them, young E, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath like a fish out of water. 10 minutes later. Shio and Naibai also fell to the ground. They looked at Roy, who was still running steadily with weights several times greater than theirs. The trio no longer perceived this as mere training. Understanding was one thing, but executing it was another. At this moment, they yearned to lie down and surrender, utterly exhausted. Upon learning of this situation, Uchiha Fugaku arrived at the training ground accompanied by Nagasawa. Observing the scene before him, Fugaku was taken aback. Such a training method was not unheard of. He was familiar with Might Guy and other taijutsu-focused shinobi who employed similarly intense training regimens. Although individuals can enhance their physical strength in a short span, inevitably, they find themselves devoid of the energy required to practice ninjutsu and illusion techniques. Is what you previously stated true? Uchiha Fugaku gazed at Nagasawa and Natsum, his expression one of perplexity. If such matters were merely proposed by Roy, Fugaku would likely have dismissed them with a smile. However, now that they were brought forth by Uchiha Nagasawa and Uchiha Natsum, both esteemed elite J-nin, their judgment could not be easily dismissed. Leader, both Natsum and I have personally experienced this. Furthermore, this training method indeed accelerates our chakra refinement, coupled with prolonged high-intensity training. It also fortifies our will and enhances our illusionary prowess, Uchiha Nagasawa replied earnestly. Seeing Nagasawa's serious demeanor, Fugaku resolved to observe further. Before long, Naibai and his companions could no longer endure. It was not until afternoon that Roy paused, resting to refine his chakra. Naibai and his companions sat down in unison, commencing their own chakra refinement. Leader, the overall training regimen is thus: high-intensity weight training followed by chakra refinement as a respite, then more high-intensity weight training, culminating in chakra refinement at night. While effective in the short term, the long-term results remain uncertain. Natsum articulated his perspective. Before Shisui and the others return, all J-nin and above should engage in this training. Except for those on duty, we will assemble at the training grounds. The training intensity for lower-ranked shinobi should be halved, progressively increasing for the more capable among them. The mundane tasks will be entrusted to the patrolling guards. With this simple contemplation, Uchiha Fugaku resolved to act. In the face of the challenges ahead, there required sufficient strength to confront them. With over 10 days remaining, any approach was worth attempting. Understood, leader. By the way, the patrolling guards could also adopt this training method. Their heightened awareness while refining chakra would not impede their duties. Uchiha Nagasawa added, let them undergo special training in batches. I shall return and test this myself, Uchiha Fugaku remarked as he prepared to depart. Leader. I have one more matter, Natsum called out to Fugaku as he was leaving. Oh, if we are to implement training for the entire clan, we will need to procure sufficient weighted equipment, Natsum stated, resigned. These items are primarily custom-made. Previously, the Uchiha had stocked some, yet if we adhere to Roy's intensity, they would be exhausted after a mere dozen or so individuals. To equip the entire Uchiha clan with such weights will require a substantial sum. Indeed, I am aware. I shall attend to this matter shortly. Fugaka nodded, then vanished in an instant. At that moment, Roy remained oblivious to the decision made within the clan. Still engaged in his own cultivation, as dusk fell, a dozen individuals gradually entered the training ground. What is this? Boss, many of the clan's upper ninjas have arrived. Naibai exclaimed, hastening to Roy's side, his expression a mix of curiosity and concern. It seems that Brother Nagasawa and the captain informed them about the training here. No need to worry. We should simply continue with our training, Roy replied, casting a glance at the newcomers without further concern. He resumed his practice, dismissing the distractions. Some individuals, lacking sufficient talent, preferred to engage in frivolous antics. If they chose to indulge themselves, they should not drag others into their folly. Indeed, their ability to attract attention and gain recognition is merely a testament to their skill. Soon, discontented murmurs arose among the group. What nonsense is this? We are the Uchiha clan, talented ninjas endowed with the most formidable bloodline limit and powerful ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Yet, we are reduced to mere physical training in this training ground. Moreover, the clan leader has provided us with training steps that leave no room for idleness. We should be enjoying hot pot and drinks at a restaurant right now, but we dare not defy Fugaku's orders or mock Roy. I can't stand this any longer. Shio retorted boldly. Oh, a mere nin dares to voice dissent against a senior? Shall I enlighten you on the concepts of seniority and respect? A belligerent figure stepped forward, glaring ominously at Shio. In the Uchiha, strength has always been the ultimate authority. If one is weak, they have no right to negotiate with the powerful. Shio, continue your training, Roy commanded, abruptly pulling Shio aside before he could respond. Though Shio still felt some resentment, he had no choice but to heed Roy's words. Is that all it takes to intimidate you? I truly question whether you're even an Uchiha. The man seized the opportunity to further provoke. The Uchiha is our proud foundation, not a mere tool for boasting. Do you truly possess faith in the Uchiha? Turning, Roy activated his Sharingan, a formidable presence emanating towards the Uchiha ahead. What qualifications do you possess? Uchiha Guan-san, a jonin of Konoha and a squad leader within the 1st Division of the Guard, had a lackluster attitude towards missions and had relied on the Uchiha name to act arrogantly, having received 3 warnings for his conduct. Is this what you deem qualification? Before Uchiha Guan-san could respond, Roy's sharp words cut through the air. You, a mere nin, let us engage in battle. If you lose, you shall obey. With that declaration, Roy strode purposefully towards Guan-san, who had initially intended to resolve matters through combat but was taken aback by Roy's advance. In a fleeting moment, Uchiha Kyusen felt as though he had struck a spring with his fist, only to injure himself in the process. Haha. Well, those who have lost must obediently comply. In a fit of rage mingled with laughter, Uchiha Kyusen's face betrayed a fierce expression. It has been over 3 years since he ascended to the rank of jonin. If he could not even handle a mere chunin who had just recently advanced, what significance did it bear that he regarded the other as an elder brother? Upon hearing the words of Uchiha Kansan, the crowd instinctively withdrew to create ample space for the 2 combatants. Boss, Shio expressed a hint of remorse. Had it not been for his impulsive rebuttal, Roy would not be facing such a predicament. Well, some matters must eventually be resolved. It is not solely your fault. Other factors could have precipitated this confrontation. Roy offered a modicum of comfort to Shio before positioning himself at the center of the arena. He understood that to rescue the Uchiha clan, the first step was to temper their arrogant disposition, and the most effective means to achieve this was through strength. To command their respect, one must possess the power to challenge them. You are Roy, aren't you? Soon, you will learn that no matter your strategies, they are rendered futile in the face of absolute strength, Uchiha Kansan declared with an air of arrogance. Indeed, I am aware. May I inquire how many individuals you represent? I mean, if I were to defeat you, how many would obediently comply? Roy inquired, glancing at the onlookers gathered nearby. Ha ha ha, if you can defeat Brother Kansan, I will yield. Count me in. Such pride within the Uchiha is only natural. Another chimed in. Well said, the Uchiha should embody such tenacity, rather than cower like timid souls. Several who initially came to spectate made their decisions in unison. Should Roy best Kansan, they would heed his commands. You should know that arrogance must be directed appropriately. Since you have spoken so boldly, I find it difficult to hold back now. Are you prepared? Kansan's expression turned mocking. In his eyes, seeking attention at his expense was tantamount to courting disaster. Let us begin, Roy declared, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. An illusion? Kansan swiftly activated his Sharingan, yet still failed to locate Roy. Notably, he could sense Roy's presence, but the figure eluded him. This realization instilled a sense of caution within Kansan. Lightning release, thunderstrike. Moments later, Uchiha Kansan ceased his search for Roy and unleashed an expansive lightning jutsu. This tactic would force Roy out of hiding, allowing Kansan to lock onto him without fail. Decisive, yet somewhat simplistic, Roy mused. Fire release, great flame spear. He conjured a lance of flame and hurled it forth. You dare to unleash mere fire jutsu before me? Kansan scoffed, countering with his own fire release technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. As he gazed at the blazing fireball before him, it did not persist for long. The enormous flame lance pierced through the sphere and surged towards Uchiha Kansan. How could this be? Uchiha Kansan felt perplexed. He had not sensed any significant chakra fluctuation emanating from the flame lance. Why then did it possess such formidable power? Kansan. Just now he unleashed 4 flame lances in quick succession. A nearby ninja could not help but interject. However, Roy paid no heed to such extraneous commentary. In the face of absolute confidence, external support held little significance. On a distant rooftop, the clan leader remarked, Roy's power has ascended to the level of a jonin. Moreover, it will soon elevate to match ours. Should we? Nagasawa cast a peculiar glance at Uchiha Fugaku beside him. Recently, the Uchiha clan had not lacked for prodigies, yet these talents seemed afflicted by a peculiar malady. Uchiha Itachi had followed Uchiha Shisui, whose demeanor was enigmatic and unreadable. Furthermore, there was that senior. Now, with Roy emerging, capable of instantaneously executing multiple ninjutsu without hand signs, though his power was not yet overwhelming, he had begun to reveal the brilliance of a genius. There's no need. From the actions Roy has undertaken, it is not difficult to deduce that his heart lies with the Uchiha. Fugaku shook his head, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Whether it was Shisui or his son Itachi, both were indeed geniuses, yet they guarded the Uchiha in a manner they deemed correct. This approach, if couched in euphemism, could be described as possessing strong autonomy, but frankly, it was inherently self-centered. The stronger Roy became, the more reassured Fugaku felt. Meanwhile, a strange shift began to manifest on the battlefield. Uchiha Kansan, a jonin, was already panting for breath, while Roy maintained an expression of ease. So, do you wish to continue fighting? Roy's voice pierced through the air, sharp as a blade aimed at Uchiha Kansan. To concede at this juncture would amount to a severe blow to his own pride. Yet, refusing to yield and being defeated by Roy would obliterate any remaining semblance of dignity. As a jonin, Uchiha Kansan was acutely aware that Roy had surpassed him as an opponent. If he continued the battle, his chakra might run dry. Nevertheless, before that could happen, he believed he could still muster enough to inflict significant injury. Noticing his silence, Roy further provoked him. If you can withstand my next move, I shall concede. Be careful. Uchiha Kansan uttered, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire style, fire fist. But Roy would not grant him the luxury of time to complete his seals. Such dramatic standoffs were the realm of television. As the fire fist surged forth, Uchiha Kansan found himself unable to form any further seals and had no choice but to evade with haste. Young man, you lack martial virtue. On the battlefield, any means are permissible. If I were your adversary, you would have perished countless times already. Fire release, great flame explosion. As Roy spoke, he unleashed a formidable jutsu. Of course, these techniques merely showcase the capabilities of the burning fruit. Aside from consuming chakra, they imposed little strain on his body. Thus, as long as his chakra was sufficient, he would not grant his opponent the opportunity to form hand seals. I concede. In the wake of a relentless barrage of jutsu, Uchiha Kanzo's reluctant voice echoed. I could unleash a few more techniques, but I would inevitably falter. Brother Kanzo admits defeat. In an instant, Roy appeared before Uchiha Kanzo and extended his hand. You. I. Ha ha ha, you're quite impressive. I, Kanzo, yield. Although Uchiha Kanzo initially bore some reluctance, he burst into laughter upon hearing Roy's words and grasped his hand firmly. With Kanzo leading the way, the others ceased their sarcastic remarks and began to train earnestly. Roy's speed and combat style astonished them, earning their recognition. Under such circumstances, Roy's training methods gained acceptance. In the Hokage's office, have you made your decision? You must understand that any slight miscalculation in your plan could plunge Konoha into a dire quagmire, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked gravely. A dire quagmire? If we are already ensnared in one, should we fear an even greater one? Danzo cryptically replied. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi's expression shifted to one of unease. He had initially thought that after the Uchiha returned to the heart of Konoha, monitoring them would be more manageable. However, as soon as he dispatched his Umbu operatives, they were promptly detected by Uchiha ninjas. Though a conflict did not ensue, the Umbu members found it nearly impossible to gather intelligence. Very well, proceed with your plan. I shall manage the affairs of the village. Sarutobi pondered for a moment before shaking his head, choosing to say no more. With Sarutobi's support, a smile appeared on Danzo's face. He then melted into the shadows, vanishing from sight. After Danzo's departure, Sarutobi approached the window, exhaling a heavy plume of smoke. Would this tranquility soon be shattered? Uchiha. 3 days swiftly passed. Now, the Uchiha training grounds brimmed with ninjas. Some lay on the ground, disregarding decorum, while others gritted their teeth and continued their training. A few sat cross-legged, refining their chakra. During these days, Uchiha Fugaku had procured all necessary weights. He himself had also engaged in this training for 2 days. At that moment, within Fugaku's study, Chief, in just 3 days, Brother Shisui and the others will return. Have our preparations been made? Roy presented the message from Uchiha Shisui to Uchiha Fugaku. 3 days? That's 2 days earlier than anticipated. This is 2. Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted to one of satisfaction as he perused the message. He understood that their early return was a strategic move to evade the schemes of Konoha's upper echelon. Do not underestimate the leaders of Konoha. They are not fools. We must prepare thoroughly, and all subsequent actions will fall upon us. Roy felt that certain aspects had been overlooked, yet he could not pinpoint them at that moment. It was precisely this sense of unease that compelled him to seek out Uchiha Fugaku once more. All right, I understand. By the way, you mentioned that once Itachi returns, you would require his assistance for an experiment. Can you share the details with me now? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, his interest piqued. The escort mission for the Daimyo had nearly reached completion, and his curiosity was directed towards Roy's forthcoming plans. We can discuss it once Itachi is back, after all. This is merely my conjecture, Roy replied with a smile. Over the past few months, his strength had significantly improved, and the Uchiha clan had undergone considerable changes as well. Under such circumstances, the likelihood of the massacre occurring 2 years hence had diminished. 3 days swiftly elapsed. On the eve of their return, the Uchiha training grounds lay deserted. After ensuring everyone was well rested, they hastily proceeded to set up defenses outside the village, aiming to prevent any assaults on the daimyo's escort. Meanwhile, Roy remained in the village, awaiting the return of Shisui and the others alongside Uchiha Fugaku. Chief, we are in dire straits. We encountered a multitude of mysterious ninjas outside, and many of our clan members have sustained injuries. Lord Shisui and young Master Itachi are protecting the daimyo and require assistance. A wounded Uchiha ninja stumbled before Fugaku, confirming the attack had indeed occurred outside the village. Roy, shall we join the fray? Fugaku turned to Roy with a smile, having prepared thoroughly for this moment, especially since it was on the outskirts of Konoha. Under such circumstances, reinforcements would be of little consequence. Indeed, Roy nodded and departed the village alongside Fugaku. A sense of unease lingered. The unfolding of events seemed too seamlessly orchestrated, as though they were following a script meticulously prepared by Roy himself. Nonetheless, with so many contingencies addressed, he felt confident that significant issues were unlikely to arise. With that thought, both Roy and Fugaku made their way to the battlefield. The chief has arrived. Everyone, swiftly conclude the battle. We cannot delay the daimyo's entrance into the village. These mere lowly ninjas dare to disrupt our Uchiha escort mission. Annihilate them and remind the ninja world of the terror wielded by the Crimson Eyes. Upon the emergence of Uchiha Fugaku, the morale of the Uchiha ninja surged dramatically. With their existing advantage, they swiftly eradicated all opposing ninjas. Simultaneously, several captured ninjas chose to take their own lives rather than leave any survivors. On the Uchiha side, only minor injuries were sustained. There were no serious wounds to speak of. Such extensive preparation was not in vain. Clan leader, let us escort the daimyo into the village first. Afterwards, we shall address the issues here, Shisui proposed. Agreed. Arrange for the daimyo's entrance into the village. We shall handle the cleanup outside, the clan leader replied. Understood, clan leader. Following a brief exchange, Shisui led the Daimyo toward Konoha, while the remaining members began to clear the battlefield. The fallen ninjas represented a significant asset for the Uchiha, and those bold enough to assault the Daimyo's escort could expect rewards from him. Clan leader, something feels amiss. No ninja here has sustained serious injuries. Yet the messenger we sent. Minutes later, Roy identified the crux of the issue. The multitude of corpses did not warrant a plea for assistance from the Uchiha. Are you suggesting that someone lured us out? Is the Daimyo in danger? Uchiha Fugaku concluded swiftly, immediately dashing toward Konoha. Roy followed closely behind. Shortly after their departure, a powerful surge of chakra emanated from the direction of Konoha. Clan leader, we must hasten. The enemy seems to be going all out, Roy exclaimed, unleashing formidable flames that propelled him forward. Uchiha Fugaku accelerated in response. Upon reaching the gates of Konoha, they encountered dozens of formidable ninjas engaged in combat with Shisui and his group. The Konoha guards had also joined the fray but found themselves overwhelmed. Witnessing this, Uchiha Fugaku was struck with dread. Had it not been for Roy's warning, he would still have been outside the village. The implications of any harm coming to the Daimyo sent his Sharingan into a frantic whirl, transforming into a pinwheel shape. The Manjiki Sharingan activated. Roy, unleash your wide-range fire release. Uchiha Fugaku commanded. Understood. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Without hesitation, Roy channeled his chakra, causing a massive inferno to erupt, enveloping the surroundings. Oh, impressive flames, Fugaku declared, raising his hand as a colossal Susanoo manifested around him. The flames that had previously encircled them were instantly absorbed. The Susanoo reached out, seizing the fire and transforming it into a gigantic sword. With a swift slash of the sword, several ninjas were caught off guard and engulfed in flames. In mere seconds, everything had turned to ashes. Is this the kaleidoscope of Uchiha Fugaku? Flame enhancement, flame control. Roy squinted, pondering thoughtfully. Although he was aware of Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscope, he remained in the dark about its true capabilities. Retreat. Upon the arrival of Uchiha Fugaku, the besieging ninjas prepared to withdraw. After all, who would dare engage in battle with Uchiha Fugaku, who wielded immense power? They were not like Danzo, who would recklessly thrust kunai at a Susanoo. Thinking of escaping? Too late. That technique was called Inch Can, correct? Fire release. Inch Can. Upon uttering these words, Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo raised its hand instantaneously. Terrifying flames enveloped the surroundings. Feel the despair. I know who you are, so there's no need to let you troublesome underground rats linger. As Uchiha Fugaku finished speaking, the Susanoo expanded in an instant. Go. Uchiha Shisui appeared beside Roy, seizing him and heading towards Uchiha Fugaku. The remaining Uchiha ninjas, along with the Daimyo, swiftly entered the protective embrace of the Susanoo. Boom. The powerful flames that had encased the area converged toward the center, followed by a horrific explosion that rippled outward. As the dust settled, the area was left devoid of any traces of life. Uchiha Fugaku, I believe you are the current clan leader of the Uchiha. Quite impressive indeed. The Daimyo emerged slowly, a satisfied expression gracing his face as he gazed upon Uchiha Fugaku. My apologies for the disturbance, esteemed Daimyo. Now we, Daimyo. At that moment, a group of masked ninjas appeared. The leading Umbu member interrupted Uchiha Fugaku. We are here under the orders of Lord Hokage to protect you, esteemed Daimyo. Please accompany us to your residence. The Umbu member stated directly. Return and inform your Hokage that my safety has been entrusted to the Uchiha. The Daimyo replied, stepping once more toward Uchiha Fugaku. Minister Fugaku, when did the ninjas of Konoha become so disobedient? The Daimyo suddenly thundered, cutting off the Umbu ninja. Attacked at the gates of Konoha, and not a single other ninja has appeared for so long. It has only been the Uchiha safeguarding me from outside. Those who could ascend to the position of Daimyo were not fools. Understood, esteemed Daimyo. The Umbu ninja nodded helplessly before vanishing in an instant. Clan leader Fugaku, please escort me to your Uchiha. I believe it would be more secure there. Very well, the Daimyo remarked, following Uchiha Fugaku towards the Uchiha compound. Aside from a few individuals remaining to clean up the battlefield, everyone else departed alongside them. In the Hokage's office, rejected? It seems Danzo has once again lost this round. Upon receiving the intelligence, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply, and after exhaling a cloud of smoke, his gaze turned sharp and penetrating. It was time to prepare for certain matters, lest the Uchiha clan become uncontrollable. At that moment, two individuals entered the Hokage's office without prior announcement. an uncommon privilege reserved for only a select few. The visitors were none other than Tsunade Kohei and Mido Gatekatsu. "What brings you here?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, harboring little fondness for the duo. Although they had fought alongside each other as bodyguards of the second Hokage, in the years following Hiruzen's ascension, these two had primarily focused on their familial interests. As long as their personal agendas were not compromised, they displayed a complete disregard for the affairs of the village. Over the years, they had frequently leveraged their positions to benefit their clans, and their presence now suggested they sensed an impending threat. "Is there no solution to the Uchiha situation?" Hiruzen continued. Acknowledging that the Uchiha were no longer merely a formidable family, they had garnered significant respect at the grassroots level. Their successful completion of the Daimyo's escort mission had also brought tangible benefits to the village, prompting other clans to stir with ambition. Tsunade Kohei regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen with a reproachful expression. "You're right," she asserted. "If this continues, the Uchiha's influence will expand unchecked. When we can no longer contain them, we may find ourselves under their dominion. It is plausible that the Uchiha could ascend to the position of Hokage, leading the village down a perilous path." "Hiruzen, have you formulated a plan?" Mido Gatekatsu inquired closely behind her. At their words, Hiruzen felt a surge of amusement. When he had previously sought their assistance against the Uchiha, they had evaded responsibility, believing that Danzo and he were sufficient to handle the threat. Yet, after all this time, instead of diminishing, the Uchiha had only grown stronger. Their sudden return to admonish him was quite characteristic of their behavior. "Let us dispense with the pretense. I do have a strategy, but it will require you to sacrifice certain interests. What say you? Are you willing?" Hiruzen regarded them with a playful expression. Upon hearing his words, the two's countenances tightened with unease. Given that Hiruzen had chosen to broach such a matter privately, the cost of their cooperation would undoubtedly exceed what they were prepared to bear. Yet, should they refuse, they would lose any future grounds to criticize him. Indeed, he was a cunning old fox, adept at turning the tables with but a single remark. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan's estate, within the meeting room of Uchiha Fugaku, he inquired with a smile, "What arrangements does the daimyo have in mind for this period?" "Just a leisurely stroll through the village will suffice. After presiding over the New Year's ceremony, I shall return," Fugaku replied. "Have you considered becoming my bodyguards?" The esteemed daimyo looked at Uchiha Fugaku with a somewhat cheerful demeanor. It is well known that becoming a guardian of the daimyo is an opportunity to bring glory to one's family. After all, Sarutobi Shinizuke once ventured to the Land of Fire, becoming one of the daimyo's protectors. Upon returning to Konoha, he was assigned significant responsibilities. Sarutobi Hisashi's actions were merely to pave the way for his son, with the future in mind, allowing him to inherit the position of Hokage. "Thank you, my lord, for your trust. Upon your return, I shall personally select suitable personnel for you," Uchiha Fugaku declared with great delight. He had not anticipated that those individuals would inadvertently provide the Uchiha clan with such a splendid opportunity. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and Roy were gathered in the courtyard of the Fugaku residence. "Roy, this operation must have been largely within your expectations, correct?" Shisui no longer held his previous disdain. In his eyes, Roy's strategies had surpassed the significance of mere strength. Within the Uchiha clan, most members were proud and forthright. The emergence of such a strong-willed individual was indeed rare. Uchiha Itachi, who possessed considerable talent in this regard, still paled in comparison to Roy. "Not entirely," Roy replied. "Their audacity to strike at the village gates was beyond my foresight. However, this may not be entirely unfavorable. The higher-ups in Konoha are on the verge of losing the daimyo's trust." Roy waved his hand dismissively, not seeking accolades. "How did you know they would take action? Did they not consider that they were no match for us?" At this moment, Itachi's perception of Roy shifted. He had previously believed that Roy would bring calamity to their clan, yet the situation had shifted so swiftly. It was not due to any threat posed by the Uchiha, but rather because they were perceived as too formidable to control. They feared the Uchiha's power. "Of course, there are those like Danzo who covet our strength," Roy remarked seriously, observing Itachi's stubbornness. Itachi's talent was undeniable. However, he had been excessively idolized from a young age and inundated with the village-centric ideology. Ultimately, this had shaped his twisted character. By the time Itachi came to realize this, he found himself devoid of the strength to effect substantial change. The only course left was to entrust everything to his awakened brother. Thus, transforming Uchiha Itachi became an urgent necessity. Fear. If the village truly feared the power of the Uchiha, Why would they assign us such significant responsibilities, whether in patrolling or within the Konoha Guard? Itachi maintained a confident demeanor. To him, it was still the hardliners within the clan who had influenced the Uchiha's reputation. As they were compelled to grant the Uchiha a prominent identity, he pondered the existence of such a formidable family within the village that bore no significance or influence. What might others think of this? Roy suddenly felt an urge to laugh. Indeed, Itachi had been coddled to his detriment in his youth. Such a simple matter had become a source of his confusion. The patrolling guards were specifically aimed at me. To put it plainly, there are those who covet my eyes and my life. This incident transpired during your mission to protect the feudal lord. The patrolling guards are also known as cannon fodder. Roy conveyed the truth of the situation in the simplest of terms. He was not mistaken. Moreover, had it not been for the first batch of clansmen assigned to guard duty being Roy, the Uchiha clan would have been diminished by a few members. As Itachi turned to him, Uchiha Shisui offered a confirming response. Such revelations shattered Itachi's previously held beliefs in the absurd notion of the will of fire. He had always believed himself to possess a broader perspective than others, even harboring the confidence that he could steer the Uchiha clan back on course. Yet now, all his efforts were suddenly deemed misguided. Itachi, can your heart return to the clan? I am in dire need of your assistance. Liu abruptly shifted the conversation and inquired swiftly. Me? But, tell me, what is the most powerful illusion technique you currently wield? Liu provided no opportunity for Itachi to hesitate, directly questioning him. Illusion techniques? Thorny Forest, Ferryman's Hell, Abyss of Naruto. Itachi possessed several adept illusion techniques, with these being among the most frequently employed. I understand. Itachi, do you trust me? Roy suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Itachi instinctively glanced at Uchiha Shisui. At this moment, he remained the starry-eyed boy who idolized Shisui. I believe in you, brother Roy. Upon seeing Shisui nod, Itachi suppressed all his doubts and acknowledged Roy before him. Now, close your Sharingan and completely clear your mind. I will take you to see the clan leader and divulge the forthcoming plan. I hope you can endure it. The smile faded from Roy's face, replaced by a slight gravity. Understood, Itachi replied, fully relaxing his spirit. His Sharingan also closed. The reason he had kept it activated earlier was to seek out any flaws in Roy. However, it seemed unnecessary now. Let us proceed. Roy nodded and led Itachi away from the spot. Soon, the two departed the village together. Brother Roy, why must we leave the village? Shortly thereafter, they found themselves beside a small river. Gazing at the raging river before him, Itachi Uchiha cast a curious glance towards Roy. He had been here before. During his initial mission, he had engaged in deep conversation with Shisui Uchiha at this very spot. The village had already come under the watchful eyes of the Umbu, necessitating a change of venue for their discussions. Let us proceed. We shall arrive shortly, Roy declared, not pausing in his stride. Soon, the duo found themselves at the edge of a precipice, overlooking the flowing river below. Yet even in this place, Itachi sensed no trace of his father's presence. Was his father absent? But why would Roy deceive him? Confusion clouded Itachi's thoughts. Suddenly, a powerful surge of chakra reverberated from a distance. A group of several members from the Root organization was seen pursuing a lone ninja in a nearby clearing. It was Shisui. Panic washed over Itachi's features upon recognizing the fleeing figure. Under different circumstances, he might have taken a moment to contemplate the situation, but this was Shisui. As the most formidable young member of the Uchiha clan, he bore the title of Shunshin Shisui in the ninja world. Now, however, he was being hunted by the very Root organization associated with Konoha. Itachi observed the blood flowing from one of Shisui's eyes, his overall demeanor reflecting severe distress. It was evident that he had sustained grave injuries. In that moment, Itachi activated his Sharingan, intent on rushing to assist Shisui, disregarding any notions of the will of fire or the welfare of the village. The Root organization had brazenly attacked a member of the Uchiha clan, obliterating the last remnants of his hope. Just then, a kunai wielded by Roy lodged itself into Itachi's side. I apologize, but to ensure my own survival, I must make this choice. You shall not pass. Roy's voice resonated from behind Itachi. You, how could you? Itachi turned in disbelief to face Roy. Lord Danzo has promised me that if I ally with him to eradicate the Uchiha clan, I can continue to exist as part of Konoha. The higher-ups had already resolved to take action against the Uchiha. I merely chose the path that would allow me to survive. As Roy spoke, thorns surged forth from the surroundings, ensnaring Itachi. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. All he could do was watch as Shisui came under siege. I'm sorry, Shisui. Today, you must perish here. Your strength is simply too great. Roy shouted, hearing Roy's voice. Shisui momentarily lost focus, and the members of the Root organization seized the opportunity to inflict severe damage upon him. Susanoo. Shisui's lone Sharingan spun rapidly, awakening his Manjiki Sharingan. A colossal green Susanoo materialized on the battlefield, a visual spectacle of immense impact. As he gazed upon the imposing Susanoo before him, Uchiha Itachi's face betrayed a look of astonishment. Was he truly so weak? If only he had mastered Susanoo and awakened his Manjiki Sharingan at this moment. Could he not protect his friends and family? Lost in such thoughts, blood began to flow from his eyes, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Was it still futile? At that moment, Roy looked at Uchiha Itachi with a sense of helplessness. Even in such circumstances, Itachi had yet to awaken his eyes. Perhaps it was time to escalate the situation. With that in mind, Uchiha Shisui had already repelled all members of the Root organization and swiftly advanced towards Roy and his companions. Observing this, Roy hastily retreated. Engaging in battle with Uchiha Shisui was hardly a prudent choice. Let us go. Grabbing Uchiha Itachi, Shisui led him away from the scene. The two soon arrived at a higher cliff. Brother Shisui, why? There are no reasons. A lost gamble results in this, Shisui replied. The higher-ups of Konoha are utterly untrustworthy. How laughable it is that I exerted so much effort, even naively believing they would choose to trust the Uchiha. No, Brother Shisui. You, Itachi, I can go no further. From now on, I hope you can protect what is dear. This is entrusted to you. As he spoke, Uchiha Shisui removed his final Sharingan and handed it to Uchiha Itachi. But, farewell, Itachi, without allowing Itachi a moment to respond. Shisui leapt from the cliff. He did not summon any chakra to cushion his fall, for he had resolved himself to die. Brother Shisui. No. In that instant, Itachi's Sharingan began to spin rapidly. Before long, a new pair of Manjiki appeared within his eyes. Was this the power capable of protecting the village? Yet, Brother Shisui, I do not desire such strength. As he felt the newly acquired power, a shadow of joy did not grace Uchiha Itachi's countenance. In a daze, Itachi noticed the world around him beginning to fragment. Soon, the environment restored itself. He had not left the courtyard, Roy had not betrayed him, and Brother Shisui had not perished. What had just transpired? Was it an illusion? Roy had. The strain on his ocular power had rendered him unconscious. Controlling you with my ocular technique was no simple feat. I was originally meant to handle this. But Roy believed I might not manage it well. Noticing the bewilderment on Uchiha Itachi's face, Shisui recounted the recent events to him. Have you awakened your eyes? Seeing Itachi still in a state of confusion, Shisui inquired once more. Yes. Uchiha Itachi nodded, and in an instant, the Manjiki awakened. Then Roy succeeded. Itachi, Roy is undoubtedly destined to become the leader of the Uchiha clan in the future. I hope you can recognize this fact, Shisui expressed with concern. The Uchiha clan does not require a leader of immense strength at this moment. Rather, it needs someone of Roy's caliber. I understand what you mean, Brother Shisui. I never harbored such intentions, and as for my father, he cannot sway my thoughts. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi has regained his clarity. The sensations he had previously experienced were bestowed upon him by Roy. Most importantly, Roy possesses a lucid understanding of his absolute domain and is able to aid him in awakening his eyes in such a manner. For Uchiha Itachi, Roy has already earned his acknowledgement. It is best that you hold such thoughts. I do not wish for power to cloud your judgment. Now, let us escort Roy back. He requires rest. Upon concluding his words, Shisui promptly lifted Roy and vanished from sight. It was not until evening that Roy gradually awakened. It succeeded. Moreover, a broad smile of joy graced Roy's face, for he had not only facilitated Itachi's awakening but also advanced the main quest progress to 50. Indeed, initiating the endeavor with Itachi was undoubtedly the correct choice. After all, Uchiha Itachi is the only one who overtly participated in the night of the Uchiha clan's destruction. Now that Uchiha Itachi has altered the course of events, completing the massacre will not prove to be a simple task. What will the higher-ups of Konoha do next? In the following period, the higher-ups of Konoha remained remarkably subdued, as if they had suddenly forgotten the existence of the Uchiha clan. Soon, the eve of the spring festival arrived. Throughout the village of Konoha, lanterns adorned the streets, heralding the joyous occasion. In the central square of Konoha, a podium had also been erected. Uchiha training grounds. Fire style, flame control. Roy raised his hand, enveloping himself and Itachi in a massive ring of fire. Amaterasu. Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan activated instantaneously, creating an opening in the flame control, allowing him to escape its confines. Itachi still vividly recalled the scene when Uchiha Fugaku had utilized the flame control to create an explosion. Although he was now capable of summoning Susanoo, it required a substantial amount of chakra, placing a considerable burden on his eyes. Phew. Liu raised his hand, dispelling the remaining flame control entirely. Have you identified the issue? Shisui had also appeared here, a grave expression etched upon his face as he regarded Roy. The reason for his concern was that after Roy awakened, he informed Shisui of a problem with Itachi's body. However, the exact nature of the issue remained unclear to Roy. Thus, they had been engaged in intensive training at the training grounds for a considerable time. We have nearly discerned the matter. His body is too frail. Roy gazed at Itachi, who was now slightly panting, and provided his assessment. His body. Yet, Itachi's taijutsu is among the best in the clan. Shisui expressed his confusion. If the only issue were mere physical weakness, it would hardly be considered a significant problem. If Itachi merely possessed an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan, his physical robustness should be adequate. However, after awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, his physical strength has evidently diminished. Moreover, Itachi is still not yet 11 years old. With the arrival of the new year, he will turn 11. By then, Sasuke Uchiha will also be nearing the time for enrollment in the academy. What should I do? Although Itachi has not perceived any physical issues, he chooses to trust Roy's assessment. Let us begin with foundational training. Itachi, you should seek out Might Guy and inquire about the most fundamental forms of physical training. Ideally, it would be prudent to consult a skilled medical ninja for a comprehensive examination. Indeed, as Roy spoke, a sudden realization struck him. He could perform the full-body examination himself. Itachi, extend your hand. Roy lifted his own hand, reaching towards Itachi. As Itachi raised his hand, a surge of electrical energy coursed through his body. The power of the Thunder Fruit enables Roy to transform his body into an electric element, which he can control entirely. Compared to flames, lightning offers greater controllability. Soon, electricity enveloped Itachi entirely. After the initial examination, no issues were detected. Could it be that the problem lies not in the body but in the meridians? Let us investigate further. Roy once again minimized the flow of electricity, directing it into Itachi's meridians akin to chakra. This delicate manipulation began to strain Roy, while Itachi felt little more than a sensation of energy stimulating the circulation of chakra within him. Is there something else? After several minutes, Roy slumped to the side. The toll on his mental energy was far more taxing than depleting chakra. Brother Roy, allow him to rest. Before Itachi could speak, Shisui interrupted. It is all right. I have finally identified the issue. Itachi, you. Shisui, could you step away for a moment? I wish to speak with Itachi privately. Roy glanced at Shisui. Understood. Shisui nodded and vanished in an instant. Poisoned. A look of resignation crossed Roy's face. Poisoned? But you have undergone medicinal baths, have you not? And you have not ceased since childhood. I have discerned the condition within your meridians. Roy promptly conveyed the state of Itachi's body to him. While medicinal baths contain considerable energy that aids in refining the body and enhancing training speed, there is a saying that medicine is 3 parts poison. Especially since Itachi was quite young during his medicinal training, his body exhibited low resistance to these toxic elements. Over time, this accumulation has resulted in the current damage to his meridians. Certainly, if Itachi Uchiha were to cease utilizing chakra from this moment forth, there would be no issues. However, this is fundamentally improbable. As long as Itachi continues to harness chakra, the intense fluctuations will exacerbate the issues within his meridians. By the time Itachi becomes aware of the afflictions plaguing his body, it may well be too late for remedies. Brother Roy, what course of action should I take now? Upon hearing this, Itachi momentarily paused before speaking slowly. For the time being, I shall set aside the practice of ninjutsu and jinjutsu. I currently lack the means to address your meridian issues, but there exists an individual, or a location that may possess the solution. Yet, at present, I am uncertain where to seek her. Roy shook his head, acknowledging the temporary impasse. Though he could identify Itachi's dilemma, resolving it remained an arduous task. I understand. I shall endeavor to suppress it. During this period, I will focus on taijutsu training. Itachi did not appear disheartened, but rather bore a serious expression. Brother Roy. At that moment, a small figure hurried over. Sasuke, what brings you here? Upon seeing the newcomer, Itachi's demeanor softened with affection. Indeed. The Hokage is invariably a doting elder brother. Brother, father said you wouldn't be leaving for the time being. Today, you promised to teach me Shuriken Jutsu. Sasuke pouted, gazing up at Itachi with evident dissatisfaction, as if he had been deceived. Very well, I shall fetch some Shuriken and kunai for practice. Today, I will accompany you. Brother Roy, please keep an eye on Sasuke for a moment. After speaking, Itachi vanished from sight. Sasuke, have you had the chance to play with Naruto recently? Roy smiled as he turned his attention to Sasuke. Who could have imagined that the one who would later awaken the Sharingan would have been so endearing? No. For the past few days, it seems I cannot go. Father said that after I enroll in the academy, I will be able to play with Naruto again. Sasuke clearly appeared somewhat dejected. Although there are peers within the clan, Sasuke finds it difficult to connect with them. Cannot go? Has there been a shift among the higher-ups? Or perhaps... Suddenly, Roy recalled something. It is likely that Fugaku Uchiha, considering this matter, advised Sasuke to refrain from seeking Naruto for the time being. However, Fugaku has underestimated the significance of Naruto. Come, let us invite Naruto to our home for some fun. As the two departed Uchiha territory, several figures soon trailed behind them, including Uchiha guards and Umbu ninjas, even members of the Root organization. Nevertheless, Roy chose to disregard them entirely. Absurd. Should the Uchiha higher-ups dare to act, Roy would ensure they pay a painful price. Boss, when will you return? During this period, it has been just the three of us patrolling, and we are nearly bored to death. Yesterday, I assisted 4 villagers, their combined number equaling my own. On the way, I fortuitously encountered the trio of patrolling officers. With the approach of the Spring Festival, the responsibilities of the security department have notably increased. I have been preoccupied with various matters lately. You all are performing admirably as well. Remember to balance your duties with your training. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the trio, Roy led Sasuke onward towards Naruto's home. What is the leader planning to do with young Sasuke? One mused. That direction. Surely he does not intend to engage with that mischievous fox child? A hush fell over them, and they shared knowing glances before resuming their tasks. Soon, the pair arrived before the familiar building. In Sasuke's eyes, one could discern a glimmer of joy. Indeed, these two were destined to be close friends. Roy, should we buy something? Sasuke inquired earnestly. Father mentioned that when visiting friends, one ought to bring gifts. Sasuke's thoughtfulness was admirable. What sort of gifts should we prepare? Roy pondered. For some reason, gazing at the diminutive Sasuke and the imminent visit to little Naruto, a sense of inexplicable ease washed over him. Over the past few months, Roy had been preoccupied with strategies to prevent the Uchiha clan from facing annihilation. The relentless training and scheming had left him feeling utterly drained. After deliberating, they ventured to a nearby shop to procure some daily necessities, toys, and some food and fruit. With their arms laden, they swiftly approached Naruto's door. Knock, knock, knock. Sasuke gently rapped on the door. Who is it? I'm in the midst of a feast. Creaking open, the door revealed little Naruto. Holding a bowl of nearly expired instant noodles, his expression one of annoyance. He despised the Spring Festival, while others reveled in familial joy and delicious meals. He found himself alone in a desolate room, waiting for dawn. Being interrupted during his noodle feast only added to his discontent. Sasuke? Is that you? Upon seeing Sasuke, a flicker of surprise danced in Naruto's eyes, prompting him to instinctively hide the bowl behind him. We saw everything. No need to hide. We are friends. This is my elder brother from the clan, Roy. He brought me to invite you to play at my home. Sasuke spoke with unreserved enthusiasm, despite Naruto's fleeting self-doubt. It was quickly masked by a smile, although Roy had noticed it. Hello, Naruto. You may call me as Sasuke does. We brought you a gift. Sasuke assured me you would adore it. Come, let us enjoy our time together. Roy spoke, stuffing a plethora of snacks, toys, and daily necessities into Naruto's embrace, nearly overwhelming him. Naruto, we wish to indulge in the delights you just savored. Huh, is it that cup noodle? Indeed, my father has never permitted me to consume this. The two young ones were undoubtedly each other's salvation. With a single earnest remark from Sasuke, Naruto's earlier insecurities dissipated. I have many flavors here. Come inside and I shall prepare some for you. Outside the building, Kakashi was questioned. Why do you not prevent them from entering? The Uchiha is approaching Naruto. And you are aware. I know, Kakashi replied, lifting his gaze towards a nearby Umbu member, his countenance devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The Umbu member understood that Kakashi was teetering on the brink of fury. Should further provocation occur, uncontrollable consequences might ensue. I hope you remember the reason for your teacher's demise. With a scoff, Before the Umbu member could continue, a kunai was plunged into his shoulder, blood immediately spilling forth. Kakashi's Sharingan activated, the three tomo swirling ominously within his eyes. What do you know? You know nothing at all. He seethed. If there is a next time, the kunai shall find its mark in your neck. The usually composed Kakashi was now in a furious rage, his crimson Sharingan radiating a perilous aura. The surrounding Umbu members hesitated, unwilling to intervene. The prodigious ninja Kakashi, skilled in swordsmanship, ninjutsu, and the Sharingan, was formidable. Even if all three of them united against him, they would likely succumb to his counterattack. Moreover, it was unnecessary. Kakashi, remain calm. We merely intended to remind you. We harbor no ill will, one Umbu ninja quickly interjected. No ill will? Kakashi withdrew the kunai, channeling powerful chakra into his hand. Zzzzzzz. The Chidori was instantaneously unleashed. Kakashi, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? I bear you no malice. Kakashi's tone dripped with sarcasm before he swiftly stored his Chidori, appearing atop a distant water tower. Resting his chin on his hand, falling silent. The three Umbu members exhaled in relief, then vanished with their injured comrade. The Kakashi of now was no longer the steady ally they once knew. Additionally, he had twice rebuffed the mission assignments from Hiruzen Sarutobi. At that moment, Roy approached the window. Kakashi, if you find yourself hungry, come here for a bowl of the cup noodles Naruto prepared. It is truly delectable. Just as Kakashi pondered these thoughts, Roy's voice reached his ears. An invitation from the Uchiha, cup noodles crafted by Naruto. He too had once received an invitation from the Uchiha, specifically from Uchiha Fugaku. However, at that time, he had gone with his mentor. Little did he expect that after so many years, he would once again receive an invitation from the Uchiha clan. With a swift motion, a figure landed directly in the corridor of the building, interrupting the moment. Kakashi nodded and followed Roy into the room. This is Hatake Kakashi, who will become your teacher in the future. Furthermore, your safety is also under Kakashi's responsibility. Before Kakashi could utter a word, Roy playfully pushed him forward and smiled. Kakashi maintained a close relationship with the Uchiha clan. He had previously visited Uchiha Fugaku's home alongside Minato Namikaze. Later, during class assignments, he found himself in the same class as Uchiha Obito. Moreover, his left eye still bore the Sharingan of the Uchiha. Suddenly, Kakashi felt a fondness for Uchiha Roy. Previously, like many others, he had believed that the Uchiha were responsible for his mentor's demise. However, after receiving the news from Uchiha Fugaku, Kakashi was left in a state of confusion. His mentor had not held a poor relationship with the Uchiha. In fact, due to Kushina's connection with Makoto Uchiha, he and Fugaku had even become friends, leading to an increased reliance on the Uchiha clan. Under such circumstances, it seemed implausible that they would commit such an act. Since he was here, he might as well indulge in the culinary delights offered. After all, it was a grand feast prepared by Naruto for them. Therefore, he decided to momentarily set aside his other thoughts. As Kakashi was lost in contemplation, Roy's voice abruptly interrupted his musings. Delicious, a feast. Kakashi felt a lump in his throat. Removing his mask, he began to eat rapidly. The taste was not particularly exquisite. Yet it was the finest food Naruto could provide to host them. Of course, in a corner of the house, there was a box of nearly expired milk, which Kakashi noticed. After quickly finishing the cup noodles, a bead of sweat trickled down his brow. Kakashi, I will be taking Naruto to visit the Uchiha next. If you wish to join, you are welcome. Roy set down his cup noodles and looked at Kakashi. No, I have my own tasks to attend to. Thank you for the hospitality, Naruto, but I must take my leave. With that, Kakashi vanished before anyone could respond. Let us return as well. Naruto, there's no need to bring clothes. Sasuke has already purchased some for you. We shall celebrate New Year's at the Uchiha tomorrow night. You can have fun with Sasuke then. As Roy spoke, he led the two youngsters out of the building. Although Naruto felt a bit shy, Roy did not give him a chance to decline. Well, Naruto was secretly quite pleased. In the Hokage office, an Umbu member reported swiftly, Lord Hokage, Uchiha Roy has taken Naruto Uzumaki. Should we intervene now? During this period, their busyness surpassed even that of the Third Shinobi World War. A mere action from the Uchiha clan set them in a flurry of activity. Interference? At this juncture, how could one possibly intervene? Let it be. Allow the Uchiha to stir for a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen leisurely reviewed the village's documents. With the new year approaching tomorrow, there was an abundance of matters to attend to. Coupled with the prior plan, it was unnecessary to provoke the Uchiha at this moment. Yet, the issue concerning Hatake Kakashi could also be temporarily set aside. Although Sarutobi furrowed his brow slightly, he ultimately made the same decision. The ENBU members ceased their discussions and vanished using the body flicker technique. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan's residence. "Wow, is this the new outfit?" exclaimed Naruto, his delight evident as he admired the clothing adorned with a kunai print. Moreover, the fabric was splendid, neither bulky nor cumbersome, yet wonderfully warm. "Sasuke, Naruto." A gentle voice called out as Uchiha Makoto appeared. "Mother." Sasuke and Naruto approached Uchiha Makoto. Having previously interacted with her, Naruto felt no sense of unfamiliarity. "This is the scarf I knitted for you. You two go play. I will prepare dinner. Naruto, you shall sleep with Sasuke tonight. I have arranged a bed and clothes for you." "Thank you, aunt." "Thank you, mother." The two children, now adorned with scarves, were even more elated and soon wandered off to play. Roy, regarding the afternoon training. "Let them play for now. A ninja's life often lacks choices. They are not yet at that stage." Itachi appeared at that moment, several training kunai in hand. Upon hearing Roy's words, Itachi stored away the kunai. As night fell, the two children drifted into slumber. In the study of Uchiha Fugaku, he looked at Roy with confusion. "Roy, is this your decision? Bringing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto, Uzumaki, into the Uchiha clan under such circumstances is hardly prudent. Indeed, the Uchiha cannot be too flawless. Otherwise, it will only grant those adversaries more time to prepare. Contact with the Jinchuriki would likely prompt action immediately after the daimyo's departure." Roy, who held no fondness for the higher-ups of Konoha, felt no guilt in undertaking such actions. Forcing them to act? But, will this not be detrimental to the Uchiha? "Chief, do we have any other options?" Roy interjected before Fugaku could finish. The recent tranquility within the Uchiha clan had lulled Fugaku into a false sense of security regarding their stability. Unbeknownst to him, the higher-ups would never relinquish their intent to act against the Uchiha. "Have you already considered what the higher-ups will do next?" Uchiha Fugaku harbored a peculiar illusion that Roy had meticulously contemplated the forthcoming events. Essentially, it was a familiar scheme, exploiting the common people's trepidation towards the Uchiha clan, alongside the long-standing grievances held by other families against them. By orchestrating a blunder attributable to the Uchiha, likely entwined with the actions of the higher-ups, they would then be falsely accused of grave offenses. After a moment of reflection, Roy spoke slowly. He had witnessed such Machiavellian plots too many times to count. Whether it was the demise of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, or the subsequent oppression faced by the Uchiha, all the tribulations Roy encountered upon his rebirth bore the hallmark of similar stratagems. Indeed, the higher echelons of Konoha were a cadre of antiquated minds. Their thought process is rigid and unyielding. Only a clan as Na'vi as the Uchiha would repeatedly fall prey to such duplicitous machinations. Thus, when confronted with these accusations, Naruto's identity, Roy remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new realm of understanding. He rose to his feet. "From the very moment you devised the plan for us to engage with Naruto, you were already strategizing for this, weren't you?" Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed in astonishment. From the outset, every action taken by Roy had been part of a grand design. For the first time, Uchiha Fugaku began to believe that the art of political maneuvering was indeed formidable. The following day, Konoha was abuzz with festivity. Regardless of prior engagements, everyone rejoiced under the vibrant decorations celebrating the new year. At Fugaku's behest, Roy was tasked with escorting Sasuke and Naruto for a day of merriment. He and Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were to partake in the ceremonial blessings hosted by the feudal lord. On the bustling streets, Sasuke pointed eagerly at a candied hawthorn snack. "Roy, I want that," he exclaimed, eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Very well," Roy replied, producing the necessary funds. "Two, please. Roydano, you previously assisted me with my dilapidated home. These two are on the house," the shopkeeper offered. "You." The shopkeeper's jovial demeanor abruptly shifted, his hand trembling slightly. "Payment is still required. Happy New Year." Roy accepted the candied hawthorn from the shopkeeper and handed it to Sasuke and Naruto. "Happy New Year," the shopkeeper echoed, somewhat perplexed. Unfazed by the shopkeeper's oddity, Roy turned and continued his stroll with the two young ones. "Roy, just now," Naruto began, but Roy swiftly interrupted, flashing a bright, sunny smile. "It's nothing." The smile quelled Naruto's curiosity, prompting him to nod vigorously, his own expression brightening once more. Although the New Year's air was brisk, Naruto felt a warmth that surpassed even the summer sun. "Roy, let us go have ramen," Sasuke suggested. eyeing the long queue at Ichiraku Ramen with eager anticipation. Regarding the culinary delights outside, Sasuke seldom indulged. After all, he typically dined at home. I will stand in line here. You two can sit over there and wait a while, Roy said as he moved to the end of the queue. The two little ones nodded and settled down, enjoying their candied hawthorns while chatting. Isn't that the little fox demon? How did he end up with the young master of the Uchiha clan? I don't know. It appears he was escorted out by members of the security department. That must be Lord Uchiha Roy from the security division, right? Could it be that the Ninetales incident was indeed connected to the Uchiha clan? Don't speak recklessly. The Uchihas have protected the feudal lords and have done much for the village. Indeed, the Uchihas are still patrolling outside the village. Perhaps they are monitoring the little fox demon. Although the people around were murmuring, they dared not speak too loudly. However, being so close, both Roy and Naruto overheard them. The smile on Naruto's face faded once more. Noticing Naruto's despondent mood, Roy left a shadow clone to continue waiting in line and approach Naruto. Little Naruto, are you feeling a bit upset upon hearing those words? But, do you think your unhappiness will stop them from speaking that way? Or do you believe that your sorrow can retaliate against those who have harmed you? Roy asked with a calm demeanor. But, although Naruto did not fully grasp Roy's words, he felt a profound sense of truth in them. Maintain your optimistic outlook and strive to stand at the pinnacle of this ninja world. Show them they are mistaken, rather than wallowing in sorrow here. Of course, you could also choose to grow stronger and eliminate those who speak ill of you. As Roy spoke, a fierce expression crossed his face, and an aura of intimidation enveloped Naruto. No, no, no. Brother Roy, I would never do that. What they said isn't entirely wrong. I have always been treated this way, and I have grown accustomed to it. I harbor no hatred. I only have. Naruto found himself at a loss for words, not wanting to reveal his cowardice before Roy, one of the few who recognized him, nor his painful past and fragile heart. Little Naruto, you are somewhat foolish. However, I do not disdain your foolishness. Roy initially intended to console Naruto, but struggled to find the right words. After all, no one could persuade Naruto to forgive or let go of the traumas he had endured in his youth. Yet, Roy had forgotten that within this little fellow resided a radiant sun. All right, it's too crowded inside. I suggest we get takeout and eat elsewhere. At that moment, Roy's clone returned. As for the whispers from the surrounding crowd, Roy chose to disregard them. After enjoying some ramen, the three resumed their leisurely culinary explorations. As night fell, the trio returned once more to the courtyard of Uchiha Fugaku. By then, Uchiha Fugaku had already arrived. Leader, I have completed my task and shall take my leave, Roy greeted before departing. Naruto, meanwhile, went to bathe with Sasuke, intending to spend the night at Sasuke's home. The following day, after increasing the funding allocated to Konoha for the year, the Daimyo departed. The Uchiha clan arranged for 4 jonin to serve as escorts, simultaneously acting as guards for the Daimyo: Uchiha Nagasawa, Uchiha Kawai, Uchiha Nagakumi, and Uchiha Michi. Konoha once again returned to a state of tranquility. Roy resumed his daily routine of training and refining his chakra. With only a week remaining until the spring festival, the morning sun filtered into the room as Roy slowly opened his eyes. System, display panel. Roy raised his hand and summoned his interface. Host, Uchiha Roy Ninjutsu. Fire release. Fireball explosion, 89. Fire release. Blue flame, 79. Lightning release. Lightning serpent rampage, 87. Lightning release. White bug, 98. Taijutsu. Leaf style taijutsu, 99. Uchiha style taijutsu, 99. Jinjutsu. Thornbind. Bloodline limit. Sharingan, 21. 3 tomo. Flame fruit, 12. 1 consumption free fixed chakra, 11. 500 items. Improved explosive tags, 50. Improved kunai, 50. Explosive tags, 1200. Kusanagi sword. Turret. Buff. Double chakra extraction function. Personal space, 1000 m. Main quest. Save the Uchiha, 55. Quest requirement. Preserve a sufficient number of Uchiha clan members after the Night of Annihilation. The greater the number of survivors, the higher the level and the more generous the rewards. Side quest. Investigate the Awakening organization. Gazing at his panel, Roy felt a slight headache. Indeed, was combat necessary? If it were merely training, the progress would be agonizingly slow. Given the current circumstances, his strength was adequate. However, in the face of future threats, such power would be akin to delivering oneself as a feast. Should he instigate something regarding the Awakening organization? Stepping outside, Roy pondered and ultimately decided to seek out Fugaku for a discussion. As a participant in both the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, Uchiha Fugaku should possess knowledge about such a mysterious organization. Just then, Uchiha Shisui appeared in Roy's courtyard, adorned in the distinctive attire of the Konoha Guard. Shisui, what brings you here? Roy questioned, somewhat perplexed. I have withdrawn from the Umbu and now serve as the deputy chief of the Konoha Guard, as arranged by the leader. Shisui replied, glancing at his uniform. I came to ask if you would be interested in taking on the role of a captain, perhaps for independent missions? Certainly. Roy responded enthusiastically. Just as I was preparing to approach the clan leader regarding this matter, I expressed my desire to leave the village to investigate certain issues. Brother Shisui, how much do you know about the organization known as Ju? It dawned on Roy that, as a former member of the Umbu, Shisui frequently undertook missions outside, and thus might possess some knowledge about Ju. Roy, how did you become entangled with that organization? Could it be from your patrol duties during the past half-month? Shisui was taken aback. Aside from his patrol duties, Roy had never left the village. Indeed. Furthermore, this Ju organization is certainly not a trivial entity. Perhaps it will yield some unexpected insights. Roy nodded in agreement. I have encountered the Ju organization 3 times. The first was on the outskirts of the Land of Waterfall, where I encountered a trio with strength akin to that of elite Jonin. However, their methods of attack were peculiar, utilizing some archaic ninjutsu while exhibiting formidable regenerative abilities. The second encounter was in the Land of Grass, where I faced a lone individual of elite Jonin caliber who wielded would release. Unfortunately, he ultimately succumbed to his own uncontrolled chakra, which engulfed him in his own would release. The last encounter occurred during this recent mission, where I came across 2 members of the Ju organization attempting to assault a small village, only to be swiftly eliminated by us. This organization only reveals itself during missions, and should a mission fail, none shall survive. Thus, information regarding them is exceedingly scarce. Shisui relayed all that he knew. Understood. Will I choose the team members, or will the clan arrange them? Roy nodded slowly and replied, it's up to you, Itachi. Shisui simply stated, let us include Izumi in our team. Roy softly suggested. Izumi? Isn't she the girl who just passed the Chunin exams? And she's a medical ninja? Shisui pondered for a moment, harboring no substantial doubts. Before nodding in agreement, I will leave this matter to you, Brother Shisui. I shall find the clan leader first and have them wait for me at the village entrance. Upon finishing his words, Roy vanished in a puff of smoke. Soon, Shisui, accompanied by Uchiha Itachi, went to find Izumi. What? A special operations team? Executing a mission with Itachi? Izumi's face displayed astonishment upon hearing these words. She was acutely aware of her own capabilities. Although she had passed the Chunin exams and had become a provisional medical ninja, she felt dwarfed by a genius like Itachi. How could she possibly be chosen to team up with him? This is Roy's arrangement. He is your captain. If you have any doubts, wait for your captain to address them himself. Head to the village entrance and await Roy's arrival. He will be there shortly. After Shishui's words, he vanished in an instant, leaving only Itachi and Izumi behind. Itachi, I bought some dumplings. Would you like to have some? Izumi said cautiously, trailing behind him. Itachi turned to gaze at the 2 boxes of dumplings in Izumi's hands, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. The girl before him had offered him dumplings in their childhood. Although their paths had diverged significantly since then, the sight of the dumplings brought back memories for Itachi. Thank you. Izumi, do you know why you were chosen? Did you have any prior knowledge? He accepted one of the boxes of dumplings and asked calmly. I'm not sure. I only found out because I was obedient, Izumi replied. By the way, what kind of mission are we going to undertake? With Itachi accepting the dumplings, she felt a bit more at ease. I don't know. However, since we're leaving the village for a mission, it won't be like staying within its confines. As someone who had previously undertaken missions outside, Itachi was well aware of the circumstances beyond the village. The shinobi world, having endured several great wars, was far from peaceful. As one of the largest ninja villages, Konoha naturally had many enemies. It is essential to understand that the territory of Konoha was not simply given, it was fought for. Under such circumstances, Konoha's shinobi were likely to encounter adversaries outside, who would not hesitate due to Konoha's reputation. Casually conversing, the 2 soon arrived at the village gates. Roy, brother? Itachi had anticipated waiting for Roy here, so he had taken his time along the way. To his surprise, upon arrival, he found Roy already waiting for them. Itachi, Izumi, the mission we are about to undertake does not come with a task list. Therefore, you must be prepared for battle to arise at any moment. Itachi, You are responsible for protecting Izumi, while Izumi will tend to both your and my injuries, Roy succinctly stated. Is that all? Itachi was taken aback. Typically, missions would come with a task list. Even in the absence of one, there would generally be a rough outline of the mission's nature. Now, with Roy providing no details and opting for adaptability, Itachi sensed that the challenges ahead might be more severe than usual. Essentially, yes. By the way, Itachi, if you receive any information regarding the Akatsuki, be sure to inform me in advance. And Izumi, consider this an opportunity for practical experience. Let us go? Upon hearing Roy's final words, Itachi's pupils constricted. He realized the nature of this mission was to investigate intelligence regarding the Akatsuki organization. If it were just Roy and him undertaking the task, Itachi would not have felt anxious. However, he pondered why Roy had chosen to keep Izumi by his side. Glancing at Izumi, who seemed eager for the journey, Itachi concealed his doubts and followed Roy as they departed the village. Within the Hokage's office, Uchiha Roy, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Izumi have departed from the village. The nature of their mission stems from a personal request by Uchiha Fugaku, aimed at investigating the security concerns of the surrounding villages. This is the mission document. The Umbu presented the task list to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Roy and Uchiha Itachi? Why would these two choose to leave the village at this juncture? Moreover, there is also a Chunin, a non-combat medical ninja, Uchiha Izumi. As Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized the mission document, a grave expression adorned his face. Previously, he had perceived Uchiha Roy as the instigator behind the recent unrest within the Uchiha clan. Yet, under these circumstances, Uchiha Itachi had also departed alongside Uchiha Roy, which vexed Sarutobi Hiruzen considerably. Several forthcoming plans had been devised with these two in mind, and now they were both absent. Consequently, the ensuing strategies would necessitate some alterations. What brings you here? As Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered this dilemma, he sensed a familiar chakra. I have dispatched members of the Root organization. Rest assured, they will not return to the village so easily. A smirk graced Danzo's lips. Danzo, your confidence can sometimes be excessive. The Uchiha clan is not so easily dealt with. Never mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to voice his concerns, but reconsidered. Deciding against it, Danzo had become an increasingly uncontrollable force. If he wished to confront the Uchiha, then so be it. The third Hokage, Minyin, and Koharu are prepared. Your actions must commence shortly. I have a strong feeling we cannot afford to grant the Uchiha too much time, Danzo reiterated. I understand, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, somewhat displeased. Was this man now subtly coercing him? Noting Sarutobi Hiruzen's lack of a direct response, Danzo chose not to press further and departed. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen rose, exhaling a plume of smoke. His furrowed brow clearly indicated his burgeoning doubts regarding the mission ahead. Outside the village, three figures swiftly navigated through the forest. They soon arrived at a small riverbank. Roy, there is a chakra disturbance ahead. Itachi swiftly concealed himself behind a large tree, wearing a cautious expression. An enemy? Izumi appeared visibly anxious, having never encountered such combat before. Roy, however, remained composed, perched on a branch. Itachi, steady yourself. Do you recall your task? Roy gently reminded. Observing Itachi's tightly clenched kunai. Protect Izumi. Itachi nodded, glancing toward Izumi, who seemed somewhat flustered not far away. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Izumi, upon becoming a genin, had not been required to undertake missions outside the village. Therefore, this marked her first venture beyond the village, and she was yet to acclimate. I will proceed. As the moment of action approached, Roy instructed, you two, coordinate your attack with me. He then sprang into action. The four individuals seated together were engaged in a discussion. Although they bore no protective headbands, their chakra fluctuations were evident. Their identities remained uncertain, yet their presence within the land of fire suggested they were far from benign. Were they ninjas from Konoha? Our sensory-type ninjas had already detected you upon your arrival. 3 of you, correct? If there are any issues, let us converse first. The elder among the ninjas stood up, his expression devoid of emotion. Step forward. Without hesitation, Roy urged Itachi and Izumi to step out alongside him. The leading ninja was taken aback upon seeing the trio before him. 3 children? It was clear that Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi were still in their youth, their faces retaining a certain innocence. Although Roy appeared slightly older, he too was merely a teenager. Had Konoha become so weakened that they sent 3 mere children to undertake a mission? Where were your supervising ninjas? Clearly, these ninjas were well informed about their Konoha counterparts. There are no jounin supervising us. We are all chunin, Roy replied, his tone calm despite the tension. Are you preparing to attack us now? With that, he quietly drew out his kunai, his body beginning to tremble ever so slightly. Izumi, unaccustomed to such a predicament, instinctively stepped behind Itachi for cover. Itachi, gripping his kunai tightly, appeared to rely on it as his last bastion of hope. Haraha, Konoha is truly amusing. Dispatching such ninjas for a mission, the leading ninja sneered, a look of disdain crossing his face. He then charged at Roy. Among them, Roy seemed the most formidable. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, fireball technique. Izumi exclaimed, hastily retreating. Itachi followed suit, backing away as the four ninjas regarded the trio as mere prey. Hey, as ninjas, didn't your teacher instill in you the importance of never underestimating your opponents, regardless of their appearance? At that moment, Roy appeared behind one of the seated ninjas. Swish. Without waiting for a response, his kunai swiftly sliced across the ninja's neck. The remaining two, witnessing this, immediately retreated, their faces reflecting sheer horror. Be cautious, these guys are not. Suddenly, as he glanced at Uchiha Itachi, the surroundings transformed dramatically into a blood-red vortex. His entire being seemed to sink into the abyss. Swish. Without giving him any time to react, he was beheaded once more. The original 4 against 3 situation instantly turned into 3 against 2. The remaining 2 no longer regarded the 3 ninjas before them as mere novices. Itachi, I'll leave that one to you. Make sure to end it swiftly. Fire release, flame formation. Roy unleashed a terrifying blaze that enveloped the surroundings. Water release, great water explosion technique. One of the opponents, a ninja, effortlessly formed hand seals and unleashed a technique of water release. With a river nearby, the power of the water release was significantly amplified, surging directly toward the surrounding flames. A thick mist rose instantaneously. Do you truly believe that within this fog, we are rendered blind? We are none other than the Uchiha. Upon Roy's utterance, the 3 interlocking Magatama were instantaneously unleashed. Observing the 4 lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground, Izumi's countenance darkened slightly. In contrast, Uchiha Itachi and Roy maintained an air of composure. They appeared to be ninjas from the hidden mist village, however. One must ponder why they would manifest in this locale at such a time. Roy's face was etched with confusion. At this moment, in the hidden mist village, there was no indication of any tumultuous activities. It was likely a reconnaissance mission to ascertain the current state of the Leaf Village. The relationship between our 2 villages has never been particularly amicable, Itachi slowly remarked. During the 3rd Great Ninja War, Itachi had ventured onto the battlefield. The brutality and the hatred that lingered from that time could not possibly be assuaged in just a few short years. An investigation. Is it Toby? Roy whispered softly. The current situation in the hidden mist village remains under the control of Obito. The citrus warehouse has fallen under his dominion, and the village is shrouded in a blood mist. Whatever actions the hidden mist village undertakes now are undoubtedly linked to Obito. Have they already made contact? A smile graced the corners of Roy's lips. Brother Roy, we must first deal with these 4, and then, before he could finish his sentence, the shuriken in his hand shot forth with astonishing speed. Itachi reacted instantly, leaping into action, his own shuriken technique following suit. A net of shuriken enveloped the vicinity in an instant. A ninja materialized within the trio's line of sight, his body adorned with shuriken. Clink, clink, clink. However, all of these shuriken fell to the ground. Lord Orochimaru, what brings you here? Roy squinted his eyes, regarding the imposing figure of Orochimaru with a wary gaze. Itachi tightened his grip on the kunai, his Sharingan spinning incessantly. The individual before them exuded an aura of danger. Uchiha Roy, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Izumi. It was unexpected that Uchiha Fugaku would allow you to venture out. However, I am not here to trouble you this time. I propose a transaction. Hand over the 4 corpses on the ground to me. Orochimaru licked his serpent-like lips, his expression shrouded in darkness. A transaction, after all, must come with a price, does it not? Lord Orochimaru, what can you offer us? Roy inquired directly. Upon hearing Roy's words, Itachi and Izumi were momentarily taken aback. Even Orochimaru failed to respond immediately. This individual certainly does not adhere to conventional norms. It was evident that Itachi understood Orochimaru's true nature. Izumi, on the other hand, was left utterly bewildered. Orochimaru pondered that refraining from taking action against the trio was, in essence, part of their agreement. Now, with Roy's abrupt inquiry, he found himself at a loss for words. Itachi, take Izumi somewhere else to unwind. She appears rather tense, Roy advised softly, glancing at Itachi. Understood, Brother Roy. Izumi. Let us go, Itachi replied, swiftly leading Izumi away from the scene. Roy, my young friend, you surely have something to discuss with me. Or perhaps I possess something you require. Orochimaru mused, narrowing his eyes with a hint of amusement. I seek the cells of Hashirama, Roy declared without hesitation. Hashirama cells? Where on earth did you? I currently do not possess any, my previous research. What do you intend to do with them? Before Orochimaru could finish, a flame erupted from Roy's fingertip. Lack of sincerity, then so be it. This collaboration hinges solely on matters of goodwill. Lord Orochimaru, I believe your future endeavors would greatly benefit from the assistance of the Uchiha. Roy lifted his gaze, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Young man, do you comprehend the words you speak? You, a mere Uchiha Chunin. Orochimaru initially sought to counter, but the sight of Roy's unwavering confidence rendered him momentarily speechless. How many do you require? Orochimaru finally inquired after a moment of contemplation. At least 3, Roy stated assertively, raising his hand to present his demand. 3? Very well. I hope you will remember your words today. Otherwise, as a Chunin, you may find yourself. Orochimaru's words trailed off as he narrowed his eyes, searching for any sign of weakness in Roy. Lord Orochimaru is quite astute. Some matters are clearer to you than to me. Furthermore, your objective cannot be realized without our Uchiha support. As for whether I possess the ability to sway the Uchiha, I believe my reputation speaks for itself. Roy extended his hand, maintaining a faade of calm. Orochimaru's feelings toward Hiruzen Sarutobi were far from mere animosity or dissatisfaction. He held profound respect for his mentor. It was precisely this respect that compelled Orochimaru to resolve to personally eliminate Hiruzen, to spare his teacher's lifelong legacy as Hokage from descending into oblivion. Here you go. The higher-ups have encountered difficulties. The timing they chose is indeed rather unfortunate. With that, Orochimaru summoned 4 enormous serpents, which promptly carried away the corpses of the 4 individuals. Meanwhile, a box was handed over, and the individual prepared to depart. Lord Orochimaru, I am unable to utilize this. I seek your assistance. Roy stated with an air of entitlement. Huh, you little brat. Orochimaru appeared somewhat bewildered. What purpose could this serve if he could not employ it? Moreover, to request that he implant Hashirama's cells? Was he not concerned about leaving behind some trifling remnant within him? The process of directly slicing open one's skin to connect and fuse with Hashirama cells was straightforward. Whether one could endure the cells depended solely on one's own strength. I am leaving, Orochimaru declared before being consumed by a serpent that emerged from the ground, vanishing from sight. Roy gazed at the box in his hand, his expression one of calm indifference as he stowed it away in his personal space. Orochimaru undoubtedly possessed methods to enhance the fusion probability. Yet since he had not disclosed them, Roy did not press the matter. Brother Roy, a few minutes later, Itachi returned with Izumi by his side. Let us continue our journey. Our first destination is the Land of Grass. Upon seeing Itachi's return, Roy made preparations to set off towards their target. Brother Roy earlier. Would you like to know? Itachi inquired. Nod, and I shall reveal it to you. Roy smiled at Itachi, genuinely curious about the expression that would grace Itachi's face upon learning of these matters. No, I merely wished to ask. I felt a bit peckish earlier. Itachi deftly shifted the topic. This fib was utterly flawless. Let us eat something first. That stream over there looks promising. With that, Roy vanished from his spot. Observing Roy's departure, Itachi hesitated momentarily before following suit. Before long, a fire was kindled, and Roy swiftly produced spices, seasonings, and a grill. Brother, we are here to undertake a mission, Itachi exclaimed, feeling exasperated. This was not his first time on a mission. He had always subsisted on military rations until the task was completed. His earlier comment about hunger was merely a flimsy excuse. Yet now Roy was genuinely preparing for an outdoor barbecue? As for Izumi, she harbored no such concerns. She busied herself with fishing and gathering firewood. In this scenario, it seemed Itachi was the one left feeling like an outsider. Itachi, our mission does not stipulate specific guidelines. Besides, we have no fear of exposure, Roy remarked softly, observing Itachi's puzzled expression. But, Brother Roy, are we not being a tad too lax? Itachi's past experiences and the lessons learned during previous missions clashed severely with this moment. Though perplexed, he chose to join in. Roy was the captain, and such matters would proceed as he directed. The barbecue consumed nearly 2 hours of their time. Itachi, let us set forth once more. After packing their belongings, The three individuals embarked on their journey once more. Once they vanished from sight, three masked ninjas materialized in their place. Were they Uchiha ninjas? Among them was the infamous Uchiha Itachi, who once served in the Umbu. Observing the unmistakable traces left behind, the leading masked ninja, resembling a mountain monkey, hesitated slightly, beginning to doubt whether these were indeed the marks they had made. The temperature lingered, indicating their departure was less than an hour ago. The distinct signs of a hurried escape pointed resolutely in this direction. "Shall we continue the pursuit?" inquired one of the ninjas, uncertainty lacing his voice after a thorough investigation. It was well known that as the most elite tracking ninjas, they could effortlessly discern the proper direction, regardless of how well the traces were obscured. Yet, they now found themselves at a loss. Such conspicuous traces felt almost too simplistic. "Let us pursue one of the three suspicious paths for an hour. And if we uncover no further signs, we shall return to this route," declared the leader, after which the trio dispersed in three different directions. As night deepened, Roy and his companions paused their progress. "Itachi, have you sensed anyone following us?" Roy inquired, crouching on a massive branch, a hint of perplexity in his gaze. "No signs detected," came Itachi's response. "Izumi, have you cleared our tracks behind us?" Itachi then turned his questioning gaze toward Izumi. Izumi was taken aback. "Keeping up with both of you is challenging enough. How could I possibly clear the traces?" She retorted incredulously. "Well, it seems unlikely anyone will catch up to us in the short term. Let us take a moment to rest," Roy suggested, leaning against the large tree and closing his eyes to feign sleep. "Izumi, you should rest first. I'll keep watch," Itachi softly murmured before seamlessly blending into the treetops. Izumi nodded and found a spot to lean against, drifting off to a brief slumber. For hours passed. "Itachi, you should take a break. I will take over now," Roy said, landing softly where Itachi was perched. "Understood," came Itachi's voice, though he did not reveal himself. Roy retrieved a map. Unlike the typical maps of the ninja world, this one depicted all the small villages surrounding the Land of Fire. These villages were the targets of Roy's interest. The nearest village could be reached by noon the following day, requiring merely about an hour of travel at full speed. The neighboring villages lay within the territory of the Hidden Leaf, and they were likely to possess information regarding the organization they sought. Given this layout, infiltrating the area would be most convenient. Roy pinpointed one particular village. Although it was not the immediate next stop, he now had a subsequent target. As the distant sky brightened with the first light of dawn, a cool morning breeze swept through. "Honestly, how could you be so late in catching up to us? Are there only three of you?" Roy remarked with exasperation, sensing the presence of newcomers in the vicinity. "The reason for choosing to rest here was to address the tail end first. However, I did not anticipate that these individuals would take so long to arrive. In fact, Roy did not even allow Itachi to erase the traces behind them or create any form of disguise. I originally believed that the battle could have been concluded last night. Uchiha Roy, are you waiting for us?" The masked ninja at the forefront expressed a hint of confusion. They had presumed that this route was a deliberate decoy left by Uchiha Roy, only to discover that these individuals had not concealed their path at all. "To the ninjas of the core organization, I apologize. You've been trailing behind me, which has been somewhat vexing. Could you kindly perish?" As Roy spoke, flames began to surge around him. Indeed, he was, as the intelligence suggested, a being who had awakened a unique bloodline limit. Fire release. The leading ninja's countenance grew grave. This unknown bloodline limit posed a significant challenge for them. Nonetheless, it was imperative to capture all three of them this time. "Just three of you? Come at me together." Fire release. The moment Roy finished speaking, the three immediately took a defensive stance. Yet, in the next instant, a flurry of shuriken was launched directly towards them. Not fire release. Clang, clang, clang. After deflecting the shuriken, the leading ninja appeared somewhat bewildered. They had even prepared to begin forming hand seals. Had it not been for their extensive battle experience, they likely would have fallen into Roy's trap at this moment. A slightly delayed reaction could have led to their downfall. "Itachi, wait a moment. I'll hold them off. You can launch a surprise attack at any time." Shadow clone. Shadowless step. As Roy began to move slowly, the surrounding illusions multiplied. "Be cautious of this fellow's attacks. They are formidable. We must focus all our efforts to subdue him. We are well aware of Itachi's capabilities." The leading ninja quickly formed hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. With a surge of chakra, a massive gust of wind surged towards Roy. The tremendous explosion obliterated the surrounding trees, intended to disrupt Roy's offensive rhythm while forcing out those hidden in the vicinity. Water release. Great marsh. Lightning release. Thunder prison. The remaining two masked ninjas promptly unleashed a combined ninjutsu. The surrounding marsh transformed instantaneously into a lightning-infused prison. Roy was compelled to retreat swiftly. The chakra of these three individuals was exceptionally potent, and the ninjutsu they released was of A rank, exhibiting tremendous destructive power. Seeing Roy being forced back, the three immediately advanced. It seemed that Roy alone was obstructing their path, so they aimed to break through his defense. As for Itachi, he would not stand a chance against the three of them. The remaining member, Izumi, there is not much information on her for now. But based on the available details, she is merely an ordinary chunin, posing no threat. Excuse me, have you all been somewhat careless? I recall having demonstrated my abilities on multiple occasions. Do you not harbor the slightest doubt regarding my sudden departure? At that moment, a voice resonated from behind the trio. Fire release, demon fire, Roy declared, as swirling green flames rapidly spread forth, adhering to the bodies of the three, instantly erupting with tremendous heat. It was an enhanced version of fire release, Damon's flame. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the three vanished from their original position, leaving behind only a wooden stump. A substitution technique, I see. How intriguing. Have you ever experienced despair? Roy continued, flames once again cascading from his form. Sealing technique, triad sealing. At that instant, the voices of the three echoed around them. A sealing ninjutsu promptly enveloped the surroundings. Are you planning to exhaust me? Have you forgotten that I have companions outside? Roy scoffed mockingly. Though these three appeared formidable, their intellect clearly left much to be desired. Fire release, flame ascendant. Roy raised his hand once more, and terrifying flames surged forth. The three initially believed Roy was caught in a trap, yet the possibility of being watched by Uchiha Itachi loomed in the background. In such circumstances, they rapidly dispelled the seal, intending to disperse and strategize on how to confront Roy. However, they were immediately engulfed by the surrounding flames. Uchiha Roy, are you truly prepared to face us three alone? The leader of the ninjas spoke, his tone now grave. Although they were uncertain as to why Roy would make such a choice, it was evident that it was not solely due to his considerable strength. Truth be told, my chakra is beginning to falter. Facing your assaults is proving to be somewhat taxing. However, fire release, flame emperor. Upon uttering these words, a terrifying blaze erupted behind him, transforming into a colossal fireball that materialized behind Roy. Soon, this dreadful fireball morphed into a figure of the Flame Emperor, with swirling fire dragons continuously dancing in its wake. This is an S-rank ninjutsu. How could this be? The trio stood in bewilderment. It is well known that only a select few in the Hidden Leaf could fully master S-rank ninjutsu. Most notably, these individuals were either prodigies or possessed an immense amount of chakra. Yet, considering Roy's identity and background, he seemed far removed from such company. Even the Uchiha prodigies, like Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, typically relied on a plethora of B and A-rank techniques during their assaults, excluding their ocular jutsu. I apologize, but you three shall remain here. Although I have merely 3 minutes, it is more than sufficient. The exhilarating sensation of unleashing his abilities without hesitation was truly delightful. Indeed, Roy had now harnessed the unique powers of the Burn fruit. Feeling the terrifying power, the expressions of the three beneath their masks turned to one of horror. This force transcended mere S-rank ninjutsu. It had ascended to the level of a forbidden technique of the highest order. Boom! The dreadful fireball descended, transforming the surroundings into a hell's cape of flames. The trio had no time even to scream before their lives were extinguished. Is this how they perish? At this moment, even Roy was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated that these individuals would struggle, yet the outcome was utterly unexpected. Brother Roy, just now. Itachi had always believed that the reason Roy earned his father's favor was primarily due to his strategic acumen. However, it was becoming evident that there was more to him than mere intelligence. Itachi himself felt no assurance of escaping unscathed from Roy's recent assault. Nonetheless, with the Manjiki Sharingan activated, Itachi could ensure his own survival. Well, these adversaries are now deceased. Let us proceed with our mission, Roy declared, turning resolutely towards their objective. Though Itachi was perplexed, now was not the time for inquiries. His perception of Roy was gradually shifting. As for Izumi, she was merely tagging along to gain experience. Before long, they arrived at a village, Kamisato village. Brother Roy, this is merely a small village where the inhabitants primarily engage in agriculture. During the day, one hardly sees anyone around. Itachi succinctly introduced the place. Indeed, Beyond the major villages in the ninja world, numerous such small hamlets existed. They lacked their own ninjas, subsisting under the protection of larger ninja villages. These villages often served as resting spots for many ninjas on missions. Even rogue ninjas typically refrained from attacking such places, primarily due to the lack of significant gains and the shared need for rest. Let us have a meal and conduct a brief investigation of this village before departing, Roy suggested as he headed towards an eatery. The menu was modest and affordable. After their meal, the trio prepared to leave. The presence of 3 Konoha ninjas had graced the village, only to dine and depart. Indeed, there was no immediate action requiring surveillance. They must have other tasks at hand. For now, we should remain discreet. The man began to speak but faltered, for the trio that had ostensibly departed now materialized beside him. A kunai pressed firmly against his back. The 2 individuals before him had activated their Sharingan, gazing at him with an amused countenance. Tsukuyami. Before the man could utter another word, Uchiha Itachi instantaneously activated his Tsukuyami. Swiftly, Itachi covered his eyes, though his body felt relatively healthy. Using Tsukuyami for the first time left him somewhat disoriented. The soreness in his eyes left Itachi feeling somewhat dizzy. He realized that this was merely a contact point. With only him as the sole liaison, not even worthy of being called a ninja, he could only be considered a person with slightly better physical attributes. Itachi rubbed his eyes and recounted the intelligence he had just acquired. It is worth noting that the man before him had already endured an entire day of interrogation within the Tsukuyami space. Now, as the liaison, he lay on the ground, his expression blank and dazed. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Roy nodded. Similar to what Shisui had suggested, these individuals were remarkably adept at concealing themselves. The contacts were utterly oblivious to any information regarding their superiors. Such liaison agents, who hardly qualified as ninjas, could not possibly withstand Itachi's Tsukuyami. Hence, the information could be deemed reliable. Brother Roy, what are our next steps? Itachi inquired, somewhat puzzled. Although he was unaware of how Roy had acquired information about the Akatsuki, nor the intent behind Roy's investigation, he remained intrigued. Let us proceed to the next village, Bontang Village. Roy produced a map and pointed to a specific location. Bontang Village? I have undertaken missions there before. It should pose no significant challenges, Itachi remarked, his curiosity piqued. This village was, after all, the most affluent among its neighboring settlements. Yet, it had strangely never issued a call for help. Do you know the reason behind this? Roy asked earnestly, studying Itachi's expression. Though Itachi was a prodigy, he was still quite young, his thought processes constrained by previous indoctrinations, lacking the necessary divergent thinking. This was precisely why, after breaking free from Konoha's control, he was able to instigate so many changes in such a short span. Because this village possesses considerable strength, Itachi suddenly comprehended. But why? Izumi, with wide eyes, watched the two with curiosity. She understood the individual statements, but found it challenging to grasp their collective meaning. Roy's implication was that this village had sufficient power to fend off rogue ninjas, wandering samurai, and defected shinobi, thus eliminating the need to seek aid from Konoha. This was quite abnormal for an ordinary village. Itachi elaborated on this insight, and at that moment, Uchiha Izumi gazed at him with admiration, finding him eternally impressive. Ahem. Let us set forth, Roy suggested, feeling somewhat uneasy about playing the third wheel in their dynamic. Just as he stepped out of the small establishment, his body hesitated momentarily. Have they arrived? Roy had initially perceived this location merely as a mundane contact point, devoid of significant value. To his surprise, he sensed several chakra signatures converging around him. At this hour, there could only be one explanation. Members of the Akatsuki had arrived. A subtle smile crept onto Roy's lips as he stepped boldly out of the room, while Itachi remained inside to safeguard Izumi. Uchiha Roy, a nin of Konoha and a member of the guard division, was estimated to possess strength equivalent to that of a nin. Equipped with explosive ninjutsu and elite-level burst capabilities, a seemingly ordinary man emerged, monotonously relaying Roy's information. This man appeared as though he could be found in any small village within the shinobi world, with a weathered face and muscles honed from relentless agricultural labor. It is hard to believe that such a person could be a member of the organization known as the Awakening. Upon contact with a core member of the Awakening, progress surged by 30. A task was promptly issued. Eliminate the Awakening member before him and acquire a fixed quantity of 2,000 chakra, alongside designated clues from the organization. As the familiar electronic sound echoed, Roy could not help but accept the reality. These individuals indeed belonged to the Awakening, and they were core members. Greetings. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Zhao, the captain of the Awakening execution team. Despite his uncertainty regarding the motive behind their actions against them, he felt no need to inquire further. With that, he just swiftly drew a long blade. Are you fond of wielding knives? Then allow me to demonstrate the blade techniques of the Uchiha clan. Roy raised his hand, and a long sword materialized within his grasp. In an instant, the two lunged toward one another. A swift movement resulted in Zhao's left arm severing cleanly away. How is this possible? Zhao was taken aback. If not for the incessant pain coursing through him, he might have believed he had fallen victim to an Uchiha illusion. He had clearly evaded that strike. Why had it not been so? Step forth. Should you refrain from intervening, I shall eliminate all of you, Roy muttered, disregarding Zhao's presence. If you choose not to act. Suddenly, flames erupted beneath Roy's feet, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Zhao. You. Zhao could not even utter a complete sentence before collapsing to the ground. Just like that, an elite member of the Awakening perished beneath Roy's blade. Unaware of how his demise had come to pass, the surrounding ninjas displayed expressions of sheer horror. The absence of a system notification indicated that he must eradicate them all. Villain, why have you slain Uncle Zhao? You shall not lay a hand on our father. A chorus of children rushed forward, positioning themselves defiantly in front of him. The men, who appeared to be farmers, bore expressions of anguish and conflict. Nami, what are you doing here? Return at once. We will not allow these ninjas to harm you. Several men shouted. Yet, the children remained steadfast, their faces resolute. Even if it meant facing their father's wrath, they would not retreat. For to be struck by their father was a testament to his existence. Brother Roy. At that moment, Itachi emerged from the house, observing the scene with a semblance of compassion. Though Roy recognized that if these ninjas were spared now, they would harbor no gratitude. In the future, they would inevitably become enemies of Konoha. However, Itachi, there are times when what you must perceive transcends the mere surface of things. Remember, a ninja is not a mindless killer, nor devoid of emotions. Our blood still retains warmth, Roy remarked as he sheathed his blade. Upon hearing Roy's words, Itachi's pupils constricted. Was Roy suggesting they spare these individuals? Yet, swoosh. The previously sheathed Roy transformed into a flash of lightning, charging directly into the throng. All members of the organization were swiftly vanquished. Simultaneously, the children who stood in their path collapsed one by one. Were they all slaughtered? The root had been severed, yet Roy's earlier words lingered awkwardly. Gazing upon the scattered bodies, among which lay several children, Itachi's confusion was palpable. While Izumi directly covered her mouth, her eyes wide in shock at the scene before them. Izumi, these children have been controlled. Take them inside to examine them. Ensure they suffer no lasting effects, Roy instructed before turning towards the nearby forest. Upon hearing this, Itachi instantly appeared beside a child, reaching out to touch his neck. Alive. There were no signs of attack. It seemed those individuals had merely manipulated these children. The words spoken by the little ones earlier could easily tug at the hearts of those ninjas still harboring righteousness. If one were to let their guard down, those fiends would surely strike first. Did you know from the very beginning, Roy? Watching the direction in which Roy vanished, Itachi resolved to remain with Izumi. For leaving her alone here would be unwise. In the shadows, had that fellow already been eliminated? Returning to report. The ones investigating our information were 3 young members of the Uchiha clan. Their prowess was at the Jonin level, exhibiting remarkable physical techniques and explosive power. A silver-haired man produced a butterfly in his hand. As he spoke, the butterfly transformed into smoke and vanished. Found you. Just as the silver-haired man prepared to retreat, a low voice resonated behind him. As expected of Uchiha ninjas, you discovered my location so swiftly? He rose, turning to face Uchiha Roy. Since you've arrived, is it not a tad impolite to leave without a greeting? Roy fixed his gaze upon the ninja before him, gripping his blade tightly once more. Judging by the recent confrontation, unless the opponent possessed unique space-time ninjutsu or extraordinary abilities, it would be arduous to withstand the phantom slashes of his blade. To execute the task at hand with greater efficiency, Roy had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. Is the Uchiha way of combat always so decisive? However, I lack the time to duel with you today. Let us save our battle for our next encounter, the silver-haired man stated, as 3 ninjas materialized before him. He raised the short blade in his hand, aiming it at Roy. Let us see if you can escape my pursuit. Lightning release. As Roy spoke, the blade in his hand instantly became enveloped in crackling electricity, which surged outward in a dazzling display. The four individuals before him promptly leapt away into the distance. With a swift motion, the silver-haired man bit his finger, rapidly forming hand seals. He then produced a scroll and pressed it down. As smoke billowed, the man vanished from sight. Reverse summoning technique? This fellow's contracted summoning beast appears to be no ordinary entity. Just as the man disappeared, Roy reached the location of the scroll. Clang. At that moment of contemplation, an adversary, a ninja, struck down with a swift blade. Are you not fleeing alongside? In an instant, Roy activated his three-tomo Sharingan, raising the weapon in his hand. The movements of the three individuals seemed to slow down immensely before him. In this state of heightened perception, Roy swiftly dispatched the three ninjas. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the random task. Just as Roy lamented that he had not fully completed the task, a notification chimed in his ear. With a mere thought, a box materialized in his hand. Roy, those children have all awakened. However, they do not seem to be from here. They must have been abducted by the organization from other villages. Gazing at the three lifeless bodies, Itachi displayed no surprise. In his eyes, Roy was no longer merely a nin. His prowess had ascended to that of an elite nin. Contact the ninjas from Konoha to come and retrieve them, then hand them over to the clan leader. Remember, do not send them to the orphanage in Konoha. With that, Roy transformed into a flash of lightning, disappearing from the spot. After witnessing Roy's departure, Itachi returned to the room to continue soothing the children's anxious emotions. Minutes later, Roy returned, having thoroughly scoured the area without discovering any traces of ninjas. Have our ninjas been notified? When will they come to retrieve the children? Roy inquired with a calm demeanor. They have been informed, but there are currently no ninjas from the village on a mission nearby. A group of patrolling guards is on their way to us, Itachi replied, somewhat resigned. After all, the chance of encountering a Konoha ninja in the vicinity was quite slim. I understand. I shall seek some food. You all rest for now. With that, Roy departed once more. Over an hour later, the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. It smells delicious. Big brother, I'm hungry. Can we have something to eat? Although initially frightened, the children had begun to feel more at ease. However, Itachi Uchiha and Izumi Uchiha both possess an appearance that radiates a gentle charm. With their continuous reassurances, the children have grown unafraid of them. Coupled with their initial fright and several hours without sustenance, they were comforted by the knowledge that Roy, the one grilling outside, is also a good person. This barbecue is prepared for us, Izumi said tenderly as she crouched down. Can we go out and keep watch? Suddenly, the children's stomachs echoed in unison, grumbling in hunger. Let us proceed. That big brother looks quite intimidating. Will he consume us? As the children stepped out of the room, they beheld Roy slicing meat from an unknown beast and placing it upon the grill. The memory of Roy's earlier display of violence lingered in their minds, instilling a sense of trepidation that deterred them from approaching. Itachi, come over and assist. Izumi, fetch some water and boil it for later. You little ones, help yourselves to bowls and chopsticks. Dinner will be served in half an hour, Roy said with an impassive expression. At his command, all sprang into action. By afternoon, Uchiha Kuji brought the two to this location. Captain Roy, he greeted, glancing at Roy, who was perched on a branch nearby. Roy's current status was no longer that of a mere member of the guard, but rather the leader of a special operations team. Take all these children away. Deliver them to the clan leader. We, the Uchiha, will fund their training. We will also cover the tuition fees, and I assure you, I will recoup these expenses for the clan, Roy remarked, gesturing towards the children with a smile. Once the patrol took the children away, Roy returned to his quarters. Itachi, take a look at this, Roy said, extending a box towards Itachi. What is this? Upon opening the box, Itachi discovered a note inside, detailing information about the Bont village. Our deductions are correct. This appears to be a significant stronghold for the organization, perhaps even a branch, Roy stated. We should be able to gather a wealth of information here. However, Itachi was acutely aware of the previous battle. Although Roy's combat seemed effortless, Itachi understood that even the weakest ninja Roy had slain were of a special Jonin level. This was merely in the outer village. Should they storm Bont village and breach the heart of their stronghold, what would become of Izumi? Itachi dared not underestimate the situation. Feeling ill-equipped to protect Izumi amidst a throng of formidable ninjas. Are you concerned for her? In truth, Izumi possessed formidable strength herself. Right, Izumi? Roy smiled at her encouragingly. I should possess the ability to protect myself. Izumi nodded, a blush blooming on her cheeks. It is worth noting that she is a young woman determined to follow in the footsteps of Itachi Uchiha, although she had been too shy to express her feelings. Her relentless efforts were not in vain. Despite her status as a chunin, Izumi's strength was akin to that of a particularly skilled jonin. Coupled with her Sharingan and unique medical ninjutsu, her appearance belied any semblance of combat capability, easily confounding her opponents during battle, a subtle advantage indeed. The reason Itachi remained by Izumi's side was merely Roy's desire to foster a bond between them. Of course, Roy harbored no intentions of playing matchmaker. He simply wished for Itachi to recognize that there were other connections in the village beyond his younger brother. Well then, let us set off. We have already squandered too much time. I do not wish for our mission to conclude only to return to a village where matters have already settled. With that, Roy took his leave, followed closely by Itachi and Izumi. Within the Hidden Leaf Village, a subterranean palace housed the second batch of Uchiha returning home, accompanied by a group of children. However, all were directed to the Uchiha compound, where they were prepared with separate living quarters. Meanwhile, Roy and his companions were still out on their mission. The village remained largely unchanged, continuing to operate as per the arrangements made by the elders. A member of the root organization knelt before Shimura Danzo, swiftly reporting the situation. For now, do not concern yourself with the Uchiha outside. That boy is rather peculiar. Ordinary members can no longer subdue him. Let us prioritize the affairs within the village. Danzo declared, in half a month, I intend to drive the Uchiha back to the outskirts of the leaf once more. With that, the root member vanished. I require Hashirama's cells. Just as the root member disappeared, Orochimaru materialized before Danzo, directly requesting the coveted cells. I recall having provided you with this month's supply already, Danzo replied, narrowing his eyes in displeasure. Orochimaru had been visiting with increasing frequency, instilling in Danzo a sense of unease, as if he were becoming increasingly unmanageable. There have been certain complications. I have acquired a plethora of superior test subjects and require an abundance of Hashirama cells for my experiments. After this, I anticipate that my research will be near completion. Do you not wish to attain this power swiftly, Lord Danzo? Orochimaru extended his elongated serpentine neck, his expression shrouded in darkness. I will arrange for them to be delivered to you, but I require 20 units now. Orochimaru interjected, raising his finger. Very well. Though Danzo felt a surge of irritation, he suppressed his anger, recognizing the significance of the research results. In the Hokage's office, Orochimaru has been acting rather strangely of late. Teacher, a ninja appeared in the Hokage office, speaking with an air of calm. I am aware. However, what do you intend to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the white-haired man before him, curiosity evident on his face. This fellow seldom concerns himself with the affairs of the village. He rarely hears from him unless it pertains to special missions. Indeed, this white-haired man is Jiraiya, one of his disciples. Given Jiraiya's disposition, Hiruzen understood the nature of his complaints. Nevertheless, having embarked on this path, Hiruzen felt unable to voice his thoughts. Restrain him. Otherwise. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous explosion echoed from afar, rousing the night in Konoha. Hokage-sama, Shinjiro has. He has been killed. Hiruzen rose, turning toward the source of the explosion. Just as he was about to investigate, an Umbu ninja appeared, visibly shaken. What? Hiruzen, breaking from his usual composure, nearly stumbled to the ground. Fortunately, Jiraiya caught him. Who was responsible? Hiruzen appeared to age a decade in an instant, the lines on his face deepening. It was Orochimaru. The Umbu ninja stammered out the name of the perpetrator. Orochimaru, Jiraiya you. Before Hiruzen could issue any orders, Jiraiya dashed out. He intended to detain Orochimaru and ascertain what this rogue had been up to lately. In Jiraiya's view, such nefarious research would ultimately lead to Orochimaru's ruin. Even posing a threat to Konoha, who could have anticipated that Orochimaru would choose to act tonight? Could it be that his research has reached completion? With this thought, Jiraiya quickened his pace. The ninjas of the village sprang into action at once. In a wooded area within the village, Orochimaru confronted a familiar figure. Are you prepared to stop me? He asked with an expression of indifference. No, I merely came out to purchase a few items. The passerby was none other than Kakashi Hatake. Having been out of touch with the Umbu while guarding Naruto, he was unaware of the orders to pursue Orochimaru. The two brushed past each other. While Orochimaru's combat prowess may not be top tier, few could obstruct his passage should he choose to leave. At present, Konoha had scant few capable of independently confronting Orochimaru. In the dead of night, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the entrance of the library. gazing upon the two lifeless bodies on the ground. One was his son, Sarutobi Shinjiro, and the other, his daughter-in-law. Originally, it was intended that, in 2 years' time, Shino would succeed as Hokage. However, now, although the Book of Seals remains intact, most of the sealing scrolls within have been perused. Given Orochimaru's prodigious talent, it would not be difficult for him to memorize all of these. The reason he did not take them is simply that he does not wish to furnish Konoha with further justification to pursue him. His defection would undoubtedly classify him as an S-rank rogue ninja. Should he also abscond with the Book of Seals, Konoha would likely spare no expense in attempting to retrieve him. Killing Sarutobi Shino would not compel Sarutobi Hizashi to mobilize the entirety of Konoha's forces for the sake of his son. Orochimaru is acutely aware of his mentor's disposition. At that moment, Jiraiya's face bore a heavy expression. He had begun to sense that something was amiss with Orochimaru, yet he had not anticipated. Lord Hokage, we have uncovered several secret bases within the village, all belonging to Orochimaru's experiments. There are no longer any personnel present, only remnants of corpses and experimental equipment. At this juncture, members of the Umbu also arrived on the scene. Upon hearing the Umbu's report, Sarutobi Hizashi's face reflected a deep sense of regret. In truth, he had already discerned Orochimaru's clandestine experiments. However, due to Danzo's protection and the fact that Orochimaru was once his disciple, he had not acted promptly to eliminate the threat. Now, this predicament had arisen. An S-rank bounty has been issued. All Konoha ninja are authorized to engage Orochimaru upon receiving intelligence regarding him. Should they find themselves outmatched, they are to report immediately. Fugaku, a thorough cleansing of the village is necessary. I entrust this task to you. After delivering his orders, Sarutobi Hizashi appeared utterly drained, turning away from the scene. Within a concealed chamber, is this also part of your scheme? Danzo inquired, casting a puzzled glance at the two individuals before him. Unclear, there was no such aspect in our plan. Furthermore, both our clans have adequately prepared. Yet it commenced from his own actions. Mito Bonten wore a similarly bewildered expression. At least to his knowledge, such a scheme did not exist. Moreover, he found it implausible that Sarutobi Hizashi would sacrifice his own son. Setting aside Hizashi's perspective, since the first move has been made, preparations must ensue. Danzo, it would be prudent for you to ensure that your connection to Orochimaru remains undiscovered. Nara Shikaku regarded Danzo with a hint of skepticism. Among Konoha's higher-ups, Danzo shared the closest ties with Orochimaru. This man, like a madman, pursued his endeavors heedlessly of the consequences. The two feared being ensnared in the fallout. I have not participated in this affair. Disrupting the status quo brings me no benefit, Danzo replied with a sense of resignation. Presently, the individual most likely to take action is indeed Danzo. Yet, he has neither engaged in this matter nor reaped any rewards from it. Instead, it has fostered a rift between the higher-ups of Konoha and himself. Danzo now finds himself in a state of helplessness. This recent triad meeting was merely a fade, each party harboring their own ulterior motives before dispersing. Within the Uchiha clan, the news of Sarutobi Shinobu's demise and Orochimaru's defection has spread, with a voice resembling Roy's echoing from the beak of a raven. Indeed. Furthermore, we, the Uchiha, now bear the mantle of eliminating traitors within the village. Sarutobi Hizashi questioned directly, is Sarutobi Hiruzen plotting against us? The one controlling the raven was Uchiha Shisui. As for this role, Chief, please adhere to the third Hokage's directives. Exercise caution with those from the higher echelons. Regardless of their intentions, refrain from taking action for the time being. Roy's voice resonated once more. Understood. Roy, is your mission nearing completion? Uchiha Fugaku inquired again. Soon. In the next village, I should be able to procure valuable information. Chief, our clan currently possesses 2 pairs of Sharingan, both aligned with our family. We must remain steady in these times and avoid entanglement in the conflicts of the higher-ups. The training of our clan's ninja must persist. Those who resist authority should be dealt with by Shisui. Sometimes, within the Uchiha clan, violence can indeed resolve certain matters. Liu stated decisively. Me? Shisui was perplexed. Recently, since he assumed the role of deputy chief of the Konoha Guard, murmurs had arisen within the clan. However, for Shisui, such whispers held little significance. As long as these individuals did not disrupt his missions, he was unconcerned. I understand. Please ensure your safety as well. Numerous members of the Root organization and the Umbu have departed the village tonight. After Uchiha Fugaku's statement, the raven before him dissipated into a cloud of white mist. Liu gazed at the vanishing mist, his expression grave. Has Orochimaru truly defected? If so, he must have made considerable progress in his research on Hashirama's cells. He likely has also mastered the art of immortality. As for the impure world reincarnation, its status remains uncertain, but having raided the library, Orochimaru has undoubtedly acquired that knowledge. Orochimaru has now become an exceedingly perilous entity. Moreover, this individual's target may very well be Uchiha Itachi, who stands close to him. Contemplating this, a confident smile crept upon Roy's lips. That scoundrel Orochimaru. The mere thought of the impending confrontation caused a chuckle to surface within Roy. Brother Roy, we ought to. Do not concern yourselves with the issues within Konoha. Let us focus on our mission. With that, Roy led the trio into the shadows once more. In an instant, the entire ninja world was stirred by the news of Orochimaru's betrayal. In the land of water, within the hidden mist village, the defection of Orochimaru signified that it was time to act. This individual still possesses considerable utility. As Obito gazed at the intelligence in his hands, a look of astonishment graced his countenance. Go ahead. This village has lost its significance. It is time for you to act independently. With that, his Sharingan began to whirl. Behind him, the eyes of the Mizukage, Yagura, subtly shifted before fading into the mist. In the land of lightning, Orochimaru had defected, and Konoha was now in relentless pursuit. It is high time to address the remnants of the past, they remarked. As several ninjas from the hidden cloud village vanished from sight. In the hidden stone village, Orochimaru? Unbelievable that Sarutobi would be betrayed by his own disciple, Inoki mused. I shall participate to some extent, yet I shall refrain from direct confrontation. Thus, he dispatched his own ninjas. In an instant, a tempest centered around Orochimaru began to slowly gather momentum. In the Bont village, this is Bont village. Let us first enjoy a meal, Roy stated. His expression one of indifference. It seemed he had forgotten the encounter with the members of the Akatsuki from the previous village. The trio entered a restaurant. You must be esteemed ninjas. Are you here on a mission? A middle-aged man inquired, filled with admiration as he laid out the dishes. The ninjas of Konoha have always protected us. This meal is on the house, as a token of my gratitude. Despite their youthful appearance, the trio wore the headbands of Konoha, which held considerable prestige within the land of fire. No need for that. We will pay, Roy replied. By the way, do you have any recommendations for lodging? We wish to rest for a day. We have accommodations available. If the esteemed ninjas find our place satisfactory, you are welcome to stay, the proprietor responded with unwavering enthusiasm. In his eyes, ninjas were akin to guardians, and his ability to continue running the restaurant was inseparable from their protection. Then please prepare a room for us, Roy said before resuming his meal. The proprietor nodded and retreated to make arrangements. Roy, the situation here seems somewhat divergent from the intelligence we've received, Itachi remarked, a hint of confusion in his voice. This village has never sought aid from Konoha. Why this unexpected benevolence? Could other ninjas be acting under our banner, albeit positively? What is the Akatsuki's true intention? At that moment, Itachi finally voiced his pressing question, why must we eliminate the members of the Akatsuki? Upon hearing Itachi's words, Roy turned around, a look of confusion on his face as he regarded Itachi. Itachi, at times I even question whether you are truly a ninja. Do you believe that the actions of the Akatsuki pose no threat to the village? Or do you think that the abducted members of our Uchiha clan during the various ninja world wars do not weigh heavily upon them? Roy felt a twinge of helplessness. Itachi's current thinking seemed rather simplistic. While being resolute in pursuing a single objective can indeed enhance efficiency, it may also lead to rigidity in thought. What then? Does the Akatsuki truly intend to accomplish? Itachi inquired once more. They seek to establish a power that can counterbalance the ninja world, dissuading the major ninja villages from pursuing war. However, their strength is currently insufficient to create such a stalemate, Roy explained. At that moment, an individual appeared at the table, a smile gracing his face as he spoke softly. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the investigation of the Akatsuki. Before Roy could react, the notification from the system echoed in his ears. Roy lifted his gaze to the person before him. Though somewhat familiar, he could not quite place him. Itachi, however, immediately gripped his kunai, eyeing the newcomer warily. As for Izumi, she remained momentarily out of the loop. My apologies for the abruptness. I am the leader of the Akatsuki, and you may call me Ju, the man said with a smile, as if introducing himself to an ordinary acquaintance. A leaf ninja? Roy squinted at the man before him. Based on prior intelligence, this Jew was likely once a ninja of Konoha. Moreover, He appeared to be of considerable age. You have quite the ambition, young man. You are correct, yet I find you inscrutable. Uchiha Roy, why do you harbor such animosity towards the Akatsuki? Ju stared at Roy, his crimson pupils beginning to swirl. Sharingan. Upon seeing the man's eyes, Itachi immediately stood, his demeanor growing increasingly volatile. It must be noted that Itachi had awakened his Meijiki Sharingan under Roy's genjutsu, a result of Danzo's theft of Uchiha Shisui's eyes. Clearly, this individual was not of the Uchiha clan, for he was unaware of Shisui's existence. Thus, it was highly probable that his eyes had been taken from a member of the Uchiha clan, a situation that equated to a deep-seated enmity within the ninja world. Itachi, sit down, Roy softly commanded upon sensing Itachi's inclination to act. What you just mentioned reflects the very actions of the Akatsuki, does it not? Therefore, allow me to share my intentions. I harbor no significant malice towards the Akatsuki, yet you initiated the conflict, leaving me no choice but to resist, Roy stated plainly. Of course, he did not reveal the system's requirements. Do not be concerned. Those you have previously eliminated were merely individuals who succumbed to temptation and betrayed the members of the Jew organization. Whether you choose to kill them or not, I shall eradicate them myself. There are clandestine forces seeking to dominate the entire shinobi world, pursuing an ulterior motive shrouded in secrecy. They, too, have been ensnared by this enigmatic entity. Ju spoke slowly. The reason he could sit here and converse with Roy and the others is that he is utterly indifferent to the deaths of those in the Jew organization. Otherwise, he would have already acted against the three of them. Is this mysterious existence a dark, shadowy figure? Upon hearing of this enigmatic presence, Roy immediately thought of Black Zetsu. Reflecting on Ju before him, Roy suddenly found himself in disarray. Who on earth is this individual? It remains unclear. I have not engaged him directly. However, what I can tell you is that he also possesses the Sharingan. Moreover, his strength surpasses my own, Ju stated with an expression of calmness. He possesses the Sharingan as well. Could it be? Roy had nearly confirmed the identity of the opponent. Uchiha Obito. This aligns closely with Roy's suspicions. Uchiha Obito. Black Zetsu. The objectives of the Jew organization are, astonishingly, tied to these two figures. It must be acknowledged that Ju, who stands before them, is undoubtedly a person of considerable insight. Simultaneously, he is privy to numerous secrets of the shinobi world and has even encountered Uchiha Obito. So, you have come to seek us out because Roy surmised the general idea. Yet, he remains uncertain about Ju's true intentions. The plot seems to be unfolding in an unusual direction. What will transpire next is also somewhat unclear to Roy. At this moment, Itachi had also regained his composure. Gazing intently at the Jew before him, the information they were about to acquire would determine whether their mission required alteration. The current situation in Konoha has been significantly influenced by your actions. I wish to know your thoughts. If you cannot persuade me, I may be compelled to take action against you. Naturally, you may also choose to trust in your own strength. As Ju concluded his statement, his eyes transformed instantly. A pair of Meijiki Sharingan appeared within his gaze. With the emergence of the Meijiki, both Roy and Itachi felt an immense pressure. Although Itachi possessed his own Meijiki and Roy wielded the powers of the Rumble fruit and the Flame fruit, these advantages paled in comparison to the unknown Meijiki before them. Should the opponent's Meijiki grant them absolute genjutsu or some ability to lock onto their targets, it would not be certain that they could subdue Ju. Despite Ju's outwardly serene demeanor, the balance had been irrevocably disrupted with the manifestation of the Meijiki. Itachi, do not use it. Just as Itachi prepared to activate his Meijiki, Roy swiftly intervened. At this moment, utilizing the Meijiki would only exacerbate the strain on Itachi's body. Can we converse privately? Roy lifted his head and gazed at Ju before him. Of course, Ju replied, rising to ascend the stairs. Roy swiftly followed suit. It seems I recognize that individual. Izumi suddenly interjected. Izumi, you claim to know him? Itachi was momentarily taken aback. If Izumi were indeed acquainted, it was highly probable that he belonged to the Uchiha clan. Do you remember another special elder? One we observed in our youth? Izumi pondered for a moment before speaking directly. As a member of the Uchiha clan, on the eve of the new year, gatherings were traditionally held at the ancestral shrine. During that time, all Uchiha members would converge there to partake in a unique ceremony. This year, due to the recent relocation back to their ancestral grounds, certain arrangements at the shrine remained unfinished. Thus, Uchiha Fugaku conducted the ceremony at the original clan site. Elder Q. Itachi suddenly recalled a formidable, yet inconspicuous elder who had never engaged in the clan's internal conflicts, even during familial disputes or attempts at rebellion. He merely observed, often disinterestedly. This was why Itachi's impression of him was not particularly profound. What about Brother Roy? Itachi glanced upward. A sense of unease creeping in. Such a concealed elder emerging at this juncture, wielding immense power, was indeed concerning. In the attic, Elder Q. I did not expect to meet you in this manner. As Roy ascended, he mentally enumerated all the names associated with the Uchiha clan. Ultimately, upon entering the attic, he discerned the identity of this individual. Uchiha Q, who once served alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo as a guardian of the second Hokage, was also the only Uchiha whom Senju Tobarama did not resent. It was astonishing that he had distanced himself from the upper echelons of Konoha and the internal strife of the Uchiha, yet secretly established such a formidable force. Have you deduced my identity so swiftly? Very well, do share your thoughts. Elder Q exhibited little surprise at having his identity unveiled. It was hardly astonishing that someone capable of orchestrating such a scheme, compelling the higher-ups of Konoha to falter, would be able to ascertain his identity. For the sake of the Uchiha, and for my own survival, I trust you shall find this reasoning difficult to refute, Elder Q. The current Konoha, particularly its leadership. Roy promptly articulated his thoughts. Upon hearing Roy's words, a contemplative expression graced Elder Q's face. Just prior, he had recently communicated with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Some details differed from what he had conveyed to Hiruzen. However, as a fellow Uchiha, he was inclined to trust Roy. So, your plan is to position the Uchiha as Hokage? Elder Q regarded Roy with a hint of confusion. It is noteworthy that since the establishment of Konohagakure by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, we have arrived at the fourth Hokage. Yet not a single Uchiha has ascended to the position of Hokage. This matter weighs upon him. No, an Uchiha cannot become Hokage. We require a person of greater composure to assume the role of the fifth Hokage. In truth, I already have someone in mind. However, for the time being, let the third Hokage remain in his position a while longer. Roy exhaled a sigh of discontent. At the very least, from the gaze of Uchiha Kagami, Roy discerned a semblance of trust. Elder Kagami, I wish to inquire about a certain individual. I seek information that I believe the organization ought to possess. That individual is Senju Tsunade. Roy articulated his query. Tsunade? This girl, does she relate to the matters we are currently discussing? Uchiha Kagami found himself somewhat bewildered by Roy's abrupt shift in focus. From Konohagakure to Uchiha, and now suddenly seeking Tsunade? It seems Itachi's condition has deteriorated, and presently, only Lady Tsunade could be of assistance to him. Of course, if there exists a healing sage, that would suffice as well. For instance, the Whetbone Forest. Roy continued. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kagami fell into contemplation. In our forthcoming actions, I hope to avoid impacting the ordinary villagers. Should the higher-ups take action against the Uchiha, I shall remain uninvolved in your endeavors. Tsunade should currently be in the land of hot water. I am not well acquainted with her precise whereabouts. But if you wish to seek her aid, Uchiha Kagami expressed his skepticism. It must be noted that the moment Tsunade departed from Konohagakure, she made her stance abundantly clear. Certain aspects of the village's leadership have left her quite resentful. The Uchiha clan holds no favorable standing in her eyes. Remember, Tsunade was raised by Senju Tobarama, who instilled in her a profound disdain for the Uchiha. After all, Tobarama would perceive any misfortune encountered on the road as a scheme devised by the malevolent Uchiha. I understand. Please assist me in investigating her precise location. Significant events may soon transpire within the village. I must return. Liu Yu inhaled deeply and slowly rose to his feet. He had not anticipated that the Uchiha still possessed 4 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan. If such power were to be revealed, it would be intriguing to witness Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction. After descending the stairs, Itachi and Izumi promptly approached. Brother Roy, what is that? Yes. Let us return to the village, Roy nodded and, accompanied by the two, vanished into the village. Previously, Roy had pondered the connection between the organization and his main mission. It now appears. The relationship is quite substantial. With the organization external to the village, the internal Uchiha begin to unify. Observing that the main quest progress had surged to 70, Roy pondered the impending night of annihilation, which would occur over a year from now, and he felt elated at the thought of such completion. Suddenly, an explosive change enveloped the surrounding space. The ground vanished, replaced by an all-consuming darkness. Itachi and Izumi. In an instant, Roy realized that both had vanished without a trace, their presence entirely undetectable. Do not search for them. They are unable to meet with you for the time being. A voice, aged and resonant, echoed in Roy's ears. Uchiha Madara? Roy was taken aback at the sight of the frail man before him. He had anticipated their first encounter under the dire circumstances of the Fourth Great Ninja War, yet here he was, unexpectedly face-to-face with him. Do you recognize me? Then I shall forego further introduction. What is the current state of the Uchiha clan? Madara's demeanor was unperturbed, as if conversing with a younger relative. Fairly well. If all goes as planned, the position of the 5th Hokage will be determined by our Uchiha clan, Roy replied with calm contemplation. What? Madara had sought merely to ascertain the current state of the Uchiha, but was taken aback by this revelation. The Uchiha now possessed 4 pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan, tightly knit together. Although there were other voices within, they would soon be quelled. The higher echelons of Konoha could no longer restrain the Uchiha. It merely required an opportunity for the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to step down. Roy succinctly relayed the current circumstances of the Uchiha to Madara. 4 pairs of Mangekyou? Is such power considered formidable? Madara's expression was one of despondency. He recalled that during his tenure as clan leader, the number of Mangekyou within the clan far exceeded mere pairs. In those days, Uchiha warriors could instill a profound sense of dread in their adversaries. Apart from the Senju clan, other families would be engulfed by fear at their mere presence, rather than being compelled to patiently gather strength in silence, as was the case now. Lord Madara, you. Just as Roy was about to speak, a dark mass materialized behind Madara. Upon witnessing this apparition, Roy furrowed his brow slightly. Is there anything else you wish to convey to your junior? If not, I must return to assist my clan, Roy stated matter-of-factly. With the backing of the Uchiha clan, I shall continue to observe you, Madara replied, and with that, the surrounding space began to ripple rapidly. Subsequently, Roy found himself once again in the outside world. Brother Roy, are you unharmed? Itachi inquired with genuine concern upon seeing Roy open his eyes. I am fine. Roy sat up, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Was that an illusion just now? Not only Roy, but even Itachi, who had activated his kaleidoscope, felt not a hint of sensation. Brother Roy, you suddenly collapsed just now, scaring us all, said Izumi, her face filled with concern. It's nothing. I merely encountered an old acquaintance. Let us continue our journey back, Roy replied, rising yet still somewhat unsteady. It appeared that the earlier incident had been an illusion, placing a considerable strain on his mind. Traveling at this moment was not a prudent choice. I need to rest for a while to recover. The task of guarding will be entrusted to you all. With that, Roy seated himself on the ground and commenced the refinement of his chakra. Astonishingly, as he immersed himself in the training, Roy felt an overwhelming surge of chakra within his body. Simultaneously, something peculiar began to infiltrate him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the fusion of Hashirama's cells. Ding. Optimization in progress. Ding. Purging Ōtsutsuki's markings. Ding. Rejection reactions eliminated. Automatic fusion commencing. As a series of electronic sounds echoed in his ears, Roy was filled with elation. Initially, he believed he had fallen victim to Uchiha Madara's scheme, his mind overwhelmed. However, it now appeared that the gift left by Madara was, in fact, Hashirama cells. Had he known that the system could optimize automatically, he would have utilized the Hashirama cells obtained from Orochimaru directly. System, activate the Hashirama cells. Without hesitation, Roy chose to extract 3 portions of Hashirama cells from his spatial storage, initiating the fusion process. The familiar prompt resounded once more as Roy sensed the immense chakra emanating from the Hashirama cells. With such formidable chakra, it was no wonder that Senju Hashirama could withstand Uchiha Madara. Regardless of Madara's kaleidoscope, eternal, or the beast's trials, they were all thoroughly suppressed by Hashirama's wood release. Ding. Detecting compatible powers for fusion. Ding. Side quest issued. Seize a portion of chakra from the 9-tailed beasts. Reward, Sage Power Sage Body. With the fusion of Hashirama's cells. The system's notifications echoed in Roy's ears. Sage Power Sage Body? As the forces within his body began to merge, an expression of anticipation appeared on Roy's face. Although he had previously contemplated acquiring some tailed beast chakra for experimentation, given that his 2 major abilities could transform him into a mobile artillery platform with sufficient chakra, he had not expected the system to present a side quest so directly. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Izumi observed Roy with astonishment. Is Brother Roy refining chakra? As Roy sat, a powerful wave of chakra erupted from his form. Minutes passed, and this chakra had coalesced into a formidable pressure. Was this truly the state one would expect from chakra refinement? Uncertain, but Izumi had never witnessed anyone exhibiting such a manifestation while refining chakra. Brother Roy must possess a unique method of cultivation. Itachi was somewhat astonished. The ability to refine chakra and generate such an impressive aura was unprecedented in his experience. Soon, several figures emerged from the surroundings. Sensing the commotion, Itachi calmly drew his kunai. Simultaneously, two shadow clones appeared beside Izumi. Izumi's strength was not to be underestimated, and with the protection of her two clones, she felt secure. Uchiha? Ha. I never expected to encounter a descendant of the Uchiha clan here. In that case, let us take them all down. 9 figures stepped forth from the woods. The emblem of the Mist Village on their forehead protectors caused Itachi to tighten his grip on the kunai. If they were from another ninja village, there might have been a chance for a peaceful resolution. However, the enmity between the Mist Village and the Uchiha clan was not something that could be easily resolved. One was gravely injured, and 2 were mere children. Yet, as long as they were Uchiha, they should be prepared to meet their demise. The 3 spoke hastily, forming hand seals in rapid succession. In the next moment, the humidity in the air surged. Powerful chakra waves emanated from them. The 3 stood at the forefront, warily observing Itachi and Izumi, while the remaining 6 hastened to form seals, preparing formidable ninjutsu. As ninjas of the Blood Mist Village, they showed no hesitation in attacking their own kind, let alone their enemies. What are you planning to do to my comrades? At that moment, Roy appeared behind one of the ninjas. With a swift motion, the ninja's head was severed with a sharp crack. The remaining 8 retreated in an instant. Standing by the corpse was Roy, who had only moments ago been refining his chakra. Itachi understood that some enemies did not warrant lengthy discourse. Roy's gaze darkened slightly. The world of ninjas was far from the spirited tales depicted in anime. Once the seeds of hatred were sown, they could not be easily overturned by mere words. The notion that someone could sway their adversaries through verbal persuasion was the realm of characters like Naruto, who had awakened the gift of persuasion. A sneak attack? The Uchiha only resorted to such tactics, but you remain outnumbered at 3. Water style, water swamp. Water style, great water breakthrough. The 2 furthest away unleashed powerful water ninjutsu at once. While the mist technique was effective against other ninjas, it was nearly futile against those from the Uchiha or Hyuga clans, who possessed unique ocular abilities. As for why Kakashi struggled to perceive the situation, it was simply because he had only one eye. Fire style, hellfire. Roy raised his hand, and terrifying flames surged forth instantaneously. This fire was on an entirely different level compared to his previous techniques. Most notably, this horrifying inferno was instantaneous. The 2 nearby Mist Village ninjas had yet to react before they were engulfed in flames. The water upon the ground was utterly incapable of extinguishing the flames engulfing them. They could only watch helplessly as their companions perished in the blaze. Damn it, that guy. The remaining 6 gazed at Roy with wariness etched upon their faces. In the span of mere breaths, Roy had already dispatched 3 of their number. Their strengths were comparable, yet under the current circumstances, it was clear that Roy could swiftly eliminate the remaining 6. Should they contemplate fleeing? Apologies, but you cannot escape now. Leave your mission details, and I may allow you to depart, Roy stated with an air of indifference. Ida and Izumi, standing nearby, exhaled in slight relief. Due to his physical condition, Ida was often prohibited from engaging in battle by Roy, while Izumi had merely accompanied Ida to enhance their bond, so Roy had no intention of letting her fight. After merging with Hashirama's cells, Roy was in high spirits. The cells did not merely provide chakra, but had multiplied it manifold. This meant that not only could he wield the powers of the flame and thunder fruits, but all other ninjutsu he had mastered could also be unleashed instantaneously. Suddenly, a ninja emerged from the ground, seizing Roy's feet with both hands. Indeed, you Uchiha remain as arrogant as ever. But this ends now. Water release, strong water blade. Another figure appeared, brandishing a long knife aimed at Roy's feet. Behind him, yet another ninja lunged forward, a kunai aimed at Roy's back. Clang, clang. With the sound of crisp metal clashing, astonishment spread across the faces of the 2 ninjas. How could one person's body be trained to such an extent? This is metal. As Roy's leg was struck, his pants tore, revealing a metallic plate before the ninjas. Truly, you need not go to such lengths. Why must you compel me to exert my full strength to eliminate you? If that is the case, then let me first test the fruits of my training upon you. Roy gently unfastened a rope from his body. Boom. All the metal plates fell to the ground in an instant, knocking out the ninja who had emerged from below. The remaining two instinctively retreated, their instincts screaming in alarm. This guy is a monster? Isn't? That speed of attack, even while wearing such protective gear now. You cannot escape. Your speed is far too slow. With the Sharingan coupled with an exceptional physique, the situation was simply perfect. Soon, only the youngest female ninja remained. Her face a mask of panic. Confronted by such a terrifying presence, she was paralyzed with fear, even having emerged from the blood mist. She now perceived Roy as a demon. Tell me your plans, or your mission objectives. Then, I shall release you. Do not return to the hidden mist village. It seems you harbor no allegiance to it. Perhaps you should wander as a rogue ninja or seek refuge in another village. Of course, you may also choose to perish here. Roy's Sharingan fixated relentlessly upon the female ninja before him, revealing a cruel glint in his eyes. You, she hesitated. I do not know. I merely followed along. All intelligence lies in the captain's hands. The female ninja forcibly suppressed her rising fear, speaking in measured tones. Are you suggesting that you are of no significance? Merely an adversary to our Leaf Village. Is that so? Roy raised his head, narrowing his eyes. A terrifying aura of malice surged forth. Before she could finish, Roy thrust his kunai, piercing her body directly. Itachi, take Izumi and scout the surrounding area. I shall handle the remains. Understood. Itachi nodded, vanishing with Izumi in tow. With a swift motion, Roy produced a scroll and summoned several great serpents, which consumed the lifeless body and vanished without a trace. Minutes later, Itachi and Izumi returned. Brother Roy, we have not detected any other ninja in the vicinity. Should we return directly, or? Itachi queried, a hint of confusion in his eyes. It felt as though they had accomplished much, yet simultaneously nothing at all. Let us return. Itachi, upon your return, I have a special mission for you. I must attend to some matters. Once your physical issues are resolved, you shall become the greatest benefactor of the Uchiha clan, Roy declared, swiftly making his way back towards the Leaf Village. 2 days later, the reconnaissance mission was complete, resulting in the elimination of 27 members of the Akatsuki organization and the dismantling of one of their branches. The B-rank commission was upgraded to A rank due to the substantial number of adversaries dispatched. Soon, Roy and his companions delivered their mission report and returned to the Uchiha clan's territory. Roy, Itachi mentioned, the Akatsuki organization is. Indeed. Roy affirmed with a nod. The fact that the leader of the Akatsuki was Uchiha Kagami was not something to be concealed, at least not from Shisui. After all, Kagami was Shisui's elder uncle. Shisui began, but momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Did Itachi only inform you of this? Roy suddenly recalled something. It was acceptable for Shisui to know, as well as for Itachi, but Uchiha Fugaku and the other clan members must remain unaware for the time being. I have advised Itachi not to disclose this to anyone for now. I have also spoken to Izumi regarding the matter, Shisui swiftly replied. Very well, I understand. The influence of Elder Jing is, for the time being, not suitable for exposure. Are there any recent changes within the clan? Roy shifted the conversation towards the Uchiha clan. Changes are quite significant. Although everything has been carried out as per your arrangements before your departure, with the Uchiha's reputation growing, some individuals have begun to forget the lessons of the past. Although Uchiha Shisui is reluctant to admit it, this is the reality. Excellent. A look of anticipation appeared on Roy's face. These individuals will inevitably emerge. There is no need to concern ourselves with them when the time comes. We should strive to ensure they do not perish. Lessons must be imparted. Otherwise, without inflicting pain, these individuals will never change. Brother Shisui, the training within the Uchiha must be intensified. Upon finishing his words, Roy vanished from the scene. Shisui did not pursue further inquiries and proceeded to act according to Roy's directives. At Roy's residence. System panel. Host. Uchiha Roy Ninjutsu. Fire release. Fireball exploding 98. Fire release. Blue flame 92. Lightning release. Lightning serpent frenzy 98. Lightning release. White insect 100. Taijutsu. Leaf style fluid technique 100. Uchiha fluid technique 100. Jinjutsu. Thorns entanglement bloodline limit. Sharingan 42. 3 Tomo. Flame fruit 32. No consumption count 1 fixed chakra amount. For 2310 items. Improved explosive tags 320. Improved kunai 200. Explosive tags 1200. Kusanagi sword. Turret. Buff. Double chakra extraction. Hashirama cells active function. Personal space, 1000 main quest, save the Uchiha 70, task requirement. After the Night of Annihilation, preserve a sufficient number of Uchiha clan members. The greater the number of survivors, the higher the level and the more abundant the rewards. Side quest, absorb the chakra of the 9 tails. Gazing at the ninjutsu and taijutsu that had reached 100, Roy raised his hand and clicked directly. Lightning release, white insect, lightning release, white snake. Leaf-style fluid technique, refined leaf-style fluid technique. Uchiha fluid technique, refined Uchiha fluid technique. As Roy clicked, waves of memories began to surge into his body. Even the strength of his physique gradually began to enhance. Each time this enhancement occurred, it was the most exhilarating moment. Crack. Roy stood up, stretching his body. Boom. Roy swung his fist, his strength now exceeding tenfold compared to the moment he had just traversed. Tonight, let us take a rest, Roy declared, lying down. This evening, he would thoroughly unwind. Meanwhile, the Konoha guard began their patrols anew. What is this? Everyone, take note. We are responsible for eliminating traitors within the village. If any suspicious individuals are discovered at night, apprehend them for interrogation. Leading the group was Uchiha Taniguchi, followed by 3 others. They strode confidently along the path, adorned with the emblem of the Konoha guard. During this period, they had apprehended no fewer than 20 individuals, among whom were 3 spies. Moreover, the Umbu who had been monitoring them dared not continue their surveillance. This sense of respect was precisely what the Uchiha clan deserved. Just then, 2 shadowy figures swooped down from above. Someone, let us pursue them, Uchiha Tancho declared, activating his Sharingan and locking onto one of the shadows before darting off. The other 3 followed suit, chasing after a different figure. Once the 4 dispersed, a group of masked ninjas emerged in their place. Let us depart. It's time. The leading Umbu ninja stated before vanishing from sight, with the remaining masked figures fading away as well. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed, and a powerful surge of chakra enveloped the vicinity. Uchiha Tancho was momentarily taken aback. He had been pursuing the cloaked figure, yet it had vanished so suddenly. Before he could process this, a deafening blast erupted from the nearby building, accompanied by an ominous chakra disturbance. Could it be an invader? How dare they? Uchiha Tancho muttered, drawing his short sword from his back, bracing himself to confront whoever had the audacity to act so recklessly. Suddenly, a figure collided with him, thrusting a blade towards his long knife. You, Uchiha. The silhouette raised its head, revealing a face etched with fury. Midokans. Why? Uchiha Tancho was taken aback, realizing that the site of the explosion was the very building where Mido-Kaze's nephew resided. Just moments ago, he had. In an instant, dozens of Umbu ninjas descended, surrounding Uchiha Tancho. Uchiha Tancho, for the murder of a fellow villager. We implore you not to resist, or we shall be compelled to execute you on the spot, the leading Umbu member stated sternly. Caught off guard by the sudden encirclement, Uchiha Tancho was bewildered. The rapid succession of events, the shadowy figures, the death of Midokans, and now being surrounded by Umbu, was overwhelming. Are you attempting to frame me? In a matter of minutes, Uchiha Tancho had pieced together the situation. These individuals were intent on ensnaring him. Yet, the reality of Midokans' demise left him in doubt. Please, do not resist. As long as you are innocent, Konoha will not wrongfully accuse you. Now, come with us, the leading Umbu ninja asserted. Producing a scroll that Uchiha Tancho recognized well, it was used for releasing sealing techniques. One can seal the chakra of the opponent entirely while continuously releasing electric currents to incapacitate the sealed individual, should one find themselves restrained. The prospect of escape subsequently becomes exceedingly difficult. It is essential to recognize the nature of the Umbu. Uchiha Tancho is acutely aware of their existence. He has never held the higher-ups of Konoha in high regard, and with the unfolding of such events, his instinctive reaction is to distrust them. Should you resist, we could interpret that as an act of betrayal against the village. At that point, the investigation may escalate beyond mere inquiry. Indeed, your entire Uchiha clan may find themselves under scrutiny. I implore you to contemplate this carefully. The leading ninja sensed the fluctuations of chakra emanating from Uchiha Tancho and issued another warning. While they might prefer such an outcome, the necessary words must still be spoken. Betraying the village? An investigation into the entire Uchiha clan? Should I remark upon your excessive confidence or your profound underestimation of us? At that moment, a figure materialized before them, a calm yet disdainful voice directly reaching the ears of the Umbu ninjas. Uchiha Roy? The appearance of this individual rendered the head of the Umbu somewhat apprehensive. This ninja was indeed a subject of their close observation. Until now, Roy had not made a conspicuous appearance in their line of sight, his actions subtly influencing the Uchiha's disposition. It was unexpected for such a cautious ninja to suddenly appear in such a contentious situation. Could it be that he possesses some form of evidence? We are merely executing our duties according to protocol. We kindly request that unrelated parties refrain from involvement. Otherwise, we shall consider you an accomplice and apprehend you as well. Although the Umbu harbored some trepidation towards Roy, given the enigmatic nature of his actions over the past few months, even Sarutobi Hiruzen had explicitly instructed them to exercise greater caution when confronting Uchiha Roy. I would like to inquire, what constitutes an accomplice? Moreover, what you possess is intended for dealing with rogue ninjas, is it not? How can you ascertain that Uchiha Tenchong bears such a criminal designation? Roy maintained an air of nonchalance. We witnessed Uchiha Tanchong's emergence here, followed immediately by an explosion. We observed him plunge a long blade into Mito Kyozai's body. Does that not suffice? The Umbu grew somewhat irked. Given such evidence, no amount of eloquence from Uchiha Roy would prove effective. Do you see? Umbu ninjas. Not guarding the Hokage, but rather idling here? I believe the explosion occurred late at night. Did it not? Are the members of the Umbu so leisurely now? 12 individuals, armed with sealing scrolls, appeared here at the very moment the incident transpired. Do not tell me that this is mere coincidence. A broader smile crept across Roy's lips. Do these individuals truly believe that everyone is a fool? In such circumstances, if they cannot provide a suitable explanation, they shall inevitably invite trouble upon themselves. You, Brother Tianchong, come here for a moment. Without waiting for the members of the Umbu to speak, Roy cast his gaze towards Uchiha Tianchong. Roy, just now. Uchiha Tianchong, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, recounted the entire incident to Roy. Very well, I believe I have gathered sufficient information. Now, you may escort Uchiha Tianchong away. Upon hearing this, Roy turned to the Umbu members. What? Both Uchiha Tianchong and the Umbu members were taken aback. Initially, they thought Roy had come to stir up trouble, but with this unexpected turn of events, it felt as though they had mistakenly picked up the wrong script. Should the Uchiha engage in battle, it would undoubtedly be a fair and honorable confrontation, rather than the underhanded tactics employed by you shadowy insects, who dare not even reveal your identities. Your actions are disgraceful, and it is no wonder. However, we Uchiha are not criminals. We can cooperate with your investigation, but you would do well to conceal what you hold in your hands. After speaking, Roy vanished from the scene. The Umbu members were left in a state of confusion, holding the sealing scroll, yet unsure of how to proceed. Very well, I shall accompany you. Observing the hesitance of the Umbu personnel, Uchiha Tianchong displayed a confident smile. He believed that his clan would provide him with solid support for actions he did not commit. Ultimately, the Umbu members relinquished their intention to use the sealing scroll and directly escorted Uchiha Tianchong away, along with 3 of his companions. The assault that occurred tonight was not limited to the Mito clan. The T-Rin clan, Sarutobi clan, Shimura clan, and Hyuga clan. In total, 9 clans within Konoha were attacked, resulting in fatalities among the Mito and T-Rin clans, with the deceased being direct family members. The following afternoon, the heads of Konoha's prominent clans gathered in the conference room, accompanied by their trusted aides. Minister Fugaku, I still wish to hear your thoughts on this matter. What do you think? Sarutobi Hizashi directly shifted the focus of the discussion onto Uchiha Fugaku. The Uchiha clansmen would never resort to such actions. This incident is undoubtedly the result of someone scheming in the shadows, aiming to sow discord within our Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku declared with righteous fervor. At that moment, he appeared somewhat haggard. Although Roy had previously cautioned him to be wary of the higher-up schemes, he had not anticipated such a method. So, Minister Fugaku, you possess no evidence. Do you? In that case, the accounts of the Umbu members stand as the truth. Uchiha Tianchong has slain my nephew, Mito Keizi. At this juncture, Mito Manin stood up, his face a mask of grief and indignation. As the tumult surrounding the Mito clan began to unfold, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. Indeed, now is not the moment for Minister Fugaku to exonerate his kin with mere words. A total of 9 families in the village have been assaulted, and yet your Uchiha clan, being a prominent family, remained untouched. Furthermore, both the Kurama and Mito clans have suffered losses. What more is there to discuss? The perpetrators must be dealt with severely, and the Uchiha clan must also bear responsibility for this incident. Kozakura of the Kurama clan echoed this sentiment. Among the 4 high-ranking officials of Konoha, 2 have already begun to voice their opinions, and their stance towards the Uchiha is decidedly unfriendly. Fugaku Uchiha, however, remained silent, his expression remarkably composed. At this point, Roy raised his hand to inquire, "I would like to ask, with 37 UMBU members deployed, how is it that they serendipitously encountered the outbreak of this incident in the dead of night? You did not notice our security department pursuing the rogue ninjas, did you?" Upon hearing Roy's words, all eyes turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who oversees the UMBU's direct management. Aside from the Hokage, no one else possesses the authority to mobilize UMBU members, especially for an operation involving over 30 individuals. The duties of the UMBU do not necessitate reporting to the Uchiha. At that moment, a member of the UMBU, stationed behind Hiruzen, coldly interjected, "Indeed, there is no requirement to report to us. UMBU members, while you serve as the protection for the Hokage, you remain ninjas of Konoha. We Uchiha, when faced with instabilities within the village, will also take the initiative to pursue. From investigating spies to assisting villagers with daily matters. We do so because we consider ourselves first and foremost members of Konoha, and only secondly of the Uchiha clan." Roy raised his voice, causing those families who had previously harbored doubts about the Uchiha to feel a sense of uncertainty. It is well known that the Uchiha's recent transformations have been evident to all, though they still harbor a degree of apprehension towards the Uchiha's power. They would prefer to see the Uchiha as an asset to the village rather than as adversaries. Very well. The UMBU members were dispatched by me for a special mission and coincidentally encountered such an event. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke. Initially, he only needed to arrange for the capture of Uchiha members, but now he found himself implicated as well. The crux of the matter is that he was unaware of Danzo's precise maneuvers. In this situation, Hiruzen appeared somewhat cornered. Special mission, you say? These UMBU members, after apprehending personnel from our Konoha security department, have remained closely by their side. Hokage-sama, I find it hard to believe that this special mission was merely to apprehend our Konoha security department personnel, Fugaku Uchiha interjected. As the head of the security department responsible for all security matters within the village, under such circumstances, he was well aware of the situation concerning the 4 clans. Such a statement left Sarutobi Hiruzen at a loss for words. With over 30 UMBU members dispatched to carry out a mission, they ultimately apprehended members of the Uchiha clan only to let them go. Even a fool would recognize that there was something amiss. Although the relationship between the higher-ups of Konoha and the Uchiha has never been particularly amiable, this overt confrontation is indeed a first. The matter we are currently deliberating is not the protocol for UMBU operations, but rather the Uchiha clan's disturbances within the village that have resulted in fatalities. Upon witnessing this, Nara Shikamaru promptly remarked that if the issue continued to be pressed, Sarutobi Hiruzen's position would become precarious as well. Very well, let us discuss the events surrounding this incident, Roy stated, turning to Uchiha Shisui, who was situated nearby. Greetings, everyone. I am Uchiha Shisui, the Deputy Minister of the Konoha Guard. Here is the information I have gathered. After delivering his introduction, he produced a stack of documents, which were swiftly distributed to all clan leaders and Konoha's upper echelon. Death by asphyxiation, spinal fracture, penetrating wounds that occurred post-mortem. As the medical department's findings were reviewed, all present were stunned into silence. Explosions, fire jutsu, the covert operations of over 30 UMBU at night, and the apprehension of the Uchiha. It appears that someone is attempting to frame our clan. However, the methods employed are rather crude. As members of this village, we Uchiha shall certainly identify these individuals and eradicate them. Uchiha Fugaku rose, his chakras surging forth in an intimidating display of power before all assembled. I firmly believe that the Uchiha have been wronged. They possess no motive to commit such acts. At that moment, Akimichi Choza stood up and calmly stated, casually placing a piece of meat into his mouth, I maintain that this turmoil has been instigated by an outsider, aiming to exacerbate our internal conflicts and ultimately weaken our combat capabilities. A ninja from the Yamanaka clan chimed in. In the present circumstances, it was evident to them all, regardless of the reasons, the Uchiha were undoubtedly innocent. Most importantly, the strength demonstrated by the Uchiha warranted their respect. It should be noted that their investments, once the Uchiha secured their standing, promised substantial returns. Having a formidable ally in the background brought a sense of reassurance. Since the Uchiha now possess evidence, it is prudent for everyone to cease their baseless speculations. Minister Fugaku, we may still require your assistance in this investigation, Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded. rising and slowly making his exit. Lord Hokage, I declare, this is the conclusion. Just as Tien Kamaru intended to voice further thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly interrupted her. The Uchiha remain under suspicion. Presently, the Uchiha possess not only formidable power, but are also in constant contact with the mischievous fox boy. The QB incident was undoubtedly linked to them. Tien Kamaru felt a twinge of displeasure at Sarutobi Hiruzen's rebuke. Consequently, she decided to advance her originally planned announcement. There were numerous clan leaders present, along with several core members. At this moment, the impact would be the same if disclosed. Tien Kamaru's words fell like a bombshell among the crowd. In this charged atmosphere, all eyes turned toward the Uchiha's location. The mischievous fox boy? Surely. They referred to that troublesome child, did they not? Indeed, it seems that Minister Fugaku has frequently visited him lately, occasionally bringing him back to the Uchiha clan grounds. Have you all noticed? I initially presumed it was a special covert mission. All gazes were fixed upon the Uchiha, expectantly awaiting a response. During the tumultuous Kyuubi incident, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, perished while repelling the beast. Yet the Uchiha clan, as part of the Konoha Guard, did not engage in the battle. Moreover, it is said that the Sharingan can control tailed beasts. More voices emerged, resurrecting an event long buried in memory. I had no rebuttal to offer. Furthermore, such matters could not be disclosed to everyone at this time. Uchiha Fugaku rose, providing a mundane response. Such an answer was evidently insufficient to convince the assembly. First, the Kyuubi incident, and now an open assault on various clans, serves as a warning to us. The Uchiha's intentions have become glaringly apparent. Mito Menon then remarked. Like a catalyst, his words propelled the already volatile situation into further chaos. Lord Mito Menon, do you believe we are plotting rebellion? If I were to attempt to slay you at this moment, could you evade my grasp? Shisui's expression suddenly shifted, his aura surging dramatically. In an instant, a skeletal hand shot forth. Stand down. Uchiha Fugaku also unleashed his Susanoo, overpowering Chisui's manifestation. The clash of their immense chakra left Mito Menon momentarily stupefied. It is worth noting that he once served as the guardian of the second Hokage. However, with the passage of time, Mito Menon's strength had waned significantly from his peak. Over the years, he had largely been preoccupied with resource competition, indulging in the benefits bestowed by Konoha, neglecting his training to maintain his prowess. Although Chisui's recent words may have crossed a line, in truth, had he acted upon his words, he would have undoubtedly faced annihilation. At this moment, Minato Namikaze's demeanor had shifted from its earlier calmness. They had been devising strategies to diminish the power of the Uchiha clan, yet they overlooked a fundamental truth, the strength of the Uchihas. Currently, the Uchiha clan's prowess had escalated to a formidable level. Should one aim too high, they would easily become the primary target. Especially when the Uchihas felt threatened. The first to bear the brunt would inevitably be those who conspired against them. I apologize, Lord Minato. Upon my return, I shall properly discipline my kin. However, the concerns raised by Shisui are undeniably pertinent. The Uchiha possess considerable strength within the village. If we harbored any true intentions, we would not need to resort to such measures, Uchiha Fugaku stated calmly. The discussions that had been fervent just moments ago fell silent. None wished to court misfortune at this juncture. I can elucidate why they would engage with that young fox spirit. Lord Hokage, you must be aware of such matters, correct? At that moment, a masked Umbu member made his presence known. Kakashi? Although masked, the assembly instantly recognized this prodigious figure, his white hair and Sharingan unmistakable. Kakashi, you. Lord Hokage, this situation is inherently unjust. Naruto should not be subjected to such treatment. Kakashi reiterated, his gaze resolute, filled with doubt and indignation towards the Hokage before him. As the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi undoubtedly comprehended the underlying circumstances. Yet, in such a context, his stance towards Naruto was troubling. In a dilapidated room of a rundown house, Naruto endured hunger and restless nights, lacking winter clothing to keep warm. The soon-to-expire instant noodles, milk, and bread were among the findings Kakashi had uncovered during his investigation. At this juncture, the Uchiha began to show concern for Naruto, not only forming a partnership between Sasuke and Naruto, but also nurturing him with familial affection, as if he were one of their own. Most importantly, without the Uchihas, Naruto would not be able to display that innocent, heartfelt smile. Enough, Kakashi. I am aware of these matters. The Uchiha pose no threat. Hiruzen Sarutobi sensed the gravity of the situation. If Kakashi were to divulge such information, it could profoundly impact future events, particularly regarding Naruto's identity, which must remain concealed. Lord Hokage, I wish to know what Kakashi intends to reveal. Since he has emerged to defend our Uchiha, we ought to be entitled to this information, Roy declared, rising with a smile. Although Kakashi's revelation arrived somewhat prematurely, the implications hung heavily in the air. However, for Roy, they now possessed the strength to confront such challenges. Of course, there remains a crucial matter. Should Naruto's identity be unveiled, the danger would escalate exponentially. Yet, it would simultaneously fortify Konoha, for that individual would undoubtedly return. Naruto is not merely the son of a demon fox, nor a mere trickster. He is the offspring of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki. The son of the hero Uzumaki Naruto. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kakashi boldly revealed Naruto's identity. Those who had been seated rose in astonishment. Their expressions a mixture of disbelief directed at Kakashi. As Konoha's prodigy, his words carried considerable weight. Moreover, observing Hiruzen's reaction, the credibility of this revelation soared. Minister Fugaku, are you aware of this? Inuzuka Kiba inquired excitedly, turning to Uchiha Fugaku. It is worth noting that he once shared a strong camaraderie with Minato, having frequently undertaken missions together, forging a profound friendship through numerous battles. I am aware, but in the past, I lacked the qualifications to protect him, Fugaku admitted, his countenance tinged with remorse. Only after the Uchiha clan was reinstated did I find the time to safeguard and care for him. My apologies. At this juncture, the collective gaze shifted back to Konoha's higher-ups. Their relationships had not been particularly amicable over the years. Sarutobi suddenly felt a pang of regret for acquiescing to Danzo's plans. The intended suppression of the Uchiha clan had failed. Instead, they had been thrust onto the executioner's stage. As Sarutobi faced scrutiny, the others could not evade responsibility either. You are all part of Konoha's elite. In essence, you share the same fate, Sarutobi mused. If Hiruzen Sarutobi knows Naruto's identity, you must too. Yet, the treatment afforded to the son of a hero is truly disheartening. In truth, this cannot solely be blamed on Lord Hokage, Roy interjected at that moment. Upon hearing this, even Sarutobi questioned whether Roy had inadvertently stepped out of line. Was he now defending him? Firstly, Naruto's identity is exceptionally unique and cannot be directly exposed. Though the fourth Hokage was formidable, having instilled fear in numerous ninja during the Third Shinobi World War, he also forged many deep-seated enmities. Naruto is still quite young and, following the fourth sacrifice, has been left unprotected. It is entirely reasonable to conceal his identity. Roy articulated this with such clarity that none could dispute his rationale. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he felt that having someone like Roy within the Uchiha clan might indeed be advantageous. In due course, both the overall combat capability and his own position would be considerably more secure. The endeavors that the first and second generations failed to accomplish may indeed find fruition through him, the pivotal figure, Uchiha Roy. Although the members of other clans comprehended Roy's words, their expressions remained tinged with regret, pondering the worthiness of their sacrifices for such a village. The contributions of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, are undeniably evident, particularly to those clan heads who had fought alongside him, who could not help but sigh deeply. If they were to sacrifice for the village, what fate would befall their descendants and families? The demise of the strong and the abandonment of the weak. Such circumstances are truly hard to bear. Roy's observations are astute. This encapsulates our considerations. Despite the sense of helplessness, it is the most prudent means to protect Naruto. There exists a blend of grievances, sorrow, and helplessness, yet it allows him to grow in a relatively secure environment. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a wistful expression, lamented, recalling that it was he who had initially recommended Minato for the position. He reminisced about how he often brought food and clothing to Naruto. The inability to allow Naruto to live as the son of a hero stems first from a lack of power within the village, and then from the need to temper Naruto's will. Since the Hokage has acquiesced to my perspective, we Uchiha hereby request the guardianship of Naruto Uzumaki to grant him a childhood akin to that of a normal child. As for safety concerns, there is no need for apprehension. At the very least, the Uchiha will provide a shadow-level guardian to protect him closely. Furthermore, Lady Kushina and our esteemed Lady Mikoto are friends. Naruto is also quite close to Lady Mikoto, so there is no cause for worry. Lastly, our Minister Fugaku's younger son is of the same age as Naruto, making him an ideal companion. Just as the others were lost in their thoughts, Roy suddenly declared with a loud voice. His words bore the weight of careful deliberation rather than spontaneity. Various reasons, motivations, and even arrangements had already been established. Instantly, silence enveloped the assembly. Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the fourth Hokage, indeed requires a well-considered arrangement. Considering the current situation, the Uchiha clan represents a relatively favorable solution. However, the expression on the high-ranking Sarutobi Hiruzen's face shifted to one of gravity, his gaze towards Uchiha Roy now reflecting not admiration but distaste. This sudden change left the clan heads feeling perplexed. The Uchiha are currently tasked with village security and patrolling the outskirts. They may be stretched thin. Thus it is prudent to deliberate this matter further. The recent incident is of paramount importance. We must swiftly identify the traitors within the village and eliminate any internal threats. At that moment, Danzo entered, carrying the lifeless bodies of two individuals, evidently the black-clad figures previously observed by the Uchiha. Tuanzo articulately expressed a profound truth. The most pressing concern at present is that even the son of a hero cannot receive the treatment he rightfully deserves. What then? Do we fight for? What do we strive to protect? At this juncture, Inuzuka stood up, his fiery temperament evident. Were it not for Minato Namikaze, he would have perished on the battlefield long ago. Yet now, the son of Minato lives under such circumstances. Even a man of his caliber felt a pang of sorrow. It was intolerable that these high-ranking officials of Konoha continued to sacrifice Naruto's childhood for the sake of their so-called power struggles. You spoke the truth. We engage in battle for the village to ensure our descendants can grow up in a stable environment. I support Uchiha Fugaku in safeguarding Uzumaki Naruto. Akimichi Choza echoed. In that moment, several clan leaders rose to express their solidarity. Hyuga Hayashi turned his gaze towards Uchiha Fugaku. They were familiar acquaintances, being the leaders of Konoha's two most powerful clans, and their paths had inevitably crossed. However, Hayashi sensed that Fugaku was not one to take such risks lightly. Although Naruto's identity could be advantageous, potentially enhancing the Uchiha's reputation, it also posed significant dangers. The individuals seated above would not remain passive. The Uchiha clan was likely to face even harsher repercussions in the near future. Hayashi could perceive this, and so could Fugaku, who nonetheless allowed events to unfold as they would. There must be something he was privy to that eluded Hayashi's understanding. Attempting to discern any insight from Fugaku's expression yielded only a visage of tranquility. Let it be, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, rising to depart. This plan had devolved into more of an incident than a strategy, and he had yet to determine how to proceed. Thus, he exited. Tonzo fixed his gaze on Roy, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his face. Mito Minyen and T-Ka Haruno, though displeased, left the meeting room with a somber demeanor, resigned to the situation. As the group made their way back to the Uchiha compound, Roy pondered aloud. Isn't this course of action a bit reckless? It feels rather impulsive. Despite Uchiha Fugaku's composed demeanor in the meeting, he was undoubtedly anxious. This was his first direct confrontation with Konoha's upper echelon, and he had emerged victorious. However, the price of this victory might be steep. Let us just say, Shisui, you were truly formidable. Now that matters had reached this stage, they had grown somewhat fatigued. The concerns ahead were no longer external, but internal. Let us return and address the issues within our clan. Roy inhaled deeply. Although a fleeting victory was attained in the battle against the higher-ups of Konoha, this triumph manifests as a double-edged sword. Within the clan, it is likely that some individuals have already begun to stir restlessly. Indeed, let us proceed. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. Being the clan leader is far from an easy task. In other families, the leader's word is law. Yet within the Uchiha, there are always those eager to instigate trouble, making the situation rather difficult to manage. Upon returning to the Uchiha compound, Fugaku found a gathering of over a dozen ninjas waiting at his doorstep. Behold, trouble has already arrived upon his return. Leader, we have matters to discuss. Leader, the higher-ups of Konoha have once again apprehended our clansmen in this manner. They will undoubtedly take action against the Uchiha next. Leader, if we do not resist now, we will be at a disadvantage and unable to retaliate when the time comes. Leader, our clan's reputation is not what it once was. This is the opportune moment to take action. These individuals are nothing more than pure warmongers. Hardly has the dust settled before they begin to stir unrest. In the past, they would have sought Fugaku in his study to conspire subtly or express their sentiments more discreetly. Now, they stood at the entrance, shouting openly. Fortunately, The Uchiha strength is now sufficient. The Umbu have been monitored and are unable to approach this place. Otherwise, such behavior alone could have severely compromised the Uchiha. Silence. Uchiha Fugaku's brow furrowed. He had previously thought Roy's concerns were unfounded. He could see the changes within the Uchiha. Yet, it only took this minor incident for these individuals to reveal their true colors. Indeed, the Uchiha's dilemma no longer lies with the village. Regardless of how the higher-ups wish to act, as long as the Uchiha stands united, their plans will inevitably fail. However, if issues arise within the clan at this juncture, it could prove fatal. The phrase high places are cold speaks not of temperature, but of the fear that descends from above. The Uchiha have been elevated to great heights, and should they falter, they risk total annihilation. These individuals are akin to the unstable stones beneath their feet. Leader, we all act for the good of the clan. Enter. Without allowing the clansman to finish, Uchiha Fugaku, with a stern countenance, stepped into his courtyard. The group exchanged glances before following him inside. Brother Shisui, some issues are beginning to surface. We must be cautious in the coming days, Roy remarked, addressing Uchiha Shisui, who seemed lost in thought. I understand. However, I cannot fathom why they are so eager for battle, Shisui replied, perplexed. The dozen or so individuals present had survived the Third Shinobi World War, having witnessed the deaths of their kin and friends. They should harbor a deep-seated aversion to warfare. Why then are they so inclined towards conflict? They do not yearn for battle, but rather, never mind, some things you will never comprehend, Roy uttered as he stepped inside. Uchiha Shisui, with an expression of innocence, followed suit. The moment they entered the courtyard, a dozen voices began to express their opinions once again. Previously, Uchiha Fugaku had been troubled by the impending actions of the Konoha higher-ups. But now he had entirely forgotten his concerns. All he desired was for his clansmen to silence themselves. I concur with their sentiments. Clan leader, why not allow them to give it a try? At that moment, Roy spoke up. Upon hearing his words, the group fell silent, casting peculiar glances at him. To them, Roy was merely a junior member of the clan. Although they acknowledged that he surpassed them in cunning, in terms of combat experience and understanding of the family and village, he was no match for their collective wisdom. Nonetheless, they were pleased that Roy could resonate with their thoughts. Roy, what is your perspective? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Given Roy's previous demeanor, he was certain the youth would not advocate for conflict. This lad must be harboring some ulterior motive. Since such opinions existed within the clan, there was no need to intervene. They all desired the welfare of the family, aspiring to see it grow stronger. Let them act. If they succeed, we shall embrace Konoha. If they falter, we can simply clear our own ranks, Roy remarked nonchalantly, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. At this juncture, the group finally grasped Roy's intentions. It appeared he was not supportive of their ideas, but rather wished to cast them as pawns. Are we to go and meet our demise? At that moment, the leader, Uchiha Shisui, glared at Roy with fury, his chakra visibly surging in response. A mere junior dared to. You are aware, aren't you? And do not display your killing intent in front of your kin. For the Uchiha are known to produce monsters, Roy declared, unleashing a sudden burst of chakra, an overwhelming pressure instantly descending upon Uchiha Shisui. It was no jest, Roy, having assimilated 3 portions of Hashirama's cells, possessed chakra in quantities that were no trifling matter. You, Uchiha Shisui, found himself momentarily at a loss for words upon sensing the chakra emanating from Roy. In the Uchiha clan, formidable strength was the ultimate source of confidence. Clan leader, may I have a private conversation with them? Roy directed his gaze toward Uchiha Fugaku. Certainly, Fugaku nodded, turning to enter the room. He had other matters to attend to, leaving this situation in Roy's capable hands. Shisui, however, chose to remain, eager to witness the manner in which Roy would navigate the internal challenges of the Uchiha clan. He had contemplated various approaches himself, but had ultimately abandoned them all. After the kaleidoscope is unveiled, the foremost thought is to alter the intentions of the higher-ups and Uchiha Fugaku, fostering a harmonious coexistence between the two. However, judging by Roy's demeanor, his approach may prove to be more suitable. Upon hearing Roy's words, the expressions of the dozen or so individuals turned somewhat hostile. I am aware that your departure likely incites a desire to physically confront me. Let us proceed to the training ground. After speaking, Roy turned and headed directly towards the training area. Brother Itachi? Just as they stepped out of the courtyard, they encountered Uchiha Itachi, accompanied by Sasuke and Naruto. It seems that you are quite suited to this role, Itachi. So, Are Sasuke and Naruto behaving themselves? Roy smiled at the two young ones. It must be said, at this moment, Uchiha Sasuke still resembled a sweet little softy, while Naruto exuded an adorable charm. It is difficult to envision that these two little fellows would later stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world. They are quite understanding. Recently, I plan to teach them the fundamentals of shuriken technique and prepare to acquire some practice shuriken and kunai. Itachi looked at the two with a fond expression. Originally, he had only one younger brother, but now he had two. This is nothing less than double the joy, is it not? Oh, I happen to be heading to the training ground. You two should come along, and I will train with you. After saying this, Roy waved his hand and continued towards the training ground. The group of ninjas trailing behind him followed suit. Brother Shisui, what is going on with them? Upon seeing Shisui emerge, Itachi expressed his curiosity. He recognized most of these clansmen, each one rebellious and primarily aligned with the combat faction. When did these individuals develop such a good rapport with Brother Roy? They're even joining him for training? I'm not quite sure either. You will understand once you come over later, Shisui replied, equally perplexed. From the outset, he had never managed to predict Roy's intentions accurately. With a sense of bewilderment, Itachi went to the warehouse to retrieve some practice kunai and shuriken. Brother, you won't suddenly have to leave for a mission halfway through today's lesson, will you? Sasuke said with a hint of grievance. Itachi always promised to teach him, but would then inform him of an impending mission. Sasuke had grown somewhat accustomed to such occurrences, yet he still could not suppress his disappointment. Not at all. I currently have no missions. Well, that is not entirely true. I have the mission of taking good care of you too. Itachi reached out and gently touched Sasuke's forehead. I told you not to poke my head. It makes me stupid. Sasuke complained, shielding his forehead. This remark caused Naruto, who had initially intended to approach Itachi for a similar poke, to instinctively take a step back. So, Sasuke's foolishness is a consequence of being poked. That was close. At the Uchiha training ground, Uchiha Roy, you summoned us here for what purpose? Uchiha Ji maintained a long face, clearly displeased with Roy's presence. To battle. You all yearn for combat, do you not? If you are struggling to find a sense of existence, I shall assist you in discovering it. With that, Roy conjured a blaze of flames in his hands. Powerful chakra radiating outward. Currently, Roy struggles to master the chakra within his own body, particularly the solid chakra, which, once unleashed, feels almost uncontrollable. This is the path he must pursue in his training. Combat. Are you implying you wish to challenge us? Uchiha sure scoffed, his disdain evident. The intensity of chakra does not dictate the prowess in battle. They have faced death countless times to be standing here today. Roy before them is merely a junior who has lived in a jar of honey, daring to challenge them? He even suggests they seek validation. Come, allow me to show you how trivial your so-called training and confidence truly are in the presence of us. Upon finishing his declaration, Uchiha sure activated his three-tomo Sharingan, releasing a chilling aura that enveloped him. This atmosphere was not merely indicative of strength. It bore witness to the lives he had taken, or perhaps those who had perished beside him. Well then, let me see. Oh, and I meant for all of you to join in. Roy declared as he began to untie the armbands on his sleeves. What? This kid is insufferably arrogant. Today, we shall teach you the meaning of humility and the importance of respect in the presence of your elders. One by one, the three-tomo Sharingan activated and chakra surged, creating a tempest that lifted the corners of their garments. Undeniably, the atmosphere was charged with high stakes. Boom. In the next moment, a metal plate crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Boom, boom. Following that, several metal plates fell in succession. How is this possible? Had this fellow been wearing protective gear all along? Uchiha Shire's eyes twitched. After all, the Uchiha clan was renowned for its genjutsu and ninjutsu. And while their taijutsu was not weak, it was certainly not their forte. Was this individual a monster? With such an astonishing amount of chakra, he also mastered formidable taijutsu. Are you all prepared, esteemed seniors? Roy slightly bowed, a playful smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi arrived. Brother Shisui, is this training? Itachi asked, observing Roy unleash terrifying chakra before a dozen clan members, a hint of confusion in his tone. It seems so, but will such an approach truly resolve the issues within the clan? Shisui was taken aback. He had initially thought Roy would employ verbal tactics against these individuals, but instead, he chose direct combat. Brother, aren't we here to train? Let us watch. Brother Roy's combat style is quite worthy of our study. The two younger ones gazed eagerly at the impending clash. Engage. Uchiha Shiro's eyes narrowed, opting for battle. As the situation escalated, Roy began to doubt whether he still possessed the courage to fight with all his might. With Uchiha Shiro taking action, the remaining dozen or so individuals swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Lightning release, Thunderstorm. The powerful ninjutsu enveloped Roy's position entirely. Seizing this moment, the others quickly took their positions. Here is a piece of information for you. Ninjutsu is ineffective against me. Roy's calm voice resonated through the dust. Bang! With a sudden sound, the surrounding dust was blown away by a gust of wind. Roy's figure appeared before Uchiha Shiro like a wraith. Clang! Almost instinctively, Uchiha Shiro thrust out a kunai to block the long blade in Roy's hand. However, the force behind it nearly sent Uchiha Shiro's kunai flying. This man. At that moment, Uchiha Shiro no longer exuded the confidence he had moments before. Feeling the weight of Roy's blade, he stared at him with a grave expression. The others were equally taken aback. Clearly, none of them had been able to discern Roy's earlier movements. It is worth noting that they belonged to the Uchiha clan, endowed with the Sharingan, which typically allowed them to perceive even the most elusive taijutsu. Are you truly prepared to face the impending battle with such a mindset? If you were on the battlefield just now, you would likely have all been slain, Roy remarked, taking his time before striking, his taunt reaching its zenith. His simple words instantly rendered the expressions of the dozen individuals serious. It was not that they held Roy in high regard, but rather that his words had successfully incited their ire. Since you mentioned the battlefield, let me show you what it truly entails, Uchiha Shiro declared, and the three tomo began to spin rapidly. Subsequently, shadow clones were unleashed. The remaining individuals also unhesitatingly released their own shadow clones, charging toward Roy. Bang, bang, bang. As Roy's strikes fell, one by one, the shadow clones were shattered. These were merely feints. The true assault was about to commence. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. In the next moment, a terrifying surge of chakra rapidly spread, and the formidable fire ninjutsu was unleashed. At the center of it all stood Roy. I recall mentioning that ninjutsu attacks are ineffective against me, Roy said, calmly advancing toward the group. Although they heard his words, the Uchiha clan continued to unleash their powerful ninjutsu relentlessly. Swoosh! Roy swiftly broke through, delivering a decisive strike. An Uchiha clansman transformed into smoke and vanished. Shadow clone, is it? He murmured softly, before launching another surprise attack. With incredible speed, Roy soon dismantled numerous shadow clones. At this moment, Roy had begun to harbor a sense of curiosity. However, Itachi had already grasped the situation. This was a classic strategy employed by the Uchiha during the Third Shinobi World War. Initially, one would utilize shadow clones to attract formidable firepower and the opponent's attention. Subsequently, they would deplete the adversary's strength through seemingly powerful ninjutsu. When the opponent had grown weary, they would then seize the opportunity to deliver the final blow. Moreover, this was not merely a simple use of shadow clones. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of shurikens descended upon Roy's location. Yet, having shed his burdens, such straightforward attacks posed no threat to him whatsoever. Clang, clang, clang. Figures darted forth, launching rapid assaults against Roy. The Uchiha's physical techniques were renowned for their potency. Even Roy felt a faint hint of danger when confronted by the simultaneous attacks of numerous foes. With a swift thrust of a long blade, the Uchiha who struck Roy found himself momentarily stunned. This, bang, before he could ponder further, he transformed into white mist and vanished. Another shadow clone, perhaps? If that is the case, lightning release, Raijin's prison. Roy joined his hands in a prayer-like gesture, unleashing a formidable ninjutsu. A myriad of lightning enveloped his body, rapidly dispersing into the surroundings. The sheer intensity compelled Itachi and Shisui, who were observing from a distance, to swiftly retreat with urgency. Such a level of ninjutsu was potent enough to affect even those merely spectating. Meanwhile, the Uchiha around them rapidly transformed into white mist under this onslaught. Not far away, Uchiha Kai collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat and exhibiting a visage of agony. Come forth, I have detected your barrier at once. I merely wished to ascertain whether you possessed anything novel, yet to my dismay, it remains the same. Are you unaware that this strategy has become a classic approach? As it is classic, it implies that it has long been thoroughly studied by others. Roy spoke with an unruffled demeanor, as if he were not the one who had just unleashed such a powerful ninjutsu. The level of consumption required must be beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. The precision of his strikes and the strength of his control were sufficient to annihilate the attacks of shadow clones. Either way, it left one in awe. Yet Roy appeared unfazed, continuing to critique the situation. We have underestimated you. Nevertheless, we can employ this method 10 more times. Should you falter even once, you will be vanquished. Uchiha Shisui stepped forward, a confident smile adorning his face. Though he acknowledged that such a victory might be deemed somewhat dishonorable, he believed that defeating Roy would signify triumph. As for the process, it held little importance. Once? No, you have no opportunities left, Roy declared, as the lightning crackled around him once more. Upon sensing the aura emanating from Roy, Uchiha Shisui's countenance darkened with gravity. He did not perceive Roy's previous statement as a jest. However, how could Roy possibly annihilate them all in an instant? Bang! Just as Uchiha Shisui pondered this, Roy, who had been standing still, transformed into white mist and vanished. A shadow clone. How could that be? As Uchiha Shisui contemplated the manner in which Roy would triumph over them, he realized they were merely confronting Roy's shadow clone. Merely a shadow clone had compelled them to exert every ounce of their strength. Most importantly, they were subdued in the process. What if it were the real Roy? They were merely employing a strategy of multiple shadow clones, utilizing consumption and deception tactics, while simultaneously applying pressure and launching relentless attacks. Amidst the illusion and reality, it was all too easy for the opponent to crumble. It has been said that the classics have been thoroughly studied. Roy gradually emerged from one side, wearing a relaxed and composed expression. We have lost. Although Uchiha Shisui felt a twinge of indignation, the reality was undeniable. The Uchiha clan could accept defeat, but their pride remained intact. Now, let us discuss the matter previously addressed. You have erred, and thus, punishment is warranted. I require you to undertake certain tasks. Do not occupy the training ground, and let us converse elsewhere. After finishing his sentence, Roy glanced toward Uchiha Itachi and the others before turning to exit the training ground. Shisui, we accept our defeat. While the others harbored some reluctance, defeat was defeat. Uchiha Shisui snorted softly and swiftly followed suit. The others, though unwilling, said little more and departed the training ground. Once everyone had vacated, Uchiha Itachi entered the training ground alongside Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki. Brother, is Roy really that strong? Uchiha Sasuke inquired, gazing in the direction Roy had departed, his face reflecting admiration. Indeed, he is formidable. Uchiha Itachi nodded, unhesitatingly affirming. In his view, there were few within the Uchiha clan capable of besting Roy. At least, before he awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, it was beyond his capabilities. Even now, with the Mangekyou activated, he still doubted his ability to defeat Roy. Uchiha Shisui, at his side, was even perceived as potentially unequal to Roy. After all, that unique ability to nullify attacks seemed excessively overpowered. Of course, Uchiha Itachi's ocular techniques would still have an effect on Roy. Amaterasu would be of no consequence, as it would not reach Roy. His speed had surpassed the capture range of the Sharingan. Brother, you must be stronger than him, right? Uchiha Sasuke gazed at Itachi with innocent eyes, viewing his brother as the epitome of strength. It is difficult. Roy's prowess has seen considerable enhancement. Moreover, it seems that upon your return from the mission, Roy has experienced significant advancement. What, pray tell, have you encountered? Uchiha Shisui approached, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he regarded Uchiha Itachi. In just a short span of over 10 days, what fortuitous events could have transpired to facilitate such a remarkable growth in Roy? There is nothing particularly extraordinary, Itachi mused, somewhat perplexed. Aside from uncovering Elder Kyuka's true identity, our experiences have not been particularly unique. Brother Itachi, can we also become as formidable through training? The ever-enthusiastic Naruto Uzumaki inquired, his face alight with anticipation. The formidable prowess Roy exhibited during battle had left an indelible impression on Naruto's heart. He yearned for the day when he, too, could evolve into a powerful entity, capable of safeguarding those he cherishes. Brother Roy was not always so formidable. At least, the Roy I once knew did not possess the strength he exhibits now. In fact, he once came perilously close to death. His tenacity is unparalleled within our clan, Itachi reflected, reminiscing about Roy's past experiences with a tinge of sentimentality. A being not considered a genius, he has ascended to this pinnacle through sheer diligence. Upon uttering these words, a peculiar fire ignited in Itachi's gaze. Itachi, You are merely temporarily unable to utilize ninjutsu with great intensity. Conditioning your physical prowess remains a viable option. These two youngsters will undoubtedly become the cornerstones of our Hidden Leaf Village. Let us commence their training forthwith. As Itachi extolled Roy's virtues, Roy's voice suddenly resonated, capturing the attention of all four individuals present. I am but a shadow clone. My original self has gone to communicate some matters. The weights we have for training range from beginner to advanced levels. My original has assigned a higher tier of weights. Thus I do not require these for the time being. I leave them in your capable hands. With that, Roy produced the weights and swiftly dissipated into a cloud of mist. Let us heed Roy's words. Physical training will also benefit your recovery. Shisui remarked before vanishing in a flash. He needed to promptly inform Uchiha Fugaku of the developments here. And there were numerous matters within the Leaf Security Division that demanded his attention. Is this the weight of Brother Roy? Uchiha Itachi pondered, initially eager to lift it, only to find the weight far exceeded his expectations. Should he rely solely on his physical strength, he could barely manage to lift these burdens. Attempting to wear them for training would be akin to dreaming the impossible dream. Brother Itachi, brother. Both Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki gazed at Itachi with hopeful expressions. This is the first phase of the weights. Why don't you give them a try? Itachi handed them the beginner weights, inviting them to test their limits. After taking on the burden, both Sasuke and Naruto were somewhat taken aback, for in their eyes, such weight was hardly significant. Even Naruto, despite his stunted growth, found it rather manageable. Itachi Uchiha then donned the weight of the third stage and began guiding the two youngsters in their training. In the courtyard of Uchiha Roy, Uchihaji looked at Roy with a face full of suspicion. He found it difficult to comprehend the things Roy had just mentioned, and he feared that pursuing such actions could potentially lead to grave consequences. Previously, they had been emboldened by their reliance on the formidable Uchiha clan, believing that danger was minimal. However, now, with only a handful of them tasked with such a mission, it felt rather precarious. We have already crossed this line, Roy stated. I had initially planned to select some clan members to arrange before undertaking the mission. Your presence convinces me that you are prepared for this task. He regarded the group with a playful expression. Since we have lost, we shall not go back on our word. We accept this mission. After contemplating for a moment, Uchiha Ji responded affirmatively. Agreed. Roy nodded and rose to his feet. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Uchiha Roy, hereby pledge that regardless of what transpires from this point forward, your safety will be my responsibility. As long as you refrain from engaging in other matters, the Uchiha clan shall stand as your steadfast support. With a resolute expression, Roy placed his fist over his heart. I suddenly understand why you have garnered the trust of the clan leader. Roy, you are formidable. I, Uchiha Ji, acknowledge you as our leader. Ji mirrored Roy's gesture, placing his fist over his chest, determination etched upon his face. Leader. The remaining members, a dozen in total, also rose in unison. Though they were oblivious to the significance of Roy's gesture, they felt it prudent to follow suit. Enough with the leader moniker. You must first complete this mission to earn that title, Roy replied. He then took out a sheet of paper and began recording essential points. Considering even the potential special issues that might arise during the course of their mission, this group of a dozen was sufficient. As long as they played their roles effectively, they would be on the path to victory for the Uchiha clan. In the Hokage's office, Hokage-sama, as you have witnessed, the Uchiha have become an uncontrollable force. Danzo resumed his indoctrination efforts. Such persuasion might not resonate with everyone, but for Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was utterly convincing. It is essential to understand that the individual before us was once willing to disregard the title of Hokage for the sake of this very cloak. However, this is not the moment for such discussions. The Uchiha clan still has members serving as guards at the Daimyo's residence, a commitment lasting 2 years. We shall revisit this matter upon their return. Furthermore, Danzo, you must exercise greater caution in your undertakings. Should a similar incident arise again, my patience will no longer extend to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen had sensed something amiss for quite some time. The recent failures had led him to question the validity of some of his decisions. Initially, his wariness towards the Uchiha stemmed from their unpredictable nature. Yet, what are the Uchiha currently engaged in? They are safeguarding Konoha and addressing internal conflicts and issues within the village. Concurrently, the Uchiha's dedication and many individuals' sense of belonging to the village have significantly increased. The first and second Hokages failed to fully integrate the Uchiha into the village, a feat that Sarutobi Hiruzen might very well accomplish. Yet, at such a pivotal moment, Danzo persistently sought to create strife for the Uchiha. To the side, Tsurugi Kabuto and Mito Gate and observe the unfolding drama with apparent delight. Inflicting some hardship upon them serves as a warning, a moment for reflection. Konoha is not merely a tool for their gain. It is a home upon which all rely for survival. As Sarutobi Hiruzen ages, he realizes that if he falters at this critical juncture, the stakes are too great for him to bear. Naruto, are you prepared to entrust everything to the Uchiha? At that moment, Danzo unexpectedly invoked the name of someone who had long been under Sarutobi Hiruzen's control, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. This statement caused Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just raised his pipe, to pause. Naruto would never become a pawn of the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen possessed several trump cards in his hand, and he had his own considerations regarding Naruto. However, Danzo targeting Naruto at this juncture was far from fortuitous. Then I shall take my leave. You all may do the same, Danzo declared before turning and departing. Mito Gate and Tsurugi Kabuto had initially intended to glean insights on how to confront the Uchiha, but lost interest upon realizing Sarutobi Hiruzen's stance. They turned and exited. Once they had all departed, Hatake Kakashi appeared. I have approved your request. You shall now serve as his guardian ninja. Naturally, you may employ any means you deem appropriate to fulfill your duties. Starting today, you will withdraw from the Umbu and become a guiding jonin, initially overseeing a few teams. Your target is to lead Naruto's class, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated directly. I understand. Kakashi nodded before vanishing from sight. Soon after, he arrived at the Uchiha compound. Here, nothing has truly changed from before. Am I, once again to be entwined with the Uchiha? You, will still. Kakashi murmured softly as he stepped into the Uchiha clan's territory. Hatake Kakashi, what brings you here? Just as Kakashi entered the clan's grounds, several Uchiha guards appeared before him. The expressions on their faces were filled with disdain, even a hint of revulsion. Each time they beheld Kakashi's Sharingan, they felt a sense of insult towards the Uchiha lineage. Nevertheless, this was Obito's decision. Although that fool was now deceased, the Uchiha had remained silent all this time. Yet, this did not imply that they harbored any fondness for Kakashi. This was the directive of the Hokage. After speaking, Kakashi produced a scroll and handed it to the guard before him. Taking over Naruto, we will discuss this with the clan leader. Take him to the training ground and inquire about the boy's attitude. The lead guard stated before vanishing from sight. The remaining two guards then escorted Kakashi to the training area. Upon arriving at the training ground, Sasuke and Naruto wore expressions of exhaustion. Even Itachi Uchiha was beginning to breathe heavily. This weight training was indeed excessively rigorous. The thought that Roy had endured such burdens for an unknown duration, even beginning to level up, made Itachi feel significantly behind. Kakashi? Itachi initially intended to encourage the two youngsters to persevere a little longer, but at that moment, he spotted Hatake Kakashi nearby. I am here to take Naruto Uzumaki with me. He is my teacher's. Kakashi did not continue, as certain matters were already known to someone of Itachi's caliber. It is the Hokage's order, is it not? I hold no significant objections to this. However, do you believe you can provide Naruto with a better environment and training methods? Itachi turned his gaze towards Naruto. Previously, he had always been occupied with missions, and while Sasuke greeted him with a smile upon his return, Itachi was aware of his brother's loneliness. Now, witnessing the pure smile shared between Naruto and Sasuke, he understood that Roy was indeed correct. These two youngsters were well suited for one another. The Uchiha faced numerous challenges, many of which were unpredictable. I cannot entrust my teacher's child to you, Kakashi stated earnestly. Although the Uchiha are formidable, boasting powerful figures such as Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Roy, the dangers they confront are equally substantial. A moment's inattention could ensnare one in a web of entrapment. Kakashi would not allow Naruto to become embroiled in the power struggles of Konoha. Leave it to us. Little Naruto, come here. Just then, a voice interrupted the standoff between the two. Brother Roy. Upon seeing the newcomer, Itachi Uchiha expressed a hint of remorse. Kakashi, on the other hand, regarded the legendary figure, Roy Uchiha, with a sense of intrigue. Facing Roy, Kakashi often felt an illusion that this man before him exuded an overwhelming confidence. So profound that even Kakashi himself believed there was nothing this individual could not handle. Brother Roy. When Naruto was brought to the Uchiha clan, he had already been informed that the primary reason for his care was due to this man's proposal, alongside the preparation of numerous contingency measures. Naruto was aware of the disdain the villagers held for him, understanding the reasons behind it. The label of the demon fox brat was not mere jest. A child raised amidst the animosity of the village would naturally become sensitive in various aspects. This sensitivity was why Naruto was so perceptive. He, too, wished to escape the life of rejection and disdain that he once endured. His gratitude towards Roy had always been profound, yet their interactions had been scarce due to Roy's busy schedule. The figure before him was akin to a relative, a prodigy of Konoha, the copy ninja, Kakashi. He now wished to take Naruto back and serve as his mentor, guiding him through the path of a ninja. Are you willing? Roy's face radiated a warm, spring-like smile, and his words were gentle. With just a few simple phrases, he transformed the charged atmosphere into something akin to mundane matters of daily life. Upon hearing Roy's question, Naruto looked up, bewildered. He had overheard the conversation between Kakashi and Itachi. To Naruto, this situation presented only two choices. Either Kakashi emerged victorious and took him away, or the Uchiha clan insisted he remain with them. Regardless of the outcome, it felt irrelevant to him. He had never truly possessed the luxury of choice. Are you willing? Those four ordinary words pierced through Naruto's heart. In that moment, it felt as though he had finally grasped the respect that was rightfully his. Yet, an inner voice whispered doubt. But can I truly go on my own? Though deeply moved, his insecurities and timidity surfaced unabashedly. Of course, as long as you desire it, I shall honor your will. Moreover, my declaration signifies that I am more than capable of safeguarding your intent. Upon finishing his words, Roy's formidable chakra erupted instantaneously. Kakashi, sensing the surge of Roy's chakra, first felt a fleeting envy, which was soon eclipsed by a look of sheer astonishment on his face. Is this truly the chakra befitting a Chunin? As for Roy's words, not only Naruto, but even Kakashi harbored no doubts. Once Naruto made his choice, Roy would undoubtedly safeguard it. Brother Roy, I choose Kakashi-sensei, Naruto declared, his eyes brimming with tears, yet he forced a smile, exuding cheerfulness. Naruto, are you not going to play with me? Sasuke remarked, gazing at Naruto with a hint of discontent, reminiscent of a neglected spouse. I'm not. It's just that I also desire a home of my own. Naruto quickly composed himself, his face reflecting determination. Sasuke remained unsatisfied. Naruto's earlier words eluded his understanding, as he was merely 5 years old. I understand. Naruto, I respect your choice, and the doors of the Uchiha clan are always open to you. Roy replied with a smile. Thank you, Brother Roy. Naruto's smile widened. At that moment, Kakashi, the central figure of this event, stood there in a daze, as if the matter had suddenly become irrelevant to him. Nevertheless, the outcome remained unchanged. At least now, Naruto's guardianship was firmly in his hands. The training continues. Kakashi, you may stay here to observe. Before dinner, you can take Naruto home, Roy stated before turning to leave. By the way, though I am reluctant to warn you, it would be wise not to entrust everything to Naruto. With that, Roy vanished. Kakashi, watching Roy disappear, offered no rebuttal and instead settled on a nearby bench, observing Naruto and the others as they trained. Inspired by Roy's encouragement, Naruto instantly entered a state of fervor. The fatigue that had previously clouded him dissipated, and he quickened his training pace. Seeing this, Sasuke refused to lag behind and matched his intensity. It must be said, their synergy was remarkable. Itachi was somewhat astonished. He had expected these two to complete merely half of their training, yet here they were. Kakashi was equally bewildered. The intensity of this training was beyond what even some genin had yet to undertake. Narrowing his eyes, Kakashi began to strategize Naruto's forthcoming training in his mind. In the evening, outside the Uchiha clan grounds, Naruto proclaimed, Sasuke, we shall always be friends. I will return to train with you. And you mustn't let me defeat you again like today. As they faced impending separation, Naruto extended his hand, a triumphant expression on his face. I did not lose. You lost. Next time, I shall win again, Sasuke pouted, speaking with a touch of pride. What could have been a sorrowful moment was effortlessly alleviated by Naruto's simple words. It is undeniable that some individuals are born to be rays of sunshine. After bidding farewell, Naruto followed Kakashi down the familiar yet foreign streets. What do you want to eat? He inquired. I'm not much of a cook. Let us dine out today. After a brief silence, Kakashi finally spoke. How about some ramen? Uncle Ichiraku's ramen seems delightful. Naruto replied somewhat hesitantly. Sounds good. Kakashi nodded and led Naruto towards Ichiraku ramen. It was tea that he wished to avoid conversation, but the perceptive Kakashi had gleaned something from Naruto's earlier words. Uncle Ichiraku's noodles seemed delightful. A mere bowl of ramen evoked a sense of yearning from Naruto. reflecting on Naruto's previous living conditions, surrounded by a pile of nearly expired instant noodles. Kakashi realized that Naruto bore an excessive burden. Inside a Chiraka ramen, Naruto exclaimed, "Wow, I'm digging in. Is this what ramen is? It's delicious. Kakashi-sensei, you must try it. It's truly wonderful." "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. I feel so happy right now," he continued. "Shall we return to my house tonight? I still have some things there." Kakashi felt a gradual affection for this young man, initially out of respect for his mentor, but now for Naruto himself. A month had elapsed since the incident, during which peace reigned both within and outside the village. The higher-ups were not causing trouble, and there were no enemy attacks. Roy opened his system panel. Although there had been no tasks or special rewards during this time, a month of intense training had enhanced his mastery over his abilities. Compared to a month ago, Roy was confident he could defeat his former self. After reviewing the information on the panel, he fell into contemplation. With his strength solidified, it was time to seek further enhancement. Pure training was beginning to feel insufficient. "Uchiha Roy?" At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. "Might Guy?" Roy instinctively called out the name of the man before him, clad in a green jumpsuit and sporting a watermelon head. This man, who epitomized youth and sweat throughout the Naruto Shippuden series, declared, "I've been watching you for quite some time. Would you like to?" "No," Roy interjected before Might Guy could finish. There was an innate sense of something amiss with this individual. While one's youth deserves respect, the personality of Guy was not something Roy could easily accept. Individuals like you, relentlessly pursuing the path of sweat and effort, are indeed worthy of being remembered by youth. Regardless of your response, you shall henceforth be one of my rivals. Let us commence with our first match, 50 laps around the village. Youth. Upon concluding his declaration, Might Guy sprinted away, running alongside you. I always feel as though I might be perceived as an oddity and subsequently captured. Boom, boom, boom. Roy did not finish his sentence before he dashed out. Roy, I knew I wouldn't misjudge you. The bonds of youth invariably harbor a mutual attraction. Today marks the inception of our reciprocal journey. Roy, speak up. Why are you silent? Have you already begun to immerse yourself in the essence of youth? As the clamor echoed in his ears, Roy clenched his fists, battling an urge to deliver a decisive blow to this fellow. The reason for his sudden sprint alongside Might Guy was the emergence of a system task. Although the correlation between this random task and his primary quest eluded him, he was certain that completing it would yield benefits. For the sake of reward, he endured. In the afternoon, ding. Congratulations, host. With the system's notification ringing in his ears, Roy finally exhaled in relief. Roy. Bang. Before Might Guy could continue, Roy unleashed a punch, only to have it deftly blocked by Might Guy. Youthful companion, are you preparing to train in combat with me? In terms of taijutsu, you cannot hope to match me. With that, Might Guy deflected Roy's fist and assumed a battle stance. Ding. Random task issued. Engage in combat with Might Guy. Completion will yield a mysterious reward, with the outcome dependent on the battle results. Roy had merely intended to silence Might Guy, as he had other matters to attend to. The system's prompt chimed once more. It seemed that Might Guy was indeed an experienced fighter. Suddenly, Roy found that Might Guy appeared somewhat more agreeable. Let us give it a try. With that, Roy initiated the Konoha fluid technique and the Uchiha fluid technique, both swirling into action. Unlike Might Guy, whose taijutsu was straightforward, Roy's techniques were predominantly designed to complement ninjutsu. Faced with Roy's onslaught, Might Guy transitioned from his initial composure to a more serious demeanor. Although the techniques were familiar to him, their execution by Roy felt somewhat alien. The force was significant, coupled with the dynamic vision of his Sharingan. Roy's strikes consistently found their mark at the most opportune moments. Were it not for the certainty that this was their first encounter, Might Guy might have suspected that Roy was secretly observing him. Nevertheless, as Konoha's mightiest practitioner of taijutsu, Might Guy quickly adapted to Roy's fighting style and gradually began to press the attack. Super Lightning Release, 5 Thunderclaps Technique. With Roy's powerful shout, a look of astonishment crossed Might Guy's face. To him, it was entirely reasonable that Roy would employ ninjutsu. After all, it was impossible to solely overpower him in taijutsu. This much confidence Might Guy still possessed. Regarding the earlier skirmish with Kakashi, Might Guy had always operated within the bounds of a friendly spar. After all, one cannot simply unleash the 8 gates upon Kakashi without consequence. He had no intention of losing a dear friend. However, the jutsu that Roy spoke of, though unfamiliar, sounded exceptionally formidable. Instinctively, he began to retreat. Might Guy, this is your flaw? You lack the ability to sense chakra. Just now, I was merely bluffing. As Might Guy stepped back, Roy swiftly advanced. A terrifying force erupted, striking with great ferocity. Might Guy, drained of his previous strength and yet to muster new energy, could only raise his arm to shield himself. Boom. With a single punch, Might Guy was sent flying. At that moment, members of the Umbu were drawn to the commotion. Upon realizing that it was Roy and Might Guy engaged in combat, they were momentarily stunned. The two appeared to have no prior connection. How could they suddenly be fighting here? Moreover, their purpose for being here was not merely to witness a brawl. Roy, that move was indeed unexpected. It seems I must engage in further training. Nevertheless, our battle is far from over. As Might Guy spoke, a powerful aura suddenly enveloped him. The 8 gates had been activated. Roy found himself intrigued by Might Guy's 8 gates, particularly as it pertained to its completion. If he could withstand the onslaught while under the influence of the 8 gates for a while, the rewards would be substantial. Having previously gained considerable physical enhancement from mere participation, Roy was now even more eager for the rewards of this confrontation. What if the system granted him an optimized version of the 8 gates? He would soar to new heights. If someone displeased him, he could simply unleash the Death Gate. The thought alone stirred excitement within him. Just as the two prepared to escalate their battle, an unusual chakra presence entered Roy's perception. Moreover, Might Guy's sensory ability had heightened upon activating the 8 gates, albeit in a purely physical sense. Umbu, remain vigilant and do not wander. Our Uchiha clan will handle the patrol duties, Roy declared, turning to Might Guy. Guy, our method of competition may need to shift. With the invasion of ninjas from outside the village, let us see who can defeat more foes. With that, Roy removed his weights and stored them in his dimensional space, vanishing into a cloud of dust. I will not be outdone in stealth, Might Guy declared, charging forward in pursuit. The Umbu ninjas stood bewildered as they witnessed the two rush off. They had merely come to investigate the chakra fluctuations and had stumbled upon the clash between Roy and Might Guy. Yet, at that moment, they indeed discovered an enemy incursion outside the village. Primarily, however, Uchiha Roy seems to be engaged in a contest with Might Guy. Regardless of what may transpire next, it is prudent to return and inform Lord Hokage. With this thought, the group vanished without a trace. Uchiha clan grounds. Clan leader. Ninjas from other villages have appeared outside the village, reported a member. Roy has already gone to confront them and requires our support. Uchiha Shisui glanced at the crow perched upon his shoulder and stated, indeed, Roy has relayed the intelligence back. An enemy attack? Support? Uchiha Fugaku inquired with curiosity. What manner of adversary could compel Uchiha Roy to seek assistance? In Fugaku's estimation, if the foes were merely elite ninjas from other villages, they would pose no challenge for Roy. Surely, it could not be that shadow-level warriors from other villages had arrived? Shisui, immediately contact Zai, Ryo, and Natsum. Equip those familiar with their skills and proceed to provide support. You too, Fugaku added. After a brief moment of contemplation, he reached a decision. Understood, clan leader. Shisui nodded and then disappeared from the scene. Meanwhile, Roy, having captured an individual, had arrived at a clearing just beyond the patrol perimeter of Konoha village. Though aware that his actions might have repercussions, he had not anticipated that the first to arrive would be you. The ninjas from Kumobikure can come out now, can't they? Roy tossed the captured ninja aside. Although he bore no forehead protector, his distinctive traits were unmistakable. As the most formidable ninja village in the current shinobi world, the arrogance within these individuals was inescapable. Particularly during their confrontation, this arrogance became even more pronounced. Indeed, it was this very arrogance that allowed Roy to subdue him with such ease. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, several more individuals were unceremoniously discarded onto the ground. Might Guy also made his appearance. The reason for his delayed arrival was that he had apprehended 4 individuals. Upon witnessing Roy carrying someone, he followed suit, bringing along the 4 captives. Uchiha. At that moment, 5 ninjas from Kumobikure stepped forward. The leader, a ninja with coffee-colored skin and a long scar across his face, looked at Roy with a perplexed expression. In Konoha, Roy's name had begun to gain some renown. However, to the other villages, he remained an unfamiliar entity. Konoha's Special Operations Team leader, Uchiha Roy, he declared as he gripped his long blade, a confident expression adorning his face. Uchiha Roy? Kumobikure's Dakru. The leader responded with a hint of wariness. An Uchiha who could ascend to the position of captain must possess formidable strength. While other clans might have individuals who rise through cunning and machination, The Uchiha are not known for such. Therefore, the individual before him undoubtedly possessed immense power. Konoha's Might Guy, he added. Might Guy, too, made his presence known without hesitation. They possessed intelligence regarding Might Guy, a formidable taijutsu ninja who could be restrained solely through the use of powerful ninjutsu. Considering that this mission involved a segment concerning the Uchiha clan, the ensuing events were inevitable. With this thought in mind, Daikru swiftly drew his long blade and charged towards Roy. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 ninjas split their efforts. 2 advanced upon Might Guy while the other 2 began weaving hand signs, preparing to unleash an assault on Roy. In the shadows, these 2 ninjas were not to be underestimated. As Daikru and his companions engaged, they would undoubtedly attract more leaf ninjas. Our objective during this time frame was to extract that young man. At that moment, a formidable ninja appeared on the scene. Although he did not release any chakra, his strength was evident. This individual was none other than the Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village, capturing the fox child. His father was exceptionally powerful, and we must ensure his capture this time, another voice chimed in. It was the perfect Jinchuriki, the host of the 8 Tails, Killer Bee. One cannot help but acknowledge that they had strategically arranged for A and B to team up during a trial run, clearly demonstrating their regard for Naruto. Memories of their previous encounter with Minato Namikaze still lingered, influencing their current actions. Indeed, both have arrived. A deep voice resonated at that moment. Several ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village quickly positioned themselves protectively in front of A and B. After all, they were on Leaf territory. Should anything happen to B, it would be catastrophic for the Hidden Cloud Village. Furthermore, the Leaf Village was known for harboring inexplicable powerful entities. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Roy Uchiha from the Leaf Village's Guard Division. With Roy's declaration, he stepped forth into the open, a smile gracing his face, leaving the others somewhat taken aback. A mere ninja dared to present himself before them? It was worth noting that even the Uchiha clan leader would not presume to act so boldly in front of B. Suddenly, a massive tail lunged directly at Roy. Faced with the Uchiha, they were unwilling to squander time. If they were delayed, their plan would falter. The Leaf was aware of B's arrival. If they failed to seize the fox child, escaping unscathed would prove troublesome. Lightning release, lightning cutter, wasted no time in retaliating, demonstrating an extraordinary synergy with B as they unleashed a powerful lightning-based technique. The attacks of both ninjas pierced through Roy as if he were nothing. Genjutsu, space-time ninjutsu. The expressions on A and B's faces turned to shock as they realized their strikes had missed their target. They both understood the formidable nature of space-time ninjutsu all too well. Once, the yellow flash of Konoha graced the battlefield, and now, a similarly youthful Uchiha powerhouse has emerged. How many monsters does Konoha truly harbor? The perfect Jinchuriki, is it? Your tailed beast shall be claimed by me today. With that, Roy activated his Sharingan. As the crimson eyes opened, Abi immediately became cautious, launching a swift attack against Roy. The terrifying chakra could no longer be concealed. It was laid bare for all to see. Under the gaze of those scarlet eyes, both felt a disquiet, for they had once been enveloped by the dread instilled by such power. The most straightforward remedy to dispel this discomfort lay in vanquishing the Uchiha Roy before them. In the face of Abi's assault, a confident expression graced Roy's visage. Boom! The overwhelming force radiated outward from Roy's position. Before the dust settled, Raikage and Killer Bee swiftly withdrew from the haze. As a powerful gust of wind swept through, the surrounding fog dissipated instantly. Roy remained, as self-assured as before, standing firmly in place. Were it not for the potent chakra emanating from him, Raikage might have mistaken him for an intangible clone. Moments ago, their attacks had clearly struck Roy, yet the surreal sensation made EI increasingly wary. Pardon me, but your attacks are utterly ineffective against me, Roy declared, charging toward the duo. With the elemental affinity at his side, neither the Raikage nor Killer Bee posed any genuine threat to him. Had this been 6 months prior, Roy might have felt apprehensive, given his previous chakra deficiencies. However, now, bolstered by the cells of Hashirama and enhanced physical prowess, Roy possessed the strength to contend with shadow-level warriors. Boom! With a powerful strike, Raikage and Killer Bee were once again forced back. Until they deciphered Roy's combat style, neither wished to engage him directly. You two must have something in mind by approaching me. Retreating like this seems rather unwise, does it not? Roy initially intended to gauge the gap between himself and these formidable ninjas. Yet, the duo exhibited excessive caution. Of course, Roy was no fool. Having established contact with the Uchiha clan, he was capable of maintaining his ground for a short duration. Even if Uchiha Fugaku stood before him, he would not dare to act so brazenly. Enough with the chatter. If you wish to fight, then come forth. Before Great Ōtsutsuki could finish, Roy interrupted him. For Roy, employing elementalization meant continuously consuming chakra. His current chakra reserves were insufficient for reckless expenditure. Boom. Great Ōtsutsuki, known for his fiery temperament, could hardly contain himself in the face of such provocation. He unleashed a formidable surge of chakra, charging at Roy. This time, Killer Bee refrained from joining the fray, opting instead to observe from the sidelines. This peculiar Uchiha must thoroughly investigate the intelligence this time. Moreover, how much has Konoha transformed, and how many formidable ninjas have emerged? These inquiries will undoubtedly benefit future endeavors. Ding ding ding. Bang. The two immediately engaged in a contest of taijutsu. As time passed, Killer Bee found himself bewildered. Is this person truly an Uchiha? If not for the sight of Roy's crimson eyes, Killer Bee might have thought that Konoha had unveiled a new prodigy in taijutsu. Although the Uchiha clan is not lacking in martial prowess, their battles predominantly rely on ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Yet, from Roy's recent performance, it appeared he had not employed a single ninjutsu. In terms of taijutsu, he was surprisingly able to keep pace with the Reikage rhythm. However, in the face of Reikage's formidable defenses, Roy found himself at a temporary impasse. As for Roy, his body seemed almost ethereal, incapable of inflicting any substantial damage. After several minutes, the two separated once more. At this moment, the Reikage was engulfed in a state of profound frustration. It was not that Roy was exceptionally strong, nor had he inflicted significant harm. Rather, it felt as though every punch he delivered landed on cotton. This exasperating sensation was one he had not experienced in a long time. Uchiha Roy, this must be a unique secret technique, wouldn't you agree? How much longer can you endure? In his recent confrontation with Roy, Reikage finally grasped the source of Roy's enigmatic nature. In the Land of Water exists a special clan, the Mizudama clan, which possesses a unique secret technique, hydration technique. However, this ninjutsu is countered by lightning release. This was why Reikage had previously dismissed it. After all, such ninjutsu seemed rather ineffectual against the ninjas of Kumobikure. Yet, the secret technique Roy had just demonstrated was not susceptible to lightning release. Furthermore, it was a passive technique, requiring no effort from Roy to evade his attacks. While this technique is powerful, it does possess weaknesses. Generally, the consumption of secret techniques is greater than that of ninjutsu, akin to perpetually unleashing B-rank or higher ninjutsu. Additionally, there exists a specific counter-relationship. Before him stood the young Roy, and in the Reikage size, his weakness surely lay in his chakra reserves. Perhaps he could last another 10 minutes. However, that 10 minutes would be ample. Roy did not shy away from revealing his vulnerability, directly informing Reikage of the time he had left. 10 minutes? Both Killer Bee and Reikage were taken aback. In their recent skirmish, Roy's explosive power and that peculiar secret technique had already astonished them. They had not anticipated that such combat prowess could be sustained for 10 minutes. It is worth noting that, for a ninja, 10 minutes can encompass a multitude of actions. Primarily, Roy's candid admission of his remaining chakra indicates that assistance from Konoha is surely on its way within 10 minutes. At that point, the predicament will shift to them. Although the Reikage exudes arrogance, he is not so deluded as to believe that his companions can all escape unscathed. The second Hokage was formidable, yet he still succumbed to the relentless assault of numerous ninjas. My intent to delay you is quite straightforward. You should not underestimate my attacks. Therefore, let us strike a bargain, shall we? Roy seated himself on the ground, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded the Reikage and Killer Bee before him. A bargain? I wish to engage in a one-on-one battle with Killer Bee, and you may utilize the power of the tailed beast. Following our battle, regardless of the outcome, I shall not impede your departure. As the Reikage pondered this proposition, Roy articulated his terms with clarity. Upon hearing Roy's conditions, the Reikage turned to Killer Bee, who nodded in agreement. Very well. Killer Bee unsheathed his long blade. I shall refrain from using elemental powers for now. I am quite eager to witness the strength of a perfect Jinchuriki. After Roy finished speaking, he too drew his long sword, dueling. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shisui had arrived nearby. Initially intent on intervening, considering the formidable was present, he recognized the necessity to protect both Roy and the village from these intruders. After hearing Roy's words, Uchiha Shisui restrained his impulse and opted to observe from the shadows. Although Killer Bee typically relished banter and would often break into rap, he now faced Roy, an enigmatic opponent who compelled him to adopt a serious demeanor. Despite Roy's assurance that their departure would not be obstructed regardless of victory or defeat, a loss was not the outcome Killer Bee desired. Clang, clang, clang. The two swords clashed rapidly. With the aid of his Sharingan, Roy could distinctly perceive Killer Bee's attack patterns. While the eight-sword style was somewhat peculiar, it nonetheless possessed unique offensive strategies. In short order, Roy grasped this combat style. The Sharingan's ability to replicate allowed Roy to swiftly begin to counter Killer Bee's swordsmanship. No matter how Killer Bee chose to strike, Roy deftly neutralized each assault. Before long, Killer Bee found himself in a passive position, for the skirmish had devolved into Roy guiding the flow of battle. This state was uncomfortable, as he was merely reacting rather than actively engaging. Boom, boom, boom. Unable to contain himself any longer, Killer Bee's overwhelming chakra enveloped his form. The sheer pressure of his formidable chakra made Roy acutely aware of the impending threat. Multiple tails lunged directly at him. This is impressive. Is this the power unleashed after transformation into a tailed beast? However, this is my objective: lightning release, thunder prison. Roy swiftly dashed towards Killer Bee. Surrounded by a formidable surge of electricity, an S-rank lightning release? Upon witnessing the jutsu unleashed by Roy, Rinnegan AI momentarily froze. Although he possessed a considerable mastery of S-rank lightning techniques himself, he had always believed that few could surpass him in the realm of lightning release within the ninja world. Yet, the technique Roy had just executed had not involved any visible hand seals, akin to an instantaneous jutsu, and an S-rank one at that. Initially, having observed Roy's lack of jutsu usage, coupled with his formidable taijutsu and swordsmanship, Rinnegan AI had assumed that Roy was not particularly adept in ninjutsu. Now, however, he felt as though they had stumbled upon yet another anomaly, and most alarmingly, this anomaly was not from their village. As long as it was not from the same village, there was always a possibility of becoming an adversary. Rinnegan AI narrowed his eyes. If an opportunity arises, Rinnegan, I hope you will honor the agreement with Roy. Otherwise, it will certainly be to your detriment. At that moment, Uchiha Shisui also made his appearance. Initially, his gaze was not only fixed on Roy, but also had an attentive focus on the Rinnegan. Acknowledged as a formidable force in the ninja world, the sheer strength of Roy was daunting. He was overly trusting of others, which could lead to his downfall. These individuals would stop at nothing for the sake of their village's interests. The Rinnegan, being such a powerful presence, combined with his shamelessness, posed a significant threat. Are you threatening me? Rinnegan AI, still simmering from Roy's peculiar technique, felt further irritation at Shisui's words. I believe, Rinnegan, that you do not wish to engage in combat. With those words, 9 elite Uchiha Jonin materialized behind him. It was no jest. 9 elite Jonin, all from the Uchiha clan, already possessed the capability to eliminate him in a full-force confrontation. Though Rinnegan AI was reluctant to admit it, he refrained from making any further hostile remarks. At that moment, Killer Bee was oblivious to the surrounding situation. The lightning release employed by Roy unexpectedly contained a hint of sealing power. Under the immense sealing force, the chakra provided by the eight tails, Gyuki, within him began to slow. Just as Killer Bee felt a pang of despair, Roy's blade cleaved through one of the eight tails' tentacles. Thank you. The battle is concluded. After stowing the severed tail, Roy made a swift exit. It was not a matter of reluctance to fight. Rather, the battle could no longer continue. His chakra reserves were insufficient, and should the situation escalate, it would become quite troublesome for Roy. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the intimidation of AI. You have received a double restoration of chakra reserves. You have gained 5,000 chakra points. You have obtained the S-rank ninjutsu. Lightning release, 1,000 flash seal. As the system's alert echoed, a subtle smile crept across Roy's lips. Ah, Roy boy, you are indeed a formidable warrior. Your battle today was truly inspiring, and when we meet again, I shall ensure you are outmatched. Karabi, having reverted from his tailed beast form, regarded Roy with newfound respect. This admiration was not solely due to Roy's impressive prowess, but also his unique combat style. Initially perplexed, Karabi had found Roy's secret techniques somewhat underhanded. Yet, as their duel progressed and he found himself on the defensive, admiration began to blossom within him. By the conclusion of their encounter, Karabi had fully acknowledged Roy's capabilities. Were it not for his current circumstances, he would have genuinely wished to befriend Roy. Next time we fight, you may no longer be my equal. Your fighting style is rather one-dimensional, and your reliance on your tailed beast is excessive. Nonetheless, I sincerely hope that when we meet again, you will have grown even stronger." With that, Roy turned and departed. Though Reikage yearned to take action at that moment, the potential repercussions held him back. He had not anticipated that their operation would falter against the Uchiha ninja. It seemed certain matters required reconsideration. With this thought, Reikage AI vanished alongside a ninja from the hidden Cloud Village. "Roy, what is this?" After witnessing the departure of the Cloud Ninjas, Shisui approached Roy. Curiosity etched on his face. "Are you puzzled?" "I merely wish to prevent any unnecessary losses," Roy replied, gazing into the distance. Following Roy's line of sight, Shisui quickly sensed a surge of chakra. "Umbu?" he pondered, increasingly perplexed. There were at least a dozen Umbu ninjas present, suggesting that the third Hokage was already aware of the situation. The enemy had boldly encroached, yet there had been no response from their side. It was crucial to recognize that if they could detain or even eliminate both Reikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki here, the threat from the hidden Cloud Village would be substantially diminished. For the first time, Uchiha Shisui questioned the judgment of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Such opportunities were rare and should not be squandered. Shisui believed that even if the Uchiha were to exhaust themselves in a fierce struggle against Reikage, Sarutobi would still allow him to return. "All right, Brother Shisui, our task here is complete. Let us return," Roy declared before hastening away. Shisui did not inquire further and led the Uchiha ninjas back, as it was imperative to relay the situation to Uchiha Fugaku promptly. "Hey, has the battle concluded?" Upon seeing Roy approach, Might Guy regarded him with curiosity. The shadow clone he had previously left behind had been dispelled, leaving Might Guy to face the Cloud Ninjas alone. "Yes, it is over. I successfully repelled the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, subsequently retreating unscathed thanks to the combined efforts of the Reikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. This wager undoubtedly signifies my victory, does it not?" Roy still has a task at hand, one that involves a gamble with the formidable Might Guy before him. The Reikage? The Eight Tails Jinchuriki? Might Guy gazed at Roy in astonishment. To him, it was evident that Roy, in his youthful exuberance, could not possibly be lying. This implied that everything Roy had just stated was indeed true, at least in his belief. "I have been bested. However, I assure you, in our next confrontation, I shall not be defeated again. This time, having lost, I must run 50 laps around the village as a penance for my youth." Upon finishing his declaration, Might Guy dashed off with fervor. Ding. "Congratulations, host." As the system's notification chimed, a joyous smile graced Roy's lips. He had not anticipated such substantial gains from this outing. Yet, Roy understood that he could not linger outdoors any longer. More pressing matters awaited his attention. "Bang, Brother Shisui. Please inform the clan leader that I have discovered traces of some peculiar ninjas and seek permission to investigate. Kindly assist me in reporting this. I shall return in 3 days." Roy summoned a crow and, having given his instructions, vanished from the scene. In the Uchiha clan's estate within Konoha. In the study of Uchiha Fugaku, the Reikage, coming for Naruto? After hearing Shisui's report, Fugaku fell into deep contemplation. Although the Reikage had abandoned his previous intentions due to Roy's unwavering efforts, this served as a stark warning. Naruto's identity was not particularly difficult to deduce. Known since childhood as the Fox Demon Boy, coupled with his lineage, the truth was evident. His father, Minato Namikaze, had sealed the Nine Tails, ultimately sacrificing himself in battle. His mother, Kushina, had been the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. A moment's reflection would unveil Naruto's true identity as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. "By the way, clan leader, Roy mentioned he needed to step out for a while," Shisui added. "Indeed, his departure must be for a reason. I shall first report this matter to the third Hokage. Shisui, do exercise caution regarding the root organization and the Umbu during this period. Additionally, it seems some individuals within our ranks have begun to engage in dubious activities. Please remain vigilant." With those words, Uchiha Fugaku organized his documents and departed the study. In the hidden Cloud Village, the Reikage leads a squadron in an assault? Are these individuals becoming excessively brazen? Do they presume that Konoha is so easygoing? The hidden Cloud Village had better not cross paths with their ninjas again, or they shall surely learn why the flowers bloom so brightly. It is said that it was Uchiha who exerted every effort to drive them away, especially with both the Reikage and the Jinchuriki present. Initially, I harbored some disdain for the Uchiha. However, I have come to realize that their presence brings a sense of security. Soon, the news of the Uchiha's expulsion from Yunin village spread among the various clans within the village. This incident had a profound impact on the common ninja and ordinary citizens alike. To them, the Uchiha now appeared to hold a revered status, possessing formidable strength that they dedicated to safeguarding the populace. What do you think of this matter, Jiku? Akimichi Dings mumbled as he lifted a piece of grilled meat to his mouth. Dings, at your age, you should refrain from speaking while eating, admonished Yamashiro Kaichi, unabashedly expressing his disdain. Their camaraderie was well established. The Uchiha were undergoing a transformation, and at an astonishing pace. This change encompassed not only their power but also their character. Have you ever witnessed an Uchiha assisting an elderly lady across the street? Have you seen them take on the role of patrolling guards to protect the village? Have you observed those crimson eyes becoming the most steadfast fortress? Narajiku continued, a glimmer of light beginning to flicker in his eyes. As the intellect among the trio, he possessed considerable insight into the Uchiha. He had learned from his father that the Uchiha had never undergone such a change before. Their immense strength and the uniqueness of their crimson eyes had always dictated a proud and rebellious disposition. What then had induced such a significant transformation within the Uchiha in such a short span? The underlying reasons were what concerned Narajiku the most. For their clans, this development could generally be seen as a positive occurrence. However, if this situation continued to escalate, it could very well engulf the entirety of Konoha. The high-ranking officials. Just the thought of this cast a shadow of melancholy over Narajiku's gaze. Kaichi, did you summon us merely for a meal and to discuss the Uchiha? Ding squinted at Yamashiro Kaichi, who appeared somewhat simple-minded, yet was far from it. I believe Jiku is already aware, Kaichi replied. Are we forming alliances? All clans will inevitably be drawn into this matter. I concur with your sentiments. It is indeed imperative that we begin to establish our positions forthwith. The trio swiftly redirected their conversation to the crux of the matter. The Yamanaka clan and the Inuzuka clan were also convening. The Hyuga clan, in particular, promptly summoned its core members for a family meeting. The larger clans had begun to sense an unusual atmosphere and were strategizing around the Uchiha. Some still believed that the historical grievances between the Uchiha and other clans were insurmountable. Aligning with them posed both risks and opportunities. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials' years of inaction, their external weakness, and internal oppression had fostered a growing discontent among these clans. However, until now, there had not been an outlet for expression. Now, Uchiha has stepped forward, deliberately tearing open this breach. Following this, the suppressed emotions began to surge forth without restraint. At this moment, Roy remained oblivious to the changes within the village. He was swiftly making his way towards the land of grass. After a day and a night, Roy arrived at this extraordinary village. Lord Roy, this way please. Upon his arrival, a familiar face appeared. Roy couldn't help but be astonished. Orochimaru's speed was indeed remarkable. It had only been a short time since his defection, and he had already taken in Kimimaro. Indeed, the one who came forth to greet Roy was none other than Kimimaro, the last surviving bearer of the legendary bloodline limit. The Shikatsumiyaku. Under Kimimaro's guidance, Roy entered a modest dwelling. Inside, several ninjas were present. Judging by the appearance of their forehead protectors, it seemed Orochimaru had already established his own village, Otogakure. One must acknowledge the extensive preparations Orochimaru had undertaken in secrecy. Orochimaru must have been informed about the impending attack from Kumogakure, right? Roy moved to the side and slowly took a seat. Indeed. Furthermore, those from Kumogakure are in contact with Danzo. It is likely that after this incident, the Uchiha clan will face challenges beyond just the higher-ups of Konoha. Orochimaru remarked with a knowing smile. Such intelligence was certainly unknown to the Uchiha. So, what are your plans moving forward? I am aware. I did not come to discuss this matter with you. Do you have a solution for this? Upon finishing his statement, Roy directly retrieved a sealed tail from his system space. The essence of a tailed beast is a conglomeration of chakra. Without the use of sealing techniques, this tail would dissipate. A tail from the 8 tails? How did you manage to acquire such a thing? I entrust this to you for research. I hope to achieve the absorption of the tailed beast's chakra in a short period. Before Orochimaru could finish, Roy revealed his intentions. Absorbing tailed beast chakra? Let us give it a try. This is rather intriguing, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. Thank you. While Kimimaro's talent is formidable, he suffers from a severe bloodline limit ailment. It is best to address this promptly. The Higanbana can be found near the Land of Moon, as well as in the Land of Demons. It would be a great loss if such a genius perished due to his bloodline limit. After speaking, Roy rose to leave. A few minutes later, my lord, I do not mind, Kimimaro quickly interjected, assuming Orochimaru's silence was due to his physical condition. I am already preparing for the matters Roy mentioned. Rest assured, if possible, I will restore your health, Orochimaru replied with a smile. That smile is the very essence that has healed Junmaru throughout his life. There is no need to follow him any longer. This lad has become an enigma to me. His rapid ascension, with cunning as sharp as a demon's, has led the Uchiha from the fringes to steadily encroach upon the sacred confines of Konoha's elite. Perhaps, there are certain matters that require not my intervention. At this point, Orochimaru licked his tongue once more, a glimmer of determination emerging in his eyes. That particular task is one only he can undertake. Consider it my final gift to him. With this thought, Orochimaru vanished underground, carrying with him the tail of the 8 tails. A gift from Roy. Having departed from the land of grass, Roy set forth once again. The rewards acquired must be swiftly transformed into his own combat prowess. The most suitable target for this endeavor is none other than the 3 tails, Isabu, which currently lacks a Jinchuriki. It is precisely for this reason that the village hidden in the mist has become a land shrouded in blood mist. Perhaps, on this journey, he may encounter an intriguing individual. As he traversed the dense forest within the land of fire, Roy unmistakably felt the benefits bestowed by his recent rewards. Indeed, after competing with Might Guy, the advantages of his enhanced physique began to manifest during his prolonged sprint. His explosive power, endurance, and recovery have significantly improved. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Roy navigated through the terrain, numerous formidable ninjutsu attacks surged toward him in an instant. Emerging from the swirling dust, he remarked, "Really now? Could you be a bit quieter when launching a surprise attack?" Although unscathed, the sensation of being enveloped in dust was rather unpleasant. Truly, an S-rank target. Facing such an assault, he maintained his composure. "However, today, your life will be claimed by me." A familiar voice echoed, followed by another wave of powerful ninjutsu. Amidst the cover of jutsu, an arm shot forth, seizing Roy. Kakuzu? As he gazed at the outstretched limb, Roy finally recalled this individual. One who could contend evenly with the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. "Do you recognize me? Then, I shall ensure your suffering is prolonged." Kakuzu laughed ominously, as more arms quickly lunged toward Roy. Surrounding him were 2 monstrous constructs woven from threads, unleashing potent ninjutsu. In the face of such an onslaught, a surge of formidable chakra erupted around Roy. Lightning, like a rampaging beast, spread out wildly. "Impossible! Your chakra should have already been sealed," Kakuzu exclaimed in shock. When he had seized Roy, he believed the battle was over, especially since he was bound with sealing scrolls. Yet, in the next moment, the rampant lightning taught him a lesson. Earth Grudge Fear is indeed a commendable forbidden technique, but your application is rather flawed. Nevertheless, I have no time to play with you today. Be gone. After Roy finished speaking, a surge of electricity coursed through his body, transforming into a bolt of lightning that vanished from sight. At that moment, Kakuzu found himself in a state of bewilderment. The formidable ninjutsu Roy had just unleashed, coupled with his swift departure, exhibited a power that was at least on par with a shadow-level ninja. Considering his Uchiha lineage and the enhancement provided by the Sharingan, it was perplexing why such a powerful being would be injured, lacking chakra. Contemplating this, Kakuzu wasted no time in pursuing him. From their earlier encounter, Kakuzu had discerned that had it been during Uchiha Roy's prime, he would have been utterly incapable of inflicting harm. Yet now, if he let this opportunity slip away, it might never present itself again. Suddenly, as Kakuzu charged forward, he was met with a flash of white lightning rushing toward him. It struck him then that at this moment, he was utterly alone. Roy's playful voice echoed, and in the next instant, a terrifying force descended upon Kakuzu. His massive form was propelled backward, hurtling several dozen meters before finally coming to a halt. A monstrous creature, resembling a thread-like entity, crawled out from Kakuzu's body and collapsed on the ground, lifeless. This revelation left Kakuzu somewhat shaken. He had initially believed Roy was merely attempting to flee at such speed, but it turned out he had returned. Moreover, what did his earlier words imply? Upon seeing Kakuzu, Roy's first thought was of the Akatsuki organization. Kakuzu's partner was the fool, Haiden. Faced with 2 nearly immortal adversaries, Roy felt a twinge of frustration, which had prompted his initial retreat. However, he soon recalled that at this juncture, Kakuzu had yet to join the Akatsuki. With this realization, he decided to turn back. One life. Next, you shall learn that some individuals are not to be taken lightly for assassination. Let there be a price. Upon uttering these words, Roy summoned arcs of lightning around him once more. Flee. As a seasoned assassin, Kakuzu had an acute awareness of the situation. The Roy before him was not an opponent he could hope to defeat. That single strike had already claimed one of his lives. He was not invincible, rather. He had an abundance of lives. Yet, he sensed that these lives might not suffice against the creature before him. Fire release, 10 directions fire dragon. Just as Kakuzu turned, he was met with several terrifying fire dragons barreling toward him. It was too late to evade. And when had that creature shifted direction? Boom, boom, boom. As the 10 directions fire dragon erupted, Kakuzu found himself engulfed in an explosion. When the dust settled, he was left in a feeble state, with 2 blackened creatures lying motionless beside him. The recent attack had forced Kakuzu to employ 2 of his substitutes for survival. However, this left him with only 2 lives remaining. If he could not find a means of escape soon, it was highly likely that he would perish here today. At this moment, Kakuzu began to regret taking on this task. Roy's bounty was substantial in the black market, and the target was merely a teenager in his teens. A nin. In Kakuzu's eyes, even a member of the Uchiha clan did not pose a significant threat. Among the Uchiha, aside from a few prodigies, he had little to fear. Little did he expect to encounter a monster like Roy. With his peculiar abilities and formidable fire and lightning techniques, it was daunting, especially considering that his opponent had yet to utilize the Sharingan. If the Sharingan were to be employed, then, Kakuzu, shall we strike a deal? Roy said with a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A deal? As Kakuzu observed Roy approaching him, he initially presumed Roy would launch another attack. To his surprise, Roy proposed a negotiation instead. I need you to undertake a task, and of course, I shall offer you compensation. You may also choose to refuse. Roy stated, his chakra surging once more. Kakuzu, who had been wavering, quickly provided an affirmative response. It was absurd. Although he too was a monster and a killer, he was not a fool. The opportunity to survive while accepting a bounty task was too enticing to dismiss. Soon, Roy began to articulate what he required of Kakuzu. Upon hearing Roy's request, a look of astonishment spread across Kakuzu's face. Could you possibly enlighten me as to why? As a professional assassin, Kakuzu typically refrained from inquiring about the reasons behind his tasks. However, what Roy had just proposed left him utterly perplexed. You wish to know the reason? Roy squinted, regarding Kakuzu with a hint of amusement. Perhaps it is better not to know. The more you learn, the more likely you are to be eliminated by someone like me. Kakuzu waved his hand dismissively. Very well, you should recuperate your strength first. You are far too weak at present. With that, Roy turned and vanished from the scene. Only after Roy had truly departed did Kakuzu exhale in relief. And who do you think made me this weak? He muttered, unable to suppress his sarcasm upon sensing the absence of Roy's presence. Indeed, Kakuzu had at most the strength of a nin left. Losing 3 of his substitutes had taken quite a toll on him. I should seek out that individual, he thought, pondering whether the others would be willing to assist him. With a resigned shake of his head, Kakuzu disappeared from the area. Before long, Roy arrived in the land of whirlpools. So, this is the former homeland of the Uzumaki clan? He mused as he surveyed the surrounding ruins. It was a poignant reflection. A clan that had survived the turmoil of the Warring States period had ultimately met its demise in an era of peace. It was undeniable that the harsh realities of the ninja world were far more terrifying than what appeared on the surface. Had it not been for Roy's unexpected arrival in the Uchiha clan, the Uchiha would have undoubtedly fallen victim to the machinations of power. Although the land of whirlpools retains a handful of small villages, these are merely gatherings of ordinary folk devoid of combat prowess and steeped in poverty. Not even wandering ninjas would deign to visit such humble settlements. Before long, Roy found himself standing before a small village. Are you a ninja? Esteemed ninja, do you require assistance? We can offer food and water. We possess a modest sum of money as well. We sincerely hope you will not wreak havoc upon our village. At that moment, an elderly man, appearing somewhat frail, emerged with a beseeching expression directed at Roy. I come not to cause trouble. I merely wish to inquire where I might rent a boat nearby, and, while I am at it, procure some food, Roy replied with a bright smile, his demeanor reflecting kindness towards these simple folk. Food, you say? We do not have much, but we can prepare a little for you, esteemed ninja. As for boats, alas, no one ventures out to sea from here anymore, the elder responded, his tone laced with excessive caution, as though fearing that any dissatisfaction from Roy might incite destruction upon their village. Such apprehension is understandable for a small community. Yet, The fact that this cautious elder dared to approach Roy and offer terms suggested a depth of thought that belied his demeanor. Is that so? Then I kindly ask you to prepare some food and water for me. Here is 10,000 Rio, Roy said, extending the money, still wearing his cheerful smile. No. How can we accept money from an esteemed ninja? The elder faltered, but upon noticing the displeasure etched upon Roy's face, he relented. After accepting the payment, he leaned on his cane and slowly made his way into a wooden hut to gather the provisions. Before long, the elder returned, bearing a small collection of food and water. I apologize, esteemed ninja. Our village is impoverished, and this is all we can offer. I hope you will not take offense. As he handed the items to Roy, his expression remained one of caution. Not at all. You have rendered me a great service. I hope your village continues to enjoy peace and stability. I shall take my leave now, Roy stated, and with a swift body flicker technique, he vanished from sight. Once Roy had departed, the elder lingered at the village entrance for several minutes before finally making his way back towards the wooden hut. Upon entering, he set his cane in the corner. Has he left? Was he a ninja from Konoha? A curious individual, adorned with an unusual forehead protector, inquired. Yes, indeed. He was a ninja from Konoha. However, he appeared to be on a solo mission, looking rather youthful. His destination seems to be the land of water, specifically the village hidden in the mist, the elder replied, his former frailty seemingly evaporating in the wake of the encounter. In a fleeting moment, he transformed from a weary elder into a middle-aged man. The ninjas of Konoha heading to the Hidden Mist Village? The current state of the Hidden Mist Village is far from inviting. Well, let us not dwell on him any longer. Since he has departed, we need not take action against him. With that, the man gazed contentedly at the three young children beside him. All three bore red hair and wore expressions of panic, their bodies adorned with numerous sealing inscriptions, now rendered in a state of confinement. Desist your struggles. These seals were provided by your Uzumaki clan, and your chakra will be entirely suppressed, he declared. You three are surely aware of the hidden sanctuary of the Uzumaki clan, are you not? Speak the truth, and uncle shall set you free. The man regarded the children with a smile, perceiving not three individuals, but rather three bundles of wealth. It is well known that in the black market, the value of special bloodlines and unique clans is exorbitant. The Uchiha clan, alive, fetches 3 million Rio. Those awakened with the Sharingan, alive, command 4 million Rio, and the deceased with intact eyes, likewise 4 million Rio. The Hyuga clan, the Kirigakure clan. Naturally, among these exceptional lineages, the long-vanished Uzumaki clan is included. This clan not only mastered formidable sealing techniques, but also possessed an extraordinary reservoir of chakra. Such beings are, to certain ninjas, akin to living reservoirs of chakra. Their current venture was merely a robbery of some villages to procure wealth. However, they did not anticipate encountering 3 young members of the Uzumaki clan in this quaint village. When Roy appeared earlier, they had just captured the trio, fearing discovery. For some ninjas of Konoha maintained amicable ties with the Uzumaki clan. We shall not divulge anything, one child, appearing around 7 or 8 years old, with tear-streaked cheeks and a hint of disarray, uttered in distress. The Uzumaki clan consists solely of us 3 now. We have barely survived, only to be caught by you. Only you 3? Ha ha ha, little one, do you truly expect me to believe that? Your garments bear the insignia of the Uzumaki clan, and they appear quite new. Do you really think a child like you could have sewn such attire? It would be wise not to fabricate lies, or I shall cast you into the serpent's lair and then ensnare you in the scorpion's den. The man began to issue threats. Though the 3 children could indeed be exchanged for a handsome reward, what he desired more than a one-time gain was the entirety of the Uzumaki clan's hidden refuge. Such knowledge would prove far more valuable than the trio of children. I will not. Before the boy could finish, the man swiftly struck him with a resounding slap. He possessed little patience and even less compassion for children. Not willing to speak, are we? I shall commence by severing the fingers of the little girl beside me, one by one. Following that, I will remove her toes and gouge out her eyes. A cruel expression surfaced on the man's face. Brother, I am not afraid. Xiaoling is also quite brave, the young girl said, her voice trembling as she lifted her head. The fear in her eyes was unmistakable. Indeed, the outside world is terrifying. Xiaoling, I am sorry. The boy, striving to maintain his composure, still bore an expression of anguish. The 3 of them had ventured out together because they had grown up side by side, their bond profoundly deep. However, even if they were to perish together today, not a whisper of their clan's secrets could be divulged. The exposure of their clan would result in even graver consequences for the Uzumaki. Then let us begin with you. Remember, do not scream too loudly, for it will only heighten your companion's worries, the man declared, and with that, he swiftly struck down with his kunai. They had no time to linger here. With Konoha's ninjas passing through, more could appear at any moment. Should they be discovered, they would not only jeopardize their chances of acquiring great wealth, but also their own safety. Just as the kunai descended, the man's hand was severed at the wrist. This. The pain radiating from his wrist brought a look of astonishment to his face. I must say, your acting skills are truly lacking. A familiar voice echoed in their ears. You shouldn't still be. The man quickly retreated, his face betraying sheer terror. This young ninja had presumed he was long gone, only to return unexpectedly. Moreover, he had completely missed the previous attack. Do not fear, I am a Konoha ninja. You are safe now. Roy disregarded the tense ninjas and calmly approached the three children, drawing out his kunai to cut the ropes binding them. He smiled and said, Young one, even if you are a Konoha ninja, underestimating us will come at a cost. At that moment, the three ninjas had encircled Roy, the leading middle-aged ninja wearing a sinister expression. Simultaneously, each of them unveiled an identical scroll. Sealing technique, is it? Indeed a lucrative endeavor. It is no wonder the Uzumaki clan has attracted attention. As Roy spoke, lightning surged rapidly across his body. The scrolls in the hands of the three ninjas spontaneously ignited. Once ignited, a surge of chakra erupted forth, binding the three of them in place. Be quiet. Otherwise, I shall ensure you remain silent forever. The ninja with the severed wrist was particularly distasteful to Roy. Upon hearing his words, the ninja forced himself to suppress his voice. The individual before me is utterly terrifying. The sealing scroll was effortlessly shattered in an instant, and his physical prowess is astonishing. With a single strike, he has severed the opponent's wrist. Logically, a ninja of such caliber should be renowned within the ninja world. After all, he hails from Konoha, a village that garners significant attention within the shinobi realm. Be it the legendary Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, the swift and stoic Shisui, or the copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake, any ninja from Konoha who has achieved even a modicum of fame would swiftly be remembered by the shinobi community. A wandering ninja? Roy finally broke the silence, his expression tranquil. Indeed, the elder ninja has come to terms with reality. The young ninja before them is far beyond their capacity to contend with. Rather than futilely resist, it would be wiser to wait. There may still be a glimmer of hope. Was he a ninja from that village? Roy inquired, curiosity piqued. The four of them acted in unison, suggesting a strong likelihood of familiarity. Iwagakure. During the Third Great Ninja War, we grew weary of the conflict, and thus, while the battle raged on, we chose to abandon our village, the middle-aged ninja explained once more. I offer you a chance to survive. Become my subordinates. As Roy spoke, a surge of chakra was swiftly released. The seals binding the three were immediately lifted. What is it that you require us to do? The leader of the trio expressed a look of confusion. Roy's display of power left them in trepidation. His control over chakra and the execution of ninjutsu were on par with elite Jainin, coupled with his formidable physical skills. He was nearly at the level of a Kage. What assistance could such a person possibly require from them? Surely, they would only serve as mere cannon fodder. To their dismay, even in their current state of exile from the village, they were still to be used as pawns. For the time being, you need not do anything. Proceed to this location, and I shall summon you when the time is right. The ninjutsu and resources you require will be provided, Roy stated, producing a map and marking a specific location. This. Very well, my lord, we understand. However, how should we address you? The elder ninja replied respectfully. Uchiha Roy. By the way, your arm should still be functional if reattached properly. I will take these three little ones with me. Here, I'll leave you with 30 million ryo. Manage it as you see fit. Once Roy concluded, he left behind several boxes before departing with the three younger ninjas. A few minutes later, the man's wrist was temporarily reattached. Brother Kudo, must we truly follow that person's instructions? The younger ninja's face reflected uncertainty. While they were engaged in such undertakings, they were reluctant to become embroiled in the affairs of the larger villages. It appears we have no choice. Did you not notice his name? Uchiha Roy. Kuchuo remarked with a sense of helplessness. If it were any other clan from Konoha, they could easily take the money and enjoy a leisurely life in the ninja world. However, this was the Uchiha clan. Even within the village of Konoha, they were an entity to be reckoned with. Furthermore, given the display of strength Roy had shown, it was evident that he held a significant position within the Uchiha. If they dared to abscond with the money, they would soon find themselves pursued by those lunatics. Let us utilize this money to enhance our abilities. This is a village, and if that esteemed individual does not require us for perilous ventures, it could serve as a commendable refuge. After saying this, Kuchuo produced a sealing scroll, encasing the money within, and then set off towards their destination. 2 hours later, Roy arrived at the seaside. Are you planning to return on your own, or? Roy looked at the three little ones. He had not requested their company, yet they had chosen to follow him without hesitation. We cannot go back. Sir, may we accompany you? The slightly older boy, gathering his courage, looked at Roy with hopeful anticipation. They were unable to ascertain whether Roy, like others, sought the whereabouts of their Uzumaki clan. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to remain by his side. Very well. However, you must refrain from calling me sir from now on. Address me as teacher, Roy said with a smile. His decision to rescue the three little ones stemmed from this very intention, although he had deemed the timing inappropriate given their recent experiences. Unexpectedly, the little one had broached the subject himself. I am Uchiha Roy, as you have just heard. Now, would you care to introduce yourselves? Roy sat on the ground, his gentle smile inviting them to respond. I am Uzumaki Essichi. I am Uzumaki Rei. I am Uzumaki Kamihira. The trio shared their names. Roy's smile temporarily eased the wariness in their hearts. Henceforth, do not attach your surname. Essichi, being the eldest, you must remind the other two at all times. From this day forward, you shall be my disciples, under Uchiha Roy. Have you undergone chakra attribute testing? Roy inquired after a moment of contemplation. Our Uzumaki clan possesses universal chakra attributes. Regardless of the nature of the ninjutsu, we are capable of mastering it. Ichi responded promptly. Upon hearing this, Roy was reminded of a girl, Uzumaki Karen. Indeed, without all-encompassing chakra, one could not possibly serve as a power source. My specialties lie in lightning release and fire release. Henceforth, you will follow me to learn these two forms of ninjutsu. I will also impart some unique applications of chakra to you. However, first, you may need to accompany me on a particular errand. Have you mastered sealing techniques? Roy looked at Essichi and asked once more. Having grasped some fundamental sealing techniques, but still lacking familiarity in their application, Zhang Yi clumsily remarked. It's fine to be inexperienced. Let us proceed, Roy replied, promptly leaping onto a vessel. The three young ones were then escorted aboard by Roy's shadow clone. Although the undertaking ahead was perilous, the trio's unique identities rendered Roy uneasy about leaving them behind. Thus, the quartet set forth toward the land of water. In the Uchiha clan's domain, clan leader, there is a matter I must discuss with you, Shisui conveyed, his expression one of astonishment. Nonetheless, this news could not remain unshared with Uchiha Fugaku. Certain matters could only be addressed by Uchiha Fugaku himself. Survivors of the Uzumaki clan? Upon reviewing the information, Uchiha Fugaku rose to his feet. The significance of the Uzumaki clan was evident, given that they had been annihilated by a coalition of several villages. Although the Uchiha clan had not been involved in the genocide, they were well aware of the Uzumaki clan's formidable strength. Even during the Warring States period, the proud Uchiha clan dared not underestimate the Uzumaki. Their immense chakra, exceptional sealing techniques, and reputation as the most suitable clan for becoming Jinchuriki ensured that no one would dare provoke them, provided they remained sensible. This situation was also influenced by the Uzumaki clan's non-participation in the Ninja World Wars. Subsequently, during their period of self-cultivation in the Warring States, the Uzumaki clan flourished. The union of Uzumaki Mido and Senju Hashirama elevated the clan's prestige to its zenith. Regrettably, following the demise of Hashirama and Mido, the other villages swiftly united to strike against the Uzumaki clan. Such a powerful family resembled a ticking time bomb, with no one knowing when it might explode. Uchiha Fugaku was acutely aware of this predicament, for the current Uchiha clan found itself in a situation reminiscent of the one faced by the Uzumaki clan. Fortunately, the Uchiha were not an independent nation, but rather part of the Hidden Leaf village. Otherwise, Fugaku harbored doubts that the Uchiha clan would escape a similar fate of being besieged. Do we require the involvement of the three individuals? Engaging with the higher-ups is indeed rather. Uchiha Fugaku mused with a sense of resignation. Were it a matter concerning someone else, he might have opted to evade responsibility. However, this situation was inescapable. Regardless of the trio's identities or Roy being the decision-maker, it was unavoidable. Clan leader. There is another matter. Today, I apprehended 3 Uchiha causing disturbances. How shall we address this? Shisui inquired, his expression one of exasperation. These individuals had been particularly obstinate in ignoring counsel. Following their previous manipulation by the higher-ups, they frequently sought trouble, especially with members of the Uchiha and Mito clans. If not addressed promptly, it could potentially escalate into a more significant issue. According to the regulations of the Guard Department, matters must be addressed accordingly. Previously, Roy had stated that regardless of who it might be, anyone who transgresses the rules must face punishment. As members of the Uchiha clan, they are guilty of knowing the law yet breaking it, warranting a more severe response. Uchiha Fugaku declared without hesitation. In the past, he might have hesitated. For mismanaging the conflicts within the village and clan could exacerbate the situation. However, circumstances had changed. Due to Roy's series of actions, the majority of the Uchiha had united in purpose. Especially after Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Nagasawa aligned completely with him, the Uchiha had become an unbreakable entity. Understood. I shall attend to these matters at once, Uchiha Shisui said before swiftly departing to address the situation. The quicker such matters are resolved, the more it fosters public confidence. Soon, 3 members of the Uchiha clan were apprehended, alongside several ninjas from the Uzumaki clan, including Mutation. When the 2 arrived upon hearing the news, the Uchiha had already concluded their business. Within the Hokage's office, 3rd Hokage, our people have been taken by the Guard Department. They are likely being subjected to torture at this very moment. I implore you, Hokage-sama, assist us in rescuing our clansmen, Uzumaki stated directly. Outlining the purpose of her visit. It was only midday when the conflict with the Uchiha arose, and now, by afternoon, her clansmen had been seized. Since the 2 had ascended to the upper echelons of Konoha, this was the first occurrence of such an event, and with the Uchiha's rise, their arrogance had only grown. I have summoned Uchiha Fugaku. This is both a matter for the Guard Department and for their clan. Let us wait for his arrival before proceeding, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, returning to the affairs of the village. However, Uzumaki had intended to say more, but she was halted by Mitarashi noticing his disapproving shake of the head. She suppressed her discontent. Before long, Uchiha Fugaku arrived at the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, while on a mission outside, we rescued 3 children who had been abducted by rogue ninjas. They are far too young to find their way home and wish to apply for residency in Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku entered, disregarding the visibly upset Uzumaki and Mitarashi, presenting his request straightforwardly. 3 children, you say? If their identities can be confirmed and they are not spies from other villages, the Uchiha clan may handle their situation independently. Fugaku, the reason I summoned you was to discuss other matters, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, casting a glance at Uzumaki and Mitarashi. May I inquire as to the Hokage's intentions? I shall attend to it immediately, Uchiha Fugaku replied with an expression of calm, as if oblivious to the unfolding events. Minister Fugaku, we are all from the same village. Why must you be so secretive? Members of our 2 clans have been apprehended by your security department. Do not tell me you are unaware of this? As Nin Komatsu glared at Uchiha Fugaku, who appeared indifferent, her frustration surged. I am aware. I also signed off on the handling plan. What of it? Fugaku maintained his bewildered expression, even casting a glance at Sarutobi Hizashi beside him. You know, this is a consequence of your indulgence towards your clan members, which has continuously stirred discord within the village. I must ask you, Lady Komatsu, to choose your words with care. Before Komatsu could continue, Uchiha Fugaku interrupted her. Faced with Fugaku's serious demeanor, Komatsu felt a twinge of apprehension. Then I would like to hear your explanation, Minister Fugaku, she inquired, suppressing her anger and wearing a displeased expression. We, the Uchiha, shall certainly provide an account for our actions. The discord caused by my clan members has already resulted in their just punishments. They should currently be in the process of publicly apologizing to the clans of both esteemed individuals. Fugaku stated calmly, though traces of anger lingered in his words. Upon hearing the words of Uchiha Fugaku, not only was Uzumaki Koharu taken aback, but so too were Mito and Sarutobi Hizashi. A public apology? According to the regulations of the security department, such a punishment had already been enacted. If it were merely a reprimand, they would not have found it particularly concerning. Even a thorough beating would be somewhat understandable. However, now, Uchiha was to publicly apologize? This was Uchiha, after all. Moreover, it was a decision made voluntarily by the clan leader before them. In the past, compelling the Uchiha to apologize would have required collective pressure from the higher-ups, along with some form of special compensation, if it were to happen at all. Even then, refusal was a likely outcome. The proud Uchiha were not to be trifled with. Lord Hokage, are the esteemed ones present as well? A disturbance had arisen in the village. At that moment, a member of the Umbu appeared. Observing those in attendance, he proceeded to report the situation. What disturbance? Sarutobi Hizashi felt a headache coming on. Why did everything seem to converge at once? Members of the Uchiha clan and the families of two esteemed individuals had ventured to Uchiha Lake. Upon deciding to go there, the ninjas from the esteemed families had employed ninjutsu in the streets. The Umbu members swiftly reported the recent developments. While the Uchiha trio was apologizing, the ninjas from the Uzumaki and Mito clans had openly resorted to mockery. Even in such circumstances, the Uchiha trio remained sincerely apologetic. Yet, the situation escalated. They were publicly humiliated, and some even resorted to violence. Unable to endure the provocation any longer, the Uchiha trio retaliated. However, the conflict remained limited to physical confrontations. Sensing their disadvantage in taijutsu, a dozen adversaries swiftly resorted to ninjutsu. The trio sustained minor injuries, yet they prioritized the protection of nearby civilians. Consequently, they challenged their assailants. With the location set at Uchiha Lake. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku turned to Uzumaki Koharu and Mito Gaiden. Koharu, who had just been brazenly demanding an explanation from Fugaku, suddenly found herself flustered. This incident was far from clandestine. It was laid bare for all to see. Especially since ninjutsu had been employed by members of their own clan. The Uchiha had merely retaliated in self-defense. There were Umbu members as witnesses, along with numerous ordinary citizens who had borne witness to the events. There was no escaping accountability. Moreover, with Uchiha Fugaku exuding an intimidating aura, Koharu dared not press further. She promptly headed toward Uchiha Lake, having noticed the furious Fugaku had already set off. Among those who had been taken was her own nephew. Lord Hokage, it is best not to proceed. There is little significance in going now. The Umbu need not intervene for the time being, Sarutobi Hizashi concluded. Returning his focus to his own matters, the Umbu member nodded, then vanished from sight. Uchiha Lake awaited. I called you worthless. Did I speak incorrectly? The derision was evident in the voice of Uzumaki Ri. Her aunt, Uzumaki Koharu, held a prominent position within the hierarchy of Konoha. Being the youngest son in his family, he had always been favored. Yet, this time, he found himself bested by a member of the Uchiha clan. Although both parties bore responsibility for the altercation, the Uchiha, as members of the law enforcement, were deemed more culpable. Thus, the public apologies from the three ensued. Initially, he merely sought to salvage his dignity. But the pretense of superiority became an addiction, leading to a second confrontation. Naturally, he would never consider himself at fault. Noisy. Whether we are the foremost clan is something you can ascertain through trial. You are merely worthless cowards hiding behind the skirts of women. Uchiha Q's scorn was palpable. Such individuals were unworthy of being regarded as adversaries. What did you say? Today we shall demonstrate why our Uzumaki clan occupies the upper echelons of Konoha, while you Uchiha are but vermin. With those words, Uzumaki Ri swiftly formed hand seals. Boom. Before he could unleash his jutsu, the Uchiha had already taken action. The signature Great Fireball technique surged forth, followed by the release of shadow clones. Powerful ninjutsu was unleashed as if it were without cost. Simultaneously, the three who activated their Sharingan maneuvered effortlessly among the 10 or so opponents, delivering rapid and precise strikes. Slap. Who dares to strike my face? Slap. Slap. The sounds of resounding slaps echoed incessantly. Cease at once. After several minutes, Uchiha Fugaku finally arrived. Witnessing the chaotic scene, he bellowed, "Clan leader, you have finally come. Had you arrived any later, we would have been slain. These brutes are relentless, as if intent on our demise. Clan leader, we have already apologized. Yet they still seek our lives." Uchiha Q's cries of despair emerged from the swirling dust. Upon hearing these cries, Uzumaki Koharu felt an ominous foreboding. The root of this incident lay with her clan's members. Should they continue to employ lethal force against the Uchiha, word would swiftly spread throughout the village. At that point, even she would be unable to protect her nephew. Sighing, Uchiha Fugaku raised his hand, unleashing a terrifying surge of chakra that dispersed the dust instantly. Uchiha Q and his companions were drenched in blood, their wounds revealing bone. Witnessing such a scene, Uchiha Fugaku's chakra surged further. Minister Fugaku, we acknowledge our wrongdoing this time. We are willing to compensate and accept any punishment. Mito Gaiden spoke up immediately, aware of Fugaku's formidable strength. The kaleidoscope that initially struck down all the ninjas who attacked the esteemed clan was not witnessed by just one individual. If Uchiha Fugaku were to take action now and directly eliminate his clan members, they would be utterly powerless to resist, unable to find any loopholes. After all, it was their own kin who had initiated the lethal assault. In the village, striking down a fellow ninja could readily be classified as treachery. The traitors, whether alive or dead, would be of no concern to the village. They could be taken away entirely and imprisoned for a month. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow and uttered a succinct phrase before departing with the three others. Upon witnessing Fugaku's exit, Mitarashi and felt a wave of relief wash over him. For at least the lives of these individuals had been spared. Aren't you suppressing the Uchiha trio? Just as Mitarashi and prepared to instruct his clan members to approach the security department, he noticed that the faces of several individuals bore unmistakable signs of distress. Were it not for certain distinguishing features, he might have failed to recognize his own kin. They were sobbing. Among the dozen present, none could articulate a coherent sentence. Just as T.G. Koharu was about to inquire further, Shisui arrived with members of the security department, promptly escorting the group away. In the Hokage's office, the Hokage remarked, "The situation over there has been resolved. The T.G. clan and the Mitarashi clan openly assaulted the Uchiha clan members with deadly intent. Had Uchiha Fugaku not arrived in time, the three would have been in grave danger." The three Uchiha were now gravely injured and en route to the infirmary, while the others had already been taken away by the security department, with neither T.G. Koharu nor Mitarashi intervening. Umbu members swiftly reported the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The reason Sarutobi refrained from intervening was to avoid entanglement in a troublesome situation. With Umbu present, he could monitor the circumstances as they unfolded. Understood. Dismissed. And ensure that all Umbu stationed near the Uchiha are recalled. Continuing surveillance serves no purpose now, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, maintaining an air of normalcy as he continued to attend to his duties. The news of the events concerning the Uchiha reached Danzo promptly. Has the third begun to lose his grip? Danzo's lips curled into a hopeful smile. He had awaited this day for an extended period. Initially, he had intended to elevate Orochimaru to a position of power, secretly wielding control over the village. Yet unexpectedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen had appointed the more renowned Minato. Sarutobi's intentions were to retain his own influence, thus preventing a scenario of dual leadership within the village. Even Minato, upon returning home after work, would take a bath due to the overwhelming scent of smoke clinging to him. After all, at that time, Kushina was still pregnant. Danzo was well aware of these circumstances, which is precisely why Minato faced suppression upon his initial interactions with the Uchiha. During the tumultuous era of the Nine-Tails Uprising, an enigmatic figure from the Umbu, Danzo, stood guard over Hiruzen Sarutobi, while Minato Namikaze bravely confronted both the Nine-Tails and the Masked Man. Return now. The dignity of the village shall be my charge, Danzo declared before vanishing into the shadows. The Umbu member who had only just departed from the Hokage's office approached to report the situation. Tion-e, initiate the mission. The tranquility that has enveloped Konoha and the entire ninja world has persisted for far too long. It is time they comprehend that ninjas are not mere farmers toiling at home. With Danzo's command, several figures dispersed into the surroundings. Although he had intended to remain patient, he recognized the formidable power and influence wielded by Hiruzen Sarutobi, which included the likes of Koharu Utatane and Hamura Mitokado. These two elderly gentlemen, despite their seemingly lethargic existence, held significant sway within the village. However, the recent support from the Uchiha clan had widened the rift between Sarutobi and the two elders, a gap Danzo was adept at exploiting. On a secluded island, Roy inquired curiously about the condition of three injured individuals. They are gravely wounded. A recovery period of several months is essential. Kong is in the worst state. If not treated promptly, he may carry lifelong repercussions, a voice echoed from the crow, revealing itself to be that of Uchiha Shisui. Let it proceed in this manner. It is their choice, Roy replied. Is the clan leader also present? I am nearing my destination, and I anticipate returning within half a month. This incident has nearly reached its conclusion. Now, we await my arrangements. And then the Uchiha will act. Roy stifled a chuckle, surprised at the ruthlessness with which these individuals operated. Indeed, the dissent within the clan has significantly diminished. As for the pressure from the village, the Uchiha will manage it. Uchiha Fugaku's steady voice resonated. Previously, Fugaku had harbored little concern for Konoha. knowing well that the Uchiha's reputation was not to be trifled with. The internal conflicts within the clan, however, posed a greater challenge for Fugaku. Too lenient, and the clan would be unable to maintain control. Too rigid, and it might provoke rebellion. Roy had quietly begun to address these issues within the Uchiha, restoring a sense of confidence to Fugaku. The clan boasted prodigies like Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, alongside the strategic mind of Roy. Coupled with dozens of elite jonin who had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan and hundreds of clan members possessing the Sharingan. Fugaku finally felt the weight of his role as a clan leader. Very well. I shall attend to matters here first, Roy stated, dispelling the summoning technique. The crow before him transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished. Teacher, we. At that moment, Zhang gazed at Roy with concern. Not solely due to the impending challenges he faced within the village, but also for the burden of leading them forward. However, at this moment, they found themselves lost. In his previous life, while watching anime, Roy often scoffed at the bewildering character trope of being directionally challenged, deeming it a mere device for sensationalism. Yet, when he truly confronted an unfamiliar environment, becoming lost felt utterly commonplace. The direction was not the issue. Rather, he had overestimated the speed of the vessel. Pressing onward, he was certain they would eventually reach the land of water. Listening to Roy's words, along with his unwavering confidence, the three younger companions nodded in agreement, praising their teacher's remarkable abilities. With the power of lightning release, fishing in the vast ocean was astonishingly simple. After a modest meal of grilled fish, Roy gazed out at the boundless sea, enveloped in silence. If they had not arrived at the land of water in 2 days, he would need to summon someone for assistance. The thought of needing to rely on his family at such an age, coupled with the trust bestowed upon him by the three younger ones, left Roy feeling somewhat embarrassed. Let us refine our chakra. We will rest here for the night, Roy declared, settling down. Although the younger ones were still small, they had already been taught the method of chakra refinement and sat down in earnest to practice. Suddenly, an idea struck Roy, and he raised his hand to begin releasing chakra. However, the unstable chakra rapidly disintegrated in his grasp. Intrigued, Roy pondered the nature of the technique. It was a non-attribute ninjutsu, and with proper chakra control, it should be manageable. With this thought in mind, he attempted once more. Within half an hour, his reserve of chakra was nearly depleted, yet he remained at a loss regarding the technique. Could it be that he truly lacked the necessary aptitude? Observing the three younger ones refining their chakra not far away, Roy felt a renewed sense of motivation. Such ninjutsu should be something even a fool could master. The following morning, as the first light of dawn broke, the first to awaken from the state of chakra refinement was Tsang-yi. Noticing the weariness etched on Roy's face, he wore an expression that could only be described as peculiar. Something seemed amiss. After all, nothing unusual had transpired the previous night. Why did Roy appear in such a state? Tsang-yi, come here, Roy called, his smile widening upon seeing the young boy awake. To Tsang-yi's eyes, that expression resembled that of a rather unsettling figure. Given their respective identities, even Tsang-yi, who feared nothing, even death, couldn't he help but swallow nervously. Nevertheless, he chose to trust Roy and approached slowly. Last night, I developed a ninjutsu that is quite suitable for your current training. This technique will not only test your control over chakra but also gauge your comprehension. Most importantly, its potency is commendable. With that, Roy raised his hand. Soon, a vortex of chakra began to coalesce in his hand. An immense quantity of chakra formed a swirling flow, dancing within his palm. With a mighty shout, Roy pressed his hand against a nearby tree. The massive tree, which could be embraced by two people, succumbed to the power of this spiraling technique. Is this something you developed yourself, master? Vortex Tsang exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the fallen tree. It is worth noting that the Vortex clan is renowned for their innate sensory abilities. The amount of chakra Roy had just unleashed was not particularly remarkable. However, it exhibited the capacity to unleash destructive energy in an instant. Such a technique, once mastered, could potentially be wielded even by a mere genin, could it not? No. It is a ninjutsu developed by an acquaintance connected to your Vortex clan. The name is Wave Wind Minato. I wonder if you have heard of him, Roy candidly explained. This technique is none other than Naruto's signature move from the Shippuden series, the Rinnegan. I haven't heard of him. But, master, can we truly learn this technique? Vortex Tsang looked at Roy with eager anticipation. Indeed, Roy nodded, a joyful expression gracing his face. This was a ninjutsu he had mastered himself, albeit through somewhat dubious means. Nonetheless, the ability to impart this technique to a member of the Vortex clan felt like a partial repayment. Most importantly, the sense of accomplishment was genuinely fulfilling. Go and wake up Xiao Ling and the others. I will teach you all at once. As for how much you can grasp, that depends on you, Roy said, feigning an air of profundity. Understood, Song obediently nodded before hurriedly fetching the others. Soon, Song, Ling, and Shang stood neatly in front of Roy. Now, listen closely. This ninjutsu is quite simple. First, release your chakra, Roy instructed, manifesting a stream of chakra in his hand. The three children followed suit, releasing their own chakra in unison. Next, you must feel the flow of your chakra and learn to control it. Finally, on my command, you will unleash it with a shout. Huh, bang, Roy concluded, letting out a loud roar and slamming his hand onto the ground, creating a tremendous explosion. Dust and debris swirled into the air, stirring not only the clothes of the three children, but also leaving them in disarray amidst the wind. Is this how you teach the technique? The trio exchanged bewildered glances, recalling their last encounter. This method hardly constituted teaching, did it? Have you learned it? Roy asked, brushing away the dust with an eager expression as he gazed at the trio. It became apparent that Roy had forgotten the method Jiraiya used to teach Naruto, vaguely recalling something about a water balloon or similar. Yet, he distinctly remembered the moment Naruto taught Konoha. Naruto did not even mention the flow and control of chakra. He simply shouted and made a loud bang. Did Konoha not learn it as well? Therefore, Roy believed that the three little ones before him would surely have no issues. Teacher, could you please explain it again? Kara timidly inquired. Were it not for Roy's serious demeanor, he might have thought Roy was jesting. Certainly. As I mentioned, it is quite simple. First, release your chakra and feel it. Then shout, and boom. The ground once again bore a new crater, with the three little ones still in disarray. Shout, shout, shout. It continued until noon, and the trio remained unaware of how many times their chakra had dwindled. Yet, the so-called simple technique that Roy had mentioned still eluded their grasp. Teacher, you said that even a fool could master this technique. Is that truly the case? Kara pondered his existence once more. Could it be that their talents were genuinely this lacking? Indeed, mastering this technique is not instantaneous. I practiced for an entire night before barely grasping it. Do not be disheartened. I would never deceive you, Roy assured them with utmost sincerity. Weren't Naruto and Konoha considered fools? Well, we trust you. Teacher, Kara nodded, and the other two little ones echoed his sentiment. However, at that moment, Roy's mood was far from pleasant. He was not angry, but rather filled with concern. They had been adrift for half the day without sighting any islands. Had he truly lost his way? Thus, Roy and the trio floated on the sea for the entire day. The following noon, the three little ones diligently practiced the Rinnegan that Roy had taught them. Meanwhile, Roy stood alone at the bow of the ship, beginning to doubt his own existence. Sigh. Perhaps I should have asked Shisui to come and fetch me, Roy lamented. After all, they could not drift aimlessly on this vast ocean indefinitely. Boom. At that moment, massive waves surged from the sea. A colossal sea serpent emerged before Roy. It appears I shall have a splendid meal before returning today. Roy unsheathed his sword, his eyes gleaming with intent. He had been feeling somewhat disheartened, but perhaps no problem could not be solved with delicious food. If there were, then it was time for a grand feast. Roy, are you not heading to the land of water? At that moment, a familiar and exasperated voice interrupted. Orochimaru? Roy paused, momentarily taken aback as he watched Orochimaru slither out of the serpent's mouth. Soon, the anticipation on his face vanished. The large serpent was Orochimaru's summon. Given the nature of their partnership, it seemed this feast would not materialize. However, with Orochimaru's arrival, at least someone would guide him. Upon observing the expression on Roy's face, Orochimaru was taken aback. Was this fellow truly preparing to attack him? He was quite familiar with the sensation of repression. Changes had surfaced here, possibly prompting an earlier course of action. You previously mentioned your intent to travel to the land of water, and I, too, have matters to attend to there. Initially, I had planned. After observing that Roy had no intention of taking action, Orochimaru spoke up. He had been in the land of water for 2 days, yet still had not received any intelligence regarding Roy. Given his prowess in gathering information, only 2 scenarios seemed plausible. Either Roy had yet to arrive in the land of water, or his concealment was so formidable that no one could ascertain his whereabouts. However, based on Orochimaru's understanding of Roy, coupled with the latter's purpose for this visit, the latter possibility seemed almost non-existent. Yet, several days had elapsed, and just as Orochimaru began to suspect that Roy had abandoned his objectives here, his summoning beast brought news of Roy. He had been wandering the vast waters for several days, ultimately concluding that Roy had lost his way. Consequently, Orochimaru had no choice but to come himself. This was a natural whirlpool. It was easy to get lost here unless one was well acquainted with the waters of the Land of Water and its surroundings. Typically, I travel to the Land of Water using my summoning beast. Orochimaru briefly explained the situation to Roy. Simultaneously, he noted the 3 small figures on the boat. Do not be fooled by their appearance. They are my disciples. You sought me out not merely to guide me, did you? Roy regarded the figure of Orochimaru before him with a puzzled expression. Shouldn't Orochimaru be preoccupied with searching for a new body at this moment, despite his outward appearance? Orochimaru's body had long been in a state of decline. It is essential to understand that the subjects Orochimaru studied were far from mere classroom experiments. Many of the materials he worked with inflicted significant harm upon the body. Moreover, this individual occasionally employed his own body as a subject for experimentation. This current form was likely nearing its expiration. What matter could warrant such a journey for Orochimaru at this juncture? The operation may need to commence sooner than anticipated. I have found a suitable body. Ideally, after I familiarize myself with it, I can initiate action immediately. Orochimaru disclosed his purpose for coming this time. So urgent? Roy inquired with curiosity. From Roy's perspective indeed. You seem to have quite the entourage, remarked Roy, nodding thoughtfully after listening to Orochimaru's analysis. The primary factor for the advancement of this operation was undoubtedly Danzo. Should Danzo succeed in his schemes, all of Orochimaru's meticulous preparations would be rendered futile. No amount of preparation would suffice in such a scenario, Orochimaru lamented. Upon realizing that his mentor was no longer the so-called paragon of ninjas, Orochimaru had made his resolve. If the day ever came when Sarutobi Hiruzen was to perish, it must not be amidst the treacherous power struggles, but rather as a Hokage, a hero safeguarding his village. As he departed from the village, he even attempted to ambush his former friend, Sarutobi Shino. His intention was to awaken the fervor within Hiruzen's heart. However, it was evident that he had failed in this endeavor. I understand, but let me make one thing clear. After this collaboration, do not cast your gaze upon the Uchiha clan again. Otherwise, when we next meet, you may find yourself confronted with my new eyes, Roy declared, reclining upon the deck. It must be said, having Orochimaru, the great serpent, at the helm was far superior to navigating the vessel himself, though Roy had hardly taken the wheel. Indeed, he lacked the ability to operate a ship. Upon hearing Roy's words, Orochimaru licked his lips. Although he was tempted to seize Roy at that moment, he was a splendid vessel. He could not afford to gamble on whether the Uchiha would remain allies or become adversaries. The implications for his current operations were too significant. The mention of New Eyes sent a shiver down Orochimaru's spine. A Uchiha, who had nearly been eliminated by a member of the Root organization, had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan in less than a year. Roy was already formidable, and with a pair of Mangekyou, he would be even more daunting. Moreover, he had previously bestowed upon Roy the cells of Hashirama. Though Orochimaru was unsure of Roy's intentions, the immense chakra emanating from him was telling. Those Hashirama cells had been utilized by Roy himself. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous explosion reverberated from the rear of the ship. In an instant, Roy materialized at the stern. There, he found Uzumaki Rin, bewildered, seated on the ground before a shattered section of the deck, while Kawaii and Yuhira looked on with envy. Teacher, I was the first to master it. After a brief moment of confusion, Rin's face lit up with joy, her expression akin to that of a child. Indeed, she was still a child. Impressive, little Rin. This is my gift to you, Roy said, producing a short blade and presenting it to her. Thank you, teacher, Rin replied, lifting her head as if showcasing her prize. At that moment, Kawaii and Yuhira were inspired anew, plunging back into fervent practice. Little Ling, resembling a small teacher, began to impart her wisdom to the two. Though reluctant to admit it, she had indeed mastered the art. In high spirits, Roy produced a fishing rod and settled at the stern of the boat to fish. He had initially planned to step in as the instructor when Ling struggled to explain, but Roy was mistaken. Not only had little Ling grasped the essence of the spiral sphere completely, but she could also convey it in a manner comprehensible to Keiichi and the others. In fact, Roy found himself compelled to take notes. For a moment, he questioned whether he was truly the teacher. Were they not members of the Uzumaki clan? At that instant, Orochimaru finally spoke. Initially skeptical, he became convinced upon witnessing her remarkable talent. An immense chakra and exceptional chakra control. Coupled with her fiery red hair, Orochimaru felt a stir of interest. Just as thoughts began to form in his mind, he sensed an impending crisis. Orochimaru, I hope our relationship remains one of cooperation. Should you choose to stir trouble, Roy did not complete his sentence, yet the implied threat was unmistakable. Rest assured, I shall not lay a hand on your delightful pupil, Orochimaru replied before turning and departing from the stern. The allure of the trio was simply too great. With Orochimaru's departure, Roy's gaze returned to the three children. Keiichi was decisive, Little Ling exhibited remarkable talent, and Yui Ping demonstrated commendable execution. Though still young, they were already beginning to showcase their unique abilities. As a teacher, Roy needed to carefully consider the future development of these three, ensuring he did not follow in Jiraiya's footsteps, who had taken on numerous disciples, only for their fates to be less than favorable, except for Naruto, who was blessed with the protagonist as Halo. With Orochimaru as a guide, Roy quickly arrived in the Land of Water. I'll leave Black Viper to you. I've already spoken with it. Your ship will be protected. When you are ready to depart, it will escort you back to the Land of Whirlpools. Orochimaru did not linger, vanishing into the mouth of the serpent after dropping his parting words. Teacher, what are we going to do? Keiichi asked, curiosity evident in his gaze as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Not only was this their first encounter with the Land of Water, but it was also their first glimpse of the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools. We are going to capture a little cutie. Come, let me show you what true combat looks like, Roy declared, leading the trio towards the direction etched in his memory. Meanwhile, within the hidden mist village, the masked man, Toby, was filled with confusion upon receiving intelligence. What are the Leaf Village ninjas doing here? Members of the Uchiha clan? What brings them here? It was important to note that during the Third Great Ninja War, the conflicts between the Leaf Village and the Hidden Mist Village had been intense, especially the Uchiha clan, which was assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen to form a special combat unit targeting the Hidden Mist Village, bears an unresolvable grudge against it. Yagura, go take a look. After a moment of contemplation, Obito ultimately decided to send Yagura to investigate. After all, Yagura is the current Mizukage. Meanwhile, on Roy's side, three shadow clones were accompanied by three young ones, weaving through the dense forest. As they rushed forward, they imparted knowledge on chakra control to the trio. The theory behind tree climbing training was shared with them, intending to teach them more thoroughly upon their return to Konoha. After more than 2 hours, the group arrived at a large lake. All right, let us rest here for a while and see if we can encounter an old acquaintance, Roy said, before reclining on the grass by the lake and closing his eyes in a light slumber. The three young ones approached a nearby tree. While the teacher rests, we shall commence our training, Kawaii stated earnestly. As the teacher mentioned, by releasing chakra and attaching it to our feet, we can embark on the first step of chakra control practice, which will enable us to traverse the forest with ease. Do you understand how to do that? Xiaoling asked with curiosity. It still requires some exploration. Xiaoling, your talent is remarkable. Why don't you give it a try first? Kawaii suggested. Just as he finished speaking, Sha tumbled down from the branch. Well, I tried it out, and it turned out to be more challenging than I anticipated. Sha chuckled sheepishly. Isn't it rather simple? If it were merely climbing, there wouldn't be a need to adapt to environmental changes. When we practiced the Rinnegan before, we employed a special form of chakra control. This should be even easier, Xiaoling remarked, as she began to ascend the tree trunk with steady steps. Although she couldn't yet dash up, she managed to climb steadily on her first attempt. Both Sha and Kawaii were visibly embarrassed. After all, discussing theory and putting it into practice are two entirely different matters. Neither of them had mastered the Rinnegan yet. More than 3 hours later, the sky began to dim slightly. Aren't they coming? Roy sat up, observing the three young ones still engrossed in their training, feeling a bit perplexed. He had entered the Land of Water without concealing his presence, which meant that as long as any ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village were still alive, they should have sensed him. Moreover, that individual should also be lurking nearby. Knowing that a member of the Uchiha clan had arrived, it would be unreasonable for him not to make contact. Suddenly, Roy felt an overwhelming surge of chakra. The three shadow clones immediately sprang into action, swiftly evacuating the young ones from the area. The person approaching turned out to be that individual. However, this was fortuitous, as Roy's purpose for coming was also related to him. The ninja of Konoha dares to invade the Land of Water. It seems you are prepared to meet your demise. A diminutive figure emerged within Roy's line of sight, accompanied by a menacing proclamation. The newcomer was none other than the current Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, Kagetsu Yuchira. Merely a puppet under someone else's control. What is this? Upon encountering an old friend, you do not wish to greet me in person? Roy spoke with a calm demeanor. One of his purposes for coming was to confront the Three Tails, Isabu. As the current Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, Kagetsu Yuchira was naturally one of Roy's objectives. Another aim was to meet the individual who had single-handedly influenced the entire shinobi world, Uchiha Obito. What are you talking about? I have no recollection of any special bond with your Konoha ninjas. Yuchira's expression remained impassive, his face etched with a deadly seriousness. Roy held some impression of this so-called genius Mizukage. Had it not been for Obito's manipulation, or more accurately, his subtle influence, he surely would have led the Hidden Mist Village to greater heights. I did not come here to engage in battle. If you truly wish to avoid me, I shall take my leave. Roy continued to speak with an air of indifference. His original self and Obito shared a cordial relationship. After all, neither of them could be deemed a genius, and given their similar ages, they were among the few friends within their respective clans. How do you possess information about me? At that moment, a voice filled with confusion emanated from Yuchira. Because we are friends. If I were to say that this is a bond forged by friendship, would you believe me? Roy raised his gaze, a smile gracing his lips. Finally, the time has come for the story to unfold. This signifies the onset of a subscription model, and I must admit, I am quite apprehensive, as my livelihood depends on this endeavor. I meticulously calculated the expenses. At a rate of 5 cents per 1,000 characters, 1,000,000 words would cost $50. Thus, with the subscription, it would amount to approximately $6 or $7 monthly. I hope those who are able will offer their support, as it would serve as my greatest encouragement. Upon hearing Roy's words, KY Shiz was evidently taken aback. Haraha. Soon after, KY Shiz erupted into laughter, gradually shifting to the side. A spatial vortex materialized, and a familiar figure emerged directly before him. Thank you for still considering me your friend. I too acknowledge your so-called bond of belief. However, I'm quite curious as to how you came to know it was I, said Obito, as he removed his mask. A visage marred by the scars of war came into Roy's view. When watching the anime, he had never thought much of Obito's appearance. But seeing it in reality illuminated the true extent of Obito's past tribulations. The wounds were strikingly real, evoking a sense of dread. In truth, I merely speculated. Yet, the thought of your survival stirs emotions within me that are hard to contain. Despite the danger, I resolved to come and see you, Roy remarked with a smile. Although Roy's explanation was riddled with inconsistencies, the current Obito was no longer the naive underachiever he once was. A man capable of orchestrating the machinations that ensnared the entire shinobi world, leading them into the fabricated Fourth Great Ninja War. Would surely not fail to perceive the ambiguity in Roy's words. Nevertheless, the rationale had become inconsequential. What brings you here to seek me? After a brief hesitation, Obito inquired. He found it hard to believe that Roy had come merely to check on him. I wish to ascertain whether the person I am conversing with is indeed Uchiha Obito. Roy squinted, smiling as he gazed at the figure before him. Indeed, at the very least, I am now, Obito affirmed. After exacting your vengeance on the Hidden Mist Village, are you ready to commence your own plans? Roy raised his head, meeting Obito's gaze directly. At that moment, Obito's eyes were not solely his own Sharingan. One of his pupils belonged to that legendary figure, Uchiha Madara. For a fleeting instant, Uchiha Obito regarded Roy as if he were a specter. In his recollection, Roy had never stood out within the clan. Although he had heard whispers of Roy's recent endeavors, claiming to lead the family towards gradual transformation, what Roy had just articulated bore no relation to mere cunning. It was known that Obito's retaliation against the Hidden Mist Village stemmed from the events surrounding Rinnegan. The mere deduction of this fact made Obito regard Roy with newfound respect. Yet, how could Roy possibly be aware of his subsequent plans, which had yet to even commence? Are you astonished? Roy continued. In fact, I was even more taken aback upon witnessing these developments. A ninja presumed dead suddenly emerges as the greatest threat to the shinobi world, single-handedly inciting chaos across the entire realm. The Moon Eye plan has profoundly altered my understanding of the Sharingan. Even so, there was the last unexpected turn of events. Roy spoke with an air of calm indifference, utterly unconcerned by the fact that Obito's head was on the verge of exploding. Although he had undergone a significant transformation after experiencing various trials, the words of this familiar and cherished friend made Obito feel as though the world had descended into madness. You have activated the kaleidoscope? Suddenly, Obito appeared to recall something, gazing at Roy with astonishment. Not yet, but it will be soon. Just before I nearly met my demise. I caught glimpses of certain fragments, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, the turmoil in the ninja world, and some aspects concerning you. From your expression, it is evident that what I witnessed may very well be the future, Roy continued, elaborating on Obito's thoughts. The reason he had spoken so much was that he had yet to formulate how to explain the knowledge he had acquired. Unexpectedly, Obito had provided him with a fitting rationale, the power of the kaleidoscope. So, you were here to thwart me? The gravity of Obito's countenance shifted to a more serious tone. If possible, he truly did not wish to lay a hand on Roy. After all, this was one of the few redemptive memories he held dear. However, the revelations Roy had just shared were fundamentally aligned with his forthcoming intentions. If Roy sought to obstruct him, no, everyone has their own aspirations. I do not intend to impose my will upon you or attempt to alter your convictions. I merely wish to convey that I am aware of these matters. And only I possess this knowledge, Roy stated with ease, then sat down on the ground, gazing at the expansive lake before them. Obito remained silent, choosing to sit beside Roy. What do you intend to do next? Obito inquired, seemingly restored to a state of calm, as if engaging in a casual conversation between friends. To survive, and ensure that those I care for also live on. In the current ninja world, achieving this goal necessitates relentless effort, Roy replied with a hint of melancholy. Wherever there are people, there will be conflict. Although this adage is rather cliché, it holds true in reality. Then, if I were to obstruct your path, you would undoubtedly strike without hesitation? Obito said with a smile. The slight curve of his lips brought forth a sense of nostalgic detachment. It had been a long time since he had smiled like that. Indeed, just as I shall not alter your resolve, should you cross my bottom line, I too will retaliate, Roy asserted, raising his fist. Shall we test this? I am rather formidable now, he added. Let us see, Obito replied, rising to brush off the dust from his attire and assuming a fighting stance. Do you remember this? The last time we battled, we were still students at the academy. Let it be known that you cannot employ your cunning Sharingan abilities. Roy extended his hand, meeting Obito's in a firm shake. With a sudden motion, the two swiftly retreated. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, fire serpent. Both unleashed their jutsu simultaneously, resulting in a tremendous explosion as the techniques collided between them. As the dust settled, the two rapidly engaged once more, their long blades clashing with a resounding clink of metal. Observe, for this individual's strength is formidable. Furthermore, there are certain similarities between his abilities and those of my true self. In due time, you two shall evolve into beings of such power. Roy's shadow clone softly remarked to the trio. Our teacher will emerge victorious, won't he? Kazuki inquired, a hint of excitement in his voice. Though they had witnessed Roy's previous battles, the overwhelming nature of his triumphs obscured the finer details. The ability to control a shadow-level powerhouse undoubtedly indicated that he possessed similar strength. Just watch. My true self has his own strategies, the shadow clone said slowly. After several probing exchanges, the two once again distanced themselves. Roy, I never anticipated your current level of strength. Now, I must take this seriously. Show me just how powerful you have become, Obito declared, conjuring a black rod that he launched toward Roy at an astonishing speed. Swish. Roy's sword cut through the air, piercing through Obito's form. Must you resort to such underhanded tactics? I explicitly stated that you cannot employ your Manjiki abilities. Are you trying to take advantage of the fact that I have yet to awaken mine? Roy chided with a playful smirk. You are defeated. A smile crept across Obito's lips as the rod he wielded suddenly fell. Thud. Obito had believed he could strike Roy, but to his astonishment, the rod passed cleanly through Roy's body, igniting a flare of flames in its wake. What? A look of disbelief crossed Obito's face as he swiftly distanced himself from Roy. You accuse me of cheating, yet your ability bears a striking resemblance to my Manjiki powers, Obito retorted, somewhat aggrieved. If Roy had lacked such power, it would have been one matter, but it seemed he too possessed a similar ability, and it appeared to be distinct from the Manjiki prowess. There is a difference. This is a secret technique I developed that consumes chakra. Yours is an awakened ability that depletes ocular strength. They are certainly not the same, Roy replied with a smile. How long can it last? Obito inquired curiously. His own Kamui was not an ability to be used casually, as it demanded a significant drain on his ocular power. Excessive depletion could lead to blindness. However, with the cells of Hashirama implanted within him, Obito's regenerative capacities were notably impressive. At present, he did not view Roy as an adversary, nor was there any need to continue the competition. About half an hour, I suppose. By the way, if we are not going to continue fighting, shall we sit down and have a chat? Roy concealed his chakra and approached the lakeside once more. He had not come seeking a confrontation with Obito. His inquiries had sufficed. Although Obito's strength was formidable, it stemmed from the peculiarities of his eye technique, bolstered by the presence of Hashirama's cells. This information aligned with what Roy had previously gathered, rendering further probing unnecessary. I must admit, your presence has astonished me more than anything in recent years, Obito remarked, his gaze fixed upon the expansive lake, a contemplative expression adorning his face. Please, I have no desire to continue this battle, Roy replied. By the way, I came with the intention of claiming the Three Tails Aisabu. Would you be willing to part with half? His tone was remarkably nonchalant, akin to inquiring about Obito's dinner plans for the evening. Claim it? Are you suggesting you wish to take Aisabu? Obito's gaze shifted to the side where Aisabu resided, his face a mask of confusion. It was well known that a Jinchuriki would perish upon severing their bond with the tailed beast. Given that Roy was aware of his intentions, why would he still request a tailed beast? Such a proposition would inevitably place them at odds. Not to take it entirely, I merely require a portion of the Three Tails chakra. As for Aisabu, I hold no interest, Roy clarified, dismissively waving his hand. A portion? How would that even work? Obito queried, somewhat perplexed. After all, a tailed beast was, by nature, a conglomeration of chakra. The number of the 9 tailed beasts was fixed. The notion of extracting a fraction of their chakra seemed absurd. Hadn't the brothers from Kumogakure, Kin and Jin, consumed chakra directly from the 9 tails to gain a portion of its power? I shan't resort to such brutality. Through a specific ninjutsu, I can extract a portion of the Three Tails chakra, Roy asserted, producing a scroll. This scroll had been bestowed upon him by Uchiha Kagami. After Roy casually mentioned his interest in techniques capable of dividing a tailed beast, Kagami had promptly provided the scroll, stating that as long as the tailed beast's abilities remained intact, he was welcome to proceed. After all, Aisabu was now merely a puppet in his hands. Obito's expression turned cold as he regarded Aisabu, the very village responsible for Rin's demise, eliciting no trace of sentiment within him. Very well, then. I shall express my gratitude in advance. Should our paths cross again, I will refrain from taking your life, Roy concluded, unfurling the scroll. With a swift motion, Roy bit his finger, formed a unique seal, and pressed it against the scroll. Silver chains unfurled from the scroll, piercing Aisabu's form. A roar erupted, and a colossal apparition emerged from Aisabu's body, filling the air with its presence. As he gazed upon the scene before him, a look of curiosity adorned Obito's face. If Roy's method could indeed be realized, perhaps his plan could be modified, albeit slightly. Bound by these chains, no matter how fiercely the Three Tails Aisabu struggled, it remained utterly unshaken. Come now, Aisabu. Roy tore open his garments, and the blood coalescing in his hand was instantaneously pressed against his abdomen. A terrifying force of suction rendered Aisabu powerless, drawing it in without resistance. Simultaneously, the silvery chains shattered, their remnants burrowing into Roy's being. I do not require your bindings for Aisabu. If it does not acknowledge me, so be it. In an instant, Roy's form became ethereal. The chains, having lost their target for sealing, disintegrated into fragments that vanished into the air. The spectral figure of Gyuki regarded Roy contemplatively before merging with its host. Not dead. Successful? After inspecting Gyuki, Obito turned his gaze towards Roy with intrigue. At that moment, a crimson aura of tailed beast chakra began to manifest upon Roy's form, enveloping half of his body in an instant. Deep within his consciousness, a voice echoed. Little one, why do you seek my chakra? Moreover, your body is rather peculiar. The Three Tails Aisabu questioned Roy in a deep, resonant tone. Your host has been subdued, and you cannot resist the Mangeki. I shall not allow you to be controlled any further, nor do I fear the Mangeki Sharingan. Perhaps these reasons might persuade you to choose me? Roy expressed a burgeoning curiosity towards the tailed beast. This marked his first direct encounter with such a creature. The ancient essence and regal presence it exuded were entirely beyond the realm of expression found in anime. In that moment, Roy felt as though he had transcended time, reaching into an era that belonged to another age. After hearing Roy's words, Aisabu was momentarily taken aback. Typically, the ninjas who engaged with him sought to harness his power for their own empowerment. Yet, the Roy before him seemed genuinely interested in understanding him. Most notably, the way Roy looked at him was devoid of the gaze one would cast upon a monster. Instead, it reflected a yearning to forge a connection. for reasons unknown. Aisabu discerned a familiar silhouette within Roy. I may grant you strength, but I will also bring you calamity. We-tailed beasts have never been embodiments of benevolence. After a moment of contemplation, Aisabu continued, calamity? No, it is not the tailed beasts that bring disaster, but rather the hearts of men. Roy shook his head, softly lamenting. My boy, you truly pique my interest. I hope to witness more of your potential in the times to come. Once Aisabu finished speaking, chakra began to meld into Roy's being. At that moment, a dense layer of chakra began to manifest upon Roy's surface. Three tails materialized almost tangibly behind him, and the orange chakra enveloping his body began to shift into a dark gray hue. Soon, Roy transformed into a miniature version of Aisabu. Is this it? Obito, observing from the sidelines, felt a sense of trepidation. This was a tailed beast, after all. It was well known that the Mist Village had initially intended to use Rin as a Jinchuriki, subsequently unleashing Aisabu upon Konoha with the aim of inflicting severe damage. The tailed beasts could be likened to the H-bomb of the ninja world, their terrifying ferocity being self-evident. Yet, Roy had just absorbed Aisabu's chakra, and within a mere span of minutes, he had completed the tailed beast fusion. Most astonishingly, Roy's current demeanor was entirely consistent with that of one who had merged with the tailed beast. The chakra remained contained, capable of manifesting the essence of the tailed beast. When did this fellow become such a genius? Thank you, Obito. Remember, we are still dear friends. This bond, I acknowledge unilaterally. While Obito pondered, Roy rose to his feet. The chakra of Aisabu swiftly receded back into his body. A bond, you say? Roy, if I seek your assistance. Obito lifted his gaze, for the first time harboring a desire for another's support. You do not require my aid at this moment. You possess your own beliefs and methods of action. Our endeavors do not currently conflict. However, at times, reflect deeply. Do not squander your life weaving garments for others. Well then, I shall take my leave. With that, Roy turned and departed with his three companions. It was not until over an hour had passed since Roy's exit that Obito slowly vanished from the scene. In the underground chamber of the Mist Village, a shadow emerged from the darkness, wearing an amused expression. Have you wavered? Your former dear friend now stands not by your side. Will you relinquish those matters? A figure spoke, a hint of intrigue in their voice. Madara, there is no need for your probing. Obvious to all, Toby's mood was decidedly grim. It was not merely due to Roy's refusal to assist him, but rather the words Roy had spoken. Throughout this journey, most decisions had been made solely by him. Roy's statements indicated that he was undoubtedly aware of Madara's existence. The only issue at hand was the figure of Madara himself. This shadowy entity claimed to be the embodiment of Madara's will. If the information he had received was erroneous, it was likely that this entity had deliberately influenced him. Thus, it was plausible that this being harbored some dark secrets. I know what must be done. Without allowing Black Zetsu to finish his thought, Toby abruptly interrupted him. He proceeded to initiate the actions he had planned, for he needed to ascertain whether the matters Roy mentioned were within a controllable scope. If he were indeed manipulated, then the one who exploited him must also face appropriate consequences. With this thought, Toby turned and exited the dim chamber. This is quite troublesome. A look of resignation crossed Black Zetsu's face. Despite possessing vast knowledge and extensive experience, this physical form limited his power. It seemed that he could not rely solely on this individual. It was time to explore other avenues. The rise of the Uchiha may indeed prove to be a favorable option. With that, Black Zetsu sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Roy had returned to the location where his vessel was docked. It seems leaving here directly may no longer be feasible. Observing the individual before him, Roy wore an expression of exasperation. He had not anticipated encountering this woman just as he was about to depart the land of water. Indeed, standing before Roy was none other than the future Mizukage, Kagura-me. What brings a leaf ninja to the land of water? Kagura-me regarded Roy with evident hostility. At this time, she was not yet the Mizukage, still youthful and lacking the maturity and allure she possessed in the original narrative. Conversely, she exuded a vibrant, youthful essence. Amusement. Is the entire land of water now closed off, save for the tomato of Kirigakure? Roy had no desire to engage in conflict. Firstly, there was no justification for battle. Secondly, he had matters to attend to back home. A confrontation with the people of Kirigakure could lead to undesirable repercussions. Uchiha Roy, the recently ascended genius ninja of the Uchiha clan. Do you truly expect me to believe you are here merely for leisure? Kagura-me scrutinized the three companions accompanying Roy. Her expression grave, though still immature, She recognized that attacking Roy without cause would be unjustifiable. In the past, she would have acted without hesitation. However, the current state of Kirigakure could not withstand any form of upheaval. The reason for stopping Roy was the arrival of the Uchiha clan in the Hidden Mist Village. She needed to ascertain their intentions. We are disciples of our teacher, and we are not originally from the land of water. We merely accompanied our teacher here for leisure. Song took a step forward and spoke steadily. Kagami, your focus should not be on me at this moment. Attend to your own responsibilities. Furthermore, we Uchiha do not wish to be your adversaries. I trust you would not desire to have foes like us, would you? Roy spoke softly, yet his words carried an undeniable weight. The current era is no longer the tumultuous age of warring clans. However, the shadows cast by the Uchiha during that time still resonate within the ninja world. For this is the legacy of the Uchiha. After listening to Roy's words, Terumi Mei fell into silence. Initially, she intended to explore the reasons behind Roy's journey to the land of water, but unexpectedly found herself being threatened. In that moment, Terumi Mei was caught in a dilemma. If she insisted on taking action against the Uchiha Roy before her, it could potentially ignite a war between the two villages. The best-case scenario would still lead to retaliation from the Uchiha clan. However, allowing Uchiha Roy to leave without consequence would render her a complete fool, especially with the general of the land of water observing from behind. Gaining the general's support to become the Mizukage of Kirigakure hinged on her leaving a favorable impression. Otherwise, any future ambitions would evaporate into thin air. Ms. Terumi Mei, I would be more than willing to continue our conversation. However, I must return to Konoha to attend to some matters. I apologize for my abrupt intrusion into the borders of the land of water. Of course, if Ms. Terumi Mei wishes to impose any punishment upon me, please feel free to do so. While Terumi Mei wrestled with her thoughts, Roy spoke up. She was momentarily taken aback. Given Roy's earlier demeanor, it was evident that he was no fool. He surely recognized the precariousness of her situation. His words seemed to offer her a way out. But why would he do that? They were meeting for the first time, lacking any previous connection. Terumi Mei pondered whether her appealing figure and striking beauty were sufficient to warrant such deference from him. There is no need for punishment. We also desire peace within the shinobi world. If you plan to enter the land of water again in the future, I would kindly ask you to give me a heads up. This could help avoid unnecessary complications. After a moment's reflection, Terumi Mei continued in agreement with Roy. This way, she would not compromise the dignity of the land of water nor foster an adversarial relationship with the Uchiha clan. Regardless of the bloodshed and hatred that marred the battlefield during the Third Shinobi World War, that conflict had now concluded. No one wished to see war return. I admire your magnanimity, Miss Terumi Mei. If possible, I hope to become friends with you. I shall certainly visit again in the future. Here are some trinkets I have been researching. Consider them an apology. Roy retrieved a box from his spatial storage and placed it on the ground before turning to board the ship with his 3 companions. With the help of the Black Viper, the vessel swiftly vanished from sight. This is... Terumi Mei snapped back to reality and opened the box. Inside lay a myriad of scrolls. Water Release, Heavenly Waterfall Technique. Water Release, Thousand Dragon Murder Technique. Bloodline Limit Research Notes. As she gazed at the scrolls, Terumi Mei's earlier confusion deepened. The Uchiha's demeanor was exceedingly cordial, and his sincerity was undeniable. Terumi Mei, what do you think? At that moment, a man clad in military attire approached, casting a curious glance at Terumi Mei. As the individual he had supported, she garnered his attention. The instant he became aware of Uchiha Roy's arrival in the land of water, he promptly informed Terumi Mei, eager to observe how she would navigate the situation. He was quite pleased with her handling of the matter, yet now he sought to discern her stance. It was imperative to avoid enmity, particularly since they had ostensibly cultivated a friendship. Without hesitation, Terumi Mei expressed her views. The rationale? The general of the land of water. Akin to the Daimyo of the land of fire, Shirashima Chiba. At that moment, Shirashima Chiba narrowed his eyes and inquired with a hint of implication. The demeanor and strength of such individuals were formidable. Any rational member of the Uchiha clan possessed considerable power. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui. And now, the recently renowned Uchiha Roy from Konoha. If possible, she truly wished to avoid opposing such a figure. An inexplicable emotion stirred within her. This individual had generously bestowed upon her powerful ninjutsu, which spoke volumes. Terumi Mei did not believe that her beauty alone warranted such resources. The sole explanation was that Uchiha Roy possessed absolute confidence. Indeed, he was not to be compared with the impetuous individuals within the village. It was time to prepare. Though Kankitsu Yatsukura was also a genius, he was ill-suited for this position. After Shirashima Chiba concluded his remarks, he departed with his entourage of elite shinobi. Upon receiving his appreciative gaze, Terumi Mae exhaled in relief. She was not particularly fervent about power, yet she was even less inclined to witness a blood-soaked Kirigakure. On board the swiftly advancing ship, Kawaii inquired, "Teacher, why did you act in such a manner just now? With your prowess?" It would have been effortless to depart with the three of us. Kawaii regarded Roy with curiosity. From their first encounter, he had sensed that this shinobi was unlike the others, both in conduct and purpose. His actions seemed devoid of structure, yet they appeared to be intricately calculated. While he had grasped some of the earlier events, this particular instance left him bewildered. Kawaii even pondered whether his teacher had been swayed by beauty. It was indeed simple, yet it also risked creating another adversary. Not far away stood a man in military garb, flanked by several elite shinobi. He was undoubtedly the general of the Land of Water, Shirashima Chiba. Terumi Mae was his protege, poised to become the next Mizukichi. If he were to exert excessive force here, it could easily exacerbate the relations between the two villages. Certainly. There exists another reason. I have no desire to engage in combat with Kojime, Roy remarked with a smile. Thus, a myriad of perplexities filled the small mind of S-Ichi. Brother S-Ichi, have you mastered the spiraling sphere? He mused, exasperated by the lack of seriousness in their training. Just as S-Ichi continued to ponder, the discontented voice of Xiao Ling rang in his ears. Upon hearing her voice, S-Ichi immediately wilted, hastily donning a smile before returning to his training. Observing S-Ichi, a smile graced Roy's lips. He had already surmised the lad's path. Yet, there was an additional reason Roy had withheld. He was reluctant to reveal the extent of his own abilities without eliminating his opponent. Kojime possessed power akin to that of a Kage, and Roy was not arrogant enough to underestimate her mastery of lava release. Utilizing his fruit abilities would undoubtedly expose too much of his strength. Of course, such matters were beyond the comprehension of S-Ichi and his companions at this stage. After a day's passage, Roy once more set foot upon the land of the continent. Despite his efforts to document the route with the Sharingan, he still found himself disoriented by the end. It appeared he was truly ill-suited for such endeavors. Come, follow me to Konoha. However, if you wish to return on your own, I shall not compel you, Roy said, casting a smile at the trio. The three were of a similar age to Sasuke, and due to their unique identities, they were particularly sensitive and mature. Roy did not desire the burden of their companionship merely as a result of his act of rescue. After all, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, he did not believe he could provide better guidance than that of their own lineage. We wish to follow our teacher. The trio replied in unison. Were it not for the fact that Roy had been with them these past few days, one might presume the three had conspired in advance. Very well. Since you have chosen to accompany me to Konoha, you shall adhere to my arrangements henceforth. First, we must alter your hair color, or you may wear headscarves. Roy stated directly. It was no jest, should their identities as members of the Uzumaki clan be revealed. Even Roy would struggle to withstand the pressure from Konoha's higher-ups, at least for the time being. This was, of course, contingent upon their loyalty to the village. To avert unnecessary troubles, a slight disguise was prudent. Understood, they nodded, fully aware of the significance of their unique identities. Next, I will enroll you in the Ninja Academy, where you must achieve a ranking within the top 10 of your class, both in academic and practical subjects. Should you fall outside of this ranking, you will be immediately expelled and subjected to rigorous training under my guidance, Roy continued. Absolutely no problem, the trio promptly affirmed their commitment. Upon entering the Land of Fire. Point 65, subsequently, you may accompany me on certain special missions. These tasks must be executed with utmost discretion. After contemplating for a moment, Roy reiterated his instructions clearly. The initial enthusiasm of the trio had waned significantly. By the time Roy articulated his 10th requirement, the three were on the verge of being lulled into a trance. Suddenly, it dawned on them that they had not sought a mentor, but rather a loquacious individual. As they stepped into the Land of Fire, several figures emerged. Uchiha Roy, we are members of the Root Organization, and Lord Danzo wishes to see you. 5 individuals materialized before Roy, asserting their presence with undeniable authority. Danzo? I have no desire to go, Roy retorted, disregarding the 5 and continuing his journey towards Konohagakure. Had he been alone at that moment, he might have entertained the notion of discovering Danzo's intentions. However, with the trio in tow, Roy was decidedly unwilling to expose them to Danzo at this juncture. Please cooperate, or we will have no choice but to take action. The leader of the root members stated, unsheathing a short blade from his back. The other four followed suit, brandishing their weapons without hesitation. What a nuisance! I can accompany you, but I am quite averse to being threatened, especially by your organization, Roy declared, summoning his kunai in an instant. A formidable aura emanated from him. It seems I am struggling to maintain control. Izanami, you need to assist me in regulating your chakra, Roy remarked, feeling the chakra surging uncontrollably within him. Child, that excess chakra is your own, Izanami replied, somewhat exasperated. Was following this individual truly a wise decision? One must understand that Roy's earlier set of rules had already left him somewhat bewildered. Fire release, thousand flames hell. Roy chose not to engage further with Izanami, instead unleashing a powerful ninjutsu. This technique had been imparted by Abido. The previous items Roy had given to Koharu were also provided by Abido. Naturally, the research notes on the bloodline limit were his own endeavor during moments of leisure, albeit their utility remained uncertain. Terrifying flames erupted from the ground, like swords piercing the sky. The intense heat compelled the five to assume a defensive posture. Such temperatures were not to be trifled with. The root organization, a cadre of vermin lurking in the shadows. Even your leader is merely a larger rodent, engaging in petty schemes from the dark, fooling themselves into believing they are significant players. The tide of time offers no opportunity to any decrepit soul who has already retreated. Now tell me, where is Danzo? Roy proclaimed with unabashed arrogance. Witnessing Roy's display of power, Karachi was left utterly bewildered. The teacher had previously stated his intention to remain low profile. Why then does he now seem to abandon that resolve? It appears he is putting on an act, though he indeed possesses the capability to do so. Danzo is situated 300 miles to the southwest, and we still have many among us. I speak too much. Before the Umbu member could finish his words, he was swiftly silenced by Roy. Damn that Uchiha. I should have disregarded everything and eliminated you back then. Had I done so, we would not be in this predicament now. Before he could finish his menacing statement, a bloody blade emerged from his chest. I still recognize your presence. You were among those who pursued me. However, you have lost. With that, Roy withdrew his weapon. The Doring, known for its devastating tearing properties. In that instant of penetration, the Umbu ninja's innards were utterly destroyed. He could not utter a single complete phrase before meeting his demise. The remaining trio, witnessing this, no longer harbored any intent to threaten Roy or utter bravado. They unleashed their formidable chakra and fled from Roy, this madman. Who said you could leave? Just as the three of them broke free from the encirclement of flames, they were met with that demonic voice. Green flames erupted around them. Fire release, spectral flame. With a snap of his fingers, Roy unleashed a surge of green fire that engulfed the trio. Lightning release, shadowless kill. As three sword-like bolts of lightning struck, their hearts were pierced through. In a matter of mere minutes, 5 elite Umbu members met their end. Now, without utilizing the Isuba chakra, Roy had already attained strength comparable to that of an elite Genin. Coupled with the Isubu's unique abilities, he likely possessed the power of a Kage. The reason Roy acted decisively was not solely due to personal vendettas. He also sought to test his own capabilities. The Umbu members served as an excellent litmus test. In the end, Keiichi understood. The teacher was not mistaken. As long as one is confident in their ability to eliminate a target, the exposure of hidden techniques is of no concern. Keiichi felt a surge of excitement. Previously, he had perceived Roy as a benevolent ninja. Although Keiichi held no disdain for kindness, such traits could prove to be a fatal flaw for a ninja. It now appeared he had overestimated the situation. Let us proceed. We should investigate. With a wave of his hand, Roy's terrifying flames reduced the 5 corpses to ashes before he led the 3 companions towards Danzo's location. Meanwhile, not far away, Danzo furrowed his brow, for the members of the root organization he had dispatched to locate Roy had all been slain. Though the 5 were not the strongest in the root organization, their demise was troubling. However, they are all exceptional ninjas. The fact that 5 of them were slain together clearly indicates that they did not encounter ordinary ninjas. To eliminate 5 without any chance of escape, at the very least, they must be ninjas of considerable strength, on par with elite ranks. Yet, in the land of fire, what formidable ninja would dare to strike against the members of the root organization? Jia Luoyu. Lord Danzo, may I inquire what you require of me? Just as Danzo prepared to send Jia Luo to investigate, a voice resonated in his ear. Uchiha Roy? Upon seeing the person before him, Danzo was momentarily taken aback. Although he had been awaiting Roy's arrival, the agents he had dispatched had already been slain. Yet here was Roy, appearing at this moment. This implies, though Danzo was reluctant to accept it, the possibility that the ninjas had been killed by this individual standing before him was quite high. Why the surprise? Was it not you, Lord Danzo, who summoned me? Roy strode confidently towards Danzo, a smile adorning his face. However, to Danzo, this smile was nothing short of blatant provocation. Uchiha Roy, I am aware that the recent changes within the Uchiha clan have originated from you. I find solace in the fact that the Uchiha has someone so discerning. Let us collaborate. Although Danzo felt a twinge of discomfort, the thoughts of his impending plans compelled him to suppress his displeasure. Collaborate? With your root organization? Roy was taken aback. If Danzo sought to eliminate him, Roy would have considered it entirely normal, as such tactics were typical of Danzo. Yet now this man was proposing an alliance. We may have had some misunderstandings and conflicts in the past, but those are inconsequential now. I will not hold you accountable for the root members you have slain. What I seek from you now is a simple answer. Will you cooperate with us? Danzo reiterated his stance. Cooperate? To eradicate the Uchiha clan? Roy suddenly inquired. Taken aback by Roy's question, Danzo hesitated. His intent was merely to unite with the Uchiha to secure his claim to the position of Hokage. As for what would happen afterward, once he ascended, would he not have the liberty to manipulate the Uchiha as he pleased? Yet, with Roy raising such a matter, Danzo felt a shift in his thoughts. If Roy were genuinely willing to assist, in that moment, Danzo experienced a sense of foolishness for not considering this sooner. I wish to become Hokage and redefine the rules of Konohagakure. As for the Uchiha, you are a significant force within the village, and I have never contemplated your eradication. As long as you stand by my side, the Uchiha will undoubtedly become the preeminent clan in Konoha. Moreover, the next Hokage shall surely be from your Uchiha clan. Danzo cast aside his chaotic thoughts and once again articulated his vision. Upon hearing Danzo's words, a playful expression emerged on Roy's face. Was Danzo already plotting to usurp Sarutobi Hiruzen at such an early hour? Yet, after the previous groundwork, it was likely that this individual had already garnered the support of the Uchiha and Mito clans. Coupled with Sarutobi Hiruzen's long-standing policy of differentiation between insiders and outsiders, it was plausible for Danzo to court certain families. The crux of the matter now lay with the Uchiha clan. If the Uchiha remained as they once were, a family feared and despised by the village, then Danzo would undoubtedly commence his scheme for the Night of Annihilation. Ding! A random task has been issued. Choose to collaborate with Danzo Shimura. The main quest, Night of Uchiha Annihilation, will be completed. Opt not to cooperate, and the main quest reward will be doubled. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed in Roy's ears. Previously, during his encounters with Asuna and Obito, random tasks had appeared, albeit irrelevant to the main storyline. This time, however, an ace had emerged. By merely opting to collaborate with Danzo Shimura, the ensuing main quest would be effortlessly fulfilled. For if he allied with Danzo, the Night of Annihilation would be averted, irrevocably disrupting the timeline of the Naruto universe. I choose not to cooperate. After a moment of contemplation, Roy made his decision. It appeared he had miscalculated his choice of companion. As Danzo finished his statement, the members of the Root organization promptly launched an attack on Roy. A formidable wind technique manifested in Danzo's hands, unleashing a flurry of wind-infused shuriken aimed at Roy. Bang! In an instant, Roy transformed into a cloud of white mist, vanishing from sight. Shadow clone. Witnessing Roy's disappearance, Danzo's expression darkened. Not only had the opportunity for collaboration slipped away, but they had also been outmaneuvered by Roy. Lord Danzo, should we? Not for now, Danzo interjected. The Uchiha, since they cannot be of use to me, shall simply fade away. His countenance was grim. He had initially perceived Roy as an astute individual capable of discerning the current state of the village. Yet, it seemed he was merely a presumptuous fool after all. To seek collaboration with the Uchiha, these individuals likely lacked even the comprehension of what collaboration entailed. After acquiring immense power, they were even capable of turning against their own kin to assert the might of their clan. Truly, they were devoid of intellect. Lord Danzo, do you think he might report to the third Hokage? One of the Root members voiced their concern. After all, Danzo had just been rather candid about numerous matters. Report? You overestimate the Uchiha. Setting aside whether they could conceive such a notion, do you honestly believe that old Coot, the third, would take their words to heart? Danzo replied, turning and vanishing from sight. The other members of the Root organization promptly followed suit. A week later, Teacher, Are we not returning to the village? Song-e expressed his confusion amidst the warmth of the hot spring. Their original route had been toward Konoha, yet unexpectedly, Roy had diverted them to the land of hot water. There was no mention of training. He merely suggested they take some time to relax. This was already the fourth soak in the hot spring for Song-e, who felt slightly bloated. I am waiting for someone. Do not worry, it will not take long, Roy replied, gradually submerging himself into the soothing waters. It must be said, the hot springs here in the land of hot water were unparalleled. Although Konoha had its own baths, the quality of the water was incomparable. Before long, a familiar figure appeared, albeit somewhat lecherous in demeanor. He has arrived. Roy smiled at the white-haired man before him. Indeed, this individual, whenever tasked with a mission, always chose to first visit such a place. The land of hot water was not far from Konoha, and with his strength, he would not be delayed for long. Ah, a ninja from Konoha? Uchiha. Roy. Is it? At that moment, the man recognized him. Lord Jiraiya, I never expected to encounter you here, Roy said directly. It was true. The person Roy awaited was none other than Jiraiya himself. Kid, I happen to need your assistance. But please wait a moment, Jiraiya responded, pulling out a notebook to jot down some notes. At this time, Roy noticed a sizable gap in the tall wooden wall nearby. Let us go outside first, Roy suggested. Rising from the water, he led Song-e and Shang-ping out of the hot spring. Though the two were somewhat puzzled, they refrained from asking further questions, understanding only that their teacher was awaiting someone. Once outside, Roy found a small eatery, treating the trio to some food. It must be acknowledged that as a complete tourist destination, the land of hot water certainly held its own value. Even ninjas, after enduring rigorous training and missions, sought such places to unwind amidst various pressures. This was likely why this relatively small nation could remain unscathed during several great ninja wars. Half an hour later, Jiraiya arrived. Though his face bore additional bruises and scratches compared to when they had first met, without needing to think, Roy understood what had transpired. This was precisely why he had hastily retreated upon Jiraiya's arrival. After all, he had witnessed many instances in the original story where Jiraiya had playfully tricked Naruto. Lord Jiraiya, have you finished gathering material? Roy greeted him warmly. You brat. Never mind, I have something serious to discuss with you. Are you currently taking care of Minato's son? Jiraiya said, his demeanor turning unexpectedly serious. After all, he was his most cherished disciple, sacrificed for the sake of the village. The children who remained now endured such treatment. Had he not been preoccupied with pursuing Orochimaru, incidentally gathering materials, he would have returned to the village long ago. For now, it was Kakashi Hitaki who was looking after them. After all, Kakashi was also regarded as a disciple of the fourth Hokage. Roy spoke softly. Kakashi, you say? I am familiar with that rascal, though his past. Never mind. It seems I may not return to the village for a while. Could you assist me in caring for Naruto? Jiraiya articulated his intention. He had originally planned to return to the village to find Roy, but he had not anticipated encountering him here. Since Naruto calls me Big Brother, I shall naturally take care of him. Jiraiya inquired. Is there anything else you wish me to arrange? Looking up, Roy replied to Jiraiya. This fellow isn't genuinely pursuing Orochimaru. Compared to Tsunade's fiery temperament and Orochimaru's sinister nature, Jiraiya represents a more moderate existence. He does not wish to confront the village directly, nor does he desire to be entangled in the power struggles. In fact, in Jiraiya's heart, the current Konoha seems less appealing than during the times of war. At least then, they fought for their ninja way, rather than living under the shadow of treachery as they do now. Is there something else you require of me? Jiraiya, perceptive as ever, immediately discerned Roy's thoughts. I wish to know the whereabouts of Lady Tsunade. Roy disclosed his purpose directly. Tsunade? What do you seek her for? Jiraiya inquired with curiosity. The Senju and Uchiha clans, despite the absence of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, had never enjoyed a harmonious relationship. Although their conflicts were not openly hostile, they were far from amicable. Tsunade's fiery temperament was not something most could easily endure. I have a friend experiencing some health issues. I wish to consult Lady Tsunade to see if she can provide assistance. Roy explained his rationale. Health issues? You may be disappointed. While Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is indeed formidable, Jiraiya's playful demeanor shifted as he contemplated certain matters. Hemophobia? Before Jiraiya could respond, Roy articulated Tsunade's predicament. If you are aware, it would be best. Currently, Tsunade is in the land of water. If you search thoroughly around the casinos, you should be able to find her. With that, Jiraiya vanished from sight. Initially intending to linger for a meal, He had lost his appetite. Let us eat. Once we finish, we shall seek out Lady Tsunade. Upon finishing his words, Roy began to indulge in his meal within the Grand Casino of the Land of Soup. The dice rolled, revealing a total of 15, a substantial number indeed. Was it another win? I remained unconvinced and chose to wager on a smaller outcome. A stunning blonde woman with an alluring figure was loudly celebrating her fortune, while a nearby dark-haired girl wore an expression of concern as she observed her. Indeed, it was Tsunade and Shizen. The dice rolled again, this time yielding a total of 17. As the dice cup was lifted, the dealer's face lit up with glee. This individual was renowned as the goddess of gambling in the Land of Soup, wealthy yet perpetually unfortunate at games of chance. Most remarkably, she was known for her unwavering integrity, never defaulting on her debts. This trait alone secured her VIP status across all casinos in the region. Whenever Tsunade entered a casino, favorable fortunes were sure to follow, much to the delight of the dealers, whose earnings were tied to their performance. At that moment, Tsunade appeared to be in a fervor, continuing to place bets on smaller outcomes. I shall join in as well. I bet on a larger outcome. 10,000 Rio, Roy declared. Just then, a voice interrupted the two. Pardon me, esteemed guest. This is our VIP room. Should you wish to play here, you must adhere to the regulations set forth for our distinguished VIPs. The dealer's smile widened upon seeing a young man approach the table to place a bet. Tsunade's long presence in the casino had certainly attracted many admirers, and her rules were simple. Anyone wishing to play in her exclusive area must wager the same amount as she did, for she had faith in her own fortune. The dealer conveyed this stipulation to Roy. I see. No issue. Since it is a rule set by this esteemed lady, I shall comply. I bet on a smaller outcome. 100,000 Rio, Roy responded, producing a chest of money and placing it on the table. Very well, let us begin. Wait. Before the dealer could commence shaking the dice, Tsunade interjected. A ninja from Konoha? She inquired, directing her gaze towards Roy. Given his youth, it was plausible that he might not be familiar to her. His earlier address of her as esteemed lady was a title reserved for those of her stature, particularly by ninjas from Konoha. Indeed, I am Uchiha Roy, a chunin from Konoha, he replied with a smile and a nod. Uchiha? Regardless of your intentions for approaching me, do not employ any of your skills at this table. Victory and defeat must hinge solely on luck, Tsunade cautioned, her brow furrowing slightly. Though she refrained from escalating the matter, she reiterated the rules. After all, she was a powerhouse of the Hokage level, and attempting to cheat in her presence was virtually impossible. This was precisely why she never caused a ruckus in any gambling establishment. She understood that her previous misfortunes were merely the result of bad luck. Understood. I am not one of those inferior individuals, Roy acknowledged with a nod, taking a seat beside Tsunade, signaling the dealer to commence. The bets were placed. Open. 1, 2, 3, 6 points small. My apologies, esteemed guests, but small? The dealer was ready to collect the stakes when he suddenly realized that a small had been rolled. How could this be? After all, Tsunade had consistently rolled high, a remarkable 16 times in succession. I recall that our VIP guest won, but that would mean a tenfold payout, correct? If I follow her lead, do I also enjoy the same privilege? Roy inquired curiously, gazing at the dealer before him. Indeed. The dealer gritted his teeth, nodding with some reluctance. Such a rule is not exclusive to this establishment. Any moderately sized casino in the Land of Water adheres to such regulations. After all, even if Tsunade were to win tenfold, she had never truly profited. Any rare winnings were quickly lost again. Consequently, there was little cause for concern. Of course, the owners of the casino are not worried. The dealer's situation is quite different. If he were to incur losses today against Tsunade, his bonuses for the next 6 months would vanish, and he could even face dismissal for losing to her. Such occurrences have transpired in the past. 1 million. I shall continue to follow Lady Tsunade's bets. Roy retracted his 100,000 and spoke nonchalantly. Oh, it seems you have great faith in my fortune. Very well. I shall bet it all on small as well, Tsunade declared, once more placing her stake on small. At this moment, the dealer's mental pressure was immense. With Roy's 1 million and Tsunade's 440,000, a loss would mean a payout exceeding 10 million. Such an amount would certainly sting, even for the casino. The bets were locked in. The dealer dared not refuse Tsunade's wager, especially since the two had merely crossed paths moments ago. This time, he doubted they could continue their winning streak. Roll. 2, 2, 4, 8 points small. Upon reviewing the outcome, the dealer felt a sudden jolt. Nevertheless, he managed to force a smile. Your luck is truly remarkable, esteemed guests. Here is your payout. The dealer declared, presenting a pile of chips before them. These were the universal chips of the Land of Water, prohibited from being taken outside the casino. They could only be exchanged within the establishment, and upon entry, one must be searched for counterfeit chips. Of course, if one did not have chips, they could still gamble with cash. Continue to follow Lady Tsunade's bets. Roy faced the 1 million with indifference. For ninjas, earning money was quite effortless. Despite their constant lamentations of poverty, they displayed no hesitation when unleashing their weapons. Conan, the affluent woman, casually tossed explosive tags worth billions. All of this constitutes wealth. Young man, I find you exceedingly likable. Having endured a series of defeats, I was astounded to find myself victorious today. I placed all my bets, opting for the smaller stakes. Tsunade, initially wearing a serious expression, now appeared more lighthearted. The amount of money was inconsequential. What truly bothered her was being regarded as easy prey. The dealer had begun to sweat profusely. Should he lose again? It would become evident that his time here was at an end. Open. 1, 2, 4, 7 points. Small. A resounding thud echoed as the dealer collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Over 100 million. The casino's profits over the past several months amounted to little more than this. Furthermore, one must consider various expenses. He was finished. At last. He grasped why those dealers who had lost to Tsunade bore such despondent expressions. Soon after, several individuals entered the room. Apologies, we will attend to this matter immediately. Do you wish to continue playing? The casino staff hurried to handle the situation. It was no joke. They dared not offend a patron of this caliber. Setting aside Tsunade's identity, her reputation alone warranted careful treatment. If word spread that they had cheated her, their establishment would suffer a significant loss of clientele. No, I shall end my play for today. Please convert my chips into cash, and also exchange this young man's. Tsunade stated as she rose to leave the casino. As for the money, Shizun would naturally handle that. Miss Shizun, would it be convenient for me to accompany you? Roy asked, following Shizun with a warm smile. Shizun made no objections, as they were all ninjas from Konoha. Before long, having exchanged the chips for cash, Shizun placed the money into his sealing scroll. After gambling, Lady Tsunade intended to visit a hot spring tavern for a meal. Let us proceed. Shizun led Roy toward the nearby tavern. Although she was somewhat curious as to why Roy was accompanied by 3 children, she refrained from voicing her questions. In no time, the group arrived at the tavern. What is it, young man? If you wish to persuade me to return to the village, spare your breath. Tsunade remarked, taking a sip of her drink, slightly tipsy. Typically, villagers sought her out for such reasons. Even Jiraiya's attempts to convince her had proven futile, let alone those of others. Lord Orochimaru has betrayed the village, Roy whispered. I am aware, Tsunade replied, her tone seemingly indifferent, yet the subtle movement of her fingers indicated her concern regarding Orochimaru's defection. Currently, Orochimaru is plotting to overthrow Konoha and assassinate the 3rd Hokage, Lord Hiruzen Sarutobi, Roy continued. Indeed, such a scheme is within his capabilities. Are you suggesting that I return to protect the 3rd? Tsunade lifted her gaze, a hint of amusement in her eyes as she regarded Roy. There are certain matters that remain unknown to them, particularly concerning the legendary 3 Sannin, who hold a prestigious reputation within the ninja realm. Their mentor, the 3rd Hokage, earned the illustrious title of the Sannin during his battle against the demigod, the Salamander. However, the relationship between these 3 and Sarutobi Hiruzen is rather tenuous. As Sarutobi became ensnared in the web of power, the trio began to distance themselves. Initially, Jiraiya and Tsunade attempted to persuade him extensively, while Orochimaru swiftly aligned himself with Danzo, delving into clandestine research. When persuasion proved futile, Tsunade left in a fit of anger, and Jiraiya followed suit under the pretense of training and searching for her. No, I hope that if Lord Orochimaru truly succeeds, you will return to the village as Hokage. The Uchiha clan will fully support you, Roy stated directly. Upon hearing Roy's words, Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. The Uchiha clan had long harbored grievances over their failure to produce a Hokage. If Orochimaru were indeed to undertake such actions, why shouldn't the Uchiha seize the opportunity to claim the position of Hokage? Do you wish for me to return merely as a puppet? After a moment's contemplation, Tsunade's expression darkened. Though she had not fought in a long while, it did not imply that she was incapable of doing so. No, that is not my intention. The Uchiha aspired to become Hokage of Konohagakure, but not by usurping it from the 3rd. I believe you are well aware of the implications involved. Lady Tsunade, Roy countered, articulating the Uchiha's concerns. Upon hearing this, Tsunade began to comprehend Roy's rationale. Firstly, Tsunade's lineage as the disciple of the third Hokage, granddaughter of the first, and niece of the second, provided her with an impeccable pedigree. Should Sarutobi be killed by Orochimaru, her ascension to the position of fifth Hokage would be the most logical outcome. Secondly, the Uchiha's circumstances were exceedingly unique, having faced persecution from the village's higher-ups on numerous occasions. During the Third Ninja World War, they were even assigned to confront the Mist Village's ninjas, despite their prowess in fire release techniques. This recollection led Tsunade to reflect on the demise of the Senju clan. There was no massacre nor targeted persecution. Rather, when deploying ninjas to the front lines, the formidable and perceptive Senju were prioritized. As a result, the Senju warriors perished, leaving only her still active. The once mighty Senju clan had dwindled to nothingness, while those of lesser talent merged with other village clans and even ordinary citizens, losing the Senju name. Why should I acquiesce to your demands? Provide me with a reason. Tsunade was evidently swayed. To assert that she held no affection for the village would be untrue, as she had been nurtured under the care of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second, Tobirama Senju, since childhood. The first Hokage had depicted on multiple occasions the significance of this village to the entire ninja world. Although the second Hokage would occasionally inform her that the Uchiha clan was comprised of malevolent individuals, she still recalled her grandfather's words. He had stated that without the Uchiha, the establishment of Konoha would have been impossible. As for the calamities and destruction brought forth by Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama believed it was a transgression of the Senju clan against the Uchiha. After all, one would not wish to witness Konoha descend into chaos. Furthermore, it was only you who could instill fear in all the high-ranking officials, Roy asserted without hesitation. It would be absurd. Should the Uchiha rise to claim the position of Hokage at this juncture, even a fool would recognize the connection between Orochimaru and the Uchiha. Even in the absence of such ties, it would be alleged that the Uchiha had not exerted their full strength against Orochimaru's invasion. Ultimately, this would yield an abundance of negative repercussions. The crux of the matter was that the resources and power wielded by the current high-ranking officials in Konoha were excessively formidable. Should the Uchiha ascend, an immediate purge of Konoha would undoubtedly ensue. These individuals would never permit the erosion of their authority. Thus, if the Uchiha were to rise at this moment, they would inevitably confront the opposition of these high-ranking families and their allied clans. At that point, Konoha would be thrown into utter disarray. I understand. However, I shall not acquiesce to your request. Should I deem it necessary, I will return. Tsunade responded after a brief contemplation. As for why the Uchiha would choose not to assist Sarutobi Hiruzen, she felt no need to inquire. Any reasonably minded individual would refrain from aiding Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had once suppressed the Uchiha to the brink of defection. This matter pertains to the village, and I have related to Lady Tsunade. Now, regarding my personal issue, I have a friend whose body has been weakened due to excessive use of medicinal herbs in his youth, resulting in fragile meridians. How should such a condition be addressed? Roy deftly shifted the topic. Previously, he had mentioned the need to assist Itachi in finding someone, and Tsunade was the first person who came to mind. Although Orochimaru could likely handle such matters, he had little faith in that individual's methods. A moment of inattention could leave behind a plethora of chaotic substances within the body. Damaged meridians? That is beyond my capacity to rectify. But if you could venture to the wet-bone forest, Tsunade began, lifting her gaze to Roy before her. The wet-bone forest is not a place suitable for just anyone. It is perilous unless one gains the acknowledgement of the Sage of Slugs. Otherwise, why do you think it is called the wet-bone forest? Upon hearing this, Roy began to grasp the situation. In such a case where the foundation is compromised, even Tsunade would find herself powerless. The wet-bone forest, the domain of the Sage of Slugs. It is said that any ninja who fails the sage's trials ultimately transforms into mere bones. Due to the slug's nature, these grounds are dark and damp, hence the name Wetbone Forest. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Might I inquire if you could reveal the entrance to the Wetbone Forest? After a moment's reflection, Roy chose to ask about its location. If Roy were to return and inform Itachi that he would no longer be able to utilize ninjutsu at high intensity, it would undoubtedly be a severe blow to him. Given Itachi's formidable prowess, losing such a powerful combatant would be a significant loss for the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, there are matters that necessitate the use of Itachi's eyes to accomplish. If he continues to languish in this ailing state, he will be incapable of undertaking those tasks. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Tsunade inquired, a hint of perplexity evident in her voice. She could sense that Roy understood the true nature of the wet-bone forest. Yet, despite this understanding, he still chose to venture forth. Indeed, I have compelling reasons to go. Roy smiled, affirming his stance. With a sudden motion, Tsunade produced a scroll from which white mist billowed forth. Lady Tsunade, a slug the size of a palm materialized in her hand. This is a summoning scroll I had sealed earlier. This slug will guide you to the entrance of the wet-bone forest. Uchiha boy, I find myself intrigued by you. Should you manage to return alive from the wet-bone forest, I will seriously consider the matters you just mentioned. With that, Tsunade resumed her drinking. Thank you. Roy chose not to linger any longer. The three youngsters had already begun feasting during their conversation. Now, they were thoroughly satiated. After settling the bill, Roy led the trio out of the establishment. Shizune, what are your thoughts on this individual? Once she could no longer perceive Roy's presence, Tsunade posed the question. Unclear. Neither his intentions nor his character are discernible. Shizune replied, a look of helplessness on her face. Despite having encountered a myriad of individuals alongside Tsunade, and once being an exceptional medical ninja herself, Roy left her feeling utterly inscrutable. In fact, Shizune suspected that he was not merely a youthful ninja. Indeed, some intriguing characters have emerged in the village, not merely those brainwashed ninjas. Perhaps there is still hope for the village, Tsunade remarked, taking another sip of sake. The rosy hue adorning her cheeks rendered her even more enchanting. Her eyes, hazy and contemplative, seemed to be both pondering and ensnaring. Are we to return now? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Tsunade's ear. Have you not made your decision as well? The son of Minato is in the village, and you certainly cannot turn a blind eye to it. Upon hearing this voice, Tsunade did not even lift her head, for she knew it was him. I will not return for the time being. I will not permit Orochimaru to pursue his plans, even if he is in the wrong. It should not fall upon us to take action, Jiraiya stated with an expression of calmness, as if he were discussing an entirely different matter. Let him perish amidst his own ambitions, after a lifetime of upholding the proud demeanor of a shinobi, only to meet a lonely end, laden with countless accusations. In contrast to Jiraiya, Tsunade possessed a deeper understanding of Orochimaru. Jiraiya was, after all, a passionate and optimistic fool. Despite having endured so much, his character remained unchanged. Orochimaru's true intent was not to assassinate Hiruzen Sarutobi, but rather to orchestrate his demise in the guise of Hokage. Jiraiya yearned to refute this. Yet in the face of Tsunade's inquiry, he found no grounds for contradiction. Come back with me now. Perhaps we can alter the current state of Konoha through other means. As long as you return, with my assistance, we can achieve this. Jiraiya was reluctant to concede. If only Tsunade would accompany him to find Hiruzen Sarutobi and help her ascend as the fifth Hokage, then Orochimaru's forthcoming actions would be rendered unnecessary. This was indeed the swiftest and most effective solution to their present dilemma. As expected, you remain the idealistic fool you always were. If you wish to drink, then stay. If not, then leave. Tsunade was uninterested in continuing the conversation with Jiraiya. Her earlier dialogue with Roy had been succinct and conveyed everything needed in just a few words. Roy, too, was brief and to the point. Why was there such a disparity among the ninjas of Konoha? If Hiruzen Sarutobi were the kind of person who could easily relinquish his power, then the existence of two leaders in a single village would never have come to pass. Even during the Ninetales incident, Minato would not have met his demise in such a manner. Moments later, a figure was hurled out of the tavern, sporting several bruises upon his face. Sighing, Jiraiya chose not to re-enter the tavern to persuade Tsunade further, instead turning to leave. He had other matters to attend to, including a conversation with Hiruzen Sarutobi. If he could successfully persuade him, he would return to seek out Tsunade once more. Meanwhile, Roy had already set off with the three children, hastening towards the direction of Konoha. Let us pause for a moment to rest. We shall continue our journey early tomorrow. We will enter the village by noon, and I will help you obtain your identification. Upon reaching a small stream, Roy came to a halt. All right, class. Kanzuya, Kamihira, come over here for training. Xiaoling now assumed the role of a little teacher. At present, Xiaoling has already acquired a rudimentary mastery of the spiral sphere. As for her chakra control while climbing trees, she has effortlessly achieved proficiency, enabling her to navigate through dense forests with ease. Consequently, Roy entrusted her with the responsibility of mentoring one or two individuals. Meanwhile, he set about preparing dinner for the trio. Shisui, summon Itachi here. I have matters to discuss with him, Roy stated as he invoked a crow for communication. Understood, came the response, as Itachi happened to be nearby. Roy, is there something you need? The voices of Shisui and Itachi soon echoed back. I have discovered the method to heal your body. Tomorrow at noon, meet me at the village gate. Choose any mission that takes you out of the village, and then seek out that healing method. Roy promptly relayed the specifics to Itachi. Just then, a panicked cry for help from Xiaoling pierced the air. Upon dispelling the summoning technique, Roy rushed towards the location of the trio. He found a large pit in the ground, evidently created by Xiaoling's recent use of the spiral sphere. Meanwhile, Song Yi and Shang Ping were captured by two enigmatic ninjas. The remnants of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline are indeed remarkable. I never anticipated encountering such a treasure here. Perfect. I shall take it all. One of the men, who appeared somewhat frail, grinned lewdly. Is this the renowned Uchiha? Roy ranked 6th on the bounty list? He seems rather youthful, doesn't he? However, that is of no concern to us. Let us eliminate him first, and then discuss other matters. That little girl, she is mine, said another tall, slender ninja, licking his lips with a gluttonous expression. One cannot deny the presence of perversion within the ninja world, as evidenced by the two encountered in this instance. Simultaneously, Roy sensed several boxes behind the two men, likely containing more captives. Bounties from the black market, perhaps? This is troublesome, Roy mused, for he was not one to relish complications. Having encountered assassins twice in one outing, he needed to devise a strategy to handle these issues. Otherwise, future excursions outside the village would likely result in similar encounters. Is this the extent of their strength? Roy remarked, just as both of their arms were severed simultaneously. Song Yi and Shang Ping had been rescued by Roy. In an instant, utilizing the powers of the Thunder Fruit, he had whisked them away. These two individuals possess an extraordinary level of resilience. It is likely due to my status as a CHnin that they dared to take action against me. Observing Kureichi's feelings of guilt, Roy promptly offered words of comfort. They are merely children, barely over 5 years old. Facing such circumstances, it is understandable that they would struggle to cope. Xiaoling, let us continue our training. I must grow stronger, Yuhei declared with utmost seriousness. Previously, both he and Kureichi had voiced their complaints to some extent. But having just witnessed Xiaoling successfully defend against an attack with her spiral sphere, they were reminded of the importance of their training. If Xiaoling had not mastered the technique, all three might have been captured, leaving Roy uncertain of their fate. At that time, he had been preoccupied with communication. It was essential to cultivate a degree of self-defense. So must I, Kureichi added. The three young ones resumed their training, while Roy remained nearby, employing a shadow clone to safeguard them. With his clone present, it was unlikely that any ninja could pose a threat to the trio. Meanwhile, Roy approached the wooden crates. Living beings? Upon sensing the presence within the boxes, Roy drew his blade, severing the chains that bound them. To his astonishment, the boxes contained children. Do not worry, those two individuals have been eliminated. Do you remember which village you belong to? If so, I can escort you back, Roy said, striving to suppress his discomfort and offering a gentle smile. I am from Weijing Village, and my mother's name is. I am also from Weijing Village. I hail from the land of grass. The children eagerly revealed their villages and names upon hearing Roy's words, except for one small figure who huddled in the corner, tightly clutching his legs, trembling slightly. White. At that moment, Roy recognized this individual. He was the one who followed Zabuza Momochi, possessing the unique bloodline limit known as the Ice Shield. How could this be? Huh. You. White lifted his head, his tearful expression evoking a sense of sympathy. Who would have thought that such a delicate child was, in fact, a boy? The thought of the two vile individuals' disturbing preferences filled Roy with revulsion. I recall that you no longer have any family, do you? What do you say? Would you like to come with me? Roy extended his hand, his smile radiating warmth akin to the sun, gradually soothing White's wounded heart. But White's gaze faltered. Over the years, he had faced numerous troubles due to his appearance. Most significantly, his bloodline limit had attracted the envy of many. His family had vanished because of it. I am a ninja from Konoha, of the Uchiha clan. Should you wish to accompany me, I will protect you, Roy asserted earnestly. The teacher is a truly benevolent individual. Initially, we were captured by unscrupulous people who intended to sell us into the black market. It was the teacher who rescued us and imparted to us the art of endurance. At that moment, Xiaoling approached with a playful smile and remarked, indeed, without the teacher, the three of us might have ended up locked in a box, destined for sale. Zhang Yi chimed in, let us journey to Konoha together. We shall grow stronger and assist others who have endured similar misfortunes. Yangping scratched his head and, in a naive tone, added, I want to be stronger too. Bai, initially hesitant, felt her reservations dissipate upon witnessing the unwavering trust these younger children had in Roy. Should I also address you as teacher? Bai inquired, gazing curiously at Roy. Certainly, he replied. Now, let us find something to eat. There are plenty of fish in the stream. My shadow clone should have finished preparing them by now. Roy led the group of little ones toward the stream. By then, the shadow clone had already grilled a considerable amount of fish. The children, having been famished and relieved of the fear of being sold, indulged heartily. After their meal, Roy fashioned a large bed from branches and soft grass. Lying against the plush bedding, the satiated children quickly drifted into slumber. Observing this scene, a tender part of Roy's heart was stirred. This world is rife with such occurrences. What Roy encountered was merely a fragment of the larger picture. It is not out of a sense of savior complex, but rather as a fellow human. One cannot help but feel indignant about such injustices. It seems imperative to expedite measures against the black market, Roy mused, leaning back against a sturdy tree to rest. The following noon, Roy and the group of children entered Konoha. The guarding ninjas were taken aback. Had they not known that the individual before them belonged to the Uchiha clan, they might have assumed he was a trafficker. Consequently, they relayed this information to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi felt a heightened sense of vigilance. Any unusual movement from the Uchiha clan sparked his wariness, as he suspected it could be aimed at him. Such behavior was undeniably peculiar. He recalled that the Uchiha rarely took children with them. Previously, when Uchiha Fugako had requested 3 identities from the villages, it had struck him as odd. Now, Roy returned with an entire group of children, which raised further questions. Have you discerned the reason behind this? Sarutobi inquired directly, unable to fathom the rationale. Uchiha Roy must have had a significant explanation for bringing back so many children. As of now, the specifics remained unknown, but he should be heading to the registration office. The Umbu members were equally puzzled, as any news regarding Uchiha Roy was expected to be reported immediately. After Sarutobi Hizashi concluded his remarks, he once again approached the window, his countenance etched with seriousness. The Uchiha clan had transformed completely from its former self. The covert tactics employed in the shadows had become ineffective, while the overt strategies could be effortlessly countered by the Uchiha's formidable prowess. Though he was reluctant to witness the gradual strengthening of the Uchiha clan, he had no choice but to accept it. Meanwhile, Roy returned to the village and promptly took the 4 children to the registration office to document their identities. For children? The ninja at the registration desk gazed at the quartet with a touch of astonishment, but proceeded to record their details nonetheless. Kamiyama Kanzuya, 5 years old, Kamiyama Rei, 5 years old, Kamiyama Nobuhira, 5 years old, and Shiro, 8 years old. Before long, the identity information of the 4 was duly registered. Lord Roy. Are these 4 to be recognized as Uchiha's wards, or? The ninja at the registration office inquired with curiosity. 3 of the children bore their own surnames, while the last, the strikingly handsome youth, possessed only a given name. This indicated that they were not being adopted into the Uchiha clan, but were merely taken in by Roy. They are all my disciples. As for the rest, Roy did not elaborate further, casting a meaningful glance at the ninja before him. Very well, the registration of these 4 is complete. They are now considered part of the village. However, I must address a few matters. Lord Roy, you are responsible for their integration into Konoha, and you shall bear responsibility for their actions henceforth. I hope that they will swiftly grow into formidable protectors of the village. After this exchange, Roy led the 4 toward the Uchiha compound. As for the prying eyes that trailed them, Roy had long since grown accustomed to their presence. He even suspected that Jiraiya had learned nothing from Sarutobi Hizashi except for this talent for voyeurism. Upon entering the compound, the Umbu agents ceased their pursuit. Teacher, our identities are independent, yet they are tied to you. Therefore, we hope that Lord Roy will provide us with proper guidance, one of the ninjas remarked, handing Roy the identification documents for the 4. Although he was affiliated with Sarutobi Hizashi, he was not keen on antagonizing the Uchiha at this juncture. After all, the Uchiha of today were not to be trifled with. Troublesome indeed. Roy accepted the identification documents and departed with the 4 children. Teacher, why do I sense that ninja harbored considerable hostility towards you? Kanzuya queried, a hint of confusion in his voice. The village has long held animosity towards its Uchiha, and it is not something to be taken lightly. The remnants of past grievances are intricately linked to our own history, Roy replied candidly. not shying away from discussing the Uchiha's tumultuous past. The Uchiha clan, once one of the most powerful families during the Warring States period, was renowned for its bloodline limit, the Sharingan, deemed the demon's eye of the ninja world. At that moment, a gentle voice broke through the air. "Brother Shizuka." Upon the arrival of the visitor, a smile graced Roy's lips. At this moment, his composure was commendable, and the matters concerning his family were no longer shrouded in secrecy. "Come over here," Roy beckoned, and the four promptly approached him. This is an elite shinobi of the Uchiha clan, renowned for his formidable strength and celebrated in the ninja world as Shisui the Teleporter. As you can see, he is a gentle elder brother, with a pleasant manner of speaking. But wait. Teacher, are you planning to abandon us? At this juncture, Kawaii sensed something amiss. Was Roy-sensei preparing to entrust them to this man before them? "What is going on in that little head of yours?" Roy remarked. As he explained, "I am a Leaf Village ninja, and I often have missions to undertake. Thus, I need someone to look after you in my absence." Kawaii, who was crouched on the ground nursing a bump on his head, listened intently. "Hello, Teacher Shisui," Xiaoling greeted cheerfully. "Teacher too. Seems quite amiable." Observing Shisui's endearing demeanor, Kawaii thought him somewhat simple-minded. After clarifying matters, Roy led the four back to his residence. "This will be your home from now on. Each month, everyone will receive a living allowance of 100,000 yen for expenses and supplies. Should you require additional funds, you must complete the tasks I assign, each with corresponding rewards." As Roy spoke, he retrieved a list. Complete 10 laps around the village, 200,000 yen. Complete 100 push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and frog jumps daily for a month, 300,000 yen complete. As they perused the list, Kawaii and Kamihira's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though somewhat naive and lacking in understanding, they believed themselves to be in good physical condition. It seemed their new life was worth anticipating. "Teacher, is the 10-lap run required every time?" I inquired. Having been abandoned by his biological parents and wandering alone in the ninja world, I understood the significance of money. Moreover, while not essential for strength, it held considerable importance. "Yes, but for the second round, you must add 1 lap. Completing the task counts. Likewise, you can continue receiving tasks in subsequent months. But if you falter at any point, the count resets. You will take charge of the statistics. I will also grant you an additional monthly salary of 50,000 yen for this role, which you can earn by defeating Bai." Upon concluding, Roy immediately dispensed 350,000 yen among the four. Roy and I. Just as Roy was imparting a few essential notes to the group, a voice resonated from outside. "Sasuke, come over. I would like to introduce you to a few friends who will be residing in my home from now on." Song Yi, Xiaoling, and Shang Ping, alongside Bai, were introduced to Sasuke by Roy. Song Yi and Shang Ping exhibited immense enthusiasm, while Xiaoling and Bai merely offered a brief greeting. Upon learning that Uchiha Sasuke was the son of the Uchiha clan leader, the trio was momentarily taken aback. Conventionally, one would expect such a person to possess a hint of a playboy demeanor. Yet, the Sasuke before them exuded an inexplicable aura of innocence, coupled with a sense of familiarity. "I'm going to find Naruto to play. Would you like to join?" Sasuke had initially approached to greet Roy upon his return, only to unexpectedly encounter a group of peers. "Go on. Naruto will surely be delighted to meet new friends like you," Roy softly encouraged. Song Yi, Bai, and Shang Ping exchanged glances, clearly aware that Roy had already shared information about Naruto with them. The son of Kushina had lived in the shadows since birth, burdened with the identity of the Nine-Tails child. "I will still be here in the evening, waiting for you all to return for dinner. Sasuke, I leave them in your care," Roy stated before turning and entering the house. The four were then led away by Sasuke, although Bai felt somewhat uncomfortable with this new mode of interaction. A hint of apprehension lingered. The thought of being in Konoha gradually eased his tension. As the 5 little ones departed, Roy made his way to Uchiha Fugaku's residence. "Clan leader," he announced upon arriving at Fugaku's study. "Are you heading out again?" Fugaku inquired, observing the slightly disheveled appearance of Roy, a smile gracing his face. For Fugaku, this period had been the most carefree since he assumed leadership of the clan. Both the pressure from Konoha's higher-ups had diminished, and internal discord within the clan had practically vanished. With the relocation of the clan's territory, Uchiha's reputation soared. Consequently, discontent within the clan had dissipated. This transformation could largely be attributed to Roy, which had resulted in Fugaku's favorable disposition towards him. "Indeed, I remain concerned about Itachi. I have contacted him and will visit every morning," Roy replied calmly. I wish to report some matters to the clan leader. Orochimaru has decided to attack Konoha, and he has prepared several allies. Other villages are unlikely to remain passive. The Uchiha must be prepared in advance. Such matters, Roy noted, were not something Orochimaru would easily abandon. Given the discord between the Uchiha clan and the village's higher-ups, Orochimaru might even count the Uchiha among his allies when assessing combat strength. What do you think we should do? Fugaku asked, visibly surprised by the information. However, upon witnessing Roy's composed demeanor, he directly inquired further. Naturally, we must defend Konoha, Roy asserted unequivocally. The Uchiha and Konoha would undoubtedly remain intertwined. Our internal matters can be resolved internally. External interference is unwelcome. At that moment, Roy gradually divulged his entire plan. After listening to Roy's words, Uchiha Fugaku's astonishment became increasingly apparent. He even wondered if such thoughts could truly originate from a human mind. Very well, Roy. I am curious to know how you arrived at these conclusions. Many things are beyond the perception of an ordinary person. Uchiha Fugaku felt a twinge of embarrassment. There is nothing particularly noble behind it. I merely wish to survive, Roy replied with a hint of resignation. Although Roy's current strength would allow him to thrive in the ninja world without the system, he pondered why he should remain adrift when there lay an opportunity to grow stronger and seize control of his fate. Survive, you say? By the way, the situation in the village has been rather peculiar of late. The higher-ups seem to have suddenly fallen silent. Even those ninjas who regularly sought trouble have calmed down. Uchiha Fugaku expressed his confusion. From what I know of these individuals, such tranquility is quite uncharacteristic. During this time, he had found his workload significantly reduced. Oh, I encountered Danzo on the way. He invited me to join his scheme and promised me the position of the next Hokage, but I declined. Roy recalled Danzo's proposition. His plan? What does this man intend to do to the village? Uchiha Fugaku had never held much regard for Danzo, who had always been a source of trouble from the shadows. Most of the difficulties faced by the Uchiha clan stemmed from him. As he merely sought to supplant the third Hokage, Roy couldn't help but chuckle. Understanding the reason behind the choice of Sarutobi Hiruzen as the third Hokage instead of the more capable and virtuous Danzo, he reflected on how the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had asked who would remain behind to cover their retreat, to which Sarutobi Hiruzen had been the first to respond. Roy, however, had hesitated briefly and thus lost the opportunity for the position he so coveted. This was also the reason for Danzo's enduring resentment. To replace the third, Sarutobi Hiruzen finds it rather amusing. He believes he can outmaneuver everyone with his intricate schemes, balancing internal power and external compromises to ensure the village's stability. Yet, ironically, his former comrades plot against him, and even his own apprentice seeks to betray him. Upon reflection, it is quite tragic. We need not involve ourselves in these matters. However, if one seeks a semblance of amusement, we could relay this information to the third Hokage and observe his preparations. Roy spoke slowly. Upon hearing his words, Uchiha Fugaku's face reflected a contemplative expression, though he was eager to witness Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction upon receiving such news. However, given his status, even if he conveyed such news, it would yield no result. It might even be perceived as sowing discord. No, such matters are not suitable for me to undertake. By the way, Roy, Uchiha Fugaku murmured. By the time they left, evening had descended. Glancing at the sky, he wondered how those little ones were faring. After purchasing some groceries from a restaurant, he returned home to await their arrival. When the four returned that night, their spirits remained exuberant. Indeed, children should play with children. As the four settled into slumber, Roy changed his attire and vanished into the night. Soon, he found himself outside the village. Captain Natsum, is it your turn to change shifts? While navigating through the dense forest, Roy encountered Uchiha Natsum. Roy, are you preparing to embark on a mission? Natsum cautioned, be vigilant. A multitude of mysterious ninjas have appeared outside the village. Their intentions remain unknown but are likely connected to the village. Understood. I will proceed with my mission. Do take care, Roy responded before instantly vanishing from sight. The emergence of numerous ninjas outside the village, could it be Orochimaru's machinations? Or perhaps the schemes of Danzo? Or could it be a test from other villages? Indeed, it is imperative to grow stronger swiftly. Otherwise, when faced with danger, lacking sufficient strength would be disastrous. As the first light of dawn began to rise, Roy had already reached the borders of the Land of Fire. Have you been waiting long? He softly inquired of Uchiha Itachi before him. No, I just arrived as well. I encountered several villages along the way that were attacked by wandering ninjas and dealt with them, Itachi replied. Brother Roy, there seems to be some unrest in the ninja world lately. It appears something significant is on the horizon, he said with a grave expression. The Third Great Ninja War had ended only a few years ago, yet tensions between the villages had not eased in the slightest. Instead, for various reasons, relations had deteriorated further. The most significant conflict revolved around resource issues. Sunagakure faced resource shortages, while Kumogakure coveted the bountiful lands of the Land of Fire. Having proposed exchanges on more than one occasion, the Land of Water was inhabited by a group of lunatics, coupled with Konoha's own issues. It was no time to remain blindly optimistic. You worry too much, as always. The foremost concern should be your own health, rather than other matters. Let us go take a look, Roy said, his face betraying a hint of curiosity. Just then, a notification chimed in Roy's ear. Ding. Random quest initiated. Please complete the task of receiving recognition from the Sage of Slugs. Upon completion, a mysterious teleportation array will be rewarded. At that moment, a familiar electronic blend of sounds resonated. A task? Originally, Roy merely intended to observe what the wet-bone forest had to offer. Yet unexpectedly, a task was activated. A mysterious sage land? It is known that the three great sage lands within the world of Naruto are Wet-Bone Forest, the Snail Sage, Mayaboku Mountain, the Toad Sage, and Richi Cave, the White Snake Sage. Thus, the system's reward of a mysterious sage land undoubtedly cannot be one of these three. What is it, Brother Roy? Noticing Roy's momentary distraction, Itachi inquired with curiosity. It's nothing, let us go. What about the snail? Roy chuckled lightly, posing the question. Here. Itachi raised his hand, and a snail crawled out from his sleeve. Lord Roy. The snail greeted politely. Hello there. Let us go. Take us to Wet-Bone Forest. Roy nodded, directly stating their purpose. Simultaneously, he was quite curious. Although this snail was small, it was still a manifestation of the snail sage. Why was there such a significant disparity in strength and consciousness among each manifestation? To the north. The snail glanced towards the north and softly spoke. Roy and Itachi exchanged a glance and decided to set off. Soon, under the blazing sun, the two entered the Land of the Moon. Strangely, Wet-Bone Forest was not located within the borders of the Land of Fire. Roy wore a curious expression. His knowledge of sage lands was limited. He had inadvertently been transported to Mayaboku Mountain through reverse summoning, and Tsunade's experiences were not documented. As for Uncle Snake, he had been rejected by Richi Cave. The only traceable location was Richi Cave. The entrance was merely a cave. Wet-Bone Forest, by its name, seemed to imply a dense forest, did it not? As they delved deeper into the Land of the Moon, several ninjas noticed the two. Among them were even former ninjas who had departed from Konoha. However, these ninjas, who wished to remain uninvolved in the conflicts of the ninja world, naturally did not meddle. Furthermore, as the two showed no signs of stopping and appeared to be merely on a journey, the crowd paid them no heed. Do you recognize anyone? Observing the heavy expression on Uchiha Itachi's face, Roy asked with a smile. Not exactly acquaintances, just individuals I encountered on the battlefield. At that time, he nearly lost his life. After surviving, he chose to leave the village. Itachi felt a tinge of nostalgia. Perhaps, such a life was indeed what they desired. Although it might seem akin to evasion, who could blame them? If born in an era of peace, who would willingly leave their homeland? Of course, Itachi would not entertain such thoughts. From a young age, he had resolved to bear the hopes of his family and protect his territory, coupled with his sense of responsibility. He found himself unable to make such a choice. Everyone has their own way of life. What we must do is strive to live according to our own wishes. After Roy's brief response, he continued to push forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, a flurry of shurikens suddenly shot forth. Both swiftly evaded. Are they ninjas from the Land of the Moon? I presume you have no legitimate reason to strike at us. Roy immediately activated his Sharingan, and with the sensing abilities of Asuma, they swiftly pinpointed the presence of their adversaries. These ninjas appeared to have mastered a peculiar technique that allowed them to completely conceal their chakra. Had it not been for the sound of shurikens slicing through the air, neither party would have detected the other's existence. Depart from the Land of the Moon, or you will continue to face assaults. A deep voice resonated. Almost instantaneously, a group of masked ninjas emerged within the line of sight of the two. We are ninjas from Konoha, and we have no intention of lingering in the Land of the Moon. We kindly request that you do not make things difficult for us. Itachi Uchiha said with a hint of resignation. It was evident that these individuals harbored a strong aversion to outsiders. Yet he recalled that during their previous passage through the Land of the Moon, the atmosphere had been quite different. Had some event transpired in the interim? We reiterate our warning. Leave the Land of the Moon, and we will refrain from further aggression. Soon, you will no longer identify yourselves as ninjas from Konoha. The opposing party retorted, their disdain unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Itachi felt a sense of helplessness. For he understood that the companion at his side was not one to be easily placated. His demeanor within the village had made that abundantly clear, let alone outside its confines. With a sigh, Itachi stepped aside. It was not out of fear of these ninjas, nor was it due to nostalgia that he hesitated to act. Rather, he had sensed the fighting spirit radiating from Roy as soon as the confrontation began. This was why Itachi had promptly sought to intervene, not out of trepidation, but in an effort to assist them. However, it was glaringly obvious that their adversaries were ungrateful for such intentions. Truth be told, I have long yearned to test the true extent of my current strength. In the village, I have been unable to unleash my full potential. Now that you have initiated hostilities, prepare to face the wrath of the Uchiha, Roy declared. A swirl of orange flames erupting around him. The air began to distort, a testament to the extreme heat emanating from him. Fire release, is it? Young one. When we faced the Uchiha on the battlefield, you were still in your infancy. Today, you shall learn why we left the village, and why no one dares pursue us. The leading ninja proclaimed, swiftly forming hand seals. Observing the intricate sequence of seals, Roy recognized that his opponent was preparing a highly advanced technique. However, the time taken for the hand seals was excessively prolonged. Had Roy not wished to gauge the power of his adversary's ninjutsu, this individual would already be a lifeless corpse. Water release, heavenly domain flowing river. After countless seals had been formed, the opponent finally unleashed their jutsu. The terrifying fluctuations of chakra indicated that this was an S-rank ninjutsu. Water could indeed extinguish fire, but only if the flames lacked sufficient strength. Fire release, great flame explosion. Roy raised his hand, feeling the immense chakra surging within him. In the next moment, terrifying flames erupted forth, rapidly spreading upon contact with the opponent's water release. A colossal blaze shot skyward, swiftly advancing toward the epicenter of the water release. Boom. The deafening sound of the explosion reverberated through the air. The ninja who had been standing beside the man quickly retreated in haste. The man himself felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from Roy. Could this truly be classified as an instant S-rank fire technique? Roy, my brother, how many secrets do you harbor? Uchiha Itachi was equally astonished. Although he too could nearly instantaneously unleash certain jutsu, they were invariably of B rank or lower. S-rank techniques, even he could not deploy so effortlessly. Engaging in a battle of jutsu could lead to death. Let me witness what fortitude you, the so-called war orphan, possess to expel our Konoha ninja. As Roy's words fell, he tightened his grip and charged forward. Upon seeing Roy's advance, the ninja before him no longer dared to act so arrogantly. He quickly drew his kunai, wearing a wary expression as he regarded Roy. Oh, so now you remember to be cautious? Isn't that a bit late? At this moment, Roy had already appeared behind his opponent. To be frank, Roy felt quite disappointed with this ninja's performance. Initially, he had assumed the opponent's strength was commendable. Yet in battle, the fellow's display left much to be desired. How could this be? Sensing Roy's presence behind him, the man felt a surge of fear. How could a seemingly youthful ninja possess such terrifying power? Are you still in a daze? To be honest, I am genuinely curious how you managed to survive the Ninja World War. With your current performance, had you encountered an enemy like me, you would already be dead. Roy's expression was one of disdain. It wasn't he that Roy sought to show off. Rather, this fellow had initially presented himself with an air of superiority, leading Roy to have certain expectations. Who could have known that this individual's capabilities would be so lacking? Damn it, you actually. Bang. Before the man could finish his sentence, Roy delivered a kick that sent him flying. Whatever he had intended to say held no significance to Roy, merely words of defiance. Next, you may choose to confront me together or concede outright. I could even allow you to call for assistance. However, until you certainly, if one is merely a coward, seeking to bully the weak while fearing the strong, then one should not lament the absence of compassion. I shall stand my ground. Even if I meet my demise here today, I will not allow you to continue to insult us. Remember, standing before you today is Kaze, the esteemed jonin of the Hidden Mist Village. With that, Kaze launched himself at Roy once more. The next moment, amidst a splash of crimson, the man collapsed into a pool of blood. Kaze, the few individuals behind him felt a tinge of sorrow for the fallen. Yet in the face of Roy's formidable power, none dared to advance. Previously, Roy had stated that everyone has their own choices. However, this does not imply that one's choices warrant respect or acknowledgement from others. These individuals abandoned their village, friends, and family. They chose to cling to life here, all the while waving the banner of a desire to avoid war. Such actions are, to Roy, utterly unacceptable. Russell. At that moment, the forest echoed with faint sounds. Soon, dozens arrived at the scene. Upon seeing their attire, the previously silent Uchiha Itachi suddenly stood up. The stench of blood is rather overwhelming, Itachi remarked, narrowing his eyes with a hint of implication. Oh? Upon hearing Itachi's words, Roy began to piece together the situation. The stray ninjas Itachi had casually dealt with earlier on the road were likely the ninjas from the land of the moon. Itachi, a scarred man, furrowed his brow upon seeing Uchiha Itachi. Observing the scene before him, he had already drawn a conclusion. However, it was to be expected, given Itachi's prowess. Their ninjas were no match for him. As for the unfamiliar Uchiha Roy, he was simply overlooked. Why engage in such actions? Itachi inquired, perplexed. If they had chosen to evade war by coming here, why then plunder the villages of innocent people? It would be far better for them to remain in their own village. Even the most mundane tasks would be preferable to this. With the protection of a village, survival would at least not pose an issue. Huh. Ha 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 ha. How could you ask such a question? Roy could no longer contain himself. It must be said that Itachi was rather naive. Such inquiries could easily be deduced. To put it bluntly, these individuals were merely using the pretense of avoiding war to escape the responsibilities of their village. They arrived in this place and established a nation. Initially, the vision was indeed idyllic. With their abilities, as long as their village did not intervene, living simply should pose no problem. Yet, they overlooked one crucial aspect: habituation. As ninjas, they need not ponder the origins of their sustenance. They simply resolve issues with money. A powerful ninja does not necessarily equate to a skilled farmer. Cultivation, breeding, hunting. Among these, hunting may be the only viable option. However, hunting is hardly a sustainable practice. It is entirely natural for such issues to arise. Upon sharing this speculation with Itachi Uchiha, a clear expression of anger manifested on his face. Hey, let us be clear, these individuals are all mine. Allow me to test my strength first, and then you may proceed. Seeing Itachi on the verge of taking action, an overwhelming surge of terrifying chakra erupted from Roy, forcibly suppressing Itachi's fury. Brother Roy. Itachi gazed at the man before him with gratitude. He understood that Roy's intention was not merely to test his prowess, but to prevent him from engaging in battle, recognizing that his body was not yet suited for such confrontation. Moved by this gesture, Itachi's admiration for Roy deepened. This man was not only powerful, but possessed a gentle heart. It was evident that Roy's kindness was not directed towards the adversaries before them. 18 of you. Will you come at me all at once, or one by one? Roy remarked, a bright smile gracing his lips. Yet, to the ninjas, this smile resembled the grin of death itself. Since you were so confident, I apologize in advance. Don't say I bullied you later, the scarred ninja declared, unhesitatingly launching himself at Roy. With impeccable speed, angle, and force, he moved almost as soon as the words left his lips. However, they overlooked a crucial detail. They were facing an Uchiha. Under the gaze of the Sharingan, their movements were entirely discernible. Roy swiftly brandished his blade, dueling, to deflect the incoming attack. Clang, clang, clang. As several shurikens were hurled at him, Roy remained composed, expertly countering each one. Before long, Roy felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through his body. His speed became increasingly precise and rapid. Though he occasionally sparred with Itachi Shisui and Shisui Uchiha back in the village, those encounters always felt somewhat constrained. Roy had long believed in a profound saying by a powerful warrior: martial arts are meant for taking lives, not for mere display. Before him lay the perfect embodiment of that sentiment. No amount of practice could compare to experiencing a true battle. Only within the chaos of combat could one truly integrate and master their strength. After several exchanges, Roy found himself somewhat fatigued. Exiting the encirclement of his opponents, he exhaled a deep breath. Uchiha, you are indeed formidable and as proud as the legends say. We harbor no intent to become your enemies. How about we leave the land of Moon now? The scarred ninja proclaimed with a facade of bravado. In truth, he was gripped by a profound sense of terror. The Uchiha were renowned for their mastery of fire techniques, illusion arts, and the Sharingan. However, in the recent skirmish, aside from the Sharingan, they had yet to employ any of their other formidable skills. Do not be deceived by their apparent dominance. In truth, they have already fallen into a disadvantageous position. To be able to withdraw entirely in such a manner is indeed the most favorable outcome. Departing? No, no, no. Since you were so averse to our presence, I find myself quite curious. What, exactly, are you concealing? The curvature at the corners of Roy's mouth became increasingly pronounced, initially poised to take action. Uchiha Itachi, upon hearing Roy's words, momentarily retracted his murderous intent. Simultaneously, he cast a curious glance at Roy. Could it be that the discoveries he had just made were not the very things they sought to conceal? With swift action, the scarred ninja sensed that Roy had discovered something significant and chose to strike immediately. The expressions of the other ninjas shifted from a previous air of nonchalance to one of resolute determination. It appeared that I had inadvertently stumbled upon something of great consequence. A faint smile graced Roy's lips as he quickly distanced himself from these ninjas, realizing that it was time to engage them earnestly. The ninjas had initially intended to swarm Roy, inflicting as much damage as possible. Their hope was that if they could deter him from further inquiry, it would be a victory in itself. If all else failed, they would have done their utmost. However, just as they surged forward, Roy deftly retreated to a nearby large tree. There, he removed his arm and leg guards and tossed them aside with a flick of his wrist. The ensuing explosion was so formidable that it left the scarred ninja utterly astonished. Was it truly necessary to be so dramatic? From the impact of the fall, one can essentially deduce the weight of the protective gear. Can it be that this individual before me is actually battling while adorned in such armor? Most importantly, they still manage to maintain the upper hand. What manner of creature is this? What kind of being have we just been battling against? Can we still continue to fight on? Even with the use of that, it shouldn't be this exaggerated, should it? In an instant, the ninjas of the Moon Kingdom displayed expressions of despair. It appeared that their adversaries had merely been toying with them. The scarred ninja realized that the issue of revealing their identities had become irrelevant. If they failed to eliminate the two individuals on the spot, the secrets they were sworn to protect would be utterly exposed. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted from each ninja. Their bodies began to exhibit peculiar hues, and soon they transformed into beings with purple skin. What kind of secret technique is this? Witnessing the reactions of the crowd, Roy was taken aback. Such a secret technique was something he had never encountered before. Moreover, the amount of chakra these individuals had just unleashed was already severfold greater than before. In the realm of Hokage, there exist numerous secret arts that allow for a rapid enhancement of one's strength, with the 8 gates being a quintessential example. It seemed that these individuals would provide him with a profound experience of his own power. Brother Roy, would you like me to? At this moment, Uchiha Itachi felt a twinge of concern. With such a vast amount of chakra, even Brother Roy would surely find it quite arduous, wouldn't he? Even a moment's inattention could result in a devastating blow. There is no need for concern. I have stated that they are my quarry. What kind of hunter relinquishes their pursuit simply because the prey is formidable? Their current performance merely renders my hunting experience all the more intriguing. Roy licked his lips and then surged forward. With a single strike, he created a massive pit in the ground beneath him. The sheer force left Uchiha Itachi astounded. Although Uchiha Itachi was aware of Roy's training methods, he had not anticipated such a terrifying enhancement to one's physical capabilities. It seems that once he recovers, he too must embark on such rigorous training. Returning to Roy, as he charged forth, his first target was the scarred ninja. This individual evidently held the position of a minor leader. Such a transformation must be the very secret they sought to conceal. They understood well the adage that an innocent person may suffer due to the possession of a valuable item. Bang! There was no semblance of technique. It was a sheer clash of raw power. Roy's fist collided with Scar's in an instant, unleashing a terrifying force that reverberated through the air. The ground beneath them could scarcely withstand their might, fracturing instantaneously. Moreover, the fissures began to spread ominously outward. Is this all the strength they possess? If this is merely the extent of your abilities, then today you shall meet your demise here, Scar declared, as his chakra surged once more. A terrifying jet of chakra manifested behind him, amplifying his strength and forcing Roy to retreat. In their initial encounter, Roy had suffered an unexpected setback. Little did he realize that the current transformation was still not the limit of these adversaries. It seemed that the unleashed chakra possessed some peculiar method of utilization. Bang! Before Roy could continue his contemplation, the onslaught from his opponents resumed. Moreover, others began to rush toward him, evidently intent on denying Roy even a moment's respite, aiming to obliterate him without hesitation. How audacious of him to believe he could confront a dozen foes single-handedly. Thus, he should not be surprised by their disregard for martial ethics. At that very moment, a ninja launched a surprise attack from behind Roy, delivering a powerful punch directly into his body. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Otherwise, you won't even know how you meet your demise. Some things are not. Your words are excessive. Before his companion could finish speaking, Roy's Torino struck with swiftness, severing the opponent's head in an instant. Even at the final moment, the ninja from this land remained oblivious to the source of the formidable power Roy had unleashed. His fist had undoubtedly pierced Roy's heart. What? It was evident that he could no longer discern the reason. This individual. Attention, everyone. This person may possess abilities akin to the secret techniques of the Ghost Lantern clan. First, let us employ ninjutsu to probe their capabilities, or strike, and then retreat immediately. The scarred ninja clearly discerned the reason. Just moments ago, Roy's body transformed into flames, rendering him immune to the lethal onslaught. Such secret techniques are not easily employed. They either face countermeasures or impose significant burdens. Regardless of the circumstance, he remains unafraid. Fire release, lightning release, water release. In an instant, an array of ninjutsu surged towards Roy as if it were free. Following that peculiar transformation, even the potency of the ninjutsu had markedly intensified. Wind release, pressure damage. The scarred ninja raised his hand and unleashed a gust of wind, instantly dispersing the surrounding dust and fog. How could this be? Observing Roy, who stood at the epicenter of the explosive ninjutsu, completely unscathed, the scarred ninja's face displayed astonishment. Even the mightiest of secret techniques possess corresponding weaknesses. Yet, Roy before him evidently transcended his comprehension of such techniques. Still insufficient. Roy raised his hand, and waves of orange-red chakra began to envelop his form. Previously, Roy had not utilized elemental transformation. Instead, he harnessed the power of the Three Tails Aisabu. Surrounding himself, he manifested a formidable shell that shielded him from all assaults. That chakra shell, however, was reduced to ashes under the onslaught. It is well known that among tailed beasts, Aisabu possesses the strongest physical defense. One can only imagine the magnitude of the attacks Roy had just faced. The special techniques employed by these individuals appear to be comprehensive enhancements. The only such technique Roy is currently aware of is Sage Technique. Sage Technique? Reflecting on this, all prior uncertainties became elucidated. For just moments ago, Roy recalled an individual, J-Go, a member of the Hawk team who accompanied Sasuke in the original narrative. This individual is capable of utilizing Sage techniques to significantly enhance his power. However, J-Go loses control when employing Sage techniques, becoming exceedingly murderous, while also bearing a substantial burden on his body. Orochimaru's curse seal was developed based on J-Go's characteristics. Yet, with the constraints of the curse seal, this power became less ferocious. Naturally, the trade-off is that the amplified strength lacks the grotesque nature of J-Go's. The individuals before him exhibited changes in skin tone, with various attributes enhanced, an evident manifestation of Sage techniques. No wonder they are so anxious and eager to conceal the true secrets of their land of the moon. Indeed, your power is sufficient to warrant my serious attention. I am not posturing. I merely implore you to exert your full strength and avoid perishing too swiftly. Upon concluding his statement, the orange-red chakra had taken on a tangible form. Three tails swayed behind him incessantly. A Jinchuriki? When did the Uchiha of Konoha acquire a Jinchuriki? It appears to be Aisabu, the three tails of our hidden mist village. Upon witnessing Roy's transformation, these ninjas immediately discerned the reason. After all, they were formidable ninjas. Well aware of the existence of Jinchuriki, Roy's secret techniques had already posed a considerable challenge for them, and now he was revealed to be a Jinchuriki as well. The previous displays were indeed just a warm-up, as he had claimed. How would they engage in battle now, even with such formidable power? Facing a tailed beast Jinchuriki would still seem somewhat daunting. A mere tailed beast Jinchuriki can be defeated easily. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from a distance. Hearing that voice, the initially anxious crowd suddenly felt a sense of reassurance, as if they had found their anchor. They had not anticipated that the esteemed figure would actually make an appearance. A youthful man with long white hair approached slowly, his presence seamlessly blending with the surrounding atmosphere. It was evident that he had been observing the situation for quite some time, able to listen to their conversation and offer such assessments. Lord Qing, the scarred ninja said, his face filled with remorse as he gazed at the young man. Clearly, He felt guilty for not having dealt with Roy and his companion in a more timely manner. He is indeed formidable. It is only natural that you are no match for him. The tailed beast Jinchuriki is merely the three tails Isabu, and moreover, it is not even the complete form. As Ching spoke, he continued to stride forward. With each step, his aura grew increasingly potent. Unique symbols began to manifest across his body, and surges of peculiar chakra radiated outward. Indeed, it was Senjutsu, in the tailed beast transformation mode. Roy could perceive his surroundings with heightened clarity. The energy emanating from the young man was so subtle that had it not been directed toward him, Roy might not have detected it at all. Senjutsu chakra truly embodied the essence of natural energy, excelling in both concealment and perception. It was unwise to remain dazed in the presence of an adversary. Just as Roy pondered how the other had acquired such extraordinary abilities, Ching appeared before him. With a resounding thud, a single punch sent Roy flying across the distance. Brother Roy, Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan activated in an instant, unleashing a terrifying power. Manjiki? Ching's expression shifted slightly as he observed Itachi's eyes. This was no trivial matter. The capabilities of the Manjiki were unknown to him. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Itachi, have you forgotten what I told you? Just as Itachi prepared to unleash his unique ocular technique, Roy's voice echoed from not far away. Brother Roy. Itachi turned to look at Roy. Although he appeared somewhat disheveled, he bore no substantial injuries. Not even a speck of dust on his clothes. Boom. Without responding to Itachi, Roy's hair ignited into a blazing inferno. Powerful chakra gathered in his hands, coalescing into a swirling orb of deep azure flames. So, you're Ching? It seems you are even more valuable than the scarred ninja I encountered earlier. Since you possess such confidence, let us see what you can do. With that declaration, Roy transformed into a flash of lightning, charging directly at Ching. Fire-style secret arts? How ostentatious, Ching remarked, a singular horn gradually sprouting from his forehead. The previously tumultuous chakra within him was swiftly contained, appearing more subdued. Yet Roy understood that Ching was now far more formidable than before. Nevertheless, despite the circumstances, Roy remained utterly unperturbed. His aspiration to become a Jinchuriki was not driven by a mere desire for the power of the tailed beasts, but rather by the yearning to harness that vast reservoir of chakra. Emperor of Flames, Phantom Fire Sword. Roy's form abruptly halted, the azure flames dissipating from his grasp. In the next instant, a sword wreathed in blue flames erupted from beneath Ching's feet. The speed was woefully insufficient. If this was the extent of his power, there was no reason to continue this engagement any longer. Boom. With that, Ching vanished from sight. In a mere heartbeat, he reappeared behind Roy, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Yet, the blue flame sword materialized before him like a specter. The blade descended, although it did not sever Ching's arm. It inflicted a grievous wound, deep enough to expose bone. Hey now, must you be so arrogant? Your strength does not grant you the privilege to disregard others. Emperor of Flames, Heavenly Flame. As Roy spoke, innumerable flames surged around him. Even the surrounding flora was consumed by fire. This was the manifestation of his mastery over the flame fruit. Regrettably, he could only utilize this power once a day, with a time constraint of 3 minutes. Yet, that would suffice. Although he had previously grasped such abilities, his body had failed him at that time. The meager chakra he possessed could not sustain the awakening of the flame fruit. This was precisely why Roy was determined to find a tailed beast to serve as a source of replenishment. At this moment, Ching also sensed that the environment had shifted unsettlingly. In an instant, it felt as if his surroundings had become disjointed from him. Everything transformed into a manifestation of the power wielded by the individual before him. Did you not just say? Daydreaming in front of an adversary is no trivial matter. Let alone, for you now, everything is an adversary. With that, all things around them ignited, hurling flames toward Ching. In the face of this terrifying inferno, the chakra within Ching surged instinctively. Impossible. The power that had always been invincible now faltered. His chakra was depleting at an alarming rate. Even though he recognized the perilous situation, he dared not ease the flow of chakra, for a moment's negligence could cost him his life. Though he could still barely hold on, it would not last much longer. How could this individual possess such power, capable of severing his connection to natural energy? Impossible. I will not perish here. I am the one most attuned to this natural energy. I am destined to be acknowledged by the sages. A frenzied expression crossed Ching's face as fissures began to appear across his body. Senjutsu, heavenly canopy of water. A surge of chakra, exceeding his physical limits, flowed incessantly. In this fiery realm, the sky was suddenly enveloped by a curtain of rain. Indeed, it was a manifestation of sage arts. Well then, allow me to present you with another treasure. Raijin. Upon Roy's utterance, an immense phantom of Raijin materialized behind him. Countless bolts of lightning surged down through the rain, converging upon the center of the technique, namely, the caster, Sei. Just as Sei was about to utter a word, the lightning enveloped him entirely. He could not comprehend why he had met his demise at the hands of such an inconspicuous young ninja. After obliterating Sei, Roy reigned in his awakened powers. This technique truly consumed chakra at an alarming rate. In less than a minute, even Ifu's chakra had been depleted by nearly half. Roy raised his hand and summoned his status panel. Host, Uchiha Roy Ninjutsu. Fire Release. Fireball Destruction 98. Fire Release. Blue Flame 92. Lightning Release. Lightning Serpent Frenzy 98. Lightning Release. White Serpent Taijutsu. Elite. Konoha Style Taijutsu 10. Elite. Uchiha Style Taijutsu 7 Jinjutsu. Thorn Entanglement Kekkei Genkai. Sharingan 76. 3 Tomo. Flame Fruit 41. No consumption limit. 0 fixed chakra quantity. 42310. Fully depleted items. Enhanced explosive tags 320. Enhanced Kanai 200. Explosive tags 1200. Kusanagi sword. Turret. Buffs. Double chakra extraction. Hashirama cells active. 3 tails Ifu functions. Personal space 1000 M. Main quest. Save the Uchiha 70. Quest requirement. Preserve a sufficient number of Uchiha clan members after the night of extermination. The more survivors, the higher the level and the more generous the rewards. Random quest. Gain the recognition of the slug sage. Gazing at the panel information, a satisfied expression adorned Roy's face. Indeed, the choices made previously were not in vain. The fixed chakra quantity and his own chakra could hardly sustain the consumption of his Raijin and flame fruits. The remaining dozen or so individuals, including the scarred ninja, were all sitting on the ground, their faces etched with despair. They had initially believed that with Sei's arrival, the 2 Uchiha ninjas before them would be easily dealt with. Little did they expect, Roy had demonstrated what true, overwhelming power entailed. The earlier sensation of severing the heavens and the earth instilled a profound sense of hopelessness within them. At that moment, even the desire to flee had evaporated, as it seemed utterly unnecessary. Before such an existence, escaping was merely a distant dream. Brother Roy, was that your eye's ability just now? Uchiha Itachi approached Roy, his face alight with excitement, eagerly inquiring. Such cataclysmic power transcended mere secret techniques. Yes. Roy replied, too weary to elaborate, deciding it prudent to attribute the feat to the Sharingan. Itachi's face immediately reflected the understanding he had long sought. Roy, a member who had awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan, pondered how he could possibly know the method to unlock the Manjiki Sharingan. Surprisingly, he had even assisted himself in achieving this formidable eye. If we consider the premise that Roy already possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, everything would indeed make sense. However, this was not the moment to dwell on my ocular abilities. Slug, this surge of Senjutsu chakra must originate from your whetbone forest, correct? Roy directed his query at the slug perched upon Itachi Uchiha's shoulder. The slug had undoubtedly brought them here for a reason. Furthermore, the whetbone forest should be located within this land of the moon, and if the energy from the sage realm were to leak and be absorbed by ninjas, such an occurrence would not be unexpected. I do not know, the slug replied, tilting its head in a somewhat endearing manner, indicating its lack of knowledge. Hey, Scarface. Come over here, Roy beckoned to the distant scarred ninja, who appeared lost in thought. As the scarred ninja stood, a torrent of chakra erupted from his body. The same phenomenon transpired among the other ninjas. In no time, over a dozen of them had transformed into lifeless husks, devoid of any breath. Roy swiftly appeared by the side of the scarred ninja, extending his hand to sense his condition. The life force within him had entirely vanished, rendering his body akin to that of a corpse long deceased, lacking even the faintest trace of vitality. This Senjutsu has such aftereffects? All of them have lost their breath. Itachi remarked, also inspecting the others' conditions, arriving at a conclusion. It seems you were correct, Brother Roy. What the ninjas of this land of the moon wish to conceal is likely this peculiar ability, this eerily potent capability. If known by other ninja villages or falling into the hands of certain ambitious individuals, would undoubtedly spell a catastrophic disaster for the entire ninja world. Power, regardless of the era, will always incite rivalry. These ninjas, once mere Ch-nin and J-nin, had ascended to the level of elite J-nin after acquiring such strength. The recent figure had even reached the level of a Kage. If such individuals multiplied into the hundreds or thousands, combined with several formidable Kage-level beings, the ramifications for the entire ninja realm would be unimaginable. Let us proceed to the land of the moon. This natural energy poses quite a dilemma, Roy declared, advancing towards the direction indicated by the slug. This area also marked the location of the moon-hidden village. Soon, they approached the moon-hidden village. Roy's face expressed astonishment as he gazed upon the village's outer walls, resembling a fortress of war. The walls appeared far more imposing than those of Konoha, both in height and in material. The resources used to plunder the village's wealth must have been allocated to this construction. What shall we do? Should we venture inside? Roy inquired, glancing at Itachi Uchiha beside him. I believe it would be prudent to report this matter to the village first. Itachi harbors some concerns. The formidable power displayed by Haru has instilled within Itachi a profound sense of threat. Although Roy successfully dispatched their adversary using his Manjiki Sharingan, Itachi is acutely aware of the considerable toll such an ability exacts on one's body. Report to the village? Roy paused momentarily. Itachi truly. Indeed. Those ingrained habits are not easily altered. It cannot be reported to the village. A mere small nation like the Land of Moon has become so formidable through such secret techniques. What do you think would occur if Konoha were to learn of this? Roy inquired softly. It would. Itachi was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been solely concerned about Roy's physical condition, entirely oblivious to the ramifications that could ensue. Upon hearing Roy's warning, Itachi broke into a cold sweat. The Uchiha clan had once been ensnared by the powers of Izanagi and Izanami, leading to devastating rivalries and bloodshed among its members. If Konoha were to acquire such secret techniques, it would undoubtedly be the higher-ups in the village who would seek to master them first. Among them is an exceedingly militant figure, Shimura Danzo. Should his root organization gain access to such techniques, then let us proceed to investigate. I believe this is also the intention of the Sage of Slugs, Roy remarked cryptically before slipping into the village. Itachi glanced at the slug on his shoulder, but chose not to voice his thoughts and followed suit. Upon entering the village, they observed numerous ordinary people bustling about. The marketplace was lively, with the faces of the villagers adorned with smiles. The sounds of vendors hawking their goods filled the air as merchants busily attended to their wares. Are you two merchants from afar? An elderly woman approached them, her face brimming with anticipation. We have just harvested our winter crops. Are you here to procure them? This is the young master of our trading association, come to gather supplies. Roy replied with a professional smile, swiftly inquiring, besides grain, is there anything else available for sale? Our village is small. Most of us only relocated here a couple of years ago. Currently, we can only offer surplus grain. There is nothing else, the elderly woman replied, a hint of resignation in her voice. Do not worry. We shall take the grain. Now, lead us to inspect it, Roy reassured her. He was quite curious about the situation within the moon-hidden village. With an elder as their guide, they could potentially glean a wealth of information. Before long, the trio arrived at the outskirts of the village. The area had been thoroughly cultivated, likely with the assistance of an earth-release ninja. The fields were already sown with seedlings, and their grain was stored not far away in a granary. Having briefly examined the grain, it is evident that the quality is commendable. Such provisions are strategically vital for any village, especially in the aftermath of the Third Shinobi World War. Why then would the Land of the Moon engage in the sale of grain? Previously, Roy speculated that the ninjas from the Land of the Moon were raiding ordinary villages solely for sustenance. This revelation, however, starkly contrasts with his initial assumptions. After negotiating a fair price, Roy promptly purchased the grain, much to his surprise, as the funds he had won at the casino proved useful here. As night fell, the two sought shelter in a modest establishment. Brother Roy, why does this village seem different from what I had envisioned? Itachi inquired, his expression one of confusion. His impressions of the Land of the Moon were rooted in the notion of it being a ninja-formed village. Yet, in just a few short years, such profound changes had occurred. The current power holder of the Land of the Moon is quite an admirable individual, albeit with ambitions that are excessively grand. If not addressed promptly, this may lead to future complications, potentially representing our first trial. Roy glanced at the slug resting on Itachi's shoulder, smiling as he spoke. Trial? I am somewhat perplexed. Itachi replied. To gain the recognition of the Sage of Slugs, one must endure various trials. We must journey to the Wetbone Forest, where the Sage of Slugs has prepared these challenges. However, it seems that the Sage's intention is not merely preparation, but rather to leverage our assistance in clearing certain matters. As Roy spoke, he cast his gaze outside. Let us rest for a while. We shall act in the early hours. With that, he reclined on the bed, acknowledging that he had not had a proper respite in quite some time. This was indeed a rare opportunity to steal a moment of rest. Itachi chose not to press further. Some matters were best contemplated independently. He lay down, closing his eyes to take a brief respite. Within the highest edifice of the moon-hidden village, Lord Siriai had perished. Team G met their demise due to a backlash of power. Lord Moonshadow, what shall be our next course of action? Shall we eliminate those two outsiders? A young man with similarly white hair stood before Moonshadow, hastily reporting the situation. The Uchiha ninjas pose a significant problem. Uchiha Itachi is the son of that individual. Should they perish here, it would be exceedingly difficult for us to continue our development in peace. Moonshadow's expression was one of vexation. His original plan was sound. With just a few more years, he would have fully mastered the development of the Sage technique. At that point, he would no longer fear any clan or faction. Yet now, the Uchiha had intruded upon his carefully laid plans and had even clashed with Siriai. It was evident that under such circumstances, the two would not back down. The only hope remaining was that they remained oblivious to the secrets of this place or had yet to recognize them, and that they would depart without further incident. I understand, he replied. The silver-haired young man finished speaking and turned to leave. As the moonlight spilled forth, he gazed upon the vast expanse of the village. His heart filled with a sense of reflection. From the humble wooden shacks of yore to the current state of prosperity, what he yearned to create was merely a village untouched by the ravages of war. Yet, why do troubles always seem to come knocking at his door? I had thought you would be able to sleep soundly, Lord Moonshadow. A calm voice echoed from a distance. You are the Uchiha ninja who killed Jia Qing, are you not? Moonshadow maintained an air of indifference. Although he anticipated the arrival of these individuals, he had not expected them to come so soon. He was indeed a clever man. But why engage in such unwise actions? The power they coveted was not something they could wield at their own discretion. Roy stepped forward, speaking softly. How many can truly refuse such power? Besides, we happen to be in need of strength. Moonshadow sighed helplessly. The moon-hidden village was not as tranquil and harmonious as it appeared now. The individuals surrounding him were ninjas from various villages, essentially renegades. It is crucial to understand that a village exhibits zero tolerance towards renegades. How could they so easily abandon their villages to establish a new nation here? Initially, many villages dispatched forces to pursue these ninjas. Had it not been for his serendipitous discovery and mastery of this power, perhaps the so-called nation of the moon would no longer exist. I offer you a choice. Relinquish that power and allow me to seal it away. If you do so, I shall refrain from further actions against your village. Of course, you may choose to refuse, Roy stated, devoid of any emotion. He understood the principle that one cannot advise others to do good without having endured hardship themselves. However, such power must not permeate the ninja world, for the calamity it would unleash would extend far beyond the borders of the nation of the moon. To relinquish it? That is no longer feasible. Moonshadow lamented with a heavy sigh. Just as Roy had articulated, he was an astute individual, fully aware that the gifts of this power were far from benevolent. Yet now, even if he wished to abandon it, others would likely not consent. Rustling sounds punctuated the air as several figures emerged, encircling Roy.